Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The potions office is also Snape's private storage room and potion-making room. After finishing a day's class, Snape finally has time to deal with his personal affairs. Of course, this personal matter is also making potions or handling various materials. Now Snape is squeezing the pus of the babo tuber, which is a huge, thick, black and wriggling mass covered with some shiny bumps on the surface, looking like a slug. As the yellow-green viscous liquid drips, the whole office is filled with a pungent smell of petroleum. Suddenly, a fierce knock on the door interrupted Snape's work. Taking off his dragon leather gloves, Snape pushed the door open impatiently. "If you can't give me a suitable reason, you will go to accompany Filch this week." Snape looked at the little snake in front of him expressionlessly and warned in a cold tone. He hated it most when someone disturbed him while making potions. The babo tuber was very troublesome to handle and could not be stained by juice. It was also extremely valuable. If someone else had handled it just now, this medicinal material might have been ruined. Dean Barry Raglan led 4 people from our academy to fight with Ethan Adrian, a first-year student from Ravenclaw. Now one of them has a big hole in his stomach. I don't know if he is dead. The little snake who came to Bao Zin looked at his dean and said tremblingly, "Whose stomach was blown open?" Snape closed the office door and walked on the way to the scene. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Although he had guessed the result, he still asked a question. I really didn't expect that the students of his own academy would cause such a big trouble for him. Snape didn't think that Ethan was the one who started the trouble. He knew exactly what kind of people his students were. Besides, a first-year student couldn't possibly challenge 5 fourth-year students even if he wanted to. He himself was almost driven into autism by 4 classmates. Now we can only pray that Ethan is fine, otherwise Flitwick will not let it go. "Yes, Willard Colby." "Who?" Snape stopped abruptly and looked at the little snake that reported the news. "Willard Colby." After confirming again, Snape was silent and continued to the scene of the incident. Although he knew that Ethan was definitely a genius among the young wizards of this year, only Cassandra could compete with him for 1 or 2, but this result was too outrageous. What kind of people are their own students? The same thing happened in the offices of various deans, but they were not as irritable as Snape. "Mr. Adrian, go to the principal's office first and give the password lemon sherbet." Professor McGonagall, who had already learned some of the situation from the little wizard who reported the news, felt that the matter was a bit complicated and could only be handed over to Dumbledore. She also had to rush to the school hospital to see the specific situation. "Got it, Professor McGonagall." Ethan turned and left without any overreaction and no emotions such as nervousness and fear. When McGonagall and other professors arrived, the 5 little snakes with broken limbs had been carried into the school infirmary by Madame Pomfrey. Only Ethan, the protagonist, and some spectators were left at the scene. Professor McGonagall, it was Slytherin who started the fight first and Ethan just defended himself, according to the law. "Miss Granger, I will investigate it clearly." Professor McGonagall interrupted Hermione and went straight to the school hospital. She still had a good impression of Ethan, a little wizard with great talent in transfiguration, but she was not sure how to punish him. On the familiar 8th floor, Ethan arrived in front of a huge stone beast and shouted a command. The next moment, the stone statue seemed to come alive and immediately split into 2 halves, revealing a spiral staircase. Following the stairs, Ethan arrived at the door of the principal's office. Knock, knock. "Come in." When he pushed open the door, the first thing he saw was countless portraits of the headmaster, a large, colorful bird standing on a shelf nearby, and Dumbledore at his desk. "Kid, what's going on?" Dumbledore still had no idea what was going on. After all, no one had informed him or wanted to inform him, and he couldn't enter the headmaster's office without a password. "I had a conflict with 5 senior Slytherin students and now they are in the school hospital. Professor McGonagall asked me to come to you." "Is that so?" Although he didn't use legilimency with his life experience, he had already guessed what was going on. Slytherin provoked Ethan, but he didn't fight, so he went to the hospital and was seriously injured. It was just that Ethan looked indifferent, which Dumbledore had never seen before. Other little wizards who got into trouble would be more or less nervous, uneasy, and worried. "Sit down and have a glass of pumpkin juice first, and we'll deal with this later." Dumbledore knocked on the table, and a glass of pumpkin juice appeared on the table. "Thank you, Headmaster." Ethan sat down without hesitation, not afraid of what Dumbledore would give him, and drank the pumpkin juice. Not long after, the 4 deans arrived at the same time, but their faces were not very good. Ethan also stood up when he saw this. Several deans were standing, so how could Ethan sit? Professor Flitwick came directly to Ethan and said unceremoniously, "Ethan, I know this is not your problem, you just need to tell me what happened just now." Professor Sprout and Professor McGonagall also gave Ethan an encouraging look and also expressed their attitudes. "I just borrowed a book from the library and was about to return to Ravenclaw's dormitory." From beginning to end, Ethan said it all except for the specific magic he used. There was nothing missing, and he did not deliberately say anything that was beneficial to him. After all, there were audiences at the scene. After Ethan finished speaking, Professor McGonagall also told Dumbledore the current status of the snakes. Breaking a wand is an extremely bad thing. Barry and the other 5 were also seriously injured. So deduct 50 points from Ravenclaw. Ethan, you will be detained for a month and patrol the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. It will start tonight. Filch will take you there. If you have any objections, you can tell me now. After a little thought, Dumbledore announced his punishment. During this period of time, Dumbledore occasionally paid attention to Ethan. Naturally, he knew that Ethan went to the Room of Requirement almost every day and was a very hardworking and talented child. At the same time, he had a good relationship with his family and friends, especially the little witches in the school, which was completely different from Voldemort. Based on these 2 points, Dumbledore did not want to give any too severe punishment. After all, talented children will be treated preferentially everywhere. "I have no objection. I am willing to accept the school's punishment." Ethan would naturally not refuse. Going to the Forbidden Forest openly and collecting magic materials was not a punishment at all. Albus, then there is no punishment for Slytherin. They called Ethan a mudblood, or they started it first. They started all this. Although he is now in the school hospital, they need to bear the main responsibility. Flitwick stood up, obviously not accepting the punishment that only his little wizard suffered. When he heard the 3 words mudblood, Snape's face changed obviously. This is the pain of his life. It was because of this that Snape didn't want to talk from beginning to end and let the situation develop. If it were him, he would not let his 5 students off easily. Slytherin will be deducted 250 points and put in solitary confinement for 1 month. It will be implemented after he is discharged from the hospital. It can be said that Dumbledore directly killed Slytherin's college cup this year. Snape's mouth moved, but he didn't say anything after all. After leaving the principal's office, there was already a line of people waiting at the staircase on the 8th floor, most of whom were Ravenclaws and some Hufflepuffs. After Ethan briefly explained his punishment, he left with the crowd. At night, Ethan appeared at the door of Filch's office. "Dong, dong, come in." A hoarse voice came from inside the door. As soon as he entered the door, Ethan smelled a strong smell of grilled fish. A skinny Maine Sea **N cat with dark fur was squatting on a chair and staring at Ethan. "Follow me." Filch simply packed up, limped out of the office with an oil lamp. Along the way, Filch didn't say a word, not at all like Fred and George said with an extreme foul mouth. In fact, Filch didn't want to cause trouble. He knew everything Ethan did in the afternoon. He was not a good person, unlike other little wizards. Filch didn't care about the foul-mouthed Ethan because he didn't want to hurt 360 for fear of being retaliated against. But if his cat, Mrs. Norris, had any problems, he would not accept it. So he also treated people differently. He knew who could have bad mouths and who could not. This is it. Go by yourself. After sending Ethan to Hagrid's cabin, Filch turned around and left without any hesitation. Looking at Filch, who was limping but leaving as quickly as possible, Ethan was a little confused. He didn't do anything to him. Even when he was out at night, he didn't run into him. Woof woof tilde. 2 dog barks were heard in the dark night. The next moment, Fang came out from nowhere and circled around Ethan with his tail wagging. "Ethan, is that you? Come in." The door was pushed open and Hagrid stood at the door and shouted in the direction of the dogs barking. Hearing Fang's barking, Hagrid knew that the person coming must be an acquaintance. At dinner time, he also received the news that Ethan would come to patrol with him. "It's me, Hagrid." Ethan replied and then walked into Hagrid's cabin with Yaya. The fireplace in the cabin was burning so vigorously that it was still a little hot after entering. There was a large pot of venison and a plate of fried pork skin on the table and Hagrid's favorite rock cake next to it. "Eat something first. The Forbidden Forest is quite cold now and the patrol time is also very long." After closing the door, Hagrid directly invited Ethan to sit down and poured a bowl of venison soup for Ethan. In the Forbidden Forest in October, the temperature at night was almost 0 degrees and basically a patrol lasted for several hours. It was really hard to bear without eating something. "Thank you." Ethan was not polite. He took the venison soup and ate a piece of venison with a fork. He found that the taste was actually quite good. As for the rock cake, Ethan ate it in the venison soup, which was much better than eating it dry. "Hagrid, can you eat spicy food?" After eating a little, Ethan stopped and asked Hagrid, who was still eating meat. Although his physical fitness has improved and his appetite has increased, he is still far behind Hagrid. "It's edible." Hagrid nodded in response to the venison in his mouth. "Okay, I'll bring you some gifts tomorrow, a way of eating from muggles which the little wizards of Hufflepuff like very much." During this period, Ethan has also eaten in the Hufflepuff common room several times and hot pot is becoming more and more popular. It's just that the hot pot made by the house elves is still a little bit worse and he is still studying the recipe. Ethan also wrote a letter home by owl and sent a lot of hot pot base. Okay. When Hagrid had almost finished eating, he rested for a while and then took Ethan out. At this moment, Hagrid was holding a giant oil lamp in his hand, a giant crossbow on his back, a full quiver on his shoulder, and Yaya was following him. Of course, this Yaya was a little bit weak and his temper was too small. If something happened, he would probably run faster than Hagrid. On the dark and gloomy forest path illuminated by dim lights, Hagrid was introducing the situation of the Forbidden Forest to Ethan and comforted him by the way. Ethan said a few words. In his opinion, a normal young wizard should be afraid of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, is a crossbow better than a wand? After walking for more than an hour, nothing happened except for a few magical animals that occasionally ran by. Ethan couldn't help asking this question that he had thought about, but the answer was not accurate. The protection spell is also called Universal Protection, which can protect against bullets from pistols and rifles, as well as the explosion of grenades. Ethan has tested this point. His family does not lack various guns and ammunition in the ocean business. Universal Protection is a regional protection spell. I don't know if it is a variant of the armor spell. As for the crossbow, it is indeed powerful at close range, but it is not enough to break the protection spell. So Hagrid likes to carry a crossbow on patrol. Does it have the property of breaking magic? For manic magical animals, bows and crossbows are still useful, but they are not so good against poachers. They are too flexible and can use magic to defend against the crossbow arrows I shoot. Hagrid has nothing to hide. This is the fact, but he was not afraid of poachers in the Forbidden Forest. First of all, he had many pets. These pets were pets to him but deadly to others. He also had a good relationship with the centaurs and could get their support. So Hagrid's mission was to resist and delay the poachers. With his high magic resistance and powerful strength brought by his giant blood, he could do this completely. Is that so? It turned out that there was no material with magic-breaking properties in this world. I was overthinking. However, guns and crossbows were still very threatening to wizards, especially guns which could be used unexpectedly. In addition, those who could use the armor spell were considered elites. There wouldn't be too many people. Look, moon idiots. Suddenly, Hagrid pulled Ethan, pointed to an open space in front of the right, and signaled Ethan not to disturb them. Following the direction Hagrid pointed, Ethan saw some small things that looked like alpacas, with a pair of big eyes wide open, looking at the full moon in the sky with their necks raised and their 2 hind legs swinging irregularly. You know what, this little thing is pretty cute. Ethan, you're lucky. Moon beasts usually only come out during a full moon and they're very shy. They'll hide when they see any noise. See those silvery white spots? That's moon beast feces. It's a pretty good fertilizer. If you use it for pumpkins, one can grow really big. Sometimes I'll give some to Professor Sprout. Hearing Hagrid say this, Ethan instantly felt sick. Dancing and pulling at the same time, it is indeed a magical animal. It is magical. Moreover, it pulls more and more. Almost every few steps there will be more silver white light spots under the feet. As time goes by, these silver light spots gradually cover the entire ground, forming a stage that belongs to them. When the song ends, the moon beasts also go back to the cave. Hagrid just said that this is a way of courtship for them, which means that they are so anxious to go home for S**X. 3.9 It's only because Ethan doesn't play with the biting cabbage, otherwise he will be led back to produce feces. The biting cabbage is indeed strong in the game, but it is definitely not that strong in reality. Let's collect the feces of these moon beasts. This thing is useless when it sees the sun. Hagrid strode forward. In his opinion, this was a good thing. He had a vegetable garden. In addition to providing himself with some food, he also planted pumpkins for Halloween every year. After using Transfiguration to transform into a box, Ethan used the flotation spell to automatically load the feces of the moon beasts into it, saving Hagrid the trouble of picking them up one by one. Ethan, that's all for today. I'll put these away and send you back to Hogwarts. Holding the box filled with moon beast feces, Hagrid said to Ethan excitedly. After patrolling for nearly 2 hours and watching the moon beasts dance for a while, it was almost time. Hagrid naturally would not let Ethan stay until dawn. The last day of October is Halloween Eve. When the young wizards woke up in the morning, they smelled the sweet and tempting smell of roasted pumpkin in the corridor, and even breakfast was pumpkin pie. Today's spell class, of course, taught the levitation spell, and Seamus still learned the explosion spell. Other aspects were no different from usual. After the last class in the afternoon, everyone came to the auditorium, which was now decorated. 1,000 bats fluttered on the walls and ceiling, and another 1,000 were like low black clouds circling above the dining table. Pumpkins carved into ghost masks were flying in the air, and the candle flames in their bellies flickered. It should be okay to play a prank today, right? At first, Ethan wanted to attack the trash can in the backyard of the leaky cauldron, but after thinking about it, Ethan, who had just entered the wizarding world, gave up the idea. It's not that Ethan wanted to play a prank, but if the prank can trick a certain number of people, there will definitely be achievements. Ethan has almost figured out this system. For this reward, Ethan has to do it. He immediately pulled George and Fred over, and they were also a punishment in this regard. Ethan told them his idea. Too cool, Ethan, you are really a genius. Why can't we think of it? If you want a better effect, you need more people to join in. Yes, you can do this later. Fred and George discussed excitedly, constantly improving Ethan's plan. As the sky darkened completely, students arrived at the auditorium one after another. Today is a holiday banquet and the food is quite rich. In addition to various pumpkin dishes, there are dozens of French specialties. The atmosphere on the scene is quite good and happy, but except for the floating pumpkin heads and bats, the others don't match Halloween very well. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. The door was pushed open, and a figure with blood and mud on his clothes and face staggered in. The little wizards in the auditorium were immediately attracted to the scene, and they all turned their heads to check the situation. It was unclear who it was, but judging from his size, he should be a little wizard in the 3rd or 4th grade. But what happened? Who is chasing him? He seemed to reach out for help, but as soon as he said it, an arm stretched out and grabbed his clothes, and then a bloody steel claw cut his throat and blood flew at least 10 feet high. The little wizard at the scene was stunned. Is he dead? At the same time, cold air and bursts of white mist surged at the door, and a strange man with a severely burned face walked out, retracted the steel claws on the neck of the unknown little wizard, pushed the body to the ground, and stared at everyone in the auditorium with cold eyes without a trace of emotion. At the same time, twisted black shadows appeared in the white mist, approaching from far away. The lights in the auditorium suddenly went out, leaving only the faint light from the candles held by the floating pumpkin heads. The young wizards came to their senses and hundreds of screams sounded at the same time, and it looked like they were about to overturn Hogwarts. The scene suddenly became chaotic, and everyone wished their parents had 2 more legs and rushed to other passages. They had never seen such a scene before. No one wanted to be the next young wizard to have his throat cut. Ethan, who was always watching the panel, knew it was successful when he saw the flickering light. He knew that the prank would be successful. Quiet, everyone be quiet. The extinguished lights were lit again, and a voice that seemed to have magic sounded, and the chaotic scene calmed down. Dumbledore appeared on the high platform, followed by many professors. Snape stepped down, still wearing his iconic cloak, and walked towards the door like a big bat. The wand in his hand flashed a series of flashes, turning the corpse on the ground and the monster with a disfigured face wearing steel claws back to their original form. By the way, Ethan at the door was also pulled out. You scared your classmates and tried to ruin the Halloween party. You are a genius from Ravenclaw and a troll from Gryffindor. How should you be punished? Snape said to the 3 people in a stern tone. During this period, Snape was simply killing like crazy. After all, Slytherin was deducted 250 points, and it went from the highest to the lowest. Under normal circumstances, if he didn't meet Harry, he couldn't give Slytherin extra points without a suitable reason. After all, people still have to save face. But he could find various problems to deduct points. Any small mistakes such as improper handling of potion materials, inability to answer questions, wizard robes not being neat enough. It can be said that he dragged the other 3 colleges down with his own strength. Now that he has the opportunity, how can he let it go easily? My suggestion is to deduct 100 points from Gryffindor and 50 points from Ravenclaw and then expel them. Snape said as he looked at Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, who were walking over. Ethan rolled his eyes and ignored Snape. He was expelled. Why don't you go to heaven when you are so awesome? During this period, Snape had been picking on Ethan. I don't know how those senior time travelers got along with Snape so well. How could he let you learn potions in a special way? He usually had a bad face and spoke rudely. His heart was almost sealed. Apart from things related to Harry, there was nothing that could make him care. Anyway, Ethan felt that he couldn't get along well with him. Classmates, please go back to your seats. It was just a joke played by a few classmates. Don't you think this fits the atmosphere of Halloween? Dumbledore walked up with Ethan and others, and by the way, he also expelled Cedric, Lee Jordan, and several others. The little lions of Gryffindor pointed it out. At this point, the little wizards knew that they were being fooled. The one who died after his throat was cut was George Weasley, and the large pool of blood on the ground turned into clear water. The one wearing gloves and steel claws with a disfigured face was Fred Weasley, whose face was made up, and the steel claws were also transformed by transfiguration, and now they have become wood. The white mist, cold wind, and ghosts were all controlled by Ethan at the door. The white mist and cold wind were another use of the freezing spell, and the ghosts were several sections of wooden stakes with transfiguration. In the hall, Cedric, Lee Jordan, and several Gryffindors were responsible for guiding the atmosphere of terror and turning off the lights. Fortunately, the professors came quickly, otherwise the consequences might be a bit serious. After all, the little wizards were completely panicked at the time. If a stampede occurred, it would be a complete tragedy. Ethan didn't expect that the prank perfected by the twins would have such an effect. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff each deduct 10 points. Professor McGonagall came out to announce the punishment results. No accidents were caused, and it was usually handed over to Professor McGonagall to deal with. Naturally, she would not listen to Snape. Snape's mad dog mode during this period gave Professor McGonagall a headache. The deductions were much faster than the additions, and Gryffindor had caused more trouble. If each person deducted 50 points, Gryffindor would owe hundreds of points, which would directly set a record. His dean was also famous. Professor McGonagall didn't want this to be remembered in the history of Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout also had no objection. After all, if they hadn't arrived in time, the Halloween dinner would have been ruined. It was no problem to deduct a few points. After accepting the punishment, Ethan and others returned to their respective long tables. Although everyone was scared of this prank, they also felt that it was quite fun and even looked forward to playing it next Halloween. After all, the jokes or pranks here are generally quite big. Ethan was just scaring this time, which was nothing at all. Candies that can burn a hole in the tongue are so big that the sky will never tire of them. Especially on the Gryffindor side, some people who didn't participate in this prank surrounded George and others as if they were Gryffindor's heroes. Only Slytherin was unhappy. Not only were we fooled, but we were not even included in the prank. We were excluded from Slytherin. Are we not from the same school after all? Ethan, you guys just scared me. At the Ravenclaw table, Qiu Zhang hit Ethan and expressed his dissatisfaction for not telling his senior sister. I just thought of this at the last minute. I have to arrange it quickly. There is not enough time. During the whole process, Ethan was the busiest one. The props and special effects were all completed by Ethan. Senior, pass me the lamb chops. After swallowing the lamb in his mouth, Ethan turned to Penelo and said, Senior, I asked you to help me get it, not to feed me. I saw that your hands seem to be very busy, and you are eating very happily, aren't you? Penelo took a bite of the grilled lamb chop and looked at Ethan with a hurt look. I was wrong, Anyway, he had already fed him once, so Ethan didn't care anymore. He opened his mouth and waited for Penelo to act. Eat it yourself. After stuffing the grilled lamb chops into Ethan's mouth, Penelo let go of her hand. It's okay to tease him for a while, but if he keeps feeding, it will have a bad influence. She is the class leader and must take the lead. Lamb chops, right? Ethan, you eat, Qiu Zhang said with a smile as he brought a plate of grilled lamb chops directly to Ethan. Bang! The door of the auditorium was directly opened, and Professor Quirrell rushed in, wearing a purple scarf crooked on his head with a look of fear on his face. This immediately attracted the attention of the whole audience and also helped Ethan out of the predicament. The troll is in the basement, I think you should know. Quirrell ran and shouted loudly and finally fell headfirst on the stairs of the teacher's seat. However, the scene was not as chaotic as Quirrell thought. Everyone was eating and drinking and no one took Quirrell's words to heart. After all, Quirrell's acting was too exaggerated. A professor of defense against the dark arts was scared to death by a troll. Can you please be more professional? In addition, Ethan and others just gave everyone a hard time and everyone thought Quirrell also wanted to imitate Ethan and others to attract attention. There was no other way. Quirrell could only let himself have a last-ditch effort. Troll! The troll is in the basement. Run, run, Dumbledore is blaming himself. Haha. The Gryffindor laughed directly. There is no harm without comparison. If Quirrell can't do it, he can go back to practice. Who can you fool like this? Let's not talk about whether trolls can enter Hogwarts. Even if they do, Dumbledore is here and he can even boast of a troll tribe. No, there are real trolls. Look at the following scenes, Quirrell said to everyone dryly, and he didn't stutter anymore. He still doesn't know why. He acted very well. At this time, Dumbledore stood up and said to the little wizards below, Prefects, take the students from each college back to the dormitory. It was also a step for Quirrell to save face. There was no way. Dumbledore wanted to play this game with Voldemort, and at this moment he could only cooperate with Quirrell's performance. On the way back to Ravenclaw dormitory, Qiu Zhang asked with a strange expression, Ethan, did you say that trolls really came into Hogwarts? Quirrell's acting was too fake. Why did Dumbledore still believe it and interrupted the Halloween dinner? It doesn't matter. Dumbledore and the others will handle it. Due to the changes brought by Ethan, Hermione never had any conflicts with Ronald in class, and naturally she would not run into the monster in the girls' bathroom. It's nothing, and Ethan doesn't want to hit the giant monster. This thing stinks and there's no benefit in hitting it. Maybe some Batman will deduct points for not listening to the professor's advice. In the headmaster's office, Snape stood in front of Dumbledore with a gloomy face. His legs were covered in blood and it was obvious that he was bitten by a dog. I think you should know what happened to Quirrell. It's okay if you don't tell me, but why let such a malicious guy become the professor of defense against the dark arts? Snape was very dissatisfied with this. He and Quirrell have worked together for several years. Although their relationship is not very good, he still knows who Quirrell is. He is not that bad. This year, Quirrell seems to have changed and applied for the defense against the dark arts course. Let's not talk about the defense against the dark arts course that he had set his sights on first. He applied for it many times, but Dumbledore didn't approve it. Why can Quirrell be the professor of defense against the dark arts? Putting this aside, it is not certain whether Quirrell is still Quirrell. Even so, Dumbledore still dared to let him stay in Hogwarts. I wonder if he has Alzheimer's disease. Dumbledore's performance today also made Snape doubt whether Dumbledore did all this on purpose. Was he doing it on purpose or by accident? Quirrell came to Hogwarts with evil intentions. There were two special things this year. One was Harry, the savior in the prophecy, and the other was the Philosopher's Stone for refining the elixir of life. The target could only be one of the two, or both. This was also the main reason for Snape's anger. I arranged this, of course, I have my own ideas. Dumbledore looked calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. What ideas? Snape felt very angry. If he had to protect Harry, he really wanted to make Dumbledore's crooked nose crooked a little more. That can't be said yet. Dumbledore knew that his plan would not be recognized by most people, especially Snape. If he knew that Quirrell had Voldemort with residual blood, he would probably make a scene, and if he was not careful, he would get into trouble. Humph! I checked the room on the 4th floor and found that it had been opened. Snape snorted coldly and prepared to leave. Phoenix tears. Dumbledore took out a small bottle with a thin layer of transparent liquid in it. The three-headed dog's teeth are poisonous, and similar to the curse, it is difficult to remove, but the Phoenix's tears have a miraculous effect on it. Grabbing the Phoenix tears, Snape left without looking back. He was quite dissatisfied with Dumbledore, who was hiding everything from him. Tricky expert. Behind the curtain of laughter, there are tricks and well-designed traps waiting for the prey to fall, secretly replaced chairs, and strange noises that suddenly sounded. The seemingly peaceful daily life is full of unexpected variables. Achievement goal: successfully trick others. 100. Achievement reward: a random black magic spell. On the way to Hagrid's cabin, Ethan finally had time to check this achievement reward. Even if today is Halloween Eve, the punishment of confinement is still valid. Shadow Wolf, the name of the black magic drawn today, is quite effective, at least better than the budding spell. This curse spell, Ethan didn't really want to use it. Why would he use a curse when he could kill directly? The need for a curse only proves that you are not fishy enough. The effect is very strange. It is not a regular magic. It summons wolves from the shadow to attack, but it has two characteristics. One is that it can split like the French Ministry of Magic's guard cat, civet cat. The specific effect is to absorb the magic energy of the attack and split into several beings slightly smaller than the original body. The second is that it can switch between virtual and real like Peeves. It has a physical body, but the virtual body can pass through the wall and float up. The specific number of summons is determined by Ethan's magic power. As long as the magic power is enough, it can be summoned continuously. And when it is materialized, it can also block the big melon. The killing curse, whether it is the protection spell or the armor spell, is useless because it has no entity. It will only be penetrated by the killing curse and hit the person directly. It doesn't matter if you hang mice all over your body or use the transformation spell to give yourself a cover. Anyway, you must have a physical body. So this Shadow Wolf can also materialize at a critical moment and serve as a killing curse shield for Ethan. Arrival after Hagrid's hut, Yaya still ran to greet him as soon as possible. I wish I had your talent. Standing at the door, Hagrid looked at this scene with some envy. The two sides patrolled the Forbidden Forest together for almost half a month. No matter how ferocious the magical animals were, they were quite obedient when they saw Ethan. Hagrid also went from surprise to numbness at the beginning, and now he completely envied him. This can be said to be the ability Hagrid wants most. Ethan, pay attention tonight. The centaur told me during the day that a very dangerous guy came to the Forbidden Forest. After carrying the equipment and setting off, Hagrid reminded Ethan with a serious face. Although the centaur did not make it clear, the dangerous guys who came to the Forbidden Forest were most likely poachers. If the little wizard broke into the Forbidden Forest, the centaur would only say it was a foal. Yeah, I get it. This is probably Voldemort, who is possessed by Quirrell and can't bear it any longer. He wants to suck the blood of the unicorn to increase his vitality. He is here to check the area. This time, Hagrid and Ethan are not patrolling aimlessly like before, but are specifically going to several valuable magical animal habitats to look for clues around, such as unicorns, thestrals, chimeras, and horned poisonous beasts. How can there be no traces? After a circle, Hagrid is a little anxious. By the way, I can go find Aragog. Hagrid suddenly thought of something and hurriedly took Ethan to go deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Aragog is a spider I raised. Don't be afraid later, they won't attack you. Maybe I'm worrying for nothing, they won't hurt you. Hagrid didn't want people to know that he raised an eight-eyed giant spider. When he patrolled with Ethan before, he had never been to the territory of the eight-eyed giant spider. But there was no other way at this moment. He had to let Aragog take action. There are so many of its descendants that they can be spread all over the Forbidden Forest. With its help, no poacher can hide. Along the way, the frequency of encountering spiders became higher and higher until they came to the front of a tree root cave. Ethan finally knew what the kingdom of spiders was. There were white spider silks everywhere, and dense spiders were climbing on the ground, trees, and spider webs. Spiders the size of a human head can only be regarded as cubs here. There are many spiders as small as cars. From time to time, eight-eyed giant spiders would spit silk and fall in front of Ethan to show their presence, or they would try to rub against Ethan, but they were all avoided by Ethan. Hagrid was expelled from school, and it was not wrong for him. When watching the movie, I thought these spiders were just so-so. Now I see that they are definitely worthy of being creatures of the XXXXX level. They are so damn fertile. If these spiders were to attack Hogwarts, if there were no professors to resist, they would definitely easily wipe out the students of 7 grades. Hagrid, are you sure you can raise these spiders in the Forbidden Forest? Ethan felt that if no one suppressed them, the Acromantula clan might rule the Forbidden Forest and exterminate other races. Alien species, no way. Is there any problem with this? Hagrid looked at Ethan in confusion. He had been raising them for decades, so why couldn't he raise them? Have you ever thought about how much these big spiders eat every day? If they continue to reproduce, I'm afraid the entire Forbidden Forest won't be enough for them to eat. The Forbidden Forest is so big, I think it should be fine. Okay. After getting this answer, Ethan knew that Hagrid just liked magical animals but didn't understand biology at all. Aragog, I'm here to see you. Standing at the entrance of the tree root cave, Hagrid shouted loudly inside. A rustling sound came from the bottom of the cave formed by huge tree roots, and what finally appeared in Ethan's eyes were 10 spiders the size of a small truck. However, this spider was very old and its eyes were a little gray and dull. When it saw Hagrid, it was quite excited, waving its 2 front legs vigorously. Hagrid, you haven't been here for a long time. Ethan had only seen this magical animal that could speak. It just seemed that he had no attraction to Aragog. Its basically blind eyes only had Hagrid. I don't know if it was a problem with the eyes or if it was too smart so that this ability was not obvious or some other possibilities. Sorry, I have something I want to ask you for help. There is a damn poacher in the Forbidden Forest. I hope you can help me find him. Hagrid looked at Aragog with an apologetic look. During this period, because Ethan was on patrol, he had no time to come at night. I will let my offspring keep an eye out for it. Aragog, who regarded Hagrid as his good father, would naturally not refuse. Thank you, Aragog. As long as you come to see me more often, I can feel that I don't have many days left. When I am with you, it is my happiest time. Hagrid was stunned on the spot after hearing this and then stepped forward and hugged Aragog's long legs, his eyes full of sadness. He could also see that Aragog had aged a lot in these years, but he didn't expect this day to come so soon. Ethan did not disturb the tender moment between the man and the spider but found a car-sized, eight-eyed giant spider. Patting its smooth head, Ethan took out a clear glass jar and said to it, "Workman, can you give me some venom?" The Acromanthus was stunned, then nodded. This person was quite kind and felt very good. Anyway, the venom would not be used up, so just give it some. Then he stretched out his mouthparts and injected the venom into the bottle. Seeing this, Ethan happily touched the head of the Acromanthus. At first, he felt that these spiders were ugly, but now they are quite cute. A pint of Acromanthus venom is 100 gold galleons, which is a rare thing even for the potion master Horace Slughorn. It can be said that it is priceless. And now, the venom of the Acromanthus is 0 cost for him, and he can get it continuously. Relying on his animal affinity, Ethan kept fooling one Acromanthus after another until 2 jars were filled with about 7 or 8 pints. A pint is 568.26125 ml. Although spiders have little venom, Acromanthus is so big that the venom it sprays out at one time is enough to wash your face. Now a spider spits out part of it, which is not harmful to them at all. Ethan, we should leave. At the beginning, it took a lot of time to search for clues in various precious magical animal territories. Now I have been chatting with Aragog for so long and it is almost dawn. Hagrid himself doesn't care. He can continue to accompany Aragog, but Ethan can't. He is still a little wizard and has to go to class today. Ah, got it. Ethan, who was collecting spider silk, turned his head and responded. Not only venom, but this spider silk Ethan felt was very tough, just a little afraid of fire, but even so it was definitely an excellent alchemical material. On the way back, Hagrid was in a very low mood. Even if Ethan tried to comfort him, Hagrid just nodded perfunctorily without saying anything. Ethan knew that he could not persuade him and he could only figure it out by himself. He just didn't know whether his energy cube could play a role in the lifespan of the Acromanthus. Ethan couldn't comment on Aragog, after all, it was just a magical animal. But for Hagrid, it was definitely a very reliable partner. Because of Hagrid's order, it didn't eat human flesh in this life, but the data said that the Acromanthus liked to eat human flesh. It also restrained its descendants for a lifetime and it couldn't control its descendants until it died. After it died, the Acromanthus completely let itself go and joined the Death Eaters. Adrian, classmate, please stay. Stay for a while, the teacher has something to tell you. After the defense against the dark arts class ended, Ethan, who was about to leave the classroom, heard the voice behind him and looked at Quirrell in confusion. What was he up to? He and Quirrell should have nothing in common. Classmates, students, you leave first, the teacher has something to tell Adrian, classmate alone. Looking at the other students who stopped with Ethan, Quirrell could only speak again. I'll catch up right away, you go to the classroom and wait for me. Ethan was not afraid of what Quirrell would do. As long as Dumbledore was still in Hogwarts, he would not have the courage to do anything. Besides, this was just a low-health Voldemort. It was not certain how much strength he could exert. Ethan would not be afraid if a fight really broke out. Professor Quirrell, why did you ask me to stay alone? There were only 2 people left in the classroom. Ethan activated the brain occlusion technique and looked directly at Quirrell. Although he looked down on Quirrell, Voldemort was also low health now, but he still had to be serious. There were many things that happened. Student Adrian, no, don't be nervous. Quirrell looked at Ethan with a serious face and said with a stammer, I'm not nervous, Professor Quirrell. What do you want? I have to rush to class. I am also a graduate of Ravenclaw. You did what I didn't dare to do at the beginning. The teacher wants to reward you. Seeing that Ethan didn't give him face and didn't like him, Quirrell had no choice but to get straight to the point. Once upon a time, he was also an outstanding student of Ravenclaw and a professor loved by students, but now all the little wizards disliked him, and Ethan in front of him was the best among them. After so many classes, Quirrell also knew who was the first to cast the bubble head curse and spread it to the whole class. Now this spell has spread to 7 grades, causing every time he teaches, there are celestial dragons below. The culprit of everything is this guy in front of him. This also made Quirrell have no good impression of Ethan, but he couldn't resist the request of the boss behind him, and he had to pretend that the teacher was optimistic about him. Ever since knowing that Ethan could beat 5 seniors in the 1st grade, Voldemort 867 was sure Ethan is definitely a good candidate for a Death Eater. Then he started to prepare for the current scene. As for Ethan being a Muggle-born wizard, Voldemort actually doesn't care about this at all. He is purely based on strength. The reason why he is called a pureblood is because he needs the power of purebloods in the early stage and needs to accept those purebloods as dogs in the later stage. He himself is a half-blood. No, thank you, Professor. The teacher's reward, Ethan has seen a lot of this plot in his previous life. But you, Quirrell, are not a teacher with blonde hair, big waves, thin waist, and long legs. What kind of reward is there? If you really have this idea, you might as well go back and let the senior sister reward you. Stupid, why don't you give him the things quickly? Voldemort behind Quirrell can't stand it anymore. What image does Quirrell have in the eyes of a group of young wizards now? Doesn't he understand? He is still pretending to be a chicken feather here, and if he really destroys his plan, he will definitely make him live a life worse than death. Got it, Master. In the face of Voldemort's words, Quirrell dared not disobey. This is the loot that the teacher got when he was traveling. It contains a lot of magical knowledge as well as a pass to the restricted area. Now I'm handing it over to you. I hope it will be useful to you. As he said that, Quirrell handed a note and a notebook to Ethan. These two things were specially prepared by Voldemort for Quirrell, specifically to lure Ethan into the trap. If you want a fish, you have to make a nest. Voldemort has been around for so long, so he naturally knows what the little eagles of Ravenclaw like. They pursue knowledge, especially forbidden knowledge. So he gave them the dark magic and the pass to the restricted area. Such bait will definitely satisfy Ethan. As long as he learns the dark magic in the notebook and goes to the restricted area to read the forbidden knowledge, it will be difficult for Ethan not to fall because these are all negative emotions. When the time comes, he can easily harvest a little Death Eater by guiding him. Quirrell was guided by him in this way. Although he is a little worse, he is still a usable container. Thank you, Professor Quirrell. I really need a pass to the restricted area. Ethan thanked him, took the things, and left. Although Quirrell was not a good person, he was still the professor of defense against the dark arts, and the pass to the restricted area he signed was still useful. Ethan had been in school for so long, but he had never been to the restricted area. After all, many books were collected by Dumbledore, and he might not gain anything by going there. There were still many books in Ravenclaw's library that Ethan was interested in, but he had not read them thoroughly. Why bother to visit the restricted area at night? Now that he had the pass, he could go to the restricted area when he had time. Walking on the road, Ethan casually flipped through the notebook in his hand. It turned out that it was full of some dark magic, but it seemed that there was no unforgivable curse, as well as advanced dark magic such as the fire curse and the fire escape. And the handwriting on the notebook was very new, as if it was just written, especially the last few pages, which could be said to have been rushed out last night. What about the previous trophies? Go and fool the devil, Charms Classroom. Ethan, what did Professor Quirrell say to you alone? Terry was the gossiper in the dormitory, and he asked Ethan the moment he saw him. He gave me a notebook plus a note to enter the restricted area. Why are you interested? There is nothing to hide about this kind of thing because Quirrell himself did not hide it. Dumbledore does not need to pay attention to this. Snape, who is staring at Quirrell, will tell him. What notes? Michael also turned his head. A professor's notes are still valuable even if the professor is Quirrell. Some young wizards think he has the ability, but they are unwilling to teach. It's all about black magic. Do you want to see it? Forget it, this is given to you by Professor Quirrell. I won't see it, you should also be careful. After a long silence, Michael still refused. Black magic has certain side effects. He doesn't think he can handle it now, and Hogwarts is still very averse to black magic. If it is revealed that he knows black magic, then he will probably not be able to survive in the wizarding world as a muggle wizard, and both sides will not like him. I feel that Professor Quirrell has bad intentions, and the seniors even speculated that his soul was replaced by black magic, so you have to be careful. Maybe he is targeting you. You are more handsome and younger than Quirrell. Terry whispered the gossip he heard. I will pay attention. After Terry's reminder, Ethan also noticed this. Voldemort, this idiot, doesn't he really want to possess me? First use black magic to lure me in, make me go to Quirrell frequently, then Voldemort shows up to PUA, make me believe that he can bring power or something and take the opportunity to possess me. What a good idea! If it were an ordinary little wizard, especially one from Slytherin, Voldemort might not really succeed. But Ethan can only say that Voldemort is overthinking. If he dares to do this, Ethan doesn't mind sending him back to the Albanian forest in advance. At this time there is still some time before class. Cassandra suddenly stood up and came to Ethan in front of everyone's eyes. Ethan, come out with me. Ethan didn't ask the reason and walked out with Cassandra. The little wizards who stayed in the classroom looked at this scene with envy, especially the Slytherin side, staring at Ethan with envy and jealousy. If eyes could kill, Ethan would have died thousands of times. In Europe and America, there is no such term as premature love. Anyway, it is not uncommon for primary and secondary school students to fall in love. And Cassandra is very popular in Slytherin. She has exquisite looks, extraordinary talents, and a good family. There is no one more attractive than her, it's just that she is too outstanding and no one dares to go to her. In the past, when Cassandra contacted Ethan from time to time, they all wanted to beat Ethan and let Ethan stay away from their Slytherin flower song was afraid to do it because of Ethan's reputation as a talent. Now, after the incident of Ethan fighting 5 people alone, they are even more afraid, so now they can only be angry but not speak. At a corner outside the Charms classroom, Cassandra gathered her hair and looked at Ethan coldly. "Do you remember the request you promised me?" "You mean the wizard duel?" Ethan only remembered that he promised this request, and it had been a month or two, and he thought she had forgotten it. "Yes, that's it, just remember it." Cassandra nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that Ethan had remembered this matter in his heart. "It's unnecessary." Ethan sighed. He was already 1 against 5, and Cassandra still wanted to duel. Although she had good talent, she was old and not as powerful as herself. If she faced 5 seniors, she would definitely be defeated instantly. The gap was obvious at a glance. "You promised me." Cassandra looked at Ethan seriously. She naturally understood what Ethan meant, and in fact she thought the same thing. From the moment they met at Flourish and Blots, Cassandra had been secretly comparing them. Ethan had been beaten on the Hogwarts Express, and she thought she still had a good chance of winning, but it was just that the environment limited her performance. After arriving at Hogwarts and starting classes, Cassandra found that Ethan's strength was indeed a little better than hers, but there was still a chance to catch up, so she made such a request. She hadn't planned to fulfill it so quickly. In her plan, the best opportunity was in the 2nd grade, and she would let her father make up for her lessons at home during the summer vacation so that she would have a chance to win. But not long ago, Ethan's performance was too explosive, which made Cassandra feel that there was no hope for at least the next 2 or 3 years. The gap was too big to catch up in the short term, and she could only fight in the later stage. So she thought about trying to see how big the gap between the two was, and comforted herself that she could still find another opportunity to compete in the future, and there was no need to care about the temporary win or loss. "Okay, you tell me the time and place." Ethan felt that if he refused now, Cassandra might cry. "Tonight at 10 o'clock in the trophy display room, bring your wand, we will meet there." Cassandra pointed at a small section of the wand sticking out of Ethan's pocket. She didn't want to see Ethan say some weird excuses about forgetting to bring magic materials. Ethan looked down at the wand and realized that Cassandra was talking about the wand. He thought it was a wand just now. His wand was longer than that of ordinary people, and this pocket couldn't fit it at all. "No problem, I will definitely be there," Ethan said, and prepared to return to the classroom with Cassandra. But just after walking around the corner, he was startled by the scene in front of him. At least a dozen little wizards from 4 colleges came out and squatted here to eavesdrop. When they saw Cassandra and Ethan coming out, they immediately ran into the classroom in a swarm. "Are they all so gossipy?" Ethan and Cassandra looked at each other and walked into the classroom and found that there was a lot of discussion inside. "You said Ethan wanted to duel with Cassandra. Who would win?" "Of course Ethan would win." "What do you know? What kind of duel is this late at night?" "Cassandra is definitely in the upper hand." "Brother, tell me what kind of duel is this late at night in detail." "Come on, let's go over there and talk it over." Listening to the increasingly crooked conversation inside, Cassandra's face gradually turned red. She really just wanted a wizard duel. 10 o'clock at night on the 4th floor of Hogwarts. The crystal glass cabinet displaying the trophies shone brightly in the moonlight, with the trophies, shields, medals, and statues shining with silver and gold light. A girl with waist-length golden hair was standing in the shadows waiting. "You're finally here." Cassandra walked out from the shadows. "Come with me, this is not a good place." Ethan looked at the girl and then led the way. "This trophy display room is not a good place." Ethan remembered that Draco and Harry had a duel here in the original book and it caused some trouble. Now they are not coming and it is his turn. This week is the last week that Ethan and Hagrid patrol together. In order to meet Cassandra's appointment, he asked Hagrid for a leave before coming, so he will not go today. This matter was originally Hagrid's turn to supervise. As long as he has no objection, it will be settled. "Where to go?" Following behind Ethan, Cassandra asked curiously. "They are Slytherin students who choose to duel. The reason why they like this trophy display room is that it represents honor, although it is easy to be discovered here." "8th floor!" Cassandra looked a little strange after getting such an answer, but she didn't say anything else and followed Ethan. It was still that familiar place. After Ethan told Cassandra how to open the room of requirement, he took her inside. This was a standard dueling arena, not the magic practice place that Ethan was familiar with. Cassandra felt that this was very novel. How should such a room be built to provide a venue according to demand? If you want a wizard duel, we can do it here and no one will disturb us. Penelope, who heard the news today, wanted to come with Ethan to see how Ethan bullied little girls but was held in the dormitory by Ethan. Okay. Cassandra and Ethan walked to the sides, about 10 meters apart. They both took out their wands and saluted each other, shatter into pieces. Cassandra took the lead. Ethan waved his wand upwards and more than a dozen birds appeared above Ethan in an instant, intercepting Cassandra's crushing spell while showing their sharp beaks and claws and swooping down on Cassandra. Fire all the bullets. Facing the incoming birds, Cassandra was not panicked at all. Countless small stones emerged from the ground, some of which hit the birds in the sky and some of the stones hit Ethan. Ethan, who was always watching Cassandra's every move, easily dodged the flying stones with a move. The flames are blazing. Facing Ethan dodged, and Cassandra took advantage of the opportunity to pursue. A stream of orange-red flames swept over and arrived in front of Ethan in the blink of an eye. But at the moment when it was about to burn Ethan, the cold air began to spread from under Ethan's feet, and the flames released by Cassandra were extinguished at a very fast speed. Atmospheric charm. As Cassandra's voice fell, a thundercloud appeared above the two people's heads and the lightning flashed like a silver snake dancing wildly. It was just that there was no accuracy and some lightning struck the ring from time to time. It almost struck Cassandra herself. Ethan swung the magic wand in his hand and a red light rushed straight to the center of the dark cloud, and the dark cloud was instantly dispersed until it disappeared without a trace. The weather spell was Cassandra's trump card, but she had just learned it and had no chance to practice. The control was not very good, but the weather spell that consumed a lot of magic power and energy was so easily destroyed. Ethan was wiped out, which made her feel quite depressed. Is the gap so big? Petrified. Cassandra bit her lip and threw out a blue light again, but Ethan blocked it easily. Seeing Ethan getting closer and closer, Cassandra couldn't help but retreat. Until the white light shot out from Ethan's wand was magnified in Cassandra's eyes, she still raised her wand to fight back even though she knew she couldn't avoid it. But then her whole body shook as if the world was spinning and the magic she was about to release was also aborted. Cat. Ethan blurted out, I didn't think so much just now. The hanging bell was a control spell, so I threw it out casually. Now it seems that the spell invented by Snape is still useful, otherwise Ethan would not be able to see this white reflective leg now. Cassandra, who realized her state, struggled frantically, seeing Ethan still staring at her legs and saying such words. She was anxious on the spot and smashed the wand in her hand directly at Ethan. Shameless, really too shameless, actually using this kind of magic. You're still looking, put me down. Seeing that the thrown wand was caught by Ethan, Cassandra's face flushed and she shouted at Ethan, who was still tasting. When she came out to duel, Cassandra was still dressed in her usual outfit with a wizard robe on the outside and a short skirt inside. This is also the outfit of most little witches. It's really too ugly for girls to wear long pants or long skirts under wizard robes. Cassandra said so, so Ethan could only do it. A golden bell fell to the ground and put Cassandra down. To be honest, Ethan just admired the scene just now. What he really liked was the long legs, and Cassandra's front armor was not thick enough. She should be able to meet Ethan's requirements in the future. Pervert. After tidying up her skirt, Cassandra snatched her wand and put it away. If she couldn't beat him, she would definitely punch Ethan in the face now. Who uses this magic on girls? How is this perverted? It's a natural reaction. Do you want me to turn my head away with disgust? Ethan defended himself. He couldn't bear the title of pervert. You. Cassandra looked at Ethan with shame and anger. The more she looked at him, the more she wanted to slap him in the face. No wonder Ethan was often seen with the senior students of Ravenclaw and Hermione on weekdays. It turned out that he was ISB. Why didn't I find it before? Also, the inventor of this magic is your dean. Although your dean was also tortured by this magic. No matter who invented it, it shouldn't be used on me. Cassandra yelled with a red face. Next time, this so-called duel has been fought and I don't have to go to the Forbidden Forest today. Just had time to look at the notebook Quirrell gave me, I just flipped through it on the way in the morning. Now I have time to study it carefully to see if there is any functional one. After asking for a room to practice spells, Ethan took Cassandra into it. Is this where you usually practice spells? After taking a careful look around, Cassandra turned to Ethan and asked, Yes. Can I come? You'll pay. It's okay to practice levitation spells, lighting spells, cutting spells, etc. in the dormitory, but if you practice weather spells, the whole dormitory will be destroyed. Now that Ethan has such a place to practice magic, she naturally wants to join in. And the reason why Ethan has made such rapid progress must be that he has spent a lot of time here. If she continues to stay in the dormitory, the gap will only get bigger and bigger. Even if she spends money to maintain it, she still has a lot of pocket money. Even if it's not enough, she can go home to ask for it. The Volley house will be hers sooner or later. It's not a problem to embezzle some in advance. This is the school's, you can come anytime as long as you don't turn it into a public place. Well, I know. Cassandra would not make it public naturally. If there were too many people, it would not be so convenient. Next, Cassandra practiced the weather spell on the side, and Ethan was looking at the notebook given by Quirrell in the rest area. The fear spell and the draining spell recorded a total of 10 black magics, and these two were what Ethan was more interested in. The fear spell, as its name suggests, can evoke the most fearful memories in the other person's heart. It is a prank spell, but if used well, it may have miraculous effects. The draining spell forcibly extracts the opponent's magic power. Of course, this function is to replenish your own magic power or consume the opponent's magic power. It's not something as awesome as the North Sea divine art, but after a big battle you can use this method to quickly replenish your magic power, which is also an unexpected gain. The only drawback is, although Ethan learned almost everything after watching it once, it was not easy to practice. Both types of magic need to have a target and it must be alive. The latter needs to have magic power. In addition to Cassandra, there were only the winged demon and the voluptuous bat on the scene. It can be said that no one is suitable. Missing the first day of Banban, decided I will go to Ronald to rent Banban tomorrow. When I returned Banban to Ronald last time, Ethan had already used the winged demon venom to erase his memory. Please give flowers. I guess I will need him in the future. But I don't know if Banban will produce antibodies after taking the winged demon venom many times. Putting away the notebook, Ethan applied to the room of requirement for props to practice spells again. This time he wanted a live target. Blue light flashed and 3 giant monsters appeared next to the target. Their skin was iron blue, their eyes were dull, and they were holding a huge steel hammer in their hands. They were not alive at first glance, but they could move. I don't know if it is a product of the magical animal experiment that the room of requirement itself has, or if the room of requirement follows the rules. Ethan's request produced it. The wolves are bloodthirsty. As a dark light flashed across the tip of Ethan's staff, the shadow beside him began to wriggle as if something inside was trying to break free. Suddenly, a black wolf with a shoulder height of more than 3 meters, a dark body and bloodshot eyes rushed out of the shadow. Then the second, the third, and 3 in a row came down, and Ethan's shadow finally calmed down. The first time the 3 black wolves rushed out, they rushed into the sky and rushed towards the 3 giant monsters in the air. In an instant, the 6 behemoths were entangled together, and the black wolf locked the giant monster's throat tightly, and its sharp claws tightly grasped the monster's belly and back. The giant monster was not to be outdone. It hammered the wolf's waist with a huge iron club and grabbed the black wolf's neck with its other hand and pulled it out. Neither side could do anything to the other. The black wolf could break through the defense, but it couldn't tear apart this special giant monster. The skin of these giant monsters is tougher than that of ordinary giant monsters, and their blood is also green and corrosive, corroding the ground with a sizzling sound, although it has little effect on the black wolf. The giant monster couldn't break the black wolf apart. The black wolf was a product of magic. Although it can be transformed into reality, the body made of magic can be restored to its original state after a physical attack, even if it is a physical body, and it only needs to consume some magic. If it is virtual, the club in the giant monster's hand will go through it directly. Ethan, what kind of magic is this? Cassandra, who was studying the weather spell on the side, was stunned. This giant wolf just appeared casually and she was killed in seconds. In other words, Ethan just gave in to me. Wolves, I created a black magic myself, not bad, right? What the system gave me, isn't it? It's mine, there's nothing wrong with that. Can you teach me this? Give me money or you can ask for any magic. Cassandra asked embarrassedly. Born a pure blood, she knew the importance of magic knowledge. Unique spells, alchemy knowledge, potion knowledge, these are all things that can support a family. The most famous is the Ollivander family. Relying on the wand-making technology, it has been standing for 1,000 years. It's okay to teach you, but does your family have magic such as fire escape, Gubbler's fire, and fire god's way? These are all famous fire magics. Ethan has a talent for fire affinity, so learning these will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Not to mention fire escape, it's Grindelwald's signature. Gubbler's fire, Dumbledore used this spell to light a torch, and this torch will never go out and was given to the giant. The god of fire cleared the way, and the magic that killed the Inferi in one move in the cave was only used by Dumbledore. The Volley family is a family with a long history, so maybe they have it. I'll write to my father and ask him, and I'll try my best to get it for you. Cassandra's confidence was a little lacking. She had never heard of any of these three magics, and it's hard to say whether there are any at home. Who is a pureblood wizard and who is a muggle wizard? Ethan actually knows so much more than me. Okay. The prerequisite for the magic of the Pack of Wolves is to learn the Black Dragon out, which is a modification of the Black Dragon out of the cave. As he said that, Ethan waved the wand in his hand, and a pitch-black python with a body length of more than 50 feet and as thick as a bucket appeared in the open space in front. Although this was a direct reward from the system, the principle and everything were in Ethan's mind, so he naturally knew how to learn it. I know this. Black dragon out of the cave. A black snake that was extremely small compared to Ethan appeared. It's barely okay, then I'll teach you the next one. It's enough to know how to dispatch Wulong. You don't need to be proficient, just like clicking on a skill, you have to light it up before you can click on the next one. Time quickly came to December, Saturday just after 8 o'clock, Ethan, wake up, it's snowing. Early in the morning, Terry yelled in the dormitory and opened the window. This is the top floor of the tower, and the cold wind mixed with the snowflakes made Ethan wake up instantly. It's just snowing, are you so surprised? Ethan yawned and sat up, looking at his roommate speechlessly. In this winter, there is nothing better than a warm bed, not to mention that there are no classes today. This is the first snow since we came to Hogwarts. Look down there, someone is already having a snowball fight. Terry was quite excited. To be honest, Ethan felt that he might be suitable for Gryffindor, that Ravenclaw who didn't think about studying but chose to have a snowball fight. That's right, you can't sleep on the day you sleep. Maybe there are seniors waiting for you downstairs to build a snowman together. Jean on the side also agreed with Terry's idea. For the sake of the senior, Ethan did not insist. After changing his clothes, he left the dormitory with a few people. After breakfast, when we came to the outside of Hogwarts, there were already quite a few people here. There were lions, badgers, and snakes piled up in the snow on the open space, but there was no trace of the eagle. Well, without the help of magic, this eagle should not be able to be piled up. Ethan, let's build a snowman together. 930. As soon as the open space by the Black Lake came out, Qiu Zhang saw Ethan from a distance and shouted loudly. Ethan looked over in the direction of the voice, and there were 4 girls, all seniors. In addition to Qiu Zhang and Penelope, there were also Qiu Zhang's roommate and best friend Marietta Akimo and Penelope's roommate Enid Hansen. Ethan had some impression of Marietta because she reported Harry, but it was understandable. It was hard for a student to resist the pressure of the pink toad. Moreover, the toad had great power in the Ministry of Magic and was backed by the minister. Marietta's family worked in the Ministry of Magic. If she offended them, she would have trouble living. We won't bother you, Michael, let's have a snowball fight. Terry saw this and pulled Michael to the craziest and most crowded area where the colleges were having a snowball fight. Have fun. Seeing Ethan approaching, Enid Hansen patted Penelope's perky butt and left with Marietta. After being roommates for so long, who doesn't know who? It's just that in her opinion, Ethan is involved with too many girls, so he is not a good choice. But Penelope is willing and no one can control it. Then the three of them made snowmen and took ice cubes from the Black Lake to make ice sculptures. They didn't retreat until their hands were frozen red. After all, the shackles can't keep you warm when you touch ice and snow directly. Crack! A huge sound came from the ice of Black Lake and a large crack appeared near the center of Black Lake. The little wizards on the ice hurriedly ran away. I saw a huge tentacle breaking through the ice and stretched out, followed by the second, third, and even the whole octopus crawling out. I don't know if it wants to come out to bask in the sun. Prefect, there's a fight over there. A little Ravenclaw wizard ran to Ethan and the other two breathlessly and reported to Penelope. Who's fighting? All four colleges are fighting, it's a mess. The prefects of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff have arrived, and he came here because he saw Penelope was the closest prefect to the scene. The prefect has the right to deal with things like this. He can't just watch Ravenclaw eat. If it's more serious, he will call the professor. What's going on? Gryffindor threw a snowball and ended up putting a rock in it and throwing it at Slytherin's head. Slytherin retaliated with the rock, hitting our Ravenclaw. I don't know how Hufflepuff got involved and now they use wands instead of rocks. I'll go right away. After saying hello to Ethan, Penelope trotted to the snowball fight. As a prefect, Penelope has the responsibility of managing the little wizards. I just don't know how Terry and the others are doing. Several roommates should be there now, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Ethan, I'm going to Quidditch practice. Do you want to watch? Penelope left and now only Qiu Zhang and Ethan were left, but Qiu Zhang also had to go to Quidditch practice at 10 o'clock. The Quidditch House Cup has already begun. Last week, Gryffindor and Slytherin competed. Due to Ethan's intervention, Harry was not selected for the Gryffindor team, which made Slytherin win. The next game is between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, so the two houses will train hard whenever they have free time and they are bound to win. As the seeker of the Ravenclaw team, Qiu Zhang must not be absent. I won't go, you know I'm not interested in Quidditch. Ethan's flying talent is still very high. Qiu Zhang also wants Ethan to sign up for Quidditch next year and then the two will play together. But Ethan declined politely because he really has no interest in it. If it's gambling, Ethan can still play a few hands but forget about playing in person. After separating from Qiu Zhang, Ethan plans to go to the library. The restricted book area pass approved by Quirrell is only valid before Christmas, so now he will go to see if there are any books related to alchemy and ancient magic. Ethan read several books about alchemy and tried some alchemy works, all of which were made from materials he found in the Forbidden Forest. The finished products include shoes with lightness and silence spells, a crystal ball that can cast the same lighting spell as Seamus, spider silk clothes that can automatically remove cold and protect against cold, etc. Hey, what are you doing? On the way to the library, Ethan saw George and Fred, who were sneaking around, both holding snowballs in their hands. SHH, keep your voice down. The two were startled, turned around and saw that it was Ethan, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. What are you doing? Professor Quirrell just came into the office. Then what? Don't you want to see what's behind Professor Quirrell's scarf? Fred looked at Ethan in surprise. Quirrell has been wrapping his head with a scarf since the beginning of the school year and has never changed his scarf. The two of them suspected that there must be some shameful secrets behind the scarf. So after seeing Quirrell today, they followed him all the way here. What are you going to do? Ethan almost guessed it. He had heard from netizens before that it was because the twins hit Voldemort, who is now Quirrell, on the back of the head with a snowball that one of them was killed. Hit him with snowballs and wait until the snow soaks his scarf. I don't believe he won't untie it. Fred looked at Ethan with a smug look on his face. He felt that this idea was great. Ethan, do you want to join us? George invited Ethan. 1308, but do as I say. Ethan used transfiguration to make a bucket that could be opened and closed from the bottom and filled it with snow water. We put this bucket on the door with magic and then use silk thread to connect the bottom of the barrel to the door. As long as the door is opened, the bottom of the bucket will open. We hide here and don't expose ourselves, otherwise the professor will definitely lose points for playing a prank, and then Professor McGonagall will kill you. Okay, I'll listen to you. George and Fred looked at each other and agreed with Ethan's proposal. What could be better than being able to achieve the goal and avoid losing points? Soon Ethan arranged everything and waited for Quirrell to take the bait. Creak, the office door finally moved. Under the gaze of Ethan and others, Quirrell walked out without any defense. Suddenly, the bottom of the wooden barrel above his head was opened and a large amount of snow water fell from the air. Quirrell was soaked. Ugh! Quirrell screamed in grief, and after looking around and finding no one, he hurried back to the office and closed the door. It seems that he is hiding something. He didn't take it off even though it was wet like this. Fred was more certain of his judgment. It's none of our business what he is hiding. Let's leave it here. If you are caught playing a prank on the professor, at least 50 points will be deducted from each person. Now Gryffindor has not even 100 points. Are you sure you want to challenge Professor McGonagall's bottom line? It's all the fault of the damn bat monster. George cursed Snape with some fear. If it weren't for him, Gryffindor would not be so miserable. It's almost Christmas now, if all the points of Gryffindor are deducted. If Professor McGonagall is not happy, he and Fred will be even sadder. After a few more instructions, Ethan parted ways with the two. If it were someone else, you would just take care of this trivial matter and that would be it. He only had a good impression of the twins and now they are friends, so he helped them, and he just completed an achievement. Draw the sword to the Demon King. Wearing shining armor, holding a sharp sword with a firm gaze and a resolute step, the roar of the Demon King shook the world, but the brave man was not afraid and courage was running in his blood. Achievement goal, cause damage to the Dark Lord 1/1. Achievement reward, Snake Voice. Walking on the way to the library, Ethan closed the panel, which was a reward better than nothing. The Snake Voice guy can only communicate with snakes and open the door of the Chamber of Secrets, and the rest is useless. Just like Harry, except for using it in the Chamber of Secrets, it is just a decoration afterwards. Walking into the library, it was much bigger than it looked from the outside. The densely packed bookshelves were linked together, and each bookshelf had at least 0.3 thousand books, and there were people maintaining order inside. There were not many students inside today, but Ethan still saw Hermione. After saying hello to her, Ethan went straight to the restricted area. Madame Pince looked at Ethan and didn't care. After all, Ethan had been to the restricted area more than once and the pass was still with her. Although she didn't understand why Quirrell gave Ethan a note, it was none of her business. Last time, Ethan had looked for the famous book High-End Black Magic Decryption, but this library didn't have it at all. It was all recorded in it. Deep black magic, including the method of making Horcruxes, but there was no one in the Black family. It took nearly an hour and Ethan finally picked out 3 books. Runes Explained, Ancient Magic, Lost Power, and Alchemy Equivalent Exchange. Alchemy is the most complicated subject. There are only 12 subjects in the OWLS exams at Hogwarts, but why are there 13 subjects? It's very simple. Alchemy is for the 6th grade. That's right, you can only take the alchemy class after taking the OWL exams. Alchemy is closely related to ancient magic, especially those complex and advanced alchemy. Ancient magic is quite brain-burning. Many Hogwarts graduates who have chosen ancient magic can only memorize some content in the textbook and forget about understanding and using it. 21st, Christmas is just a few days away, and Hogwarts has also ushered in the Christmas holiday winter vacation, which lasts for 2 weeks. This Christmas, the whole dormitory decided to go home, and they had applied a few days ago. After packing up the gifts, Ethan and his roommates went to the hall together. The hall was already decorated at this time, with colorful ribbons hanging on the wall and 12 towering Christmas trees standing on both sides with colorful lights flashing on them, all prepared for the students who stayed in school. They will spend this Christmas vacation with the professors in school. Ethan, bring your roommates over. At the long table of Ravenclaw, Penelope was calling Ethan, and there were several first-year wizards reading something beside her. 1 per person, you can only leave school after signing this. When Ethan and his group arrived, Penelope gave each person a piece of parchment with the seal of the Ministry of Magic on it. Notice of prohibition of underage magic use outside of school. Why do you have to sign this? Terry, holding the parchment, cried out in surprise. He was going to show off his skills to his Muggle parents after returning home, but signing this is too much. Everyone has to sign. Unless you don't plan to leave school before adulthood, then you don't have to sign. One more reminder for you, this is a contract magic with detection effect. You will be caught if you cast spells outside of school, and there will be 2 or 3 little wizards caught every year, of course, if you cast spells in a wizard gathering place. Penelope kindly reminded. She also signed this in the 1st grade and thought that everyone couldn't cast spells, but those born in wizard families said that they had no restrictions and could cast spells at will. At that time, Penelope knew the big gap between the two sides. 18, it can be said that this is a means to restrict Muggle wizards. Ethan looked down at the notice. First, wizards under the age of 17 are minors and are prohibited from casting spells outside of school. Second, it is illegal for underage wizards to cast spells outside of school. The Ministry of Magic will hold them accountable, and serious cases will be punished by expulsion. There are a total of 9 prohibitions, all of which are about not being able to cast spells and complying with the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. In the end, Ethan signed his name. This thing is the legendary trace. Contract magic still has a strong binding force in this world. The unbreakable oath is so powerful that violating it can even cost one's life, but it doesn't work for Ethan. As long as he doesn't see any magic with his own eyes, he won't be detected. It can be said that cheaters can do whatever they want. After breakfast, the students who left school were gathered together. This time, they didn't have to walk the Founder's Path again and took a carriage directly to the station. "Harry, are you going home for Christmas too?" On the way, Ethan found an unexpected figure. He remembered that Harry seemed to have spent Christmas with Ronald and he didn't go home on this holiday. "Well, I have to thank you for that. What you said to me last time made me think clearly. Last week I sent some gifts and a letter to my aunt. I received a reply a few days ago. She asked me to go back for Christmas and prepared a Christmas present for me." Harry's face was full of emotion. He hadn't received a Christmas present for many years, not to mention his aunt's family. He would never have dared to think about it before. "Don't forget to ask about Snape," Ethan reminded him. "I was looking forward to Harry knowing that his mother and Snape were childhood sweethearts, but his father succeeded in snatching Snape's childhood sweetheart. What would Harry be like then, and how would he face Snape?" "Well, I'll ask." Harry nodded seriously, which was also the purpose of his return home. Snape had gone crazy recently, and Harry's life was even more difficult, which made him eager to find out the specific reason. "By the way, Ethan, do you know Nicholas Flamel?" Suddenly, Harry seemed to have thought of something and asked Ethan. Recently, he and Ronald had been running to the library frequently just to find out who Nicholas Flamel was. This was related to what the package Hagrid had taken out from Gringotts was. It can only be said that the curiosity of Gryffindors is really strong. "Didn't you buy a lot of chocolate frogs from George last time?" The card inside has his information. "If I tell you directly, your efforts during this period will be in vain." If he and Ronald had carefully read the card of Dumbledore's chocolate frog, they wouldn't have to look for it for so long. "Okay, I'll look for it when I come back from vacation. I remember Ronald has a hobby of collecting chocolate frog cards." Finally found the direction, Harry was a little annoyed. "I shouldn't have listened to Ronald's nonsense saying that this matter couldn't be known to others so that they could only look for clues by themselves. If it weren't for Ethan, who knows when they would know who Nicholas Flamel is." While the two were talking, they also arrived at the boarding point. This is an open space with hundreds of carriages neatly placed on it. The old students got on the carriages very naturally, and the freshmen got on the carriages in an orderly manner under the arrangement of the class leader. Ethan boarded a carriage with Hermione, Cassandra, and Qiu Zhang. There was still a smell of straw and mold in the carriage. After everyone boarded, the carriage started running. The shaft in front was still empty and the carriage flew up. The speed was quite fast, but it was a bit bumpy. "Is this a self-driving magic flying carriage?" Hermione looked at all this in surprise. If it were in the Muggle world, it would be a supernatural event, but this is the wizard's world. Everything makes a lot more sense. "Anyway, there are many things that move in Hogwarts, and even the people in the portraits can run out by themselves. The one pulling our carriage is a Knight Thistral, a magical animal of XXXX level. If you have read the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, you will know it. Only people who have experienced death can see it." Ethan explained to the 3 women, and you can see from their reactions that none of them can see it. Ethan was able to see the night Thistral because he killed the wizard with a big melon. This thing doesn't look good, it's skinny and even skinny with all the ribs exposed, it's completely black, its head is like a dragon and it has huge bat wings on its back. I just don't know which one of them my staff core came from. No one of us mentioned this problem last year. Like Hermione, we thought the carriage was ours. Qiu Zhang also suddenly realized that when he first got on the carriage he was curious but he didn't go into it. When my family went to the farm for vacation, I saw the farmer killing sheep, but I still couldn't see it. Asking if you don't understand or looking for answers, this is Hermione's habit. This experience of life and death is not for animals but for people. Killing people with your own hands or having relatives and friends die in front of you, you have to be sad and impressed by it. Ethan explained helplessly that Harry could only see the Thestrals because he witnessed Cedric's death. Then Ethan described the Thestrals' appearance to the three of them. Not long after he finished speaking, the Thestrals brought them to the station. The speed was really fast. After getting on the Hogwarts Express, the four of them found a compartment to sit down. Ethan used magic to put their gifts on the shelf. Ethan, do you want to spend Christmas at my house? You have signed the Notice of Prohibition of the Use of Magic by Minors outside of school. You cannot cast spells outside of school, but you can do so at my house. My house is very big. She wanted to strike first. Ethan is so outstanding, his parents should not refuse, Cassandra thought secretly. My dad said he would take me to the Santa Claus village in Finland for Christmas this year. Ethan, do you want to go with me? Glancing at Cassandra, Hermione also made an invitation. Although her house is not as big as Cassandra's and she can't cast spells, who can refuse to spend their Christmas in Santa Claus Village? Qiu Zhang just smiled and said nothing. Is it possible for me to spend Christmas at home? Ethan looked at the two helplessly. Fortunately, Penelope went to the prefect's box and they were responsible for patrolling and maintaining order, etc. Otherwise, according to her personality, she would most likely come to interfere. Q, where are you going to spend Christmas? Seeing that Ethan didn't go to anyone's house, Hermione had nothing to argue about, so she turned to look at Qiu Zhang, who was sitting next to her. As far as she knew, many places in Asia did not celebrate Christmas because they did not believe in Jesus, and Qiu Zhang was Asian. I also celebrated at home. Does your family celebrate Christmas? Yes, but not too much. Our family is all Huxia. Qiu Zhang, this is how she is called in Great Britain. Her parents call her Zhang Qiu at home. Both of them are Huxia and they have only come here in recent years. For Christmas, they just give gifts according to local customs and eat better. There is nothing special. Both of her parents came to Great Britain as liaisons, which is similar to the embassy in the Muggle world. She stayed in Hogwarts to study in order to be closer to her parents. Have you been back to Daxio? Yes, I went to my grandfather's house last summer vacation. Time passed as the few people chatted until the sky darkened and the train finally returned to platform 9 3/4. Ethan, I will definitely make the magic you want for you when I go home this time. Cassandra promised Ethan as she walked off the train with her suitcase. After the competition, she sent a letter home to her father, asking him to send her the methods of practicing the three magics of fire escape protection, Gublai fairy fire, and fire god opening the way, but was rejected on the grounds that these magics were too difficult and too dangerous, saying that these were not magics she should learn at her age. At that time, Cassandra was sure that there must be these magics at home. She didn't know if they were all complete, but there was at least one. If her family didn't give them to her, couldn't she find them herself? This Christmas, she had to find them even if she had to turn the house upside down. Okay, but I won't force it. It would be best if I could find them, but it would be fine if I couldn't. Don't worry, I can definitely. Cassandra, this way. Belinda Worley has been standing here for a long time, but her daughter has been talking to the little boy next to her and seems not to have noticed this. Fortunately, she came to pick her up today. If her husband saw this scene, what would happen? A woman takes her husband's surname after marriage. This is Ethan Adrian, I said it in the letter. Cassandra's little face flushed as she pulled Ethan to her mother and introduced him, and then pointed to the two people behind her. These two are Hermione, Granger, and Qiu Zhang. Mrs. Wally winked at Cassandra. Hello, Mr. Adrian. Cassandra mentioned you many times in her letter, saying that you take good care of her. When will you have time to visit my house? It was a lie to say that she mentioned you many times. It was only 3 times. But Mrs. Wally, who knew her daughter well, how could she not know what Cassandra's repeated mention of little boys of the same age meant? In the past, she had disdained other people. Being favored by her daughter means that he is better than her daughter, otherwise he would not be in Cassandra's eyes. In addition, after seeing him today, she can definitely accept this son-in-law. As for the other two, they are definitely her daughter's competitors. After all, excellent boys are always popular with girls. Next time for sure. Ethan was a little embarrassed. Cassandra's mother felt that she was too enthusiastic. But the mother and daughter look really alike: blonde hair, blue eyes, big waves, long legs, and thin waist. I don't know how many years it will take for Cassandra to grow like this. Then it's settled. Next time for sure. After that, he said to the following after Hermione greeted Qiu Zhang, she apparated away with Cassandra. Next came Qiu Zhang's father, a middle-aged Asian man. After greeting, he also apparated away with Qiu Zhang. Outside the station, Hermione introduced Ethan to her parents again. Only after Hermione got on the bus did Ethan go to where the driver was waiting for him. Meeting 3 groups of parents in one day was really tiring. After a night's rest at home, Ethan went to Nocturne Alley the next day. His parents were away on business trips, but they promised to be home before Christmas, and now there was no one to restrain him. I just don't know if it's because of the holiday, so these dark wizards are out to improve their performance. It's just like the thieves in Daxia, who are particularly rampant before the Huxia New Year. I just entered Nocturne Alley, and before I had time to find an empty place to start shadow stealth, I was targeted. It's really my turn to make some extra money. So Ethan started to walk towards the side road, deliberately alienating the crowd and leading it to a sparsely populated area. Soon, they came to an empty alley, and just as they entered the corner, this person couldn't wait. Crucia. A gloomy and hoarse voice sounded from behind Ethan. But before the spell hit Ethan, a colorful figure rushed out from under Ethan's cloak at an extreme speed and hit the unforgivable curse head-on. The wing, which was still moving, cut the hand of the wizard's wand. Blood gushed out, and the wizard watched his wrist and wand fly into the air. It was only then that he realized what had happened. Ugh! A shrill scream sounded, and it was really a late realization. Curly-winged demon. The man who was hanging 10 meters behind the wizard and was responsible for keeping watch retreated in fear after seeing the attacker clearly. An adult winged demon cannot be subdued by just 1 or 2 wizards. It is small and fast, has high magic resistance, and is poisonous. Many wizards would rather encounter a fire dragon than a winged demon. Moreover, this thing eats brains, which is considered to be a very evil magical animal of the XXXXX type. Ethan, anyway, I don't know if Ethan is an adult. When I first raised him, he was not an adult. I don't know how old he is considered an adult and how long it will take to become an adult. But after eating energy cubes for such a long time, plus the fire dragon brain, his body size is larger than the standard data recorded in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and his physical fitness is also better. Although the normal winged demon is also powerful, it can't cut off the arm with its wings. It's no problem to break the bone, mainly because the bone spurs on both sides of the wings are not as sharp as Ethan's. I surrender. He put away his wand and raised his hands to face Ethan. He had no chance to escape in front of the winged demon. Rather than fighting to the death and then dying, he would rather humbly ask for life. Ethan looked at this scene speechlessly. This guy must be from next door. He surrendered so skillfully. Bruno, kill him. What's the point of surrendering? He is a small wizard who relies on the winged demon. Killing him may resolve the crisis of the winged demon. The wizard who covered his broken hand looked at his companion with a painful face. He didn't expect his companion to be so cowardly. It's no wonder he came from a certain country. You know nothing. Bruno glanced at his companion and turned to look in the direction of Ethan. I really surrender, and you can do whatever you want. Bruno, you... The wizard with the broken hand immediately cursed, and his tone was quite bad. The only ray of life was abandoned by his teammates. He was now dead. The hand holding the wand was broken, the wand was lost, and he had completely lost the ability to resist. He also used the unforgivable curse on the opponent. There was no way out? As the green light in his eyes became stronger and stronger, he looked at his teammates with a resentful look. He would never find such a person as a partner even if he died. The surrendered man on the other side also lied in his heart. He knew exactly what the green light meant. He immediately did a skilled donkey roll, ready to use it to avoid the upcoming killing curse. Just when he was glad that he had avoided this big melon, he realized that the target of the green light was not him at all, but the companion he just met last week. That's right, they just met in the pub last week and they didn't have much friendship. They just planned to work together to do something. They will decide whether to continue to cooperate or separate according to the situation this time. It's just that he was eating a big melon just now, and it seems that he didn't hear any spells and he didn't even see the little wizard take out his wand. What's going on? There's someone hiding on the side. What country are you from? Take him or kill him. Ethan is ready to see his value. The 3 trash he collected in Nocturne Alley last time seemed to be useless. France next door, Brittany, Muggleborn. The man was stunned, not understanding why he was asked, but he still said it honestly. Sure enough, he was from France next door. No wonder he surrendered so skillfully. Tell me, what can you do? What's valuable about it? As he said this, Ethan cast a flying spell and pulled the pocket of the corpse that was eaten by the big melon over. The corpse was left to the winged demon and the Voldemort to deal with. One ate the brain and the other ate the corpse. They got along quite well. I know how to make potions. I can make most of them and the quality is absolutely up to standard. Bruno confessed honestly, fearing that he would end up like his teammates. Fortunately, he surrendered to his genetic instinct and did not listen to his SB teammate, otherwise he would have ended up like him. Not to mention the big melon that came from nowhere. These 2 pets, even if there were 10 more, I'm afraid they would just be enough to eat. I don't know what the education in Great Britain is like. There are actually little wizards who carry winged demons and volley bats with them. What potions do you know? Knowing how to make potions is nothing. Generally, Hogwarts graduates who have passed the NEWTS exams, that is, the Advanced Wizard exams, are not bad at potion level and can make some common potions. There are not a lot of such people, but there are quite a few. Polyjuice potion, life and death water, joy potion, relaxant, wolfsbane potion, hallucinogen, love potion. Do you know how to make the lucky spirit potion? He listened to dozens of potions in one breath. There were indeed some valuable potions such as compound potion, wolfsbane potion, and love potion, which were difficult to brew and took a long time to brew. But he didn't have the lucky potion he wanted most. This thing is said to bring luck to people and make everything they want to do successful. T.A. Bruno shook his head with some difficulty. His teacher never taught him the formula of this potion. However, I know another potion formula. I always use it to increase the magic potion garden. Oh, tell me. The magic potion, the name of which is related to magic power. Ethan has flipped through the book of powerful potions, but has never seen this potion. Well, my teacher is Willard Bunel, the former potion professor of Beauxbatons. When he resigned, he took me and 2 other students as his potion apprentices. While teaching us potion knowledge, we also researched new potions together. This magic enhancement potion is the result of our nearly 10 years of research, but after he succeeded, he could not tolerate us. When he was about to kill us, we 3 counter-killed him. Now we have all escaped from France. I came to Great Britain and they went to the United States and Northern Europe. It's just that although I remember the formula of this magic enhancement potion, I am mainly responsible for recording the data and have never actually operated it. Bruno gritted his teeth and confessed everything. This time he came to Nocturne Alley because he wanted to open a potion business, but he didn't have many gold galleons, so he was ready to make some money. He just found a temporary partner and the first target was Ethan, which caused the car to overturn. All right, it works a little. The Imperious curse was thrown out and controlled him directly. Then he collected the winged demons and stomping bats that had dealt with the corpses and prepared to go to the base of the 3 idiots. During this period, although the 2 sides had no contact according to the spell of the ghost mark, Ethan was able to locate them there. There was one in this base, but Ethan didn't know who it was. Arrived at the door, triggered the ghost mark and asked him to come and open the door. Boss, you are here. Dennis ran down to open the door, with the word humble written all over his face. After taking Bruno into the room, Ethan began to ask them about their situation during this period. As a result, they learned that their organization, Threz, had revived, and of course they didn't dare to be as arrogant as before but chose to keep a low profile. As for the stomping bats, winged demons, and gold galleons taken away by Ethan, the higher-ups didn't investigate, because more than half of the small teams in the region had problems, and it was meaningless to investigate whether it was true or not. They are now also using the human skin mask given by the organization to secretly move outside. This human skin mask can record 3 faces. It is not as complete as the transformation of the Polyjuice potion, but it is more convenient. After all, the Polyjuice potion can only last for 1 hour and you need to continue drinking it after the effect wears off. What goods are here recently? Fire crabs, botricles, billywigs, fox charmers, and a fire dragon egg. Dennis explained everything clearly, who let Ethan be the boss now and the organization's affairs can only be in the back. What's the matter with the fire dragon egg? Ethan remembered that their organization would only transport magical animals of the XXXXX level to the country after someone wanted to buy them. The Fly family said they were interested in the winged demon, so they transported it here, but the price was not agreed upon, and the Voldemort was simply placed in Great Britain to try their luck because the wizards here are richer. Maybe they are interested in this very dangerous but rare goods. This is the buyer that Dawn found at the Hog's Head. Last month, a wizard privately offered a high price to buy a dragon egg regardless of type. Is that wizard wearing a purple scarf and smelling of garlic? The Hog's Head and dragon eggs remind me of Hagrid, but Hagrid didn't buy the dragon egg. Quirrell gave it to him on purpose just to trick him into thinking of a way to deal with the 3-headed dog. I don't know if he wore a scarf, but Dawn said he smelled strongly of garlic. It's Quirrell, that be *****D. What kind of dragon egg is this? How much do you want for it? Hesperidian black dragon egg, 8,000 gold galleons. Isn't it a Norwegian ridgeback? How did it become a Hesperidian black dragon? Is it the butterfly effect caused by my arrival and contact with this group of losers? You still dare to go to the Hesperidian Islands? Didn't you fail there last time? Why are you so bold? Last time the buyer wanted an adult dragon, this time it's a dragon egg. We have a deal with the dragon trainer Kyan Jiaozhao inside. There are at least 3 dragon eggs in a nest. As long as they can confuse the dragon, they can take out the dragon eggs. We charge 3,000 gold galleons. Ethan understood it, collusion between inside and outside. Many companies in the Muggle world have the same internal situation. It is not uncommon in the wizarding world. When are you going to trade? On the 3rd day after Christmas, outside Hogsmeade. I'll go with you then. If he doesn't do it, Quirrell will be sorry. He should find another way to get his dragon egg and Ethan will take this one for himself. Bruno, you stay here and make the magic potion. As he said that, Ethan planted the mark of the ghost on him so he couldn't run away. Boss, I don't have the ingredients for the potion now. Bruno quickly got into the state and followed Dennis to learn. The Imperious Curse just now made him think a lot more clearly. It's normal to cast the Imperious Curse silently and without a wand, so it was only this little wizard from beginning to end. After thinking it through, he followed his heart. What materials are needed? Fire ash snake eggs, liquid grass, water from the Lethe River, whether bird feathers, bird snake eggshells, 2-horned beast horn powder, and Australian egg white dragon blood. A lot of it is needed, 8 pints, and the final simmering time is 3 months. Bruno answered with some difficulty. Just these materials would cost more than 1,000 gold galleons. His teacher also had the family to back him up, and he would sell some magic potions from time to time, which was enough to support his research. I will prepare the materials for you, but I don't want to hear bad news. December 25th, Christmas Day. After washing up, Ethan was shocked by the scene in front of him when he came to the living room. In the middle of the living room there were gift boxes piled up like a mountain, and now there was no place to step. It can be said that it was completely beyond Ethan's expectations. Of course, Ethan also gave away a lot of Christmas gifts. In the past few days before returning, Ethan spent a lot of time on this. He had his own alchemy props, Muggle products, books, and impurities purchased from Flourish and Blots, wizard candy, prank gadgets, and those that he knew his preferences, such as wizard chess and golden snitch. But the amount Ethan gave away should be only about half of the domain. Ethan, you are very popular in the magic school. On the other side of the gift, Nisha covered her mouth and chuckled. As expected, he was her son. No matter where he was so outstanding. Almost early this morning, she and Philemon heard knocking sounds. After checking, they found that it was an owl with a gift in its claws. They immediately understood everything and asked Philemon to open the window. Unexpectedly, there would be so many gifts when he woke up, more than Ethan received when he was studying in a Muggle school. That's right, I'm the head of the grade, and the professors are very respectful of me. It is true that he only reports good news to his family, and other professors except Snape have a good impression of him. When my mother just came home yesterday, she hugged me and kept shouting, "You've worked hard and you've lost weight," and she would touch my hair and kiss my forehead from time to time. Obviously, in the past few months, Ethan has grown nearly 5 centimeters taller and his body has become stronger. I really don't know where she got this conclusion. I believe my son is the best. You open the gifts first, and I'll prepare a big meal for you. Originally, they were a little worried about Ethan's situation yesterday because they had experience. How could they not know that as long as there is a society, there will be classes? The wizarding world is an independent society. Even if they don't know the situation, they know that the highest status in it is the so-called wizard aristocracy. Just like the Muggle world, there is nothing. Muggle wizards who have just entered the wizarding world are the lowest class, just like poor boys from the countryside struggling in the big city. So they are very worried about Ethan's campus life, whether he will be bullied or something. After seeing the gifts today, they believe that what Ethan said is true. If Ethan is not popular enough, he will never get such a number of Christmas gifts. By the way, we like the Christmas gifts you gave us very much. After saying that, Nisha turned and went into the kitchen. How could she not like it? The things Ethan gave were things that men and women would never refuse. The one for Mom was a beauty potion which was used to improve skin and resist aging. It was bought in Diagon Alley. No woman would say no to such a thing. The one for Dad was a box of dragon blood wine. Dennis went to the tavern to get it for Ethan. Ethan was too embarrassed to go there himself. Those who know the specific effects know it. Anyway, Dennis said that after drinking a small cup you can play for 2 hours without stopping. The next day, both your physical and mental state are quite full without any discomfort. Next is Ethan's blind box opening time. He opened 5 or 6 in a row. Basically, they were all various chocolates and they were all signed by seniors. Not only Ravenclaw but even Slytherin had seniors send chocolates. It's unimaginable. But Ethan didn't dare to eat the chocolates, which was a bit of a waste. After all, he didn't know if there was any drug in them. Especially the love potion. Can you believe that it is not prohibited in Hogwarts? God knows how many people will fall for it. This potion is too secretive. As long as you eat the food containing the love potion, you will fall in love with him wholeheartedly within a certain period of time. If you are lying to Bao, it is really a sure thing. In the original book, Ronald fell for it and ate the chocolate containing the love potion which was originally given to Harry. Then Ethan touched a relatively large box and opened it, only to find that it was sent by George and Fred. A telescope, and there was a card next to it which said that it looked like a telescope and was also a telescope in use, but once it was twisted, a fist would spray out and it would leave a mark after hitting. The bruise would not go away without medicine. The experimenter was Lee Jordan. The remaining package was candy and George and Fred named them the Quick Effect Skipping Series. There were 2 types, blood-breaking beans and nosebleed nougat. The experimental effect was very good. As long as you eat them, you will be able to skip classes 100% successfully. The experimenter was Ronald Weasley. One was for pranking others and the other was for skipping classes. Ethan didn't seem to need either. Of course, the Christmas gifts Ethan gave to George and Fred were not much better, but they suited their tastes. They were popular gadgets in the jumping and playful magic joke shop. I hope it can give them some inspiration. Then Ethan took out a very small package and it felt like there would be a book inside. After tearing open the package, Ethan found a well-preserved but slightly old notebook with Minerva McGonagall's name written on it. After opening it, he found that this was the note that Professor McGonagall made when she first became the Professor of Transfiguration and encountered various problems. This surprised Ethan a little. As one of the most famous masters of transfiguration in the contemporary era, this notebook is definitely a treasure for those who want to master transfiguration. And what Ethan gave to Professor McGonagall was a product of Ella Owl's shop, a cat album. Because it is an alchemical product, the cats in it can move. The next one is also a notebook but different from Professor McGonagall's. This is a new notebook. Ethan flipped it open and saw that it was sent by Professor Flitwick. It contained his understanding of compound magic as well as some of his combat and spellcasting experience. More than a month ago, Ethan asked Professor Flitwick about compound magic, that is, the combination of magic skills. At that time, Professor Flitwick recommended several books to Ethan. I didn't expect that I would be so frustrated now. Those books did have some benefits, but the subsequent CHDD content did not. I don't know if the publisher didn't reach this step or it didn't circulate. Now Professor Flitwick's notebook can definitely bring Ethan a considerable improvement in skills and inspiration about compound magic. Ethan gave Professor Flitwick a dress made of acromanted spider silk. The shop he chose was Tufin Clothing Store. Clothes made of acromanted spider silk are quite comfortable. Unfortunately, Ethan can only use magic to make a wizard robe, and he doesn't have the skills to make a complicated dress. The next one is a box of bookmarks which are very beautifully made and have a special fragrance. This is from Professor Sprout. For Ravenclaw students, this gift is quite useful. Ethan gave Professor Sprout a set of Muggle plant encyclopedia. In the next gift box, Ethan saw a lot of silver-white long hair which really made him stunned. At least 100 or 200 unicorn tail hairs. Hagrid is really generous. This thing is sold for 10 galleons per piece. It really deserves to be the hidden rich man in Hogwarts. The Weasley family can't make that much in a year. It should be after seeing Ethan collecting materials from various magical animals that Hagrid gave this. What Ethan gave was not worth mentioning except that it was really useful to Hagrid, a vixen killer. Some time ago, Hagrid complained that there was a vixen in the vegetable garden again. Although Hogwarts has a potion master, Hagrid will not go to Snape. Then he unpacked it and found a fiery red feather which was given by Dumbledore. It felt warm to the touch and it must be fox feather. What Ethan gave was a pair of woolen socks. No one knew what Dumbledore wanted except for the woolen socks that seemed to be a joke. Woolen socks represent family affection. So are these gifts from the professors of Hogwarts piled together? As for Professor Snape, how could Ethan think of giving him a gift? I guess not many of them in Slytherin College would receive it. Soon, Ethan also unpacked Hermione's gift box, which contained a stack of photos and a box of chocolates. The chocolates were a bit ugly, as if she had made them herself. Cassandra gave a ring that can release the armor charm, which is a pretty good alchemical equipment. Qiu Zhang gave a bottle of Sichuan and Chongqing chili sauce from Huaxia, maybe because she saw Ethan go to Hufflepuff for hot pot many times. Penelope gave a scarf which she knitted herself and looked very good. Ethan also gave them things they liked, Hermione a full set of Hogwarts textbooks. Qiu Zhang's golden snitch, which is not cheap, 200 gold galleons. Cassandra gave a black Lolita princess dress which seems to match her temperament. Penelope gave a sapphire necklace. If she doesn't wear a wizard robe but a dress instead, it will definitely attract attention if it is tucked into the ravine, but only she can see it. The rest, like roommates Harry, Neville, and some young wizards of the same level, all gave books and candies as well as quills and other things. Ethan also sent them these things. Ravenclaw's young wizards gave books, Hufflepuff's gave candies and Muggle snacks. Only Harry and Ethan's things are special. 2 Beretta 92F pistols and 2 boxes of bullets. Made of aluminum alloy, the wand core uses 9 pistol bullets, 8.5 long, double-row magazine capacity of 15 rounds, small recoil, strong power, can be used even with low strength. Ethan felt very interesting when he saw the picture of Harry with 2 guns. This is much more useful than a magic wand, and now he wants to copy it. For students, this is indeed much more useful than a magic wand. Even adult wizards will be killed if they are not careful. After opening the gifts, Ethan found that he had completed another achievement, popular new star. A smile is like sunshine filling the heart, sincerity is like spring breeze blowing through the heart, popular people like reflection shining in the sky. Achievement goal: receive more than 100 gifts in one day, 1/1. Achievement reward, temperament warm and sunny big boy. What the hell, Ethan is a warm and sunny big boy. Isn't this reward equal to a free prize? Nordham Cottage. The precise name came out of Ethan's mouth in a clear and precise voice, and with the appearance of a flame, Ethan disappeared directly from the fireplace. It was a bit similar to the feeling of being apparated by Professor McGonagall last time. This time it was almost like being compressed and washed away in a pipe, but it was better than apparition. The vision was restored again. This was an empty wooden cottage. In addition to the fireplace where Ethan appeared, there was only a set of tables and chairs, and the rest was nothing. Soon there was a sound in the fireplace again, and Dennis, Gar, Berkeley, Andrew, and Don Jeff arrived one after another. They all came from merchants who specialized in teleportation business in Nocturne Alley. In Great Britain, they could reach the cottages they set up in various places by using flue powder, and Bashy could reach them alone. Ethan and others were teleported to the outskirts of Hogslaw Village. For the outside world, the charges were different depending on the country, and the door keys were also used. After leaving the hut, Ethan told the others, "Dennis, you can trade normally later." "Got it, boss." Then Dennis took the 2 and the dragon egg to the agreed trading location. Ethan drank a bottle of polyjuice potion and turned into a sturdy middle-aged white man with black hair, blue eyes, and a height of 1.9 meters, and fell about 500 meters behind the others. This polyjuice potion was added with the hair of an ordinary person in the Muggle world, an American who came to travel. After all, even if Ethan covered his face, his body size was here, and it was obvious that he was either a dwarf or a minor. When the 3 arrived, Quirrell had been waiting here for a long time. The first time he saw the others, Quirrell asked hurriedly, "Where is the dragon egg? Did you bring it?" Quirrell still wore a purple scarf wrapping the back of his head tightly, and the smell of garlic on his body was still so strong, but he didn't stutter when he spoke. In order to complete Voldemort's task, Quirrell can be said to have taken out all his savings over the years just for this dragon egg. The dragon egg is related to the acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone. As long as he succeeds, he will have everything, including power, wealth, and honor. Although Quirrell has regretted going to the Albanian forest for training and making himself look like a ghost, he has been hooked and can only go down one way to believe the pie that Voldemort painted for him. He has no way back. This is natural. In the magical animal trade, although we charge a high price, we also pay attention to integrity, don't we? Don opened the box for him to see. Dennis looked at Quirrell calmly, just like in previous transactions, without revealing any flaws. The reason why the Threz organization can grow big is because of honest transactions. It's just that they have a new boss now, and the rules are no longer decided by the 3 of them. As Dorn opened the box in his arms, Quirrell hurried over. He had no choice but to be careful. This was his entire fortune. As for Sleaze's credit, it was none of his business. He couldn't afford any loss anyway. There was a big black shiny egg inside, several times smaller than an ostrich egg. You can't touch it. Just when Quirrell was about to start, Dorn took a step back and dodged. How do I know if this is a dead egg or something else? Quirrell certainly disagreed. He was not studying magical animals, and he could judge its state just by looking at it. If you run away with the door key, who can we find? This is the rule, you can't touch the goods before you pay. Dennis also inserted between the 2 of them, blocking Quirrell's further actions. I am Quirinus Quirrell, the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. I guarantee with my identity as a Hogwarts professor that I will definitely abide by the deal. Quirrell directly raised his identity. In this world, Hogwarts is a signboard, and the professors inside will give some face. And he really didn't intend to default on his debt. Although he had this idea at first to save the money, the Imperious Curse can only control one person at a time, and he would probably be discovered if he used it just now. There are 3 people on the opposite side, and if a conflict occurs, the dragon egg may be destroyed, so he had to give up this idea. If it was any other professor, it would be fine, but the defense against the dark arts professor? You didn't know that I graduated from Hogwarts. Which professor could teach for a full year without any problems? Either he was sent to Azkaban at the end of the year, or he died or became disabled. Besides, do you think that with our identities, we can go to Hogwarts or the Ministry of Magic to collect your debts? If you are not sincere in making this deal, then we will cancel it. Dennis's spit was sprayed on Quirrell's face. And he actually brought up the defense against the dark arts professor. Who doesn't know that this is a year-end type, and with their shady identities they can collect debts openly and go to Hogwarts? Are they dissatisfied with not being arrested and sent to Azkaban last time? Quirrell hesitated. What the other party said made sense and he couldn't refute it, but wasn't he afraid of being deceived? During this period, Quirrell has studied the information about dragon eggs. From the appearance, this is indeed the egg of the Hesperidian black dragon, but it is only the appearance. You pay the money and we will leave after confirmation, don't worry about this. Seeing that Quirrell was about to be persuaded, Dennis once again showed his courtesy. Deal with him. Seeing Quirrell's hesitation, Voldemort immediately woke up from his worries. Dragon eggs are contraband that are not easy to get with Quirrell's connections. He has encountered an opportunity this time, but he doesn't know how long he will have to wait for the next one. This semester is already halfway through and he doesn't have much time left. If he doesn't quickly find out how Hagrid controls the three-headed dog, what will happen when the Philosopher's Stone is returned to Nicholas Flamel? Since Nicholas Flamel developed the Philosopher's Stone, there has never been a shortage of people looking for him, whether they are seeking wealth or longevity, but they just can't find his specific location. They only know that it is in France and Voldemort himself is not sure to find it. And Quirrell's body can hardly support himself, so it's not that easy to fool the next fool. No, master. Quirrell agreed with tears in his eyes. It's really not your money, so you don't feel sorry, right? Wait until I confirm before leaving, Quirrell reminded again after reluctantly taking out a dragon leather bag with a traceless expansion spell cast on it. This was the legacy left by his parents plus his salary for many years. He even sold his home to raise money. Don't worry, trust our reputation. Dennis looked at Berkeley on the side, signaling him to take the purse. At Voldemort's request, Quirrell was honest and didn't dare to say anything. After handing the purse to Berkeley, he stayed aside and watched. Berkeley poured out all the gold galleons in the dragon leather bag and began to record them with magic. No problem, 8,000 gold galleons. After counting, Berkeley nodded to the two people on the side. 5 minutes after you confirm, we will leave. As he said that, Dorn brought the dragon egg to Quirrell's hand. After Quirrell took it, he immediately began to check it, holding it in his hands to feel it and shining it against the sun. Enough, idiot, this is real, let's go. Yes, master. Quirrell responded quickly. At the moment of turning around, Dennis pulled the ghost mark on his body, telling Ethan that the transaction was over. Then the three of them fled the scene as quickly as possible. They didn't want to be affected. Queerness Quirrell. Who? On the way back to Hogwarts, Quirrell suddenly heard someone behind him calling him and immediately turned his head cautiously to watch. Thunder explosion. In an instant, the entire path was covered with orange-red flames and rushed towards Quirrell's direction. Protect everyone. Armor protection. Quirrell's reaction was also fast, and he immediately drew out his wand and quickly arranged double protection. At this moment, he only had one thought, that he was being robbed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to encounter such a situation just after the transaction. These poachers really deserve to die. Even when I was the Dark Lord, I didn't choose to rob my fellow poachers. How dare you rob my fellow poachers? I still believe in your reputation, shit. Boom, boom, boom. The violent roars continued and the orange-red flames left a mess. The first blue barrier was torn into pieces in just a moment. The second barrier stood firm under Quirrell's continuous supply of magic power. Avada Kedavra. Quirrell's counterattack came very quickly and the flames had not completely dissipated before they arrived. In this dark green light that was faster than usual, Ethan felt a sense of despair in his heart. Is this what it feels like to be bitten by a big melon? Bang! A stone wall rose up, intercepting the dark green light, but it was also blown to pieces. Point 0. The use of transfiguration transformed a small stone on the ground into a stone wall that could just cover the human figure. Looking at Quirrell, who was intact and could fight back, Ethan knew his true level. It can be said that he is a genius of Ravenclaw who once received 12-0 grades, and he has the confidence to dare to experience adventures all over the world. It's just that his performance in the past period of time has made Ethan look down on him. If you leave now, I will pretend that nothing happened. Quirrell held the box in one hand and raised the wand in the other hand, and suggested to Ethan. After a simple fight, Quirrell found that this was not something that could be taken down in a short time, or that the opponent's strength was not inferior to his own. Carrying Voldemort on his back, the impact on him was not small, and he had to protect the dragon egg, so he really didn't want to fight. Okay. Leave the box to me, Ava Su Ming. Big tree fly over. Quirrell, who was always alert, was naturally not so easy to sneak attack. He was not as good at transfiguration as Ethan, and he was not sure that he could complete the transformation before the big melon came. But in terms of spells, Quirrell was quite confident. A large tree on the right was immediately pulled by a huge force, almost breaking in half and blocking Quirrell, successfully blocking Ethan's big melon. But before Quirrell could fight back, his heart suddenly twitched, and his body also spasmed uncontrollably and fell down. It hurt a lot, and there was no part of his body that didn't hurt. Quirrell naturally understood what happened. He was hit by the Cruciatus curse. As for how he was hit, Quirrell couldn't figure it out, and there was no way to figure it out. After all, the pain was almost over. Looking at Quirrell, who fell to the ground, Ethan waved his wand and the box containing the dragon egg flew over. On the surface, it was the killing curse, but in fact, the Cruciatus curse hidden in secret was the real deal. As for why the Imperious curse was not used with Voldemort behind his head, it would be a miracle if the Imperious curse could work. With Professor Flitwick's experience in casting spells plus Ethan's unforgivable curse, he could cast spells silently and without a wand, so the release was quite fast. Waste, give me your body. Voldemort on the back of his head finally couldn't help it. The dragon egg was taken away and Quirrell was in such a state. If Quirrell died, he would only be left with a remnant soul. What else could he do? Quirrell really didn't want to give his body to Voldemort. Carrying him with him was already consuming his vitality. If he gave it to Voldemort, the speed at which his vitality would be consumed would be like a river bursting its banks, and it would be impossible to stop it. Hurry up. Seeing that Quirrell didn't respond, Voldemort began to urge him. Black mist began to rise from Quirrell's body, and the struggle on the ground stopped. His eyes turned scarlet and his pale face began to distort, just like when Ethan drank the Polyjuice potion. Until he turned into a monster with a pointed chin and a nose so flat that only 2 holes could be seen. After moving his head twice, Voldemort tore off his scarf, revealing his smooth, hairless head, and adapted to Quirrell's body as quickly as possible. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and submit to the great Dark Lord and I'll spare your life. Voldemort looked at Ethan with a hint of appreciation and resentment. He resented Ethan for ruining his plan, but he also appreciated the strength that Ethan showed in his current appearance. Now is the time when he is short of people, and every more lackey will increase his chances of success by 10 times. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, Quirrell will suffer a lot of damage after this appearance, so it would be great to prepare a container in advance. Dark Lord. Are you talking about the Dark Lord who was defeated by the baby 10 years ago and disappeared from sight, maybe hiding in that stinking ditch to live? Ethan smiled disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt for the ugly guy in front of him. Then he pointed his wand and a stone on the ground turned into a monkey holding the box of dragon eggs in Ethan's hand. 557 jumped a few times in the woods and disappeared in front of him. This is to find the 3 people according to the mark of the ghost. He said this to force Voldemort out, otherwise Ethan would retreat just after getting the dragon egg. The last time, the attack and the prank situation could get an achievement, and today directly repelling Voldemort there will be an achievement in 9 out of 10 times. Voldemort is now in a weak state. If you don't bully him, when will you wait, looking for death? Voldemort was so angry that he trembled all over. He hadn't heard such insults directly to himself for many years. Since I became famous, everyone who saw me was trembling with fear. Those who insulted me in the past have long been crushed to ashes. Now I have met another one, Avada Kedavra. The big melon released by Voldemort himself was far from being comparable to Quirrell's. It was thicker and faster and arrived in front of Ethan in the blink of an eye. But at the moment when it was about to touch Ethan, Ethan disappeared, and the green light that continued to move could only open a hole in the open space behind Ethan. Voldemort stared at the shadow in the shadow of the woods that was moving crazily. Most people couldn't see it, but under his perception, Ethan's magic was still obvious. Hey. Voldemort sneered twice, spit out his tongue that was longer than that of ordinary people, and flicked it upwards. A huge orange red flame rose from his mouth and directly set the surrounding woods on fire. Without the shadow, it depends on how you move. With decades of experience in fighting, he saw through the essence of Ethan's magic at a glance. However, what Voldemort didn't expect was that Ethan just walked out of the fierce fire he released, but his body was surrounded by even hotter and more dazzling flames. 9. Voldemort snorted coldly, his expression became solemn. He really made a mistake. Has such a powerful junior appeared now? Then he waved the magic wand in his hand, and the magic power in Quirrell's body began to surge instantly. The surrounding orange-red fierce fire instantly boiled, as if countless firewood was added to it, and a big snake made of fierce fire jumped out of it. The scales on the snake were lifelike, and the body made of red fierce fire was also flowing like magma. This shows how proficient Voldemort is in fire spells. The moment the fierce fire snake was formed, it shot towards Ethan as if it wanted to swallow Ethan in one bite. However, it was intercepted by a giant wolf made of fierce fire halfway, biting the neck of the snake. The giant wolf kept shaking its head and biting, and its huge claws slapped on the body of the giant snake again and again. Voldemort frowned and paid tribute again. Quirrell's life, the magic wand in his hand, swung down heavily. The fiery snake exploded, and the huge magic power exploded and destroyed everything around it. The magic wolf was hit at 0 distance and was also blown into countless sparks. A huge wall of fire rose in front of Ethan, intercepting the aftermath for Ethan. Ethan looked at the ground that had turned into magma and could only sigh that Voldemort really didn't take Quirrell's life seriously. After each explosion, Ethan could feel Voldemort's body now bulged a little bit and his face became paler. Then see how much vitality you have left to burn. The surging fiery turned into a torrent, gushing out with Ethan as the center like a wave and rushing straight to Voldemort. Voldemort's eyebrows jumped when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that the unknown wizard opposite him was so proficient in fiery. Voldemort would not just watch, he knew exactly what would happen if he was burned by fiery. He immediately waved the wand in his hand, increasing the output of magic power to control the flames beside him. The orange-red fiendish fire quickly gathered towards Voldemort until it formed a ball, and exploded at the moment when Ethan's fiendish fire was about to hit, pushing back towards Ethan with extraordinary explosive power. The huge waves of flames were fighting, and devouring each other. Suddenly, the fiendfire ravens in the sea of fire on Ethan's side took off and attacked in the air. Voldemort was not to be outdone. The magic wand in his hand drew an arc in the air. The orange-red flames began to wriggle again. A big snake made of fiendfire opened its mouth and swallowed the fiendfire raven into its stomach. Dennis and the other two who stayed in the distance looked at this scene with some horror. They were already several miles away, but they could still see the sky-high flames burning over there. What was the scene like? And it was certain that Dumbledore and the professors in Hogwarts would not be attracted there. The location of the battle was not far from Hogwarts. At the same time, he was more in awe of Ethan. He just didn't expect that this professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts had such strength. Avada Kedavra. A green light as thick as a thigh that could blind eyes penetrated through the sea of fire, angrily attacking Ethan and illuminating everything around him with green. Ethan could feel that Voldemort was already fighting desperately. This was definitely a full-strength attack by Voldemort, and the effect was probably comparable to the blow that destroyed the protective spell when attacking Hogwarts. In addition, Quirrell, who was already drooping, had wrinkles on his skin at this moment. The whole person looked a little shriveled, but it still had no effect on Ethan. A giant black wolf jumped out from Ethan's shadow and swallowed the incoming green light in one gulp. The dazzling green light exploded in the black wolf's chest, blasting it apart. But the scene in front of him made Voldemort stunned for a moment. Killing one makes two, this is beating your mother. And with this wolf around, the threat of his own Voldemort has been reduced to the lowest level. The black wolf stared at the crimson, bloodthirsty eyes, roaring and rushing towards the ground. 14,207,127, Falcon 202,153,021. Ethan waved the wand in his hand like a conductor at a music concert, and the fiery flame began to shrink and condense. Voldemort stared at everything in front of him cautiously. He seemed to see a giant roaring in the fiery flame. He was not wrong. The flame had actually become a giant as tall as 100 meters. It seemed that lava was flowing all over the body. It was not like it, but lava. In his hand, he also held a giant sword shaped like a flame, and the tip of the sword was facing his direction. Ethan swung the wand in his hand downward fiercely, and the giant's giant sword moved synchronously and stabbed towards Voldemort's position. Defense, with Quirrell's physical condition, it was impossible to defend. Hide, the attack range is wide and it is not easy to dodge. Clang clang. A high-pitched bird cry accompanied by fire appeared on the open space in front. With him, there was also a tall old man with white hair. Ethan suddenly increased his magic power, and the giant sword in the hand of the fire giant suddenly ignited a sky-high flame and stabbed directly at the position where Voldemort was. After doing everything, Ethan did not look at the result, stretched his hand to a chain hanging by his waist, and the whole person disappeared in a twist. This was a door key that Ethan had prepared before coming, leading to a base of Dennis and his team in Wales. It was to prevent Dumbledore from coming. It was no problem to beat Voldemort with low health, but facing Dumbledore, who was still holding the Elder Wand, he should hide. Dumbledore was also dumbfounded at this moment. What the hell happened? He received an urgent message from Aberforth's owl and rushed here. If it happened in Hogwarts territory, he would know it at the first time, but he did not belong to Hogwarts in this place. It's just that I seem to be a little late. The surrounding environment has been completely destroyed, especially the attack I just saw, which directly turned the ground with a diameter of about 300 meters around into a lava lake. In addition, a group of uncontrolled fierce fire is spreading, and there is also this fire giant that is also raging everywhere. One of them should be Tom. Who is the other one? What are you doing here? Why did the two of you conflict? Will it affect the subsequent plans of the Philosopher's Stone and Hogwarts? There are too many questions in his mind, but now there is obviously no time for him to think, because if this fire continues to burn, it will reach the Forbidden Forest. As soon as he inserted the old magic wand in his hand into the ground, a red light began to spread, gradually wrapping up the fierce fire and the giant, and then there was a collision of magic. On the other side, Voldemort, who had forcibly apparated, had fallen to the ground, or now he was Quirrell. The weak soul forced to fight, and it consumed Voldemort a lot. Quirrell, who was lying on the ground at the moment, had his eyes closed, his lips trembling, his face pale, and his body shriveled up as if he had aged 30 or 40 years, and he was missing an arm, and his entire left arm and part of his shoulder disappeared. This was the consequence of the forced apparition just now. The powerful magic collision made the space a little unstable, and he had to face the terrifying attack. Humans are not magical animals that have this ability engraved in their bones. If the sun and the moon make a mistake, it will be a human body separation technique. Voldemort was lucky at the time. He forced the apparition and only lost an arm, and it was not his own. Inside the stronghold, Ethan opened the panel, and as expected, there was a prompt for completing the achievement. Moreover, 3 of them came at once, which can be said to be Quirrell falling and Ethan eating his fill. Unscrupulous merchants. Blinded by greed and losing their bottom line, integrity and morality are all abandoned. Inferior goods are sold as good ones to deceive people, and the quality is worrying and unguaranteed. Achievement goal: cheat customers 1/1. Achievement reward: a random blackmail. Deceiving the teacher and destroying the ancestors. The teacher's kindness is as vast as the warm sun, and the hard work of educating and teaching is gone, but the rebellious disciple is perverse. Achievement goal: rebel against the teacher and cause damage 1/1. Achievement reward: a random ancient magic. Brave. Light and darkness collide, the brave wields the sword to show his prowess, and the devil is defeated and has nowhere to hide. Achievement goal: defeat the Dark Lord 1/1. Achievement reward: random talent. This achievement reward is not bad. It really didn't go in vain for my battle with Voldemort. Last time it was not a random talent but a snake-tongued guy, which was useless. I hope to get a more powerful one this time. Familiar information flooded into his brain. After a moment of trance, Ethan understood the rewards he had received. First, this black magic is a possession spell. Isn't this the magic of Voldemort? It can force the soul to leave the body when dying and attach to other life forms to continue life. It's just that Voldemort's state is a little special. He is not dying, but he can't die at this stage. Only a wisp of residual soul is left so he can attach to other life forms indefinitely to survive. For Ethan, it is basically a useless black magic. The second ancient magic, Gungnir, it is matched with Mjolnir drawn before. They are all magic used by the Nordic barbarians in the Middle Ages. Mjolnir is a huge lightning hammer with a wide attack range and high damage. Gungnir is a lightning spear projected out, which is a concentrated penetration injury with a must-hit effect. That is, it cannot be dodged, but it can be defended. Similarly, when receiving the information of the ancient magic Gungnir, Ethan also learned some information about ancient magic. The most detailed one this time was Yu, which represents fate and destiny. It can only be said that none of these ancient magics are simple and they all have a lot of additional knowledge. Recently, Ethan has been learning ancient magic and alchemy, and this wave of supplements is really timely. The last talent extraction can only be said to be what you want. Lightning affinity. It is the same as the fire affinity extracted before. This lightning affinity improves the affinity and power of lightning magic. Mjolnir and Gungnir can both be used, and you can also go to Cassandra to learn a weather spell. After sorting out the harvest, Ethan is also ready to go home. This is naturally not a Muggle way of travel, otherwise Wales is not close to London. According to the information revealed by Dennis before, Ethan soon found an old drunkard who was also a wizard. There was only one semi-gathering place for wizards here, so naturally there would not be a merchant who was responsible for teleportation. Only fools would come to a place without business. This old drunkard had cooperated with Dennis before. No matter who you were, as long as you gave him some money for wine, he could borrow the fireplace and also provide a handful of flue powder. After paying the price of 10 sickles, Ethan came to the fireplace. With the precise place name and firelight, Ethan disappeared instantly. Flue powder was also cheap, and the fireplace network could be applied for as long as the identity was not a problem. The trouble was to build wizard huts everywhere. Port keys were not easy to make. Dennis and his friends only had one. They could use the port key to come but not to go back. This was used to escape and transfer goods in an emergency and would not be used easily. Back to the base in Nocturne Alley again, Dennis and the other two had returned before Ethan. "Boss, this is your dragon egg." The first time Dennis saw Ethan, he handed the dragon egg to him. How to hatch this dragon egg. In the original book, Hagrid studied several books on hatching dragon eggs and then put them in the fireplace to burn. Although it was successful, Ethan still felt that it was a bit unreliable. Use the fire spell to roast it. Generally, the hatching of dragon eggs requires the assistance of dragon flames. Ordinary fire can also hatch dragon eggs, but the physique will be weaker after birth. As smugglers of magical animals, Dennis and his friends naturally know this knowledge. What about other flames? For example, fiendfire. Ethan put forward his own idea. Since it needs flames to hatch and it will not turn into roasted dragon eggs, then stronger flames will hatch dragons with stronger physiques. "We haven't tried this and it's very risky," Dennis said cautiously. "Who would use fiendfire to hatch eggs? This thing can even burn the soul. If you throw a dragon egg in it, I'm afraid you won't even be able to find the eggshell." Of course, no one tried it. A dragon egg is still very precious. "Okay, I got it." Waving his hand, Ethan sent the three away and came to Bruno's room for making potions. "How is the magic potion going?" This is what Ethan is concerned about first. Ethan spent more than 1,100 gold galleons to buy materials. If it is scrapped, it will be a big loss. "Everything is going well." "That's good. By the way, you said you wanted to open a potion shop. I agreed. Have you chosen a target?" The last time the two went to buy the materials needed for the magic potion, Bruno mentioned this idea to Ethan. Potions do make money, but they are high-end potions. For ordinary potions, wizards basically make them themselves. The Polyjuice potion and Wolfsbane potion that Bruno knows are more valuable, especially the Polyjuice potion is still very popular in the black market. Although the Wolfsbane potion is high-end, werewolves are poor and it is of little use. Polyjuice potion is combined with some other potions and Ethan adds some alchemical products and the business should be good. Originally, alchemy was just a hobby, but in the Forbidden Forest I picked up a lot of materials, plus a bunch of unicorn tail hair given by Hagrid. It would be a pity not to use so many things for alchemy. The owner of Archibald's alchemy goods store died in an explosion during an alchemy accident half a month ago. His son is now managing his store. His son does not have this talent and wants to sell the store. The location is not bad, only 200 meters away from the entrance of Nocturne Alley. Bruno finished speaking in one breath. He had taken a fancy to this store before surrendering to Ethan. I learned about this news in the tavern a few days after I came to Nocturne Alley. After some inspection, I felt that the location was good and the price was right. I could take it. Anyway, I couldn't go back to France, so settling down here was also an option, but everything that happened later was too different from what he thought. How many galleons do you need? 1,200 gold galleons are enough. You know that the houses in Nocturne Alley are not that valuable, and he is eager to sell them. If it weren't for the good protective magic inside, these 1,200 gold galleons would not be worth it. Some houses in wizard gathering places are more valuable than Nocturne Alley houses. It's really because the environment here is too bad and those who come here are not good people. There are risks in doing business and living here. If you are brave and do it secretly, you can live in it directly after killing the owner. Okay, this will give you 1,500 gold galleons and the extra is for you to buy coal-made potion materials. It's a little more expensive than a bottle of potion, so what's there to refuse? The reason why the Weasley twins were able to successfully open a shop with 1,000 gold galleons was that the shop was definitely rented. No one with a brain would sell the shop in Diagon Alley. It could be passed down. Ethan immediately handed over 1,500 gold galleons and some materials collected in the Forbidden Forest to Bruno. Another achievement completed. Spend a lot of money. Money is like sand slipping through fingers just for that moment of vanity and joy. Achievement goal, use 1,000 gold galleons at a time 1/1. Achievement reward, 1 random magic. Didn't the materials for the magic potion cost more than 1,000 gold galleons before? Doesn't it count if I bought it from several shops separately? This time I just gave 1,500 at once. Forget it, there's nothing to worry about with a system that doesn't even have an instruction manual. Magic extraction, the result is not bad. The Fidelius Charm, a rather complex and profound spell, uses magic to bury a secret forever in the soul of a living person. This secret will exist in the heart of the chosen person and will never be discovered unless the secret keeper reveals it. However, if the secret keeper dies, then everyone who knows the secret will become the secret keeper, so the secret keeper must be carefully selected. In the next few days, Ethan spent most of his time using alchemy to refine goods in order to fill the goods counter in Bruno's magic potion alchemy shop. Ethan went to see it. The location is good. It is not far from Borgen and Burke's. The first floor is the storefront and the second floor can be used for living. The layout inside does not need to be changed. It can be used as soon as it is purchased. It was not until the first day of school that Ethan was freed from the tedious alchemy. Arrived at King's Cross Station, passed through the pillar and arrived at platform 9 and 3/4. After Ethan stepped on the Hogwarts Express, he prepared to find the location of Cassandra and the others. Lee, have you finished your homework? Lend me your homework. Homework? What homework? Oh, Mike, lend me your homework. Do you think I 477 have done my homework? Sorry, I misunderstood you. When passing by a carriage, Ethan heard a conversation inside and looked over. It turned out to be Lee Jordan, the roommate of the Weasley twins, and a few cowards from their Gryffindor. It should be said that they are worthy of being Gryffindors. They don't want to do homework no matter what. It's just homework which I don't seem to have touched yet. For some classes, Ethan doesn't have homework such as Transfiguration and Charms because these knowledge does not improve excellent students. They should understand what they should understand, so these professors will exempt homework according to the situation. It's just that Ethan needs to do homework on potions, plants, and history of magic. It's similar to before the holiday in Daxia. During the 2-week break, the professors at Hogwarts also assigned a lot of homework. Senior sister has become beautiful again. In the corridor, Ethan met Penelope. Really? Of course. Ethan nodded with a positive look. Okay, go tell those three. Just go a few cars back, they're already here. Penelope couldn't help but curl up her lips, but she still acted as if she didn't care. After saying goodbye, Penelope went on patrol. When there were no professors present, they, the prefects, needed to be more serious. When they came to the back car, Ethan said hello to Cassandra and the others and sat down directly. Ethan's arrival did not interrupt their chattering. Of course, it was mainly Hermione who was talking and Qiu Zhang who was listening. Most of them were about things in Santa Claus Village. As for Cassandra, she still maintained her aloof look, although she couldn't be cold around Ethan. Whose homework can I borrow? Ethan looked at Cassandra and Hermione. They were in the same grade. Although they were not in the same college, their homework was the same. Ethan, you have to do your homework yourself. You can't copy homework. The professors assign homework for LA. While Hermione was still talking about the disadvantages of copying homework, Cassandra had already taken action. She opened the suitcase, took out the homework, quill pen and ink and placed them in front of Ethan without any hesitation. A decisive blow. Hermione lowered her head, looking quite helpless. The Great Hall, after the banquet. In addition to eating and drinking, today's banquet also talked about one thing. Quirrell, the professor of defense against the dark arts, was seriously injured by a dark wizard and is now on leave. The specific length of the leave is unknown. Starting this week, Professor Snape will teach the defense against the dark arts class concurrently until Professor Quirrell returns or the end of the semester. But Ethan doubts that Snape can handle teaching 2 classes at the same time, and there are 7 grades. And the time of the 2 classes will conflict. Although this can be regarded as a dream of his, Ethan is not surprised that Quirrell can't come to class. At that time his condition was not very good and the last blow did not know what damage he had caused. Maybe he can come back after 10 days or half a month of recuperation, or maybe he can't come. But it doesn't matter. As long as Voldemort is not dead and the Philosopher's Stone is still in Hogwarts, he will never give up. At present, he still needs the Philosopher's Stone to revive Malfoy. Ethan, who was about to return to Ravenclaw, looked at Draco, who was blocking his way, and was a little confused. Ever since he had been beaten by 5 senior Slytherins, this guy was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw him. Except for class time, he would not walk around him at other times. Now he was just going home to spend Christmas. What gave him such confidence? Sorry, Adrian, I was the one who pushed that thing last time. I apologize to you. This is my compensation gift. Draco handed a yellowed book to Ethan. The cover of this book was not written in mainstream European language but a bit like the Middle East. Ethan had not touched on this point. Even if he was smart, he could not understand it. The material seemed to be made of some animal skin, which was quite thick. A very old book from the Middle East? This is the Book of Balance written by Abu Musa Jabir ibn Hayyan, the most famous alchemist in the 8th century. It is a collection of my family, and I brought it here as an apology. Seeing that Ethan did not take it, Draco became anxious and hurriedly introduced it. During this period, Draco has been worried that Ethan would cause trouble for him. He woke up from nightmares many times because his limbs were broken by Ethan. I really couldn't stand it anymore. When I went home this Christmas, I told my parents about the matter, from the Hogwarts Express to the time when I instigated 5 Slytherin seniors to cause trouble for Ethan and were punished. I told them everything about Ethan and myself. I hope they can find a way to solve it. As for being forced by muggles to find parents, it's embarrassing. I didn't expect that. After listening to it, my father not only didn't comfort me or say that he would help me teach Ethan a lesson. Instead, he scolded me for being brainless and scolded me severely, asking me to apologize and get Ethan's forgiveness. If he couldn't do it, he wouldn't help even if Ethan beat him to death. And this book was chosen by his father as an apology when he heard that Ethan often read alchemy books recently. To be honest, Draco didn't understand why his father had to do this. He was the head of the Malfoy family and a director of Hogwarts. Didn't he need our family to apologize? Shouldn't the matter be resolved as soon as his father showed up? Draco was regretting it now. In that case, I'll take this book. Forget about the last time. If there is a next time, it will be more than just this. Ethan took the Book of Balance and glanced at Draco and said slowly. The name Abu Musa Jaber ibn Hayyan. Ethan knew of course that he was one of the most successful people in Islamic alchemy. Now a lot of alchemy there was developed on his basis. It's just that there are too few of his works in existence. Those that exist are collected by some big families and their value is definitely quite high. Books from the 8th century, which is 100 or 200 years earlier than the establishment of Hogwarts. The Malfoy family has a long history. They originally followed the Muggle king who conquered Britain. It is normal to have such books. I know. Malfoy finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally completed his father's instructions. He shouldn't have nightmares in the future. After leaving, Malfoy rushed to the owl shed as soon as possible to write a letter to his father about this. This was also his request. Draco was a completely spoiled child. He had no idea how sad his family was. He looked so glorious and was still the sacred pure-blooded 28 clans. But because he stood on the wrong side, a lot of investment went down the drain on Voldemort. Voldemort didn't treat them as human beings at first, just dogs, and didn't get much benefit when he was in power. After Voldemort was overturned by Harry's car in order to protect himself and not accompany his sister-in-law to Azkaban, he spent a lot of money to make arrangements. He didn't know how much family property and gold galleons he lost. Otherwise, how could a Death Eater known to everyone stay at home safely? If he provokes a young wizard with unlimited potential now, he may be expelled from the pure-blood family in the future. Lucius Malfoy knows how fast talented young wizards grow. His father was once Voldemort's senior and told him before that Voldemort had left school for a few years and had become a genius except for Dumbledore was a man who no one could suppress, and he quickly established the Death Eaters, and all those who offended him were eliminated. This is also the reason why Lucius asked Draco to apologize. He didn't ask you to build a good relationship, but you can't offend him. Although I have always despised Muggle wizards, this is just a political correctness and a habit. Even if I want to despise those who have the ability to defeat you, I can't show it. Ethan, what did Malfoy ask you to do just now? After returning to the dormitory, Ethan was stopped by Terry, who liked gossip. Terry knew that the relationship between these two people was not good. He apologized to me. Ethan showed the book in his hand. Is that so? By the way, Ethan, do you know why my phone won't turn on? This is a Christmas gift from my parents. It's convenient for me to contact my family. Owls are still too slow. Terry soon took out a flip phone and placed it in front of Ethan. Before that, he and Michael had studied it for a long time but couldn't find the reason. It's not that it's out of power. It was charged before leaving. He was just worried that he couldn't find a place to charge it in Hogwarts. Maybe he could ask Professor Flitwick if there is any magic to charge the phone. Muggle items cannot be used in Hogwarts. They are mainly charged, don't you know? Ethan looked at Terry speechlessly. Although the notice was not clearly written, it would be recorded if he read more books. He should stop gossiping all day, and this phone is a new model of Motorola. The family is quite well off. It seems that a Muggle boy who worships Harry will come in the second half of this year. How to use his camera. Doesn't it have a battery inside? Is that so? Terry thought about it in some distress. Now he didn't have to bother Professor Flitwick. I'm going out, you guys chat. Now Ethan is not shy about going out at night. There is no need for this. Entering the room of requirement, Cassandra and Penelope are already in it. One is practicing weather spells and the other is reading the runic dictionary and runic pictograms. As for Hermione and Qiu Zhang, they have never been here. After Hermione stopped playing with Ronald Harry, she became a standard good student. She never did anything against the rules. Although she is studious and talented, she has no interest in actual combat. Or maybe Hermione has no talent for practical combat. Qiu Zhang, she has to practice Quidditch every weekend, even on school nights, which has consumed a lot of her energy. Ethan, this is what I found at home, the spell book of Fire Escape and Gubbler Fairy Fire. I didn't find the fire god opening the way. I don't think there is any at home. Cassandra came to Ethan as soon as possible and took out 2 books like offering treasures. After Christmas, Cassandra took advantage of her father's work at the Ministry of Magic to search in the library, her father's study, and the secret room at home, but found nothing. Later, her mother had to attend a tea party and Cassandra made an excuse to decline and then secretly ran to their room and found it. Maybe her father had specially put it away, fortunately she was better. Good job. Ethan was quite surprised. Although Cassandra had hinted that she had found what Ethan needed on the train, he was still a little excited when he actually saw it now. The power of the Fiendfire had already been demonstrated when Voldemort was beaten a few days ago. With this magic, the wizarding world can be very successful. Except for a few people, no one can be awesome. And these two magics are as famous as the Fiendfire and they are definitely not bad. Well, Ethan, can you teach me the Fiendfire after you learn it? Cassandra asked a little embarrassedly. She originally regarded Ethan as an opponent, but now she almost regards him as a teacher. No problem. Given Cassandra's talent, it shouldn't take much effort to teach her, and Ethan had no reason to refuse. Ethan would not be stingy with his own people, and he was not Snape, who could lose a situation that he was sure to win. Then Ethan flipped through the Gubbler Fairy Fire spellbook and realized that he had been thinking wrong. I had only heard of its name before and knew it was the everlasting fire that Dumbledore gave to the giant. In terms of power alone, the power of the Gubblerite fire is not very strong, and it is not as powerful as the fiery fire curse, but it is about the same level as the flame curse. It does not require combustibles, nor does it require subsequent injection of magic power. Once it is burning, it will not go out unless it is forcibly extinguished by magic power, which is the magic of the end of all spells. No other method can extinguish it. The fiery fire has no combustibles and it will go out when the magic power is exhausted, but the Gubblerite fire is different. Without combustibles and the magic power is exhausted, it can still maintain the state of burning and it is still the largest state. It can burn as vigorously as there are combustibles and then it will maintain this state, becoming a real everlasting fire. Gubblerite fire. As the spell was recited, a ball of fire appeared out of thin air in front of Ethan's wand and floated in the air. The flame is not big, with a diameter of only about 1 meter. After Ethan disconnected the magic power and stopped controlling it, he began to fall to the ground, neither gathering nor being kind, quite stable. The color is similar to that of a burning candle, showing a bright yellow color. Ethan felt it for a while. It was not the kind of violent burning that gave people a burning feeling, it was warm. Then Ethan tried the fire escape to protect himself, which was faster to learn. After reading it once, the magic wand drew a circle on the ground and a black flame ignited. In addition to the property of burning everything, it also has the function of protecting himself. Next, Ethan needs to practice these two magics and write the post-destruction spell to combine them. If the Fierce Fire spell has the characteristics of Fire Escape to protect himself and Gubbler Fairy Fire, then there will be a qualitative improvement. But before that, there is one thing to do. Under the surprised eyes of Cassandra and Penelope, Ethan roasted the fire dragon egg in the Gubbler Fairy Fire. This once made them think that Ethan was going to eat roasted dragon eggs. After Christmas, the first defense against the dark arts class for the first grade. Except for the Slytherin students, everyone else present looked dejected. The weekly potions class was already a torture, but they didn't expect to have 2 more defense against the dark arts classes. According to Snape's current performance, he might go crazy in the defense against the dark arts class again. Even if Quirrell didn't teach any knowledge and just read the textbook verbatim, it would be better than being tortured by Snape's class. Bang! There was a muffled sound from the classroom door. Only Snape had this habit in Hogwarts. Snape strode into the classroom, waving his wand again and again, and the windows of the classroom closed one after another. In an instant, the whole classroom became dim. Then he pulled down a white cloth that looked like a projection screen. Ethan had never seen Professor Quirrell use it. Snape walked with the wind today, which showed that he was in a good mood, but Ethan didn't know whether he would increase his salary. Coming to the podium, Snape's hawk-like eyes swept around the classroom and then he slowly said, "Turn to page 137. Although Snape had not taught Quirrell much, Snape could not start from the beginning and there was not enough time. Vice-like creature, do you know how to deal with it? Pottery. As expected, Harry was still called up. Even Harry himself was used to it. In that potion class, if Snape did not call him up to answer a question, Harry himself felt something was wrong. Vice-like creature killer, sir. Harry just knew this. Before Christmas, when he went to Hagrid's place with Ethan, he heard Hagrid complain about the vixen in the vegetable garden, but unfortunately his vixen killer was used up. Just when Harry was feeling relieved, Snape's words brought him to the bottom. This is defense against the dark arts. If it was potions, I might have to give Mr. Savior 5 extra points. But now Gryffindor will lose 10 points. Sit down. Harry sat down expressionlessly, and the students around him were no longer surprised. Hermione did not raise her hand to answer. She had already proved in the previous potions class that no matter how she raised her hand, Snape would not call on her. Once, when she was not called on, Hermione stood up to answer on her own initiative. Not only did she not get extra points, but she also lost 10 points from Gryffindor and earned a mocking nickname, Miss Know-It-All. After that, Hermione gave up the idea of earning points from Snape. As long as she could ensure that she would not lose points, it would be fine. And what Snape said just now about adding 5 extra points in potions, just kidding. Since the beginning of the school year, the first-year Gryffindors have not received any house points in potions, not even one. Malfoy, you answer. Professor, use the Force to release the Force, which works for most weak magical animals. After Draco stood up and finished speaking, he looked at Harry proudly. There were vixens in his manner, and there were also ghost things like goblins. When he didn't know magic, he saw the gardener expel them and even asked the gardener to help him catch them and put them in cages for fun. When he caught the vixens, he used the Force to release the Force. Good answer, Slytherin plus 10 points. You haven't written it down yet, what are you waiting for? Then Snape projected various detailed information about the vixens on the white cloth and explained it. A class is halfway through, next it's time for you to practice. As he said that, Snape directly picked up a cage covered with black cloth from behind the podium and placed it on the podium. And under the gaze of everyone, he lifted the black cloth on it. I don't know if it was suddenly frightened, but the thing in the cage suddenly flew up and there was a buzzing sound, causing the cage to shake left and right. To be honest, this is much better than Quirrell's lecture. Of course, it would be better if he could change his personality. Chegg. The Defense Against the Dark Arts class mainly teaches how to defend against dark magic and the harm of magical animals. It's like Quirrell reading from a book but not explaining it and not practicing it. This class is basically useless. Vox Charm, XXX level humanoid, very small with 2 extra arms and 2 legs, and covered with thick black hair with wings like beetles but very thick, curved into an arc, shining and very sharp teeth with poison. In addition, this thing has an extraordinary reproductive ability and can lay 500 eggs at a time. Ethan had seen it before when patrolling the Forbidden Forest, and he doubted the word fox charm on the spot. He had only heard of it before and had a little fantasy when he hadn't seen the real thing, but it was shattered after that time. Not to mention the seductive and hot beauty, you could have made a cute appearance, but the result is this. Relax. A string of fire suddenly flashed from Snape's wand, accurately hitting the frightened fox in the cage. The fox fell down with a pop as if all the strength was drained away and it was limp and motionless. The spell is very simple. Focus, make your goal clear and chant the spell clearly. Snape said 7 or 8 points to pay attention to. Potter, come up and cover for everyone. Snape threw a red light at the foxy girl. The moment it was focused, the foxy girl immediately became lively, but she didn't dare to hit the cage anymore. Instead, she shrank in a corner of the cage. As a magical animal, even if it is only XXX level and has a small brain, it still has good wisdom. Yes, Professor, Harry came forward with a bitter face, and it came again. He knew that Snape would play with him whenever he had the chance, but it was also his father's fault. Alas. Relax. Harry took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and swung his wand with all his strength. To be honest, with this force, if it hits the foxy girl, it is estimated that she will be beaten half to death. So Harry used the physical version of force release. Wrong pronunciation, Gryffindor deducts 10 points. Snape looked at Harry with disdain. Why is Lily's son like this? He really didn't inherit her talent at all. Potions and potions are not good, and now the spell level is not good. Professor, I still have a way to deal with it. Harry took a deep breath and looked at Snape seriously. He kept reminding himself in his heart that this was to repay his father. Since you have a way, then show it. Snape did not drive Harry away directly. He came to teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, partly because he really wanted to teach this class. On the other hand, he wanted Harry to improve his level. After all, Harry will encounter a lot of trouble in the future, and it is not okay to not know everything. $789. Harry's face flashed a trace of excitement, and he took out two Beretta 92F pistols from his waist. The young wizards below were instantly excited. They recognized what this thing was, only the purebloods were still a little confused. They didn't know what Harry had taken out. Ethan was dumbfounded. "No, Harry, you are serious. Take it back." "Who told you to bring this thing to Hogwarts? Gryffindor will be deducted 50 points. The veins on Snape's forehead couldn't help beating. His father was a muggle, so he naturally knew about pistols. "But isn't this thing strictly controlled? How did Harry get it? How dare he bring it to Hogwarts? If he could get a pistol at the beginning, he would have shot James and the others to death." "Professor, only one shot is needed to kill the vixen." Harry tried to explain that he felt it was much more useful than a wand. "Get down." Snape stared at Harry with a stern face. He knew that this could kill the vixen with one shot. If he was not careful, he would be shot to death. Moreover, Snape had already made up his mind to tell Professor McGonagall to take the pistol away, otherwise Harry would cause trouble sooner or later. The reason why he didn't take it away now was that Snape was afraid that Harry would be stimulated and cause it to go off accidentally. Although he could block it with magic, the students below couldn't. "Cassandra, come up and try." Cassandra, whose name was called, stepped forward gracefully. "Relax the force." As the spell ended, the vixen in the cage fell to the ground. "Slytherin Ruku." Snape announced loudly again under his efforts. It can be said that Snape completely relied on his own strength to pull Slytherin's house points from the bottom to the second place. Only Ravenclaw could hardly find an opportunity to deduct points for him, and the remaining two houses were the hardest hit areas. Next, Snape selected a few students from each house to come up and try, but there was no more bonus or deduction of points. Otherwise, he would have deducted all the points from other colleges in one day, and Snape was afraid that other deans would block his office door. Longbottom coming. It was Gryffindor's turn, and Snape could only pick the tallest one among the short ones. Ronald, the guy who took Harry to do his job, didn't like him, and Snape had heard of Seamus's reputation. Few of the remaining little wizards were normal. Strength, strength, loosen up. Neville stepped forward tremblingly, closing his eyes and swinging his wand around. Snape suddenly felt his legs go weak and the whole person knelt down facing all the students. "Is this the curse of the defense against the dark arts class? I'm so stupid, really. Why did I apply to teach the defense against the dark arts class? I wouldn't be embarrassed if I didn't come to class." Knowing that Longbottom was a fool, he still let him come up, and he didn't take precautions when he came up. "Hasn't the potion accident at the beginning of the school made me realize what kind of person he is?" At this moment, Snape wanted to slap himself. "Gryffindor, deduct 10 points. Snape roared hoarsely and untied himself from the force release. It can only be said that Neville's magic is not good enough. If he is more skilled, it will not only be the lack of strength in his legs. Snape had to lie down, and he couldn't even lift the wand. At that time, the students naturally couldn't release him, and they could only carry him to the school hospital. From the classroom to the school hospital, how many people would see him? This is the real social death. Neville looked at Snape carefully and then walked back to his seat with a frustrated face. Sure enough, he had no talent. But when Neville sat down, he suddenly found that everyone looked at him as if he were a hero. Especially the Gryffindors. The appreciation, encouragement, and recognition in their eyes were something he had never seen before. However, Snape had learned a lesson this time, and he took a few steps back and held the wand tightly in his hand. His eyes scanned the little lions of Gryffindor. He knew that if he couldn't control the situation after this precedent, there would be more and more such incidents in the future. As for whether it was intentional or accidental, it can only be said that it was intentional and accidental. Snape knew Gryffindor very well. Fortunately, nothing happened next. When the get out of class was over, Snape assigned homework and left in a hurry. During the defense against the dark arts class, Neville Longbottom rebelled against Professor Snape and beat him to his knees in front of all the first-year students. When Ethan came to the hall for dinner, he heard this version of the message. Especially at the Gryffindor table, the discussion on this issue was quite loud. And Ronald, who wanted to show off whenever he got a chance, was talking loudly about everything in the class. Of course, this was Ronald's modified version. There were also many senior lions around him listening to his boasting, and whenever they heard something happy, they would burst into cheers. And Neville was really regarded as a hero of Gryffindor at this moment, and Gryffindor had really suffered from Snape for a long time. Looking at the teacher's table, Ethan didn't see Snape either. Maybe he felt ashamed to see people. After all, he just knelt down to a student today. After dinner, Harry came to Ethan with a face. "Sorry, Ethan, I really like the Christmas present you gave me, but Professor McGonagall confiscated it. She said she would return it to me during the summer vacation." Harry really likes the 2 pistols Ethan gave him. He has never touched a gun since he was a child. Before, Dudley only played with toy guns. When he received the real gun, he immediately surpassed Dudley and treasured it very much. "But I didn't expect that guns were not allowed in Hogwarts. There is obviously no such rule." Harry can understand that guns are not allowed in Muggle schools to ensure the safety of students. But this is Hogwarts and magic has begun to be used. Wands are the weapons of wizards. Why can't you bring some Muggle weapons? Maybe they are afraid that you will hurt other little wizards. Ethan didn't expect Harry to dare to take it out in class. If it was in Professor Flitwick's class, this kind of thing probably wouldn't happen. Who let Snape know this? Magic wands can also hurt people, Harry sighed and then continued. "I went back and asked Aunt Petunia. You were right, Snape and I didn't have a conflict, but he had a conflict with my parents, or more precisely, with my father, and it was a big conflict. Snape grew up with my mom. They were neighbors. Snape liked my mom, but my mom married my dad. Maybe that's why Snape hates me." The expression on Harry's face was quite complicated. This bloody thing he saw on TV actually happened to him. "Have you ever thought about wearing women's clothes?" Ethan took 2 steps back and looked at Harry. To be honest, Harry could still accept women's clothes in the pictures photoshopped by netizens before, of course. This was when he was a child. "No, absolutely not." Harry shook his head desperately. He knew what Ethan wanted to say. His mother had been dead for 10 years and Snape hadn't married yet. Maybe he was still thinking about her. And if he wore women's clothes, not only would he not be targeted by Snape, he might even get preferential treatment, but Harry said he couldn't accept it. "Forget it if you didn't. To be honest, if you wore women's clothes, your Gryffindor college score might go up." Ethan looked at Harry with regret. He really had no overall view. For the benefit of everyone, couldn't he sacrifice himself a little? "Impossible." After refutation again, Harry hurriedly changed the subject and didn't want to talk about it anymore. "I also received a Christmas gift, but I don't know who sent it. It's an invisibility cloak, which is quite useful. And I found a mirror in an abandoned classroom last night, and I can see my parents in it. Originally, I thought it was a magic prop that recorded my parents, but Ronald looked in the mirror and saw that he became the president of the student union and the captain of the Quidditch team. Ethan, if you want to see it, I can lend you the invisibility cloak." "You don't need the invisibility cloak. It's in that classroom. I'll go and see it when I have time." Ethan was also curious about what he could see, which could directly reflect his innermost desires. Harry had no parents since he was a child and longed for family affection, so he saw his parents. Ronald wanted to be the most invisible of the brothers at home, so he saw himself becoming the president of the student union, but why didn't he just become a minister? As for the invisibility cloak, Ethan didn't care about it at all. The only real useful thing among the 3 holy bodies was the Elder Wand. The Resurrection Stone was also a pit. It had no resurrection effect at all, and the souls seen were also fake. The invisibility cloak was just a cloak cast with the disillusionment charm, but the general invisibility cloak had a time limit, while the invisibility cloak did not. In the original book, Harry was discovered by Filch's cat while wearing the invisibility cloak and walked towards him, but he didn't know why he didn't call out. Dumbledore could see through it directly, and Snape could also feel that there were people around him by intuition, so the invisibility cloak was useless. "Okay, I also want to know what you can see, Ethan. Maybe you can become the Minister of Magic. You are so outstanding." Harry pointed out the location of the abandoned classroom with envy. In the Muggle world, Ethan was so eye-catching, with a good family, good academic performance, and strong athletic ability. After coming to the wizarding world, he was still so outstanding. No little wizard in the 1st grade could compare with him. Harry really envied Ethan. At night, before going to the room of requirement, Ethan came to the abandoned classroom that Harry mentioned. According to the original plot, the Mirror of Erised was originally in the principal's office. Harry looked at it for a few days after getting the invisibility cloak, and then it was put away to replace the Philosopher's Stone. So, if you want to try it, you have to do it as soon as possible. Pushing open the half-closed door, there is a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror with a golden frame behind it, and there are seats placed randomly next to it. Aristella Erhilu 8 Ubicafru 8 Vos. Ethan's hand passed over the words engraved on the top of the Mirror of Erised, and then read it backwards. The Mirror of Erised can make people see the most urgent and strongest desires in their hearts. So what exactly do I want? Ethan stared at the mirror. At first the mirror still had Ethan's reflection, but soon the white mist covered the mirror. The mist dissipated, and what appeared in front of Ethan was a sunny summer day, a blue sea, and a luxurious yacht staying on the sea. The music was deafening, and there was a wide variety of fine wines and delicacies. There was no doubt that this was a party scene. But it seems that there is only one man, Ethan, who is in his 20s with his upper body naked and wearing beach pants. He is surrounded by girls including white Europeans, Asians, mixed-race girls, Lolita girls, and mature girls. Black stockings, white stockings, horse oil, and bare feet are quite in line with Ethan XB. Among them are many celebrities from Ethan's previous life, and even the waitress next to him is a rare beauty. So this is what he desires deep in his heart. It has been an LSB from the beginning to the end, right? However, before entering the wizarding world, Ethan's ideal was like this, making money while opening an improv everywhere. Point 0, after coming to the wizarding world and becoming a hacker, he basically thinks about how to become stronger. It turns out that he has been a dedicated person from the beginning to the end, and becoming stronger is just to open an improv better. After seeing his heart clearly, Ethan turned around and left the classroom. After all, there are still 2 people in it and he can't let them wait anxiously. When he just entered the abandoned classroom, Ethan sensed that there were other people besides himself. He knew at that time that he had seen it, but he didn't show it. The person hiding on the side was no one else except Old Honey, and the other one was probably Snape. Anyway, Ethan didn't dare to show anything to others. Even if he saw something bad, it was no problem. Can't the little wizard be a little bit ambitious? As for now, what's wrong with LSB? You Dumbledore can get involved with Grindelwald and you can't allow others to hug more girls. Severus, it's really hard to say. Dumbledore sighed. He is so old, what kind of scene has he not seen? But he has never seen someone like Ethan, the little wizards nowadays. Hee. Snape sneered and said nothing. Think about Ethan's ideals and then look at Ethan is working towards what he is doing now, and the results are quite good. If I have half of his ability, my child with Lily should be in the 1st grade now. Let's go, Ethan, this shouldn't be a big problem. Dumbledore was not sure, he had never seen anything like this. Ethan's talent is too strong. Quirrell had contact with Ethan some time ago, and Snape came to his office and said very clearly that Ethan might be the next Dark Lord. The reason is quite sufficient. Ethan was too cruel to Slytherin. Such a person must have a dark side in his heart, at least since he entered school. He has never seen a little wizard more cruel than Ethan. So this is why the 2 of them came here to spy today. The Mirror of Erised can only reflect the deepest desire at the moment. People will change, and wealth, X, and power can change at any time. And these 3 are inseparable, only the relationship of importance. Even if Snape doesn't say it, Dumbledore can know it, but now it seems that Ethan is just a lustful little wizard. Compared with Voldemort at the beginning, his ambition is far less, but who can be sure that he will not change in the future? It's not just the deepest desire, but also the truer self. Dumbledore's expression was quite serious. It is true that people change, but the changes are superficial and the essence is difficult to change. There is a saying in Daxia that it is difficult to change one's nature, and Ethan is a LSB by nature. Unless something big happens later that can change Ethan's entire life, otherwise Ethan is now an ordinary student who pursues girls everywhere in school, but he is a little more talented, has a higher success rate, and is more popular with little witches. So, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, don't you worry about the little witches in the school. Snape said with a sneer. He failed in campus love at the beginning. What I hate most now is those little wizards who are in love all day long. If we can break up a couple, it's a couple. This, as long as it is not forced, we have no right to interfere. Dong, dong, who is it? Terry's somewhat impatient voice sounded. Looking at the sky outside, it was just getting light, probably just after 6 o'clock. I'm Parker Waters. Hello, senior, what can I do for you? Knowing it was a senior, Terry ran over to open the door, not at all grumpy as he had just woken up. There are only about 80 people in the entire Ravenclaw, and more than a semester has passed. Even if you are not familiar with them, you know who they are, and this Parker Waters is a senior in the 5th grade. He is kind and enthusiastic, and his grades are quite good. He often helps some young eagles in the lower grades solve problems they don't understand. Although he is not a class leader, he is also very popular in Ravenclaw. I'm here to look for Adrian. Hagrid, the school's key manager, is looking for him. He's outside the common room now. He's here to pass on a message too. Just as he was about to leave, he met Hagrid at the door of the common room. Hagrid came to the Ravenclaw dormitory to look for Ethan, but he couldn't answer the door knocker and couldn't get in, so he could only wait outside the door. When he met Parker Waters, who was leaving, he asked him to help pass on a message, and he didn't come in. Ethan, Hagrid is looking for you. Turning around, Terry shouted at Ethan's bed, "Got it, I'll be there right away." Ethan had already started to get dressed, and he was awake when he was knocked on the door, so he naturally heard their conversation. But why did Hagrid want to see him so early in the morning? What happened? After a simple wash, Ethan hurriedly set off. "Ethan, come with me." The moment he saw Ethan, Hagrid directly pulled Ethan's arm and walked out. Looking anxious, "Know what happened to Hagrid?" Ethan asked. After all, he was dragged and run in a daze. "It's not convenient to talk about it here, you'll know when you get there." Hagrid looked around nervously, looking guilty. Ethan understood it was most likely related to magical animals or the extremely dangerous ones that were forbidden to be kept. If something happened in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid would not be so careful, he would just say it openly, and he would most likely go to Dumbledore. Could it be that Hagrid has secretly raised something during this period? Woof, woof. When they came to Hagrid's hut, Fangya was barking at the door outside the house. And if Ethan was not mistaken, Fangya's tail seemed to be bald in a large area as if it had been bitten by a dog. No, it was a dog. The moment he saw Ethan, Fangya immediately ran to Ethan's feet and whimpered, looking quite aggrieved. "Yaya, you stay outside first." Hagrid grabbed the collar around Yaya's neck and pulled it away from Ethan, then opened the door a crack, carefully looked inside and waved to Ethan. "Ethan, come in." Ethan walked in and found that Hagrid's hut was in a mess. Hagrid's bed was dismantled as if there was a purebred husky at home. "Help me take a look, it won't eat." Hagrid pointed to a yellow-winged lizard huddled in the corner and said to Ethan, "Is this Ukrainian ironbelly?" Ethan looked at Hagrid in confusion. Bright gray scales, deep red eyes, slender claws, these are the characteristics of Ukrainian ironbelly, but the limbs are too thin. Even if it is just born, it shouldn't be like this. You should know that Ukrainian ironbelly is the largest fire dragon. The cubs are one size larger than others at birth except for stunted development. If nothing unexpected happens, it must have had an accident, and it bit its teeth. It can only be said that for every magical animal Hagrid raises, the status of the teeth will be -1. Yes, it is Ukrainian ironbelly. It hasn't eaten anything since last night. I'm afraid it will starve to death. During the time they patrolled the Forbidden Forest together, Hagrid knew about Ethan's ability. He was born with the ability to attract magical animals. If he didn't eat it when he fed it, maybe Ethan would do the trick. This is why Hagrid thought of Ethan the first time something happened. Prepare some fresh tender beef and chicken blood mixed with brandy. Since Ethan was also hatching dragon eggs, he took a quick look at how to raise a baby dragon. Wild baby dragons eat meat after they are born, and there is no problem with the teeth and digestive ability of fire dragons. But in the dragon farm, in order to make the baby dragons grow faster and stronger, they have to be fed brandy and chicken blood every half an hour, and of course they also have to eat meat. The meat is ready as well as the brandy and chicken blood. I'll go get them ready. Hagrid ran away in a hurry. Ethan saw the vigilance in the eyes of this Ukrainian iron belly. This was the first time Ethan felt vigilance from a magical animal. He didn't know what happened to it, but Ethan still approached it carefully step by step. SHH. As Ethan approached, the fire dragon cub let out a half-threatening and half-fearful howl, and its thin body couldn't help but shrink back again. In response, Ethan was unmoved and continued to approach it until his hand came above its head and saw that it had the intention to bite. Then he stopped. Ethan stared at it for a while and it finally quieted down. Until this moment, Ethan put his hand on its bald head and stroked it downward with his thumb. "Ethan, you are worthy of me. I can't get close to it, otherwise it will bite me." Even Yaya's tail was bitten. Hagrid walked in holding a plate of thinly sliced meat in his left hand and a basin in his right hand, and his body was covered with chicken feathers. Seeing that Ethan had already appeased the dragon cub, he seemed quite excited. He really did not find the wrong person. "Bring the chicken blood mixed with brandy first." "Oh, okay." Hagrid did not dare to neglect it, and quickly handed the basin in his hand to Ethan. Ethan took it and put it on the ground, slowly pushing it in the direction of the dragon cub. The dragon cub first glanced at Ethan, then stared at the red liquid in the basin, slowly approached and drank it in big gulps. "As long as it starts to eat, there will be no problem. It is thin, so I will raise it later." After taking the beef from Hagrid, Ethan also pushed it in front of the dragon cub. "Ethan, it's really thanks to you, otherwise I really don't know what to do. You know, raising a fire dragon is my dream." "Wait, Hagrid, it's illegal to raise dragons privately. If you are found out, you will be imprisoned in Azkaban." Ethan said this naturally, not to report or anything. After all, he also has dragon eggs. And now he has started to incubate it with the black flame of fire escape. After it adapts well, he will have to try fiendish fire. When the time comes, after being burned by fiendish fire, it will become stronger, bloodthirsty, and fierce, and its genes may mutate. "Don't worry, no one will find out." Hagrid patted his chest and guaranteed. He only has this hobby, how could he give up the fire dragon he got? And if he was really scared, he would not raise dangerous things like small-eyed minister spiders and main head magic. A fire dragon will grow up in 2 years, be as big as your bed in half a year, and be as big as your hut in a year. How can you hide it? Unless you raise it in the Forbidden Forest. The Ukrainian iron belly is 50 feet long when grown up. If it spreads its wings, it will be even bigger. It will not be able to stay in Hagrid's hut for 2 months. Anyway, Ethan's dragon was planned to be kept in the Room of Requirement when it was young. When it grows up, it will be moved to the Forbidden Forest in a box with the Traceless Expansion spell. Of course, if a box like Newt's is made, it can naturally be carried with it, but this cannot be done in a short time. The main reason is that the dragon needs too much space. Unlike the winged demon, which can enter a dormant state at ordinary times, the Voldemort will not move when there is nothing to do. It just needs food. "Of course I know this," Hagrid said with a stiff face. In fact, he was not prepared at all, and he was reluctant to put it in the Forbidden Forest. What if it was so thin and bullied? Also, Hagrid, how did you get this dragon? This is the point that Ethan wants to ask. Quirrell and Voldemort haven't come to class since they were beaten by Ethan. No one knows where they are. The dragon egg that was prepared to trick Hagrid was also snatched by Ethan. Under normal circumstances, no one would give Hagrid a dragon egg. Even the most ordinary one costs more than 3,000 gold galleons on the black market. And the value of the Ukrainian iron belly is definitely not lower than the value of the Hebridean black dragon egg. I won this when I was playing cards in the tavern yesterday. That person was eager to get rid of it. At this point, Hagrid's face was full of pride. After all, it was really lucky to win a dragon. "Yesterday you just got it and it hatched?" Ethan asked curiously. "This feels a bit wrong. When I got it, it was already hatched. It was a dragon cub." Now Ethan finally understood why it didn't eat. After hatching, the dragon felt a sense of familiarity with the first creature it saw and would eat the food he gave it, just like Norbert in the original book. As for this one, it must have been frightened in the middle of the process after hatching, and it was naturally unwilling to eat because of the unfamiliar environment and people. In the black market, the value of dragon cubs is not as high as that of dragon eggs. Of course, the highest value is still the adult dragon, which is almost full of treasures. Did he also ask you about the 3-headed dog? If he asked, it would be confirmed that Voldemort is back again. How do you all know that it is raised by me? Hagrid whispered and then said to Ethan, "That's right. Dogs with 3 heads are not common, it's normal for him to be interested. I drank some wine at the time, so I told him that Fluffy likes to listen to music the most. As long as he listens to music, he will fall asleep quickly." When Ethan heard this, he knew that Voldemort was back again. As expected, Ethan was right. He would not give up the Philosopher's Stone. Feed the chicken blood and agave every half an hour. Hagrid, I recommend you to read the 2 books, Guide to Raising Fire Dragons and Raising Fire Dragons for Fun and Profit. In the original book, Hagrid got a dragon egg and had enough time to learn how to raise a fire dragon in 1.3. Now he got a fire dragon cub in a hurry, so he was naturally not prepared. And these 2 books all record the techniques of raising fire dragons. After reading them twice, you can basically master them. After all, it's not a spell or something that needs to be understood. Okay, I know, I'll go to the library to borrow books later. Then I'll leave first, I have classes to attend later. Ethan was about to retreat after saying that. The dragon cub had already started talking, so it shouldn't be a big problem for Hagrid to feed it later. Wait, this is for you. It was almost 7 years ago and I was a step too late. It was killed and its horns were cut off. I finally collected it and I didn't have any use for it, so I gave it to you. Hagrid handed Ethan a long horn with a silver-white halo and spiral patterns. It was a unicorn horn, Ethan could tell at a glance. Relying on animal affinity, Ethan had a good relationship with the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, so he could naturally get close to them, but facing this group of horses with human nature and good looks, he never thought of touching their horns. It was nearly 1 meter long, and in terms of weight, Ethan weighed it and it was about 3.5 kilograms. It's just that this thing is sold by ounce. 1 ounce is 100 gold galleons, and this one is much more valuable than a dragon egg. It should be said that he is worthy of being the hidden rich man of Hogwarts, and this is generous. A week after Hagrid got the dragon, Quirrell came to work at Hogwarts again. When Ethan saw him in the hall, he almost didn't recognize him as Quirrell. His skin was loose and unhealthy white, and his waist was hunched as if he was a man in his 60s. His left arm and part of his shoulder were replaced with a silver metal arm, which was really miserable. In just 1 year, Quirrell completed 3 changes. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, the smile on the face of the little lion of Gryffindor could not be suppressed at all. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, a banquet would be held to celebrate. Originally, Snape was crazy. After Neville's incident, the Defense Against the Dark Arts class of Gryffindor was more difficult than the Potions class. If you couldn't answer the questions, you would lose points and be ridiculed. Failure in practice is not a loss of points and ridicule. It can be said that the little lions are worthless. Now saying that they are like trolls is considered to be Snape's courtesy. This also made Gryffindor's house score always below 50 points and above 0 points. Professor McGonagall couldn't say anything about this. After all, the little lion of his own house made up stories about the professor everywhere after doing something wrong, making Snape a laughing stock for a while. This was indeed too much. Although he punished the group of little wizards who spread rumors at the time, the rumors had already spread, and Snape's kneeling became the hottest topic in Hogwarts at the time. Now that Snape has come for revenge, what else can he do? It's not 0 points anyway, so let it go. Professor McGonagall chose to start. Today we will learn how to resist dark magic, but the premise of resisting dark magic is that you have to understand dark magic. Quirrell's gloomy and hoarse voice echoed in the classroom of Defense Against the Dark Arts. At this time, the little wizards discovered that Quirrell not only had a great change in appearance, but now he didn't stutter when he spoke, and there was no garlic smell on his body and in the classroom. Professor Quirrell, Defense Against the Dark Arts doesn't seem to be something we should learn now. A little wizard stood up without raising his hand or getting Quirrell's consent. Anyway, Quirrell was like that in class, cowardly, and reading from the textbook would not deduct points, so naturally no one would follow his rules and everyone was used to freedom. Although the name of the first-year Hogwarts textbook is Dark Power, a guide to self-defense, the content is not about resisting the dark magic but how to prevent yourself from being hurt by magical animals. To be precise, this is what you learn in the lower grades of Hogwarts. It was not until the 3rd grade that you finished learning defense against magical animals in XXXXX that you started to learn defense against the dark magic. Quirrell glanced at the little wizard and motioned him to sit down. I am very grateful to Professor Snape for teaching during this period. He taught well. I think you have mastered most of the content in the textbook. Now I will teach you some additional knowledge. After hearing Quirrell's explanation, the young wizards were excited. Snape left, but Quirrell did not give up and taught the knowledge of the senior grades. Is this because Professor Quirrell felt the pressure from Professor Snape and started to get excited? Only Ethan felt something was wrong. It was hard to say whether this person was Quirrell. Maybe Voldemort was controlling the body at this moment. He found a way to replenish his vitality. There is another possibility. This is not Quirrell but another fool fooled by Voldemort. After taking the Polyjuice potion, he disguised himself as Quirrell and came to Hogwarts to continue to plot for the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell saw that he had stirred up the emotions in the classroom and raised his voice slightly to the young wizards below and said, "Be quiet. When it comes to black magic, the first thing that comes to mind is the 3 unforgivable curses, which are extremely evil, extremely cruel, but very powerful black magic. Although once used on a person, they will be imprisoned in Azkaban, but black wizards like to use it." When Quirrell mentioned the unforgivable curses, the whole classroom suddenly fell silent. Most of the young wizards have 10 kinds of fear of the unforgivable curses. After a glance, Quirrell said again, "I wonder if any student can answer what are the 3 unforgivable curses and what are the corresponding spells." No one can answer my question. Quirrell looked in the direction of Slytherin and Ravenclaw, with a hint of disappointment in his tone. Ethan could see that although Cassandra did not feel any fear, she did not intend to stand up and answer the question. After all, the 3 unforgivable curses are almost taboos in Hogwarts. Normal young wizards would not talk about this at all. Ethan admired Quirrell very much. How did he have the courage to talk about these in Hogwarts? Even if he did not teach the unforgivable curses directly like the little Crouch who pretended to be Moody in the 4th grade, this would also increase Dumbledore's attention to him. He wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone and dares to be so high-profile. He is really brave. Student Adrian, do you know? Quirrell walked up to Ethan and gave him an encouraging look. Why is the content of this class this? It turns out that it is aimed at me. At first I thought it was aimed at Harry, but what is this guy trying to do, Student Adrian? Seeing that Ethan didn't react, Joe Luo couldn't help but raise his voice. Kedavra Avada Kedavra. Imperious curse, soul out of the body. Crucia Cruciatus. Absolutely correct, Student Adrian Ravenclaw plus 10 points. Hearing Ethan's answer, Quirrell finally smiled on his face with a long white circle and folds. But none of the students below cheered and even Ravenclaw was silent. Ethan even saw a few little wizards looking at him with fearful eyes. Voldemort, Voldemort, you've been beaten up, why don't you behave yourself? This class ended with the explanation of the 3 unforgivable curses. Quirrell didn't explain the specific usage and spent most of the time introducing their power. As for how to guard against the 3 unforgivable curses, Quirrell didn't even mention it. Ethan packed up his textbooks and prepared to leave with his roommate. Ethan, you should not say these spells in public in the future. Professor Quirrell, why did he ask you to answer this question? You know these spells are not easy to spell. Hermione ran to Ethan and kept complaining about Quirrell. She was afraid that one day she would have to go to Azkaban to visit Ethan. Cassandra, who was passing by, showed a mysterious smile. She was much better than this lion. Ethan was so good at the extremely difficult black magic such as the fiery curse. Do you think it would be easier or the 3 unforgivable curses that are everywhere? Only this stupid lion knew nothing. I just recited a spell, not used it. What does it matter? There are many people who know this, but they... Just when Ethan was complaining about these little wizards, Quirrell's voice suddenly came from behind, interrupting their conversation. Student Adrian, come to my office. I have something to tell you. Ethan frowned. What on earth is Quirrell thinking? Why is he looking for me here instead of trying to get the Philosopher's Stone, and in class? Shouldn't your goal be the savior, Harry? After saying hello to a few roommates, Ethan followed Quirrell to see what tricks he was up to. After arriving at Quirrell's office, Ethan got straight to the point. Professor Quirrell, why did you call me here? I want to ask you how you read the notebook I gave you last semester. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Quirrell pretended to be a good teacher who cared about his students, but this face that was forced to overdraw its vitality had nothing to do with a kind teacher. Thank you, Professor Quirrell, for the notebook. It has been very useful to me. I have learned all the magic recorded in it. Student Adrian, you have a great talent in the dark magic. Quirrell sighed. Through Voldemort, he knew that there were two more advanced ones in the notebook which were meant to make Ethan come to ask him if he couldn't understand. But he figured it out by himself. This notebook has three functions. The first is to slowly lead Ethan into the abyss of dark magic. The second is to deepen the connection between himself and Ethan, especially when Ethan came to ask for advice. After a few contacts, they became familiar with each other. Unfortunately, the plan failed. The third is to test Ethan. Hogwarts does not encourage the study of dark magic. Of course, if you can do it, it will not violate the rules. If Ethan gives this notebook to Dumbledore or Flitwick, it means that Ethan will be difficult to be won over by himself. But even if he gives it to Dumbledore, it will be fine. He can just say that he took the wrong notebook. This point, Ethan did not hand over the notebook, which is also considered a pass. He belongs to the kind that can be won over. Plus, Ethan's talent should make him become the right-hand man of 267 among the Death Eaters. Thank you for the compliment, Professor. I am just willing to spend more time on this, which is not a talent. Ethan waved his hand modestly. Then, would you like to learn about the real dark magic? Quirrell took out his wand and pointed it at a spider in the corner. For example, the 3 unforgivable curses. Avatar eats the big melon. A dark green light gushed out from the tip of the wand and hit the target in the blink of an eye. The spider's body was dyed green and fell to the ground silently. Want to learn? I can teach you. Quirrell's bewitching voice sounded in Ethan's ears. Professor Quirrell, how can you use the unforgivable curses in Hogwarts? Ethan took 2 steps back and looked at Quirrell with a surprised expression. How to say it? This eats the big melon is really average. It is not controlled by Voldemort himself. Ethan, you have to remember that learning and using the unforgivable curses are not illegal, but using them against wizards is illegal, understand? You are different from other students. You are more talented and willing to work hard on this. Such a good student is naturally more likely to get special care from the teacher. Ethan's panic expression was within Quirrell's expectations, but Ethan's calm or enthusiastic expression of wanting to learn was a bit wrong. When you have thought it over, you can come to me at any time. If my promise is valid during this semester, you can also take out this. Immediately, Joe Luo opened the drawer and took out a note and handed it to Ethan. After receiving the note from the restricted area, Ethan said goodbye to Quirrell and left the office. Master, is it really worth it to risk being exposed to win over this little wizard? Quirrell muttered to himself in the empty office. Stupid, you know nothing. Do you think Dumbledore has never doubted Quirrell? Even Snape can detect that Quirrell is not right. Dumbledore is not old and confused yet, let alone you now. Voldemort's hoarse voice sounded from the back of Quirrell's head. And this little wizard with excellent talent and great interest in dark magic will be my best helper in the future. Ethan, my owl brought your letter back. Inside the house, Cassandra handed the wax-coated envelope to Ethan. This was received after dinner today, thank you. Ethan took the envelope and Dennis Ray came over. More than a week ago, Ethan had just helped Hagrid feed the dragon cub and was thinking about where Voldemort's dragon cub came from. Then he went to borrow an owl from Cassandra and wrote a letter to Dennis and the others. Although Hogwarts has owls and they are free, but this is sent to Nocturne Alley. Who knows if it is safe to use? After all, it is a public one. And the Volley family's owl does not have this trouble. Isn't it normal for a pure-blood family to be connected with Nocturne Alley? In the letter, Ethan only asked Dennis one thing. Has any wizard recently purchased Ukrainian iron-belly dragon eggs or dragon cubs from their Threz organization? The Threz organization has a certain reputation in the world and is not small in scale. Voldemort might have spent money here again. The transaction situation can also reflect some of Voldemort's status. Ethan opened the envelope. There was not much information in it and Ethan scanned it at a glance. The Threz organization did sell a fire dragon egg and it was a Ukrainian iron belly. Dennis naturally did not dare to ask Ethan why he knew, so he could only write down the answer he asked. The Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon egg was sold in Greece on the Balkan Peninsula, which is next to Albania. The Greek colleagues have obtained the egg for a long time. In order to maintain vitality, they need to be roasted by flames from time to time, which leads to the fact that it will hatch soon after a long time. But because the hatched dragon is not easy to sell, the organization can only reduce the temperature of the flame as much as possible in order to make it hatch slowly, but still can't find a suitable buyer. Until a man with a hooded wizard robe came over and wanted to trade a fire dragon egg with a deadly poisonous python. Originally, this transaction method was not in compliance with the rules, but the egg was about to hatch and could not be left unused, so the Greek staff had no choice but to agree to the transaction. The dragon egg was exchanged for a highly venomous python. The snake is now locked up in Greece and has not yet found a buyer. The information about the snake has been sent to members in other countries, hoping that colleagues in other places can help find a buyer. This is a mutually beneficial matter, and there is a commission for every transaction. According to the organization's internal appraisal, this unprecedented magical animal python is about XXXX in danger, with average physical strength, lower than most magical animals of XXXX level but good speed, and its venom can dissolve muscles and is quite lethal. It can kill people in one blow at vital locations, and wounds at non-vital locations are difficult to heal, so it was identified as XXXX. Because it is an unprecedented species, this snake is still of some value. Seeing this, Ethan knew who the snake was. Nagini, the last Horcrux made by Voldemort, was made after his resurrection. In the original book, Nagini also bit Snape to death, bit Arthur Weasley, and was beheaded by Neville with the Gryffindor sword. Is Voldemort so miserable now? He even sold Nagini for the dragon egg, so what would his last Horcrux be? This accidentally changed a lot, but since Nagini has not been made into a Horcrux yet, Ethan is ready to take it down. A beautiful snake from Indonesia who can survive the wizard war of that era and is still alive is already quite powerful. Who doesn't like this kind of beautiful and powerful girl, but her identity is a bit complicated. Old people like Dumbledore know her, and it's hard to explain if they see Nagini in human form. In addition, it is not easy to restore Nagini to human form. This blood curse breaks out more frequently as she grows older until she completely turns into a snake. She loses all her memories and habits as a human. Blood curses are usually hereditary and they specifically target women. Later, Draco's wife Astoria Greengrass was also cursed with blood, but the two blood curses were different. Astoria did not turn into a snake, but she was weak and died in her 30s. It must be difficult to remove the blood curse. Nagini must have asked Dumbledore for help, but it was still useless. She turned into a snake and wandered to the Albanian forest. Astoria Greengrass, as a member of the Sacred 28, finally married Malfoy. It can be said that she has a very high status in the entire British wizarding world, but she is still not well treated. Ethan is not sure if it can be cured, but there is still a chance. After all, Ethan has a system cheat. Who knows when he will draw the magic and potion that can cure her? Immediately, Ethan wrote a letter to Dennis and took down the snake. The gold galleons needed. Bruno's potion and alchemy shop has made a lot of money recently. Polyjuice potion is still selling well, plus Ethan's alchemy products. It is also a shop with quite good business in Nocturne Alley. If there is still a shortfall, Ethan can also provide some. After all, Baif's Brain Refresher has been selling all the time, and many students feel that they can't live without it. For each bottle, Ethan can get about 3 gold galleons. Although this money is not much, it is enough to support Ethan's expenses. Cassandra, send the letter out tomorrow morning, still at the same address _. After sealing the letter with wax, Ethan handed it directly to Cassandra. Cassandra is really getting more and more obedient now. Yeah. Cassandra accepted it immediately without asking what it said. Then Ethan began to teach Cassandra to practice the fiery spell. After practicing for a few days, Cassandra has been able to release the fiery spell skillfully, but she is not good at controlling it. Control it with your heart, don't be anxious. Every time you are anxious, the fire will swell up and you will lose control. Looking at the flame coming out of the tip of Cassandra's wand, Ethan reminded her. Magic is the power of idealism. The deeper the understanding of oneself and the more confident one is, the greater the power that can be exerted and the more handy it is to use magic. After hearing Ethan's reminder, Cassandra quickly calmed down, stopped increasing the firepower, and began to control the flame instead. Much stronger than the follower Draco, who was burned to death by fire. Ethan remembered that after that guy set the fire, he could not only not control it but also could not cut off his magic so that the tip of the wand kept extinguishing. Increase the magic power a little, then slowly control it and change its shape. Seeing that Cassandra's control was pretty good, Ethan immediately reminded her, "Stop, just like now, control it well. A fireball of about 1 meter is just right for a beginner like Cassandra." After all, not everyone can stack multiple layers of buffs like Ethan, and can unscrupulously provoke the fiendfire for the first time. Ethan gave a few pointers from time to time, and sometimes showed his own fiendfire spell until Cassandra was able to transform it into a rather abstract little flame wolf, and then Ethan left. Senior sister, how is your ancient magic literature? Penelope has been specializing in ancient magic literature during this period. On the one hand, Penelope chose ancient magic literature, which is one of the subjects of her O, W, L, and S exams this year. On the other hand, she wanted to learn Ethan's ancient magic Mjolnir. Ethan did not refuse this. After all, Penelope would sell herself to Ethan as a maid this summer. Although this magic is very precious, there is no need to hide it from your own people. However, there is a prerequisite. Penelope can understand the corresponding ancient magic words, and Ethan can teach her how to use Mjolnir. Forget about just teaching the ancient magic words. This is purely based on understanding, and it is very troublesome to teach. Although each ancient magic word has a fixed meaning, the power exerted by different understandings is different. If you can't understand the ancient magic words, even if you are told, it is not yours but a lot of problems. This is why Hogwarts has an elective course on ancient magic words, and not many people choose to take it. Even for Hogwarts graduates who have chosen ancient magic words, most of them only know the ancient magic words on the surface. They are all rote knowledge just to pass the test, and they can't apply it in practice at all. Ancient magic requires the power of these ancient magic words to be combined and arranged. If you don't understand them thoroughly, you will accidentally hurt yourself. This is also the reason why ancient magic has basically been lost. Simple and crude is just the way of casting and expression, but learning is not easy at all. Cassandra also covets Mjolnir and Gungnir, but she has no knowledge of ancient magic words now, so she can only put it behind her mind. It feels good. When I understand it thoroughly, I should be able to try to learn it. Penelope lifted her hair and smiled brightly at Ethan. Afterwards, Ethan stepped forward and said some of his own understanding, then stepped aside. Whether he could help her or not, it depended on how Penelope accepted the ability given by the Lord. Walking to the incubation room nearby, Ethan casually threw a ball of fierce fire in, which was a daily necessity. I don't know what happened. I have been in charge for so long and I have been roasting with fire, but it just didn't hatch and the color is getting darker and darker. It used to reflect light, but now it doesn't feel like that at all. It's like an abyss absorbing all the surrounding light. Walking out of the incubation room, a ball of pale flame emerged from Ethan's palm. This is the result of recent times. Without using a magic wand, Ethan directly opened his 5 fingers and gently scratched the ground. The pale flame instantly surrounded the ground when it landed. Ethan started to burn, forming 10 circles and extending to the surroundings. This was a combination of Fire Guard and Fiery Fire Curse, but the Gublai Fairy Fire was still a little short, and he didn't know what went wrong and it couldn't be integrated. Ethan didn't know why the black flame of Fire Guard and the orange-red Fiery Fire turned white after combining. But the temperature of this white flame was higher, and it had the characteristics of both. If it weren't for flame affinity, Ethan would never have succeeded. The combination of the 2 powerful black magics was a complete mess at the beginning. The flames filled the entire space. If Ethan hadn't practiced the Fire Guard magic to the maximum level at a very fast speed before, and had the assistance of the fire affinity characteristic, he would have been killed on the spot. Cream pancake. As soon as the words fell, the stone statue in front of Ethan immediately split into 2 halves, revealing a spiral staircase. Following the stairs, Ethan came to the principal's office again, and everything was the same as the last time. At the end of today's Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall conveyed Dumbledore's intention to see him and told him the password to open the door. This is how the current scene happened. Ethan also had some guesses about Dumbledore's intention to see him this time. Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, contacted him again, and it was probably related to this matter. In addition, Ethan couldn't think of why. He had been quite honest during this period and had never had a conflict with anyone. He just went out every night and strolled around the Forbidden Forest, but if you don't get caught, it's not a violation. This is the unspoken rule of Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore, I'm here. Ethan directly woke up Dumbledore, who was resting with his eyes closed, without any awareness of not disturbing the old man. Sorry, I'm old. I always feel sleepy at this time in the afternoon. Dumbledore put on the glasses on the desk. His eyes were a little dazed. You'd be a fool to believe you. This old guy is very bad. Ethan was sure that Dumbledore knew it the moment he shouted the command and the stone statue opened the door. Although Dumbledore was not young, wizards were very good at surviving. If he didn't want to die, he would have no problem outliving the young wizards of this generation. Not to mention Nicholas Flamel and his wife. The Daily Prophet reported that someone who was even more alive than them, Armando Dippet, was 300 years old and still served as the headmaster of Hogwarts. Which was the headmaster when Voldemort was studying. Sit down first, what do you want to eat? As he said that, Dumbledore had already taken out several kinds of desserts, the most eye-catching of which were the cockroaches that were still moving. Ethan had seen a pile of cockroaches many times, but he had never eaten it once. But Dumbledore likes this thing very much. It can only be said that he is a 960 fanatic of sweets. No thank you. After Ethan took the grape juice, he refused these desserts. Ethan, what do you think of Harry's performance during this period? After putting away all the desserts, Dumbledore asked slowly. Like a normal Gryffindor student, nothing special except that Professor Snape specifically targeted him. Ethan carefully recalled Harry at this stage and found that he had been more obedient since Christmas, except for the occasional night outing. The rest of the time was basically spent playing with Ronald, playing wizard chess, and talking about Quidditch, which were all normal Gryffindor hobbies. And occasionally he would go to see Hagrid, but apart from that there was nothing wrong with him. Don't you think his life is too comfortable? How could it be? Aren't all of us students like this? Ethan looked at Dumbledore in confusion, wondering what he was up to, talking to me about Harry. I am indeed familiar with Harry, but the one who has the best relationship is Ronald. The clown turned out to be me. I thought he was asking about me and Quirrell, but it turned out that he was concerned about Harry. Is it like this? Are you sure? Dumbledore looked at him with a smile on his face. Ethan, well, I am a little restless. Whether it is sneaking to the Forbidden Forest or going to the Room of Requirement almost every night, these are not what normal little wizards should do. I want you to find something for Harry, otherwise such a comfortable life will wear down his will. Dumbledore finally told his purpose. Harry, who had just started school, had everything under his control. He encountered the three-headed dog during his night walk, and Hagrid accidentally revealed the news of the attack on Gringotts and Nicholas Flamel, or Snape's targeting of Harry, which made him misunderstand. According to this development, Harry will eventually find that the secret hidden in the corridor on the 4th floor is the Philosopher's Stone. And because of the misunderstanding of Snape, he will eventually think that he wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone. After all, it is always easy to use the greatest malice to guess someone you hate. Until the final confrontation with Voldemort, this is the script Dumbledore prepared for Harry in the 1st grade. Since Harry was protected by his mother's magic, Voldemort himself could not harm him. This was the best opportunity to hone Harry, the savior. Only after defeating Voldemort could Harry have the courage to fight him in the future. However, things had gone wrong now. Going home for Christmas was beyond Dumbledore's expectations. Now Snape was still targeting him, but Harry seemed to be indifferent and had lost interest in the corridor on the 4th floor. This was not okay. In order to get things back on track, he found Ethan. After all, it was not easy for him and the professors to intervene in this matter, otherwise the headmaster or the professors would encourage him to violate the school rules and then guess what happened to other professors. Headmaster, I'm just a first-year wizard, I don't think I can help. Ethan said reluctantly. He didn't want to play the savior game with Dumbledore, let alone be a babysitter. Strength is the root of everything. Improve your own strength and protect the people you care about in the future. Doing these things well is enough. Although Ethan is to blame for making Harry comfortable, Ethan will not admit it. What evidence can you prove it? Otherwise, it is a false accusation. It affected Hermione. The trio could not be assembled and their ability to make trouble declined, and they also lacked brains. It affected Draco. Although he still had extraordinary attention for Harry, there were no night duels, fewer conflicts, and he was not able to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team, which also reduced his opportunities for training. Finally, there was Snape. Because of what Ethan said at the time, Harry now only felt that he was fighting for his father. Snape could target him if he wanted to, but he would not lose a piece of meat anyway. After all, his father's success in the sky made Snape, who loved his mother deeply, single until now, becoming an overage single dog in his 30s. With this idea, although Harry still didn't like Snape very much, he didn't think that he wanted to kill him. At most, it was revenge for his father, which was not too bad, just a little narrow-minded, so he naturally didn't doubt anything. CHFG. I think you have a way, and I won't let you help me in vain. If Ronald could be smarter and have fewer minor problems, he wouldn't come to Ethan. But Ronald couldn't do anything big. If he dared to tell him a little, this thing would be ruined. It's not a vain help. Hearing that there was a reward, Ethan became excited. This white devil would definitely not be stingy. As long as the reward was in place, it was not impossible to cooperate with Dumbledore to play Harry. I see you are quite interested in alchemy, so do you know who is the highest achievement in alchemy now? Dumbledore has chips to impress Ethan, and there are quite a few, but he can't take out much. Nicholas Flamel. Ethan said affirmatively. The highest achievement of alchemy is to turn stone into gold. Isn't this the function of the Philosopher's Stone? Now the only one who can do this is Nicholas Flamel. Yes, if you do me a small favor, I don't mind helping you once and introducing Nicholas to you. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. For a wizard who likes alchemy, Nicholas Flamel's guidance is absolutely impossible to refuse. In this case, Harry's problem will be handed over to me, and I will definitely make him rejuvenated. Ethan immediately made a promise to find something for Harry to do, which is not difficult. This is Nicholas Flamel's guidance, which can be regarded as the standard of time travel. Any time traveler who doesn't go to Nicholas Flamel to learn a few tricks is embarrassed to say that he is a time traveler. I believe you can do it, especially the spirit of adventure, which is what Harry lacks most at the moment. Dumbledore believed that even if he didn't explain it clearly, Ethan would understand what he meant. Ethan had been to the 4th floor. Although he didn't enter under the movable door panel, he must have guessed it. And Hagrid was a big mouth. Ethan had been in contact with him for so long, and he must have revealed a lot of information. With Ethan's wisdom, he must know what he should know. In addition, the problem of Quirrell, both sides have been in contact. In this game, the professors knew that Quirrell had a problem, but they didn't know what the problem was. Voldemort also knew that Dumbledore had noticed him, but wealth and honor are sought in danger, and he is immortal, so what is there to be afraid of? The only ones who were led from beginning to end were Harry and his group. I understand the corridors around. Ethan gave Dumbledore a knowing look. If you want adventure at Hogwarts, the Forbidden Forest is the best choice, but this year a new map of the corridor on the 4th floor has been opened. Anyone with a decent brain knows that this is specially opened. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries and Ethan was ready to retreat, but he remembered something and turned to Dumbledore and said, Principal, after the last defense against the dark arts class, Professor Quirrell showed me the killing curse and he said he could also teach me how to use it. I wonder if I should go. Child, don't learn these things and don't get in touch with Quirrell. I should have reminded you earlier. If you have any knowledge about magic that you don't understand, you can ask me. Dumbledore's face became serious. He had always let Quirrell go, even if he was in contact with Ethan, but he didn't expect him to be so bold. It was fine to talk about the 3 unforgivable curses publicly, but he even dragged the little wizard into the water. Magic is the power of the mind, and the 3 unforgivable curses are the best in the dark magic. It's not that you will become bad after learning them, but as you learn and use them, your personality will become more extreme, and your emotions will also shift to the dark side. If you are not careful, you will easily do something wrong and it will be too late to regret it. Ethan was very cruel last time, but he also had a sense of propriety. Those little snakes in Slytherin only suffered physical pain. If Ethan learned the unforgivable curses and repeated the situation of that day, he might lose control of his emotions all of a sudden and show his big melon to his classmates. In this case, the situation will be out of control, which will be an extremely bad result for both parties. I know, I will pay attention. Ethan nodded and walked out of the principal's office. Ethan didn't want to have any contact with Voldemort. He was just a remnant soul and couldn't bring any benefit to him. As for his knowledge of dark magic, most of it was useless to Ethan. Time flies and it is May. There's still 1 month left for the end of the school year. At this time, even the most lazy and playful Gryffindors start to go into the library. Let alone the OWLS and NEWTS exams that are related to the fate of wizards. The final exam report card will directly affect whether you will have a big meal or fried meat on a stick when you go home during the summer vacation. This also led to the crazy sales of BAFE Brain Refresher starting last week. Of course, the main force is still the seniors, and the lower grades are only those who are cramming at the last minute. Ethan, have you finished refining the brain potion? The debt collectors came again. George and Fred blocked Ethan at the intersection where he was leaving the potions class. The Weasley brothers never closed their smiles during this period. Gryffindor alone can sell more than 20 bottles a day, which means they earn at least 20 gold galleons, more than 10 per person a day, which is far more than their father Arthur's salary. Now they are in the 3rd year and there are still 4 years to graduate. According to the current trend, they can save up the money needed for the joke shop before graduation. They can also have enough gold galleons to develop new products. When they graduate, they will have both products and gold galleons. Nothing can be better than this, which makes them very enthusiastic about it. It's just that Ethan's production has a problem and the supply can't meet the demand. The 4 colleges need about 100 bottles a day, but Ethan has only 3 people to refine them. They have to go to class on weekdays, so the production is higher on weekends. What they sold in the past few days were all stocks, but the stocks were sold out the day before yesterday. I can give you 12 bottles. On school days, 3 roommates, one of them can make 3 pots by using the evening events, and each pot can be divided into 5 bottles. This is the maximum output. It's a pity that none of them can operate multiple crucibles at a time, otherwise the speed will have to double. During this period, several roommates are also happy and painful. For the sake of gold galleons, they only complain a few words. If you want to buy flying brooms, magic props, and extracurricular books, you have to earn gold galleons. Except that Jean is from a wizard family and is not short of money, the other 2 will not easily give up this opportunity. Fortunately, as Ravenclaw, the academic performance is good and there is no need to review like other colleges during this period. Ethan, give more. Fred put his arm around Ethan's shoulders and showed a flattering smile. This is not a potion, it is completely gold galleons. It is not shameful to bow to gold galleons. You already have 1 more bottle than the other 3 colleges, what else do you want? Ethan said helplessly that he had to treat everyone equally. He had chosen people from the 4 colleges to do the sales, and they all had a certain influence in their colleges. If the distribution was uneven, it would cause dissatisfaction among students from each college at this critical moment before the exam, which would affect them all. At least all kinds of rumors are inevitable. Don't underestimate the complexity of people's hearts. To be honest, Ethan, you should find more people to make BAFE Brain Refresher, or at least prepare enough in advance. Fred took the 12 bottles of BAFE Brain Refresher and put them away, sighing. These 12 bottles were sold out in 1 morning and the loss was all money. Even if Ethan didn't feel sorry, they felt sorry too. Your potion level is not bad, I asked you to help make it and the price is the same as Michael's. Who can you blame if you don't agree? Ethan had thought of this before. Previously, Ethan knew that when the school year was about to end, the sales of BAFE Brain Refresher would be better than usual. This was obvious, just like mineral water and beverages are very popular in summer. For this reason, Ethan specially saved more than 300 bottles of BAFE Brain Refresher, which should be enough with the daily production, but he didn't expect that it would be sold out in less than 10 weeks. After all, there were only 700 bottles in more than a month before, and now there are more than this number in a week. Really underestimated the rich people in Hogwarts. 5 gold galleons a bottle, not cheap. And the duration is pitifully short, only 20 minutes. As a result, many old customers come to buy a bottle every day, and some even more than one bottle. When it was popular a few days ago, Ethan also wanted to add a few people to refine the potion. The first person he thought of was the twins. They were good in all aspects and it would be no problem to teach them once, but they refused because they wanted to develop new products. In the past, they were limited by funding issues and had no progress in this area. Now that they have sufficient funds, they can't stop at all, so naturally they are unwilling to do the same boring work. The rest are either unsuitable or Ethan is worried. Ethan, I can help you provided that the potion is not too complicated. Hermione, who listened to the whole process, made her own suggestions. She thought that her potion skills were excellent among her peers and she should be able to help Ethan. Then Hermione, can you accept night tour? Ethan did not avoid anyone when he said this. How rare is a night tour? How many little lions of Gryffindor have not gone on a night tour? If Hermione wants to help, Ethan will definitely not refuse. Her talent for potions is also quite good. She can self-study and successfully brew Polyjuice potion in the second year. But the BAFE brain refresher cannot be brewed in the Gryffindor dormitory. Not to mention the problem of formula leakage. Even if it is to kill frogs in the girls' dormitory to take out their brains, Ethan suspects that Hermione's roommate will not be able to sleep at night, and then throw Hermione out with the crucible and frogs. The dormitory is not okay, so it can only be outside. No matter where you go, you have to go on a night tour because there are classes during the day and the time is not continuous. Except for those potions that take a long time to brew, which can be operated once at intervals, people cannot leave during the brewing of short-term potions. If it's nighttime, I can, Hermione said seriously after a moment of silence. She really didn't want to violate the rules of Hogwarts, fearing that she would be caught and lose points. If you don't take the first step, it will become natural after you get used to it. But in the environment of Gryffindor, nighttime swimming is too common. Not to mention the group of energetic little boys, even Lavender Brown and Parvati Paddle in the dormitory have gone out for nighttime swimming. Maybe I can also try the characteristics of Gryffindor. It's definitely not to help Ethan and beat Cassandra, so I broke my own rules. Okay, I'll wait for you outside the Gryffindor common room at 10 o'clock tonight. Alas, it's really a sin, dragging a pure little witch into the water again. Harry, hurry up, Ethan just gave Fred and George the Buffy brain refresher, let's go buy it. Ronald, who had just come out of the classroom, shouted excitedly to Harry. In the potion class just now, the two made several mistakes in a row and were scolded like grandsons, and their scores were deducted. Now they are no different from eggplants hit by frost. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be extremely difficult for the two to get a grade above a pass in the potion class this year. Who made the two of them not study hard for almost a year and even had to borrow others' homework. Although they learned other courses better than potions, they also had limits. Especially Ronald, he was not as talented as Harry and he played more vigorously. In the written test, the two were equally good, but Ronald was far behind in the practical operation. Just after class, Ronald suggested getting some Buffy brain refresher to improve the grades. Ronald didn't care much before, but the exam was about to start, and the atmosphere around him changed, which also led to Ronald couldn't help but think of how angry Lee would be when she got her report card. At home, Bill, who had already graduated, was the best one. He was the president of the male student union and got 12 marks in the exam. Charlie also had good grades and became the captain of Quidditch. Point 0. The three brothers who are still studying now, not to mention the head of the class, Percy, George, and Fred's grades are not bad. They are the best in theory and practice in the third grade. They just like to play pranks and receive a lot of complaints. Among such a pile of report cards, only his own is out of place. Thinking about this kind of thing makes Ronald feel chilled. And Harry, because he has improved his relationship with his aunt's family, also wants to go home decently. It is really embarrassing to go to the Muggle world with a bunch of barely passing and failing grades. Therefore, he also quite agrees with Ronald's idea. Fred, can you give me 2 bottles of Buffy Brain Wake Up Agent? Hearing Ronald's reminder, Harry immediately trotted to Fred. He knew how popular the Buffy Brain Refresher was recently. Yesterday, Neville wanted to buy a bottle to try, saying that he wanted to improve his brain and maybe become smarter, but it was sold out and he couldn't buy it. The potion, which was originally only circulated among seniors, became known to the whole school because of Ethan's one-sided fight. It can be said that this also advertised Ethan. Ronald, this is yours. After paying the gold galleons and getting 2 bottles of Buffy Brain Refresher, Harry gave 1 bottle directly to Ronald, showing quite generosity. Anyway, the gold galleons in the vault of Gringotts were piled up into a small mountain, and they could not be spent. Unfortunately, Harry didn't know that there were 2 inheritances waiting for him to receive, and then he really couldn't spend them all. Thank you. Ronald took it a little embarrassedly. Although he wanted Harry to pay the bill, he was still a little embarrassed at this time. The main reason was that he was too poor. He rented Banban to Ethan as an experimental subject and got 4 gold galleons. He gave 1 gold galleon each to his 2 brothers as medicine men and got 5 in total. It was not easy to make this money. Banban was fine, but he was not the one who suffered. He had another hemorrhage as a medicine man and could not stop it. He had to go to the school hospital. There were only 9 gold galleons in total. Even if he added what he had saved over the years, he could only buy 2 bottles. He also wanted to buy a magic wand this summer. Now the core of the magic wand in his hand was exposed, which was not very convenient. Ethan, I have something to tell you. After buying the Buffy Brain Stimulant, Harry pulled Ethan to a deserted corner. What's the matter? It's about Hagrid. Malfoy followed me yesterday and saw Hagrid's dragon. I'm worried that he will report it. I wonder if you have any solution. Harry's face looked a little ugly. If he had been more careful at that time, Draco would not have followed him to the Forbidden Forest. But this has already happened and Harry just wants to save it as much as possible. If he goes to talk to Malfoy, he will definitely not agree, but Ethan is different. Last time I heard someone say that Draco took the initiative to apologize to Ethan. If Ethan goes to him, it may be feasible. But this is obviously his own problem, but he still feels a little embarrassed to ask others to solve it. But if he doesn't do this, Hagrid may be arrested and imprisoned in Azkaban. Dragons are not allowed to be privately raised. Although Ronald gave Hagrid an idea, asking Hagrid to hand the dragon to his brother who works at the Romanian Dragon Reserve, as long as Draco doesn't find the dragon when he reports it, there will be no problem. But Hagrid is unwilling to do so, fearing that it will be bullied by other dragons wherever it goes. After all, the baby dragon is still a little weak now. No, Hagrid's dragon is kept in the Forbidden Forest. Did Malfoy follow him in Four Kings' bag? Ethan was a little confused. Draco was so timid that he dared to run to the Forbidden Forest. In the original book, when Draco heard that he had to help patrol the Forbidden Forest, he was scared to death. With Ethan's reminder, Hagrid's dragon was not in his own hut at all, but was kept in the Forbidden Forest. One is to avoid being discovered, and the other is to adapt to the life in the Forbidden Forest in advance. For this reason, Hagrid found a previously abandoned hut in the Forbidden Forest to raise the dragon, and spent most of his time in the Forbidden Forest every day. Harry didn't know that Hagrid raised a dragon, but Ethan told him so that he could detect if someone used a dragon to trap Hagrid. Well, Ronald and I went to the Forbidden Forest to see the dragon yesterday evening. Malfoy followed us, and we didn't notice it until we went to the Forbidden Forest and got to the dragon. Then he was discovered by Fang. Harry didn't know what was wrong with Draco, why he had to stare at him. He had been like this since the first time they met, self-righteous, likes to find faults, and now has evolved into a stalker. He didn't know if Draco had any special hobbies, and Harry shuddered when he thought of this. Leave it to me, I'll talk to him. Ethan nodded in agreement. His fire dragon, which had not yet hatched, would also be kept in the Forbidden Forest in the future. With 2 fire dragons, he could have a companion or something. There is one more thing, Ethan, do you know? Hagrid's fire dragon was deliberately given to him by someone in order to get information about the 3-headed dog in the corridor on the 4th floor, or maybe to plot against the things hidden inside. Didn't I ask you about Nicholas Flamel last time? The things hidden inside are related to him, and it is very likely to be the Philosopher's Stone, but I don't know who is targeting it. This is also what Harry and Ronald inferred yesterday based on what Hagrid said. They knew how precious the dragon was. No one would lose it in a card game. He couldn't imagine how big a game this would take. And he also suspiciously inquired about the three-headed dog. The three-headed dog was now guarding the thing that Hagrid took out from Gringotts. Harry knew this before. He didn't care too much at first, but yesterday he connected everything together. Someone was trying to get the Philosopher's Stone, and this person was probably in Hogwarts. Before Christmas, Harry suspected that Snape was not a good person. He must have ulterior motives in Hogwarts. He might be the one who attacked Gringotts, but now Harry thought about it all night and couldn't find a target to suspect. Ronald still suspected Snape because he hated Snape. Ronald didn't let Harry tell anyone, but his brain couldn't compare to Ethan. If Ethan hadn't reminded him who Nicholas Flamel was last time, they might not know until now. "Who do you think is the most suspicious in the school?" "Professor Snape," Harry said cautiously, mainly because Ronald was sure it was him. "You can think about Professor Quirrell and the defense against the dark arts class. You can ask the seniors about these, forget about anything else. Why did Professor Quirrell return to Hogwarts to teach after being injured so badly recently?" After saying that, Ethan patted Harry on the shoulder and left. It's enough to plant a seed for this kind of thing. Let him think and doubt the rest by himself. After dinner, Ethan blocked Draco, who was going back to the Slytherin common room. Looking at the arrogant guy in front of him who lowered his head and didn't dare to look at him, Ethan always had a sense of dominating the elementary school students. "I hope you don't tell anyone about Hagrid raising a dragon." "Well, I won't tell anyone." Draco nodded without hesitation. He was really afraid of Ethan and didn't dare to provoke him. Originally, he was planning to drive Harry, Ronald, and the half-blood giant away together, but he knew what to do. Then he would report the matter to his headmaster and let him handle it. He wanted Gryffindor to suffer the most. Unfortunately, the plan was shattered before it even started. "If you don't provoke me in the future, I won't cause you any trouble, so there's no need to be so afraid of me." Ethan was really speechless about this little submissive Draco in front of him. He had just gained the temperament of a sunny and warm big boy during Christmas, and he was more popular in school. Even though there were a few little wizards who were afraid of him after he said the 3 unforgivable curses last time, they were back to normal in 2 days. Only in front of Draco, he was like a bully who liked to bully his classmates. It was obviously him who caused the trouble at the beginning. "I know, my dad wants to invite you to visit our house during the summer vacation." This was the task assigned to him by Lucius. After he sent a letter back last time, he said that he had obtained Ethan's forgiveness. At that time, Lucius mentioned the invitation to Ethan in his reply. It's just that Draco has never found a suitable opportunity to say it, or he is a little afraid to tell Ethan. "We'll contact each other then. I'm not sure if I have time during the summer vacation now. Dumbledore promised to introduce Nicholas Flamel to me during this holiday. I don't know when and how long he will stay, so I can't promise anything. As for the good intentions of the Malfoys, Ethan is not afraid of that. To be frank, if they have any ideas, they can burn them and the manor to ashes. In the wizarding world, the power of individuals is infinitely magnified. There is no such thing as ants biting elephants. Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Voldemort can challenge the Ministry of Magic of a country alone. When they want to retreat, they can just leave. No one can stop them at all, provided that they are not stupid enough to be tricked. But Draco was a little confused. Did Ethan agree or not? Back in the Ravenclaw dormitory, the 3 roommates were nowhere to be seen. Ethan immediately got into the box with the Traceless expansion spell cast. "Ethan, these frogs won't be enough tomorrow." Michael chopped off a frog's head with his knife, and then used a knife to dig out the frog's brain and threw the frog's body into the trash can beside him. This has improved Ethan's original method of taking frog brains, which is more convenient and faster, and it only takes 20 seconds to process a frog. When Michael and his friends graduate, they can say, "I have been killing frogs in Hogwarts for 7 years and my heart is as cold as my knife." Well, I will ask Fred and his friends to go to Hogsmeade tomorrow. Since they started to make the Bafe Brain Refresher, Bruce's pet shop, which sells frogs in Hogsmeade Village, is going to make a fortune. Originally, they were only used as food for magical animals, but now they are specially purchased for Ethan to make medicine. A potion requires 4 frog brains and a pot of 20 frogs. If you don't count the rest days, you need to consume 180 frogs a day. I calculated that by the time the summer vacation comes, the money I saved can almost buy a Nimbus 2000, which is the latest model. Next year, I can bring my flying broom to Hogwarts, but the brooms at home are all old models from more than 10 years ago. The latest Nimbus 2000 costs 300 gold galleons. The money I earn here plus the pocket money I saved before is enough. This is Jean's motivation to keep going. Ethan looked at him with pity. Now it is true that the Nimbus 2000 is the best performing flying broom and the latest model. But I don't know when the Nimbus 2001 will be launched in the second grade, and there is also the Rocket Master waiting behind. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Ethan brought the frog and oil and came to the door of the Gryffindor common room. At this moment Hermione was waiting here. Okay, come with me. Looking at Hermione, who was a little nervous about her first night tour, Ethan directly took her hand and walked out. It is inevitable to be nervous for the first time, but you will relax after getting used to it. How many times have you been on a night tour? It started on the second day after entering Hogwarts. Ethan answered with a smile on his face, not ashamed. 2.7. Hermione was a little speechless. Is this the good student in the eyes of several professors? Okay, remember this place, silently recite the room you need, walk back and forth 3 times and it will appear. Now follow me. After saying that, he pulled Hermione into a light door in front. You all are here. Hermione was dumbfounded when she saw Penelope and Cassandra. Now the only one missing is Qiu Zhang. Hermione suspected that if Qiu Zhang hadn't had Quidditch training in the evening, he might have been here too. I thought that with this opportunity I could spend more time with Ethan, but I was the last one to come. The clown turned out to be me. Granger, you're here too. Cassandra turned around and greeted him, showing a provocative look. When the potion class was over, Cassandra heard that Hermione was going to help Ethan make potions, so she knew she was coming and prepared for it. I came with Ethan just after Halloween, why are you so late? Hermione suddenly froze in black and white. I was here first, room of requirement, dragon hatching room. The hot white flames continuously emit high temperature. Ethan, Cassandra and others have soaked their wizard robes with sweat, but they still stay here and don't want to leave. Ethan, it should hatch today. Hermione looked at the shaking black dragon egg with excitement on her face. This is a dragon. Any child who knows that there are dragons in this world will want to raise one. Even Hermione, who is extremely obedient, can't refuse, although she is also afraid of being discovered. It should be about time. 3 days ago, the dragon egg began to shake slightly, and it was particularly strong today. It has been more than 6 months since Ethan got this dragon egg. After such a long time, all the eggs should have hatched. Ethan, have you decided where to keep it? Penelope looked at Ethan with some worry. It was a serious crime to secretly keep a dragon. He might be expelled from Hogwarts and put in Azkaban. Keep it in the room of requirement first. Take it back with the box with the traceless expansion spell during holidays. Keep it in the Forbidden Forest later. I have time to expand the space in the box now, but it is far from enough to accommodate the dragon. Ethan sighed. How big is Newt Scamander's suitcase? If the dragon only needs to survive and does not consider other things, the area does not need to be very large, just like the tiger cage in the zoo. But if you add the activity area and the hunting area, it will be terrible. An adult dragon needs 100 square miles of territory. 1 square mile is 2.58 square kilometers. Even if Newt doesn't need to worry about predation in his box, he still needs an activity area, at least 10 square miles, to avoid being connected to other magical animal territories and to be able to stretch his body and move around. You know, there are quite a few magical animals in his box. Among the XXXXX level ones, there are Zawu, Winged Demon, and Poison Leopard. Although the Fire Dragon has not been released, Ethan doesn't believe that Newt doesn't have such a classic thing, and there are even more at the XXXX level and below, among which the Thunderbird needs an activity area that is no smaller than the Fire Dragon. To fit all of these and establish an independent ecological environment, Ethan estimates that at least half of London's area is needed. Look, it's cracked! Qiu Zhang's shout attracted everyone's attention. I saw a long and thin crack on the dark eggshell. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. It's too subtle. Click. In the quiet room, this sound seems particularly obvious. The thin crack suddenly expanded and spread as if it was going to split the egg in two. The hot white flame was also absorbed by the dragon egg in an instant, so that at this moment only the dragon egg was left on the concave stone platform. A black tail was the first to break through the eggshell, and the tip of the tail was still dancing in the air like an arrow. It must have been holding it back. With a swoosh, the tail was retracted, and the eggshell that had just been pierced by the tip of the tail was pushed open a large piece, and a wrinkled black dragon head stretched out with a small piece of broken eggshell. Then the eggshell shook violently twice, and it completely cracked, allowing the Hebde Island's black dragon cub that Ethan had been looking forward to for a long time to completely break out of the shell. The whole is a bright black color with small spikes on the back, a sharp tail like an arrow, wings like a bat, purple pupils, and small bulges on both sides of the head. What surprised Ethan the most was that it actually had two front legs. Except for the Welsh green dragon, all the dragons in this world only had hind legs, and they fought on the ground like a chicken. The Welsh green dragon that Furong drew in the movie had 4 legs, and the other dragons that appeared had only 2 hind legs. Of course, wings can also replace the front legs to help the dragon run, just like the Ukrainian iron belly raised by Hagrid. Dennis said that this was an authentic Hebridean black dragon egg, so this shouldn't happen. Did the green dragon cheat, or did the black dragon cheat? Ethan, I remember you said this was a Hebridean black dragon egg and the appearance matched, but it was this leg. What's going on? After Hermione knew that Ethan had a dragon egg, she also looked up a lot of information, but she had never seen such a strange dragon. Maybe it's a hybrid. There are records that fire dragons can mate with each other and produce precious hybrids. But although the Hebde Island's black dragon and the Welsh green dragon are both in Great Britain, they have different habits and a huge size difference. Are they really hybrids? Penelope also fell into deep thought. The Hebde Island's black dragon is 30 feet tall when grown up, while the Welsh green dragon is only 18 feet tall when grown up. In the eyes of the black dragon, even if the green dragon is grown up, it is probably just a cub that has just reached adolescence, like an adult of 1.8 meters and a child of 1.2 meters. However, Ethan is more inclined to believe that the bloodline has mutated. In fact, except for the front legs, there is no appearance feature of the Welsh green dragon. After all, a dragon born in the flames of black magic has a high probability of genetic mutation. Now it's time to give him a name, but we have to see if it's a boy or a girl. Qiu Zhang was not interested in these academic questions. He was excited to catch the fire dragon cub and see what was under its belly. Qiu Zhang's right hand hadn't even touched the dragon when it was bitten by the dragon with its fangs opened. Ethan rushed forward and separated them. The dragon stopped struggling and rubbed Ethan's hand with its rough head. It looked cute and sensible, not like it had just bitten someone. Looking at the bloody middle finger, Qiu Zhang wanted to cry but couldn't. Qiu, how do you feel? Except for the Welsh green dragon, which was relatively docile, other dragons were aggressive but not so ferocious. Generally, when a dragon hatches, it will get close to the first creature it sees, although it may see a lot at first glance. It hurts so much, Qiu Zhang said, showing the middle finger that was still bleeding. Heal quickly, Ethan pointed his wand at Qiu Zhang's wound and a burst of white light wrapped it. It healed in a few seconds. This is the spell that Ethan deduced based on the shadowless magic. The shadowless magic was recorded in Snape's potion book, but there was no counterspell. And Ethan happened to know this spell. When Harry almost killed Draco with the shadowless magic, Snape used the quick healing to stop Draco's bleeding. According to the healing spell Quick Healing and the shadowless magic, the difficulty is not very high. Moreover, this special healing spell is quite effective. It can not only heal the wounds caused by the shadowless magic but also other external injuries. Ethan, check whether it is a male or female dragon. After the finger was healed, Qiu Zhang urged Ethan. She didn't dare to touch it with her hands, it was too fierce. It's a little female dragon. Ethan turned it over and said with certainty, if it's a female dragon, how about calling it Catherine? Cassandra was the first to suggest. Forget it, this name is everywhere, it's better to call it Isabel, Hermione complained on the spot. How can you be better than me? Ethan really hadn't thought about what to call it. After all, Ethan hadn't named the winged demon and the Valdebat before. Just call it Onyxia. Ethan ignored the two people who were arguing and made the decision directly. If they were allowed to come, I'm afraid there would be no result at the end of this semester. Onyxia, a very classic name of a black dragon in the game, and it's a little female dragon. I didn't expect you to have a talent for naming. This name is pretty good. Penelope looked at Ethan with some surprise. In her impression, men's names are just a few words. After naming, Ethan turned around and left the dragon hatching room to get the food prepared in advance. 2 days ago, when the dragon egg showed signs of hatching, Ethan went to the Forbidden Forest to catch a deer, brought it back to Hogwarts and raised it in the Room of Requirement. Now he slaughtered it. Deer is the favorite food of the Hebridean black dragons. In addition, they also prey on cattle. Of course, brandy and chicken blood are also indispensable. Cut the venison into strips and put it on a plate. After pouring a small basin of chicken blood brandy, Ethan sprinkled the powder of the energy cube into it. This was prepared by Ethan in advance. The main materials used were dragon blood and fire ash snake eggs, which can enhance the flame and physique. When these were brought to the fire dragon, Onyxia couldn't wait to trot over, flapping her wings, but unfortunately she was still young and couldn't fly. She buried her head in the basin, drank 2 sips of chicken blood brandy, and then took 2 bites of venison on the plate. Sparks would occasionally come out of her nose. It looked a bit cute, but with Qiu Zhang's experience, the girls didn't dare to touch it. No one wanted to become the next victim. If they wanted to get close, they had to wait until they were familiar with each other. Fire dragons are not easy to raise when they are young. They have strong digestive ability and need to eat every half an hour. We have to prepare enough food according to their appetite. After all, Ethan can't really come to feed them every half an hour. After Onyxia had eaten and drunk enough, Ethan asked the Room of Requirement for a nest suitable for fire dragons. Putting Onyxia on his shoulders, Ethan led the girls into the light gate. This is an amazingly large rock cave. It is very dry inside. Ethan can still feel the heat coming from below. The first week of June is the final exam week at Hogwarts. The written exam, also known as the Magic Theory exam, starts first. All subjects except the flying class will be completed within 2 days, and the next 3 days will be the practical exam. In order to prevent cheating, no one is allowed to take the BAFE Brain Awakening agent during the exam. It doesn't matter if it is used to assist learning, but it is definitely not allowed to be used to cheat in the exam. As for the more advanced Felix, this thing that is prohibited in the advanced competition, it is not included in the prohibited items this time, but no one should drink such a luxurious thing as Felix during the final exam. In addition, you don't need to bring your own feather pen and ink. You can see it on the slaughterhouse. The first exam is the theoretical knowledge of spells, which will be supervised by Professor Flitwick himself. Mr. Donahue, I think you should change your clothes. What do you think? Abbot Donahue, a first-year Gryffindor student, just came to the classroom with a group of little lions. Before he sat down, he was called by Professor Flitwick. Sorry, I'll go right away. Abbot Donahue ran out of the classroom in a hurry with his face flushed red. His wizard robe was covered with notes written with invisibility potion. As long as he took advantage of the professor's invigilation and used magic to stimulate it, he would be visible. He thought it would be foolproof, but he didn't expect to be discovered before it even started. Ethan could only say that Professor Flitwick's temper was still too good. If it were Snape, he would definitely lose the qualification to take the exam, and he would also have to lose school points. The current Gryffindor school points, although it has recovered a little after Quirrell came back to class, are still the bottom of the 4 colleges. With Abbot Donahue as a living example, all the students were trembling with fear, fearing that they would also be caught. But after Professor Flitwick turned around, no one escaped. The special glasses that can reflect the answers in the wizard's eyes were brought back by senior students in Hogsmeade Village. Compared to Ethan's BAFE Brain Refresher, this one doesn't need to be studied hard, just wear it during the exam and you're done. Shen can only fool the 10th grade students. Because the 5 students wearing this glasses have been caught, you are not Harry Potter with a hammer eye, and this thing can be confiscated every year in recent years. There are also some more advanced ones who use transfiguration to turn Zaya Acho into a body decoration, which did not escape Professor Flitwick's eyes. As a senior professor who has taught at Hogwarts for more than 20 years, he has seen all kinds of tricks. These first-year wizards are still too childish compared to those seniors. They all use these things that can be seen through at a glance. Senior wizards have all kinds of potions and alchemical props, and there are all kinds of strange ways to convey answers such as codes, gestures, etc. There was even a person who used Polyjuice potion to take the exam for someone else. If he hadn't pretended to be unqualified, he really wouldn't have noticed. With Professor Flitwick proofread the next few subjects, and everyone was much more honest, especially potions, where no one cheated. The next day, Ethan looked through the subject of history of magic and found that more than half of the young wizards were cheating, and the process was quite simple and crude. Defense against the dark arts was not much better, and Quirrell didn't care about it at all. Astronomy, Ethan really had no interest in it, so he didn't learn it very well, so he referred to Cassandra's answers. 2 days passed in a flash, and 4 subjects were taken on the first day and 3 subjects on the second day. Next was the more difficult practical part. If you don't know the written test, you can guess the multiple choice questions. If you can get close to the essay questions, the professor will give you some points. But if you don't know the practical, you can only laugh. Transfiguration test. When Ethan and others entered the classroom, there was a golden snitch on the podium. The content of the test was to turn a teacup into a golden snitch, and the score was based on the degree of completion. Compared to the match turning into a silver needle at the beginning of the school year, this was much more difficult. You have to know that the golden snitch, whether it was a round body or wings, was covered with fine lines. It was not easy to perfectly replicate it. Ethan thought that this was Professor McGonagall pointing at Gryffindor because McGonagall was a Quidditch fanatic, but Gryffindor was really not good this year. After losing to Slytherin and Hufflepuff, they only won the Ravenclaw women's team by a slight margin. Most of them were girls. The following little wizards can join the Quidditch team next year. They are fresh blood. One by one, pay attention to me. Gryffindor really has nothing to lose. Everything was normal before. Even if it became weird, it was a change. Only after Seamus came on the court, everything changed. Professor McGonagall was on high alert. Bang! As expected, an explosion still occurred and golden fragments were scattered all over the classroom. At least the color changed, which shows that Seamus still has a certain talent for transfiguration, but his talent for explosion is too high, which overshadows his other talents. When it was Ethan's turn, there was no problem at all, and he easily got an O in the potions exam. The shrinking potion needed to be brewed this time was quite difficult. In the past, 2 people were in a group, but during the exam, 1 person operated alone. Daisy roots chopped, shrunken figs peeled, caterpillars cut into thin slices, a drop of rat bile, and a little leech juice. Although this was a potion that had just been brewed a few weeks ago, the entire exam site was still a bit chaotic, and all kinds of questions were varied. After all, you have to kill rats to get rat bile, squeeze leech juice yourself, and cut caterpillars yourself. For those clumsy little wizards, this is a nightmare, but this was no problem for Ethan and his roommates, who were the first to finish. Although Snape didn't grade the results in class, it should be a sure thing. When it came to the exam for the spells class, Professor Flitwick took everyone to a classroom with a small arena. As a former duel champion, Professor Flitwick's exams were quite hardcore, and he directly pulled everyone out to fight. Actual combat brings true knowledge, and he doesn't want his students to be useless and fail at a critical moment. This is not acceptable. Harry was the first to go on stage, and his opponent was Draco Malfoy. The 2 guys were equally matched, but Harry finally won the final victory with his weapon removal. Next was Ronald versus Goyle. The 2 were a bit funny. They actually threw away their wands and played free fighting. Professor Flitwick's face turned green. He was the professor of charms, but these 2 unlucky kids fought with fists in his charms exam. Doesn't this mean that spells are not as useful as fists? Indirectly saying that my Flitwick's teaching level is not good. Professor Flitwick immediately waved his wand to separate the 2 and drove them away, not wanting to say anything more. The results of these 2 people can be imagined. After 2 more groups, it was Ethan's favorite part, women fighting. It's a pity that there were no hair pulling, slapping, and clothes tearing, which made the watchability lower by more than 1 level. Hermione Granger versus Cassandra Wallace. Soon Professor Flitwick read out the names of Hermione and Cassandra. Now it's all Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and these 2 colleges are the most serious in fighting. And Professor Flitwick also divides the groups according to the daily results and tries to choose two with similar results so that he can see something. Break apart. Disarm you. Obstacles galore. Flocks of birds. Imprison quickly. Stop the curse. The two of us are much stronger than the previous groups of young wizards. Most of the time, it was Cassandra who launched the attack while Hermione dodged or used protective spells. Professor Flitwick also nodded repeatedly. This is the student he has educated. What were they before, especially those two embarrassing ones? Stuck the stick in the front teeth. Seizing the opportunity while Hermione was dodging, Cassandra threw a beam of white light at a tricky angle and hit Hermione's head. In the surprised eyes of all the little wizards, Hermione's front teeth grew at an astonishing speed, growing over the lips towards the chin until it reached the collar and then stopped. Normally, the chin should be pushed off, but in the original book, the teeth protruded. The book sets that unless you have a deeper understanding of this magic, you can change the direction to achieve lethality. With the front teeth growing like this, you naturally lose the ability to chant spells, and Hermione can't cast silently, so she can only retreat. But before leaving, Hermione's eyes wanted to kill Cassandra, and it was the front teeth again. This group of people didn't know anyone except the front teeth. Although Ethan had guessed the result long ago, he didn't expect Hermione to end up like this. I just don't know if Cassandra did this intentionally or accidentally. Hermione's actual combat skills are only average. Although she is a top student and can quickly learn various spells and potions, she is still a little lacking in actual combat. She is a classic theoretical player. Cassandra's actual combat talent is beyond doubt. This time she didn't put in much effort at all. She was not as serious as the last time she fought with Ethan. I watched a few more rounds of girls fighting. In the end, Gryffindor had 3 more little wizards, amazing. The 2 little witches had no opponents. There was no way that the number of Gryffindors was larger than that of Slytherin. Neville Longbottom versus Ethan Adrian. Ethan cast a puzzled look at Professor Flitwick. Professor, are you serious? I fight Neville. Professor Flitwick looked at the ring and ignored Ethan. For his favorite student, the genius of Ravenclaw, who would not be defeated in seconds here. If the score is given normally, Ethan's opponents are probably very bad. As for Neville, Professor Flitwick also knew that he had studied very hard, but because he was cursed with oblivion when he was a child, his brain was not very smart and he was slower than others in learning magic. I guess he can only get a P or D in the end. P means failing and D means very bad. So he can't give a normal score when fighting Ethan. It's better to give this opportunity to Neville. At least he can say that it's because the opponent is too strong and give him an A. Looking at Neville, whose legs were still shaking, Ethan sighed. Expelliarmus. A red light accurately hit Neville's wand, causing it to fly into him. He could only do this. If he really used Expelliarmus on Neville, his current state would be no different from being hit by a truck. After all, the disarming spell also has the effect of hitting the waves. The defense against the dark arts class on Friday was the last practical exam. In this exam, Quirrell was quite perfunctory. Each student had to answer a question from the textbook. Although it was perfunctory, the young wizards were happy. They liked this kind of exam, but after the exam, Quirrell called him again. Mr. Adrian, please wait a moment. Sorry, Professor Quirrell, I have an appointment with a friend to go to the library. Ethan was about to leave. It was almost time for Voldemort to find the Philosopher's Stone and then compete with Harry. Why did he look for him? Ethan didn't want to get involved. There was no benefit. He had only one step left to do what he promised Dumbledore. He didn't need to get involved. It won't take you long. I think you won't refuse with such a short time. When he said the word reject, Quirrell's tone became heavier in vain. Listening to the tone, isn't this a threat to me? I have an improved flying spell here, Adrian, are you interested? Seeing that Ethan was still unmoved, Quirrell could only throw down the weight again. It was really a standard Ravenclaw, not seeing the rabbit, not releasing the eagle. Interested. The improved flying spell is probably the magic that the Death Eaters can use to turn into black smoke and move in the air. It is indeed a more convenient magic. After entering Quirrell's office, Quirrell threw the parchment that he had prepared long ago to Ethan. The bait has been laid long ago, but the fish just didn't come. After he expressed his willingness to teach Ethan the 3 unforgivable spells last time, he invited Ethan to his office several times, but he was unwilling to come. Even if he was unwilling to learn the 3 unforgivable spells, you could talk to the professor. Originally, he was prepared for Ethan's unwillingness to learn the 3 unforgivable spells, and this improved version of the flying spell was created for this purpose. Later, he would use other black magic to seduce him until he was willing to learn the 3 unforgivable spells. Unfortunately, the fish just didn't come and all the plans were aborted. Now Dumbledore was sent away by himself and went to the Ministry of Magic. He won't be back in a short time. Without Dumbledore, I am about to go to get the Philosopher's Stone. Do I still need to disguise myself? If the fish doesn't come, can't I jump down and catch it? I want the Philosopher's Stone, and I also want this talented little wizard. There will be a grand performance later. I wonder if you are interested. Professor Quirrell, you know, I have an appointment with a friend later. There really isn't anything worthwhile to achieve on Voldemort right now. He was defeated once in the last Dragon Egg trade. If he wants to achieve it again this time, he has to be killed. But Voldemort, who has the Horcrux, can't die. This is a rare scene in the entire wizarding world. Are you sure you don't want to see it? The great Voldemort announced his return after 11 years. Do you think it's rare? Since you ask for it, Professor, I'll have to see it. Obviously, Quirrell, the Voldemort behind the scenes, was unwilling to let him go, and he could not conflict with him here and expose him, otherwise it would ruin Dumbledore's plan. By then, Blitto would not introduce Nicholas Flamel to him. Follow me. Seeing that Ethan was so tactful, Quirrell did not say anything more and immediately led the way. If Ethan still refused, he would not suggest using some coercive means to kill him here. Ethan was indeed a genius, able to beat 5 senior Slytherins at once, but he was not good enough to face him. Only geniuses who grow up can be strong. If they cannot grow up, they are just dung. Voldemort wanted to take Ethan away and subdue him, mainly because he had few talents under his command. Snape was qualified, but since he failed and killed that woman, Voldemort did not dare to guarantee Snape's loyalty. And Ethan, his talent is no worse than his original self, and he can be very useful after a few years of training. Chadge, he was born as a Muggle wizard, so it is difficult for him to play with the pure bloods under his command, so he is not afraid of forming cliques. There is no more perfect tool than him. As long as he shows his identity as Voldemort and obtains the Philosopher's Stone, he will reward the wizarding world again. He believes that Ethan can make the right choice. Similarly, due to his high talent, he cannot leave it to Dumbledore. Ethan, where are you going? Cassandra was waiting in the passage from Quirrell's office to the auditorium. Professor Quirrell and I have something to do, so we won't go later. You go alone. When Ethan followed Quirrell, he gave Cassandra a look and asked her to wait for him here. Sure enough, smart women are lovable. Looking at Ethan's back as he left, Cassandra was thoughtful and went alone. In other words, the plan continued. As for Ethan and Professor Quirrell's departure, Cassandra was not too worried. I believe Ethan's strength is not comparable to that of Quirrell, a weakling. She also knew that Quirrell was not a good person. Ethan had told her not to contact him. Although she didn't think much of Quirrell, Cassandra still obeyed Ethan's orders. Alaho, open. With a click, the door lock was unlocked. Go in. Quirrell winked at Ethan, signaling him to go first. Ethan had no objection to this, so he walked into the door. The 3-headed dog Fluffy, who had not been seen for a long time, ran over excitedly the moment he saw Ethan. The dog head barked with joy. Ethan pushed the huge dog head away with disgust. The smell was too strong. Quirrell, who was following Ethan, was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He originally wanted to teach Ethan a lesson, to let him know that his current strength was nothing, but he was the one being taught a lesson. This was an adult 3-headed dog, and he couldn't defeat it. Voldemort had to make all kinds of calculations and even contributed a snake to get the way to pass the level, but in Ethan's hands it was just like this. However, it has paid such a big price and it would feel wrong if it is not used. Quirrell immediately waved his wand lightly and a harp flew out of his pocket. After the harp landed, the strings were plucked by a pair of invisible hands, making a pleasant sound. This was a harp that could play automatically, which was specially prepared after obtaining the way to pass the 3-headed dog from Hagrid, and it was brought with him by the shrinking spell before coming. As the harp was played, Fluffy began to stagger, and soon he lay on the ground motionless, saliva flowing from the corners of his mouth, and he was obviously in a deep sleep. After confirming that the three-headed dog was really in a deep sleep, Quirrell brought Ethan to the top of the movable door. With the waving of Quirrell's wand, the movable door opened with a click. Shockproof and deceleration. After casting a deceleration spell on himself, Quirrell jumped down directly and Ethan followed closely. This hole is really deep. Ethan felt that he had fallen at least 10 meters and was wrapped by a soft net. If he had not made preparations in advance and there was no devil's net below, he would have been hit directly by jumping from this height. Even if he was lucky, he would have been half crippled. I can only say that Dumbledore really took great pains. The devil's net deceleration, and it is first-grade knowledge, and it was tested in the written test a few days ago. This is because he was afraid that Harry didn't know. Sprout arranged it, but it must have been suggested by Dumbledore. If it was really a trap to protect the Philosopher's Stone, he would have directly used the biting cabbage poisonous tentacles, or any trap would not be as safe as Dumbledore's close protection. Devil's net, you should know how to deal with it. It's natural. Ethan didn't move, and then he was caught by the devil's snare. This thing is not only afraid of light but also has no interest in dead things. The more you struggle, the more he will struggle. Quirrell didn't do the same as Ethan but landed in a burst of strong light. In the dark and damp corridor, Luo finally asked his doubts. Do you know the three-headed dog? I saw it when I was wandering at night. I am naturally liked by animals. It was the same last time. Quirrell was silent after getting such an answer. Voldemort really wasted so much effort at the beginning. At the end of the corridor was a wooden door and Quirrell opened it without hesitation. The things inside were a little strange. There were countless keys with dragonfly wings and they also made bird-like sounds. There was also a flying broom next to it. This level was very simple, you just need to get the right key. Look, this is the magic I will give you today. After saying that, Quirrell turned into a ball of black mist and flexibly grabbed the special key in the air and landed on the ground. From this action, you can't tell that he is a disabled person, let alone that he has passed the 6 villages as he appears to be. Ethan is almost sure that this guy is not Quirrell. Even if Quirrell gets something to replenish his life, it can't make up for it. It's really that he is too short. After opening the door, Quirrell released the key in his hand again. Behind the door is a giant chessboard which is full of giant stone sculptures 2 or 3 meters high. Each stone sculpture corresponds to a wizard chess. Quirrell has no interest in playing wizard chess, nor does he want to watch Ethan play chess. He immediately casts a confusion spell and the statue that originally put out the sword immediately stops and puts away the force sword and returns to its original position. The confusion spell is a very practical magic that can confuse opponents or interfere with objects. It seems that the Goblet of Fire in the original book was interfered with by this spell. If you have time, you can learn it. Just after walking past the giant chessboard, Ethan smelled a foul odor. After walking a few steps forward, he saw a giant monster over 4 meters tall with its back to him. Its skin was gray and dull and it was holding a huge stick in its hand. The stench came from it. The moment Ethan and Quirrell approached, the giant monster suddenly turned around, stared at the two with its cloudy eyes and raised the stick in its hand high. The giant stick is flying. Quirrell waved his magic wand and the huge stick broke away from the giant monster's control and came to Quirrell's head. The giant monster suddenly lost its weapon and was stunned, but before it could figure it out, the stick taken away by Quirrell hit the back of the monster's head hard. This is the giant monster's weakness and Quirrell's blow knocked its brains out, but it was even more smelly. Following the passage, they soon arrived at the next room which had a fire door. In front of the fire door was a table with 7 bottles and a parchment on it. Quirrell didn't have time to play any puzzle games, he just wanted to pass the level quickly and get the Philosopher's Stone. All curses are over. A red light hit the center of the fire door. Under the suppression of the red magic, the flames all subsided. Quirrell and Ethan took advantage of this gap to drill through, and arrived at a huge circular room, and at the end was the mirror of Eris that Ethan had seen. Brother, you said that this year is almost over but Professor Quirrell hasn't had any problems yet. Is the curse that the defense against the dark arts professor can only teach for 1 year at most going to be broken? Maybe. Although Professor Quirrell had an accident during the Christmas holiday, he is in good spirits, better than last semester. I guess he will break the curse and continue to teach next school year. Maybe Professor Quirrell will be the professor for the next 7 years. I heard from seniors that no defense against the dark arts professor has been able to hold on until the final exam for many years. This is a curse that has lasted for decades. I heard that it was cast by a mysterious person. I have to say that although Professor Quirrell is not good at teaching, he is really capable. Who says not? It's just that, brother, I really don't want to take Professor Quirrell's class next year, even if his exams are very simple. He has the ability to not teach us. Wouldn't our defense against the dark arts class be useless? In the future, we will suffer a great loss when facing dark wizards and magical creatures. What are you afraid of? We can just go home during the summer vacation and let our parents teach us. Only those Muggleborns from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff are really miserable. They want to learn, but no one teaches them. After lunch, Harry, who felt the burning pain on his forehead scar, stopped to listen to the conversation between the two people when he was about to go to the school hospital and became thoughtful. Don't listen to their nonsense, Harry. I just think Professor Joe Luo's class is good. Ronald sneered at the words of Fisher Frey and Colby Frey. Professor Quirrell's class is so good, there is no need to review and the homework can be done casually. Sometimes he will give me an encouraging smile. He can be said to be the best professor in Hogwarts. If you want to deal with dark wizards and magical animals, isn't it enough to have the spells taught by Professor Flitwick, the professor of the spell class? The Frey brothers on the side looked at each other, looked at Harry and Ronald, who stopped and left immediately without caring what they thought or said. No, maybe Ethan is right. Harry covered his forehead with a painful look on his face. Now he is really getting more and more uncomfortable. After listening to Ethan's words at first, Harry did have some doubts. Quirrell and also asked the seniors of Gryffindor and found that the results were mixed. Quirrell might really be the one who wanted to take action against the Philosopher's Stone. But Ronald disagreed with this statement and said that Professor Quirrell was a rare good professor in Hogwarts and listed several examples. For example, every time he met with him, Quirrell would give an encouraging smile. Isn't this goodwill? Even if we were late for the defense against the dark arts class or forgot to do our homework, we never lost points from the house. Look at how Professor Snape did it. After a series of arguments, Harry was almost convinced. What does Ethan know? He is also a first-year student. How could he know all this? Ronald was a little unhappy. Why did Ethan have such good grades? Why was he so good at fighting? Why did the little witches like him? The professors praised him, and even Harry trusted him very much. Nothing else, just jealousy. Why all the good things were his and he was like a clown? Ronald was so jealous that even Harry participated in the Triwizard Tournament and looked at him. Harry was very unhappy. He was so proud of being a prefect because he had missed out on it. The scar on my forehead hurts. This is a sign. Maybe you were too nervous about the exams recently. Now that you are relaxed after the exams, you may have a headache. You know. I know. Ronald couldn't hide the fear on his face. His mother's brothers died because of the mysterious man. He didn't even dare to mention the name of this person. You heard what I said just now. The position of the defense against the dark arts professor is cursed by the mysterious man. Do you think this curse is easy to remove? Harry continued to ask back. He couldn't let Ronald lead him this time. The pain on his forehead was like an invisible signpost, telling him that something big was going to happen and he had to go to solve it. TT? Ronald didn't dare to say anything because of the fear of Voldemort, even though he told himself that Dumbledore was the strongest. But Dumbledore didn't solve the mysterious man, and he didn't remove the curse in the defense against the dark arts class for so many years. Professor Quirrell has not triggered the curse yet. There are only two possibilities. He is not going to teach the defense against the dark arts class next year and plans to run away. The second is that he is originally from the you-know-who side, so he is not afraid of the curse. No matter which possibility it is, Professor Quirrell will take action on the Philosopher's Stone, and my scar caused by the you-know-who tells me that something big is going to happen today. Also, why is Professor Quirrell unwilling to teach even though he has the ability? That's because he is a dark wizard. Is he going to teach us how to deal with him? The more Harry talked, the more possible it was. Only in this way could he explain all the suspicious points on Quirrell. Damn, I should have noticed it earlier. But Professor Quirrell was so badly injured during Christmas. Maybe it was caused by the curse, but he survived. Also, he used to teach Muggles. Muggles might just read from textbooks. Professor Quirrell only taught the defense against the dark arts class this school year and hasn't adapted to it yet. It will be fine next year. Ronald still felt that Professor Quirrell was not a bad person, so he could only find excuses for him as much as possible. Wait, where are you going? Ronald couldn't help asking Harry as he started to run out of Hogwarts. But Harry was only concerned with running across the grounds and heading towards the Forbidden Forest and didn't answer Ronald's question at all. Inside the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid was happily watching the dragon, which was already much bigger than Fang, eating. Now the Ukrainian Iron Belly Norbur would eat a whole sheep for a meal and drink a bucket of chicken blood brandy at a time. Actually, he didn't have to drink it anymore and his body was gradually getting stronger. Fortunately, Hagrid's family was rich, so he could afford it. Harry, is the exam over? Hagrid heard the noise from behind, turned around and saw that it was Harry and greeted him. Well, it's over. I have something to ask you. Do you remember the day you won Norbur playing cards? Harry looked anxious. At the beginning, he only knew that Hagrid's winning Norbur might have been designed, but he didn't know the day he won the dragon and didn't think about paying attention to this plaque. Now if this time is the same as what I guessed, then I can be completely sure that Quirrell is the one who tricked Hagrid into telling me. It was January 27th, I still remember it. Hagrid said with certainty. How could he forget such an important date? January 27th, Ronald, don't you remember that Snape should have been a substitute teacher for a month? Well, 4 weeks, almost a month. Ronald also remembered this, not because his memory was so good, but because those days were too hard to endure. 4 classes of Snape every week, can you dare to think about it? After the Christmas holiday, classes will start on January 4th. Professor Quirrell is the first time he has returned to Hogwarts to teach. What did he do during this time? He must have gone to get the dragon eggs to find Hagrid to get information about the 3-headed dog. You know how powerful dragons are. He must have been discovered when stealing eggs and then his hand was bitten off by the dragon. It was not because of any dark wizard. After the injury healed, he got information about the 3-headed dog and finally came to Hogwarts to attend classes. He is the hooded man who got information about the 3-headed dog. Yes, it's him. While running towards Hogwarts, Harry explained to Ronald, "Then where are we going now?" Ronald couldn't make any excuses. "Go find Dumbledore, only he can stop this. I hope he can believe us. My scar tells me that something big is going to happen. Right now, Joe Luo must have gone to the corridor on the 4th floor to get the Philosopher's Stone. But where is Dumbledore's office?" Harry was at a loss when he returned to the hall. He had never been to the office of the headmaster, and no one had taken him there. "Go find Professor McGonagall, she must know." Ronald suggested that the 2 people who had been reprimanded by their own dean more than once naturally knew where Professor McGonagall's office was. Quirrell was standing in front of the mirror of Arist, looking at everything in the mirror with fascination. Suddenly Quirrell's body shook and his temperament changed, but it didn't take long before it returned to normal again. "Master, let Adrian try. We can't get it, but he doesn't know what we are going to get here. Maybe he can succeed." Voldemort's voice echoed in Quirrell's mind. "It has come to this point and the Philosopher's Stone has not been found. It is really unacceptable." "Got it, Master." Then he came to Ethan, who was leaning against a stone pillar and daydreaming. "Adrian, try standing in front of the mirror." Deity. Ethan patted his butt and stood up, walking directly to the mirror of Arist. Anyway, he couldn't get the Philosopher's Stone. Only those who wanted it but didn't use it could get it. As for Ethan, if he got the Philosopher's Stone, he would definitely use it, turning stone into gold. There will definitely be achievement rewards for reaching a certain level of gold galleons. The next time will probably be 10,000 gold galleons. Although he made a lot of money during this period, he spent it quickly. Nagini spent 3,500 gold galleons, which was the lowest price Dennis and his team had pushed down. If they wanted to buy it for free, they would have to stop working there in the future. Ethan paid 1,500 galleons and Bruno's magic potion alchemy shop paid 2,000 galleons. There is also the consumption of energy blocks on weekdays. These are all precious magical animal materials which also cost a lot. He still needs more than 1,000 gold galleons to become a millionaire. Of course, if he had a unicorn horn, it would definitely be enough, but this kind of material that is hard to come by, Ethan didn't want to sell it. The white mist covered the mirror, and then Ethan's deep desire slowly emerged. What did you say? Quirrell's voice sounded from behind Ethan. I became the Minister of Magic. Ethan's tone contained a hint of excitement, and he said it in a serious manner. Am I going to tell you about the legs and children on the screen? Just now, Ethan seemed to be in a daze, but in fact, he was also paying attention to Quirrell's every move. When he looked at the mirror of Arist, Ethan couldn't see his desire at all. Similarly, Quirrell couldn't see what Ethan saw. I just don't know how the old B*** D hiding in the dark in the abandoned classroom that day saw it. If he couldn't see it, he couldn't hide in the dark to observe, really. Quirrell's tone was full of doubt. The mirror of Arist can make people see the most urgent and strongest desires in their hearts. It doesn't matter who sits in the position of Minister of Magic. It's Fudge who sits, why can't I, Ethan, do it? Ethan sneered as if all his ambitions were aroused. Seeing this, Quirrell did not ask any more questions. How could a little wizard who didn't know what the Philosopher's Stone was possibly obtain the Philosopher's Stone? Master, you really think too much. The next moment, Quirrell felt a piercing pain coming over him, and he lowered his head to take charge of the stone pillar beside him. Ethan on the side was thinking, why hasn't Harry come yet? Damn, even a pig would know it if he was reminded to this extent. Professor Quirrell, it's you. You got information about the three-headed dog from Hagrid and you want to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Ethan, why are you here? You want to seize the Philosopher's Stone too. When Harry saw Ethan, he couldn't hold it anymore and took 2 steps back involuntarily. Yes, Ethan also knew the information about the Philosopher's Stone. Who in this world can refuse to turn stones into gold and live forever? But Ethan should be on his side, and he told me all this. If he wants to seize the Philosopher's Stone, why did he tell me so much? Why? Thinking about the hardships along the way, I was tortured by the Devil Tang and finally came down and experienced the double blow of the flying key and the wizard chess and drank the potion at the risk of death. And then I got here, but all this is meaningless. Ethan is here, how can I beat him? I was brought here by Quirrell, you ask him. Ethan was a little helpless. Am I more F*** King scary than Quirrell? You were not afraid of Quirrell just now, but when you saw me, you actually backed away. And this Harry is so miserable. He dragged one leg, I don't know if it was broken or sprained. What on earth did he go through just now? Idiot, go and tie that boy in front of the mirror, he can find it. 820 go. A hoarse and crazy voice rushed to the back of Quirrell's head, instantly attracting the attention of Ethan and Harry. This Voldemort is not pretending. Potter, come here. Tell me what you saw. Harry had no choice but to do as he was told. Ethan was with Quirrell, so he had no chance to resist. He could only delay time, look in the mirror first, and then make up a lie to deceive them. When Dumbledore came back, he would win. Standing in front of the mirror, this time Harry did not see his parents as before, but a pale, frightened child. That was me. And what was even more weird was that the person in the mirror actually took out a red, irregular gem from his pocket, smiled at him and blinked, and then put the gem back into his pocket. And Harry really felt that something heavy had entered his pocket. If nothing unexpected happened, it was the stone in the mirror, the Philosopher's Stone. He actually got the Philosopher's Stone like this. But Harry didn't want the Philosopher's Stone now. He had no confidence in keeping it. How is it? What did you say? Quirrell was a little impatient. Success or failure depended on this move. If Harry Potter also failed, it would be really troublesome. I saw me shaking hands with Dumbledore, and for Gryffindor won the House Cup. Harry gathered up his courage and began his fabrication. He couldn't let Quirrell know that he had obtained the Philosopher's Stone, and he had to protect it well. He's lying, he's lying. Voldemort's voice sounded again from the back of Quirrell's head. Adrian, kill this boy quickly. Just a moment ago, he had sensed the fluctuation of magic power. There was no doubt that Harry must have obtained something, and only the Philosopher's Stone could appear here. And as long as Ethan killed Harry, he would have no room to turn back and could only follow him wholeheartedly. No matter Dumbledore or the Ministry of Magic, they would not let go of the person who killed the savior boy. Quickly show up. Ethan swung the wand in his hand and a white light instantly hit Quirrell's body, who was not prepared. The next moment, Quirrell's face began to swell and kept changing, and even the metal right arm fell off the ground. Sure enough, this guy is not Quirrell. The apparition spell is effective for both Animagus and Polyjuice Potion and can reveal the original posture of an object. When the changes on Quirrell's body were over, Ethan realized that this was a middle-aged man in his 40s, about 1.8 meters tall, a little thin, and his hair was also bald due to Voldemort's possession. "Adrian, you dare to attack me?" The face on the back of the strange wizard's head stared at Ethan with a pair of scarlet pupils. He never thought that Ethan would turn against him here. God, you know who. Harry hadn't recovered from the doubts about Ethan's attack on Quirrell and suddenly saw this scene and was a little scared and at a loss. And this person is not Professor Quirrell. Who is he? Why is the mysterious man on someone else's head again? And whether Ethan and the mysterious man have a conflict, Harry's mind feels that he can't turn around for a moment. "Adrian, you are a smart child. I will give you another chance. Kill the boy who lived or die." The strange wizard's face changed as he spoke and became the back of his head. Just now, Voldemort completely took over this body. He was willing to give Ethan a chance for Ethan's talent. "Of course, I know how to choose." Ethan smiled at Voldemort, then walked to Harry's side, helped him up, and put it into Harry's pocket. An irregular but crystal-clear blood-red gem appeared in Ethan's hand. This is the Philosopher's Stone, which is really beautiful, and in the incredible eyes of Harry and Voldemort, he put it directly into his pocket. Ethan glanced at the panel and there was a prompt for the achievement to be completed. "It really is. I was just thinking about this, Adrian." Voldemort had never been so angry before. He was fooled by a little wizard who was only 1 year old. Ethan had never thought of following him. Maybe he did it to confuse him before, and his goal was also the Philosopher's Stone. Damn it. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort, in a rage, mercilessly threw a dark green light at Ethan. "Harry, come here." Harry beside him was terrified. What was Ethan going to do? Soon he knew, because he became a shield. "Ethan, I trusted you wrongly. Alas, am I okay?" Harry watched the green light hit his body and then bounced away. And this mysterious man was dodging in a panic. Ethan laughed at this scene. Voldemort could not hurt Harry, who was protected by Harry's mother's magic. At least it was like this before Harry became an adult or Voldemort used Harry's blood to revive. Ethan was sure of this. But it is not certain whether Harry can rebound or not. Or he did rebound the killing curse when he was a baby and killed Voldemort himself, but he did not have such convenient performance later. Now it seems that this Harry can really rebound Voldemort's magic. Of course, the premise is that Voldemort himself releases it, rather than Voldemort hanging up in the background and letting the people in front act as thugs. Now I can completely rely on Harry as a weapon to deal with Voldemort and hide my strength, and then I can hit him unexpectedly. "Harry, it's up to you next." As he said, Ethan controlled Harry to crash into Voldemort. Bang. With a muffled sound, Harry crashed into the stone steps and Voldemort successfully dodged. What is going on? Voldemort roared in disbelief. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been killed by his own killing curse again. But Ethan did not give him an answer but threw another Harry at him. Harry, who had not recovered yet, crashed straight into the stone pillar. Crucify. Shatter to pieces. Soul out of the body. Voldemort threw several spells at Ethan in succession, but Ethan was not afraid. Harry was the sharpest spear and the hardest shield against Voldemort. "No matter what magic you use, I can block it with Harry." For a moment, Voldemort, who had dominated the British wizarding world for decades, was beaten and fled and had no way to deal with 2 first-year wizards. All the spells were ineffective and he couldn't even hit Harry, so what was the point of this? If he was resurrected, he would have had several ways to deal with it in his prime. But now, there was only a wisp of soul left and even the movement was consuming vitality. How much strength could he expect to exert? He didn't dare to use large-scale spells and the Philosopher's Stone was on Ethan. If the Philosopher's Stone was broken, the resurrection would be in vain and it was the only one in the wizarding world. Bang ace tab. Bang put me down. Bang bang. In just one sentence, Harry was hit several times. If Ethan hadn't used magic to pull him every time he was hit, Harry would have died long ago, but even so, Harry's body was covered with bruises. Ethan ignored Harry's words. As a weapon, he must have the instinct of a weapon, and it's not me who is hurt. Cough. After Voldemort dodged Harry again, he staggered and almost fell down. This body is really not his own. It consumes vitality every moment, especially during strenuous exercise. The body is weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. There are so many obstacles. Before Voldemort could stand firmly, Ethan tripped him with an obstacle spell. With a bang, Voldemort fell flat on his face, but it doesn't matter, he has no nose. Hurry, Harry, if you don't want to keep hitting him, grab him quickly. Harry, who was originally dizzy and aching all over, immediately woke up and hugged Voldemort's waist and refused to let go. He really couldn't bump into him anymore. Just now, he saw his parents waving at him in a trance. Voldemort's shrill screams echoed in the empty room. Thick white smoke came out of his body and his skin was turning black and gray. At the same time, the scar on Harry's head was getting more and more painful, but even so, he was still unwilling to let go. Voldemort tried to throw Harry off several times, but Harry held him tightly, until he completely turned into gravel powder and dissipated, leaving only a ball of black mist rolling in place. The fire suddenly appeared and the phoenix appeared in front of everyone with Dumbledore. Tom. Dumbledore stared at the black mist in front of him after he appeared. This was his first official contact with Voldemort after his death. I will come back, I will come back. One day, whether it is you, Adrian or Potter, I will kill you all. The black mist hovered in the sky and the scarlet eyes stared at the three people below. Ethan pointed at the black smoke that had begun to escape and asked Dumbledore, "Headmaster, don't you stop it." Although Voldemort could not die because of the Horcrux, even the fiend fire that could burn the soul would not work on him because he was protected by the dark magic of the Horcrux. The Horcrux was its soul fragment. The Horcrux was indestructible and his incomplete soul was always protected. But being unable to kill did not mean that there were no other ways to deal with it, such as sealing. Imprisoning Voldemort in a small area and setting up multiple magics to prevent him from coming out, Ethan did not believe that Dumbledore would not do it. Do you think I can stop it? Dumbledore turned his head and looked at the little guy who accidentally joined the game. I think it's possible. You are the greatest wizard of this century. Ethan said with certainty. Ethan was very confused by Dumbledore's actions in the original book. He had calculated so much, but Voldemort was completely defeated. He could still manipulate Voldemort even after his death. However, Dumbledore was unwilling to abandon his bottom line and personally take the field. The Ministry of Magic was so afraid of Voldemort that they didn't even dare to tell anyone about his resurrection. However, they targeted Dumbledore, who could suppress Voldemort. Think about it, Dumbledore directly defeated the Ministry of Magic and forcibly recruited him, used Harry as a Horcrux detector, killed the Death Eaters one by one, and uprooted the pure blood who joined the Death Eaters, and treated the British wizarding world with an attitude of breaking down and building up. In the 27th Battle of the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore, who was more than 100 years old, suppressed the peak Voldemort after his resurrection. In this case, there was no soil for Voldemort to survive. Either choose to die or escape. That's because you are still young, you will be better than me in the future. Even if I can be better than you, it will be the next century. Maybe you can grow faster. Principal, you think too highly of me. Listening to the conversation between the two, Harry raised his hand with difficulty, trying to attract the attention of the two. I am not dead yet, can I save him? There is no part of his body that doesn't hurt now, especially his head. When the fake Quirrell turned into ashes, he felt that it was about to split. Bang. Harry's arm, which he raised with great difficulty, fell to the ground, and the sound it made attracted the attention of the two. I will send Harry to the infirmary first. We will meet there later. Tell me about the situation inside. Dumbledore looked at Harry worriedly. He didn't notice it just now, but now he saw that this child was really miserable. Principal, this is the Philosopher's Stone. As he said, Ethan took it out of his trouser pocket. The achievement has been completed. Although Ethan wants to take the Philosopher's Stone for himself, he can't snatch it from Dumbledore's mouth now. The magic power in this Philosopher's Stone has been used up. It has lost its greatest function. I leave it to you. Dumbledore smiled, and then a flash of fire flashed and Harry disappeared in front of Ethan. The magic power has been used up. In other words, even if Voldemort took it away, it would be a waste. But for wizards who are good at alchemy, even if the magic power of the Philosopher's Stone is used up, it is still a rare treasure. Anyone who studies this highest masterpiece of alchemy is a treasure. I didn't expect Dumbledore to be so generous. After putting the Philosopher's Stone away, Ethan looked at the panel. He just completed an achievement. Dream of eternity. Yearning for the miracle of turning stone into gold, wealth is no longer a misty cloud. Dreams instantly become real and beautiful. The dream of immortality. Time is no longer a ruthless blade. Youth is eternal and never fades. Achievement goal. Get the Philosopher's Stone 1/1. Achievement reward alchemy. Construct alchemy. A large amount of complicated information flowed into Ethan's mind. The construct is made of metal or wood, and alchemy is used to create a magic structure vein, and finally a construct that can obey orders is made. It can be combat type or home type, but it must have a core to make the construct move. The magic contained in this core and the material strength of the construct determine its final output efficiency. It is a very complex and precise thing. As for the strength, Ethan has not experimented yet and does not know. Overall, this reward is still very good, but when Ethan was about to leave, he was instantly unhappy. When Dumbledore left, he didn't know to take him with him. He and Harry could use the Phoenix apparition, but Ethan could only return to the original place. Ethan, who left the 4th floor, went to the auditorium first. If nothing unexpected happened, Cassandra was still waiting there. The Frey brothers who went to Harry to talk about Quirrell's various problems were borrowed by Ethan. Why are you alone? Where is Professor Luo? Seeing that only Ethan returned, Cassandra had already guessed. The curse of the defense against the dark arts class was still in effect, and Professor Quirrell did not survive this year. Professor Quirrell is fine, but I don't know where he is. The one just now was a fake Polyjuice potion. Quirrell must not be dead. The dead cannot make the Polyjuice potion effective, and the fake Quirrell needs a lot of body tissue from Quirrell. After all, the Polyjuice potion only lasts for an hour. As long as he is still in Hogwarts, he will drink Polyjuice potion continuously. Generally, hair is added to Polyjuice potion, but Quirrell has been bald for a long time, so what did he add to Polyjuice potion? Then did you solve the fake Quirrell? No, it was Harry who solved it. I just provided some help. Ethan told the truth. He did die at Harry's hand. Seeing Cassandra's strong desire for knowledge but not knowing how to start, Ethan simply said it directly. Forget it, I've made a deal with you. Voldemort is in Quirrell's body. He will be in the fake Quirrell next semester. He is hidden on the 4th floor. In the end, Harry held Voldemort and burned him to ashes. It's useless to hide this thing. Pressure can urge her to improve her strength as soon as possible. Dumbledore actually let you participate in such a dangerous thing and let Voldemort stay in Hogwarts for a year. No, I'm going to tell my father and ask him to find Dumbledore. He's gone too far. Cassandra ran to the owl house. She wanted to write a letter to her father. Not only should Dumbledore, the culprit who put all the teachers and students in danger, be sent to Azkaban, but he should also be punished to teach him a lesson. When Ethan asked her 2 followers to say these words to Harry, he told her that this was a deal with Dumbledore. Cassandra didn't take it seriously. A disabled professor, a waste Gryffindor, but she never expected that this was just an appearance and there was a Voldemort hidden inside. Wait, I was taken there by that fake Quirrell, and it has nothing to do with Dumbledore. Ethan grabbed Cassandra's hand and pulled her back. Not to mention that there was a useless Minister Fudge. The Ministry of Magic would never admit that Voldemort was back, and there was no benefit in making trouble with Dumbledore for no reason. And Dumbledore's reward was also sufficient. What guided Harry was the opportunity to study with Nicholas Flamel, and this Philosopher's Stone with exhausted magic power should be the reward for Ethan being involved. After comforting Cassandra for a while, Ethan went to the school hospital room. Harry was lying on the bed, still in a coma, and Dumbledore was being blamed by Mrs. Frey, but he still lowered his head and was scolded, not daring to refute. Harry's injury was unusual. Looking at the scary blue and purple skin and the head that looked a bit like a pig's head, this was just the most basic external injury, and he would be fine after drinking 2 bottles of magic potion. What really made him unconscious was the scar on his forehead, which had an impact on Harry's spirit. And Dumbledore wanted to confirm that Harry's scar and what kind of relationship did they have with Voldemort. She could only tell her the news that Voldemort appeared in Hogwarts and told her her own guess. As a doctor, the last thing she wanted was for something dangerous to happen in the school, and Dumbledore, the old guy, actually dared to let Voldemort in. Don't say Dumbledore didn't know. The two had known each other for so long, but she didn't know about Dumbledore, the old cunning guy. Sorry, Poppy, Ethan and I have something to talk about. Harry will be left to you. Saying that, Dumbledore pulled Ethan out of the school infirmary without waiting for Madame Pomfrey's consent. Headmaster, are you using me as a shield? You can't say that. We do have something to say, don't we? Dumbledore was also a little embarrassed that he was discovered. As early as the moment Harry fainted, he knew that he would have to be scolded, so he specially asked Ethan to come to the school infirmary. Otherwise he would have asked Ethan to go directly to the headmaster's office. In the headmaster's office, Ethan told him everything from the time Voldemort took him away to the time Dumbledore appeared. Dumbledore also listened quietly. The headmaster of Hogwarts has an unimaginable control over the school because this school is alive. The moment Quirrell died just now, he knew that there was no wizard in the school. It can be said that as long as a murder occurred, he would know it in the first time. But who was killed, that's not known, so he rushed there with the Phoenix in the first time, but he didn't know what happened inside. After all, ghosts, portraits, 723 armor which can be used as cameras can't be placed anywhere, and any one of them will attract Voldemort's attention. In addition to knowing how Harry got injured and how Ethan defeated Voldemort, there is another piece of news. Quirrell is still alive. Dumbledore fell into deep thought. If he is still alive, he doesn't know if he can be saved. He also doesn't know if this Quirrell is fake. Who made Quirrell mentally abnormal after being possessed by Voldemort? It is not impossible that his personality will change again after being injured. And where did Voldemort get so many big enemies to fool him? Taking a mouthful of Polyjuice potion every hour also consumes a lot of money. What do you think of Tom just now? Dumbledore wanted to know how Ethan thought of Voldemort. After all, Voldemort has always wanted to win over Ethan, although he has not succeeded. He has power but no brains. He also knows that the Philosopher's Stone is a trap. You, the principal, have noticed him, but he still goes inside. He has been following your pace and has no ideas of his own. If he changes his mindset since you let him into Hogwarts and made him a professor of defense against the dark arts, he could just create a magic trap and kidnap a grade of young wizards to force you to hand over the Philosopher's Stone. After getting the Philosopher's Stone, he can just leave with the key. You, the principal, can't do anything about it. Ethan directly expressed his thoughts. There are more than 70 wizards in a grade, including Harry. There are not many wizards who can do magic in the first few days of school. Using the defense against the dark arts practice as an excuse, he took people to the place he prepared in advance, trapped everyone and put them in the Fiendfire to threaten Dumbledore. If Dumbledore dares to make any small move, he will activate the Fiendfire and blow up the building. The magic is ineffective against Harry, and will the stones falling from the building be effective? This is why it is too late to cast the final spell. The final spell needs magic to eliminate the magic, and it is not successful once it is thrown out. This process takes time, and it takes 1 or 2 seconds for the Fiendfire to burn a small wizard to death. Dumbledore will definitely compromise. After listening to Ethan's words, Dumbledore's forehead was already sweating. Fortunately, Ethan did not get involved with Voldemort, and Voldemort was not very smart. Otherwise, once this plan was implemented, I really had no choice but to hand over this empty shell of the Philosopher's Stone to him. After the exams, there is still 1 week before the summer vacation begins. There are no homework and no classes this week. It is for the students to say goodbye, especially for the 7th graders. It is not certain whether they will see each other again in the future. The Quidditch finals were also held this week, and Slytherin won in the end. The members of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team did not care about it. Anyway, they have not won the Quidditch championship for many years. Now it is just 1 more year. Who let Ravenclaw Academy have the least number of Quidditch fans? As a result, in order to gather the personnel, girls played for half of the day. You can't expect the girls of Ravenclaw to fight with the strong men from the other 3 academies for the ball. Soon, the day of announcing the results arrived, and most of the students of Hogwarts crowded at the front of the hall. There were 7 huge parchment notices, one for each grade, and all the students' results were recorded on them. The original book says that Hermione is the first in the first grade, so there must be a ranking list, otherwise I don't know how other students are ranked. At least Slytherin will never tell Gryffindor their grades. After the summer vacation begins, the school owl will send the grades to your home, which is what makes countless little profiteers really worried. Ethan took Cassandra and Hermione and didn't squeeze into the crowd. Anyway, there is plenty of time and the grades will not change if they look at it early or late. I got a P in Transfiguration, which is terrible. Same, but my subject is potions. I have all of yours, not only Transfiguration, potions also P. Several Hufflepuff badgers squeezed out of the crowd with hammer heads dejected. Why is this happening? Molly will kill me. It doesn't matter, I also failed some. A voice of grief came from the crowd. Ethan recognized it was Ronald. Only Harry could comfort him. This instantly attracted Ethan's attention. What Ronald had taken the exam, especially his charms score, Ethan was quite interested. At this moment there were not many people, so Ethan walked over with his girlfriend. Ronald: potions D. Herbalism P. Charms T. Transfiguration. Defense against the dark arts. History of magic. Flying A. Astronomy P. No wonder Ronald was like this. There were 8 courses in total, 4 failed, 4 barely passed, and charms was not the worst one. I monster. But who graded the defense against the dark arts? Fake Quirrell sent it in right after the exam, so the results were not released in time. Harry was much better than Ronald, and he was indeed a talented player. Potions. Herbalism. Charms E. Transfiguration. A. Defense against the dark arts E. History of magic. Flying astronomy. Ronald and Harry was discharged from the hospital. Harry had nothing to say. He was in a coma for 3 days before he woke up. Ronald was not much better. He was found after lying in the wizard chess level for a day and a night. In the dark and damp underground space, Ronald, who broke his leg, cried out to the sky and the earth but got no response. Ethan could imagine his mental state at that time. Anyway, when he was carried out, he was already unconscious and almost died. The main reason was that Harry was in a coma. No one said where Ronald went and no one cared about him. Dumbledore took Harry back to the infirmary and left the school after chatting with Ethan. After all, the letter from the Ministry of Magic that day was real. He just delayed and didn't go in time, giving Voldemort the illusion that he had left school and went to the Ministry of Magic. After dealing with Voldemort's affairs, he had to go to the Ministry of Magic again. No matter if there was anything, Ronald was forgotten. It was Neville who found that Ronald didn't come back all night, so he went to Professor McGonagall. It can be said that Neville saved Ronald's life. After seeing their grades, Ethan looked directly at the top of the list. He was so confident. As expected, Ethan's name was at the top, followed by Cassandra and Hermione. Except for Hermione, Ethan and Cassandra all got O in all subjects. There was a gap between level and level 0. Putting himself at the top meant that he was better in the professors' minds. But these professors probably didn't know that Ethan's astronomy answer was based on Cassandra's, and Hermione's grades, potions, O. Herbology, O. Charms, O. Transfiguration, 0. Defense against the dark arts, E. History of magic. Flying, E. Astronomy, 0. She just passed the flying class. She didn't have a good flying talent and didn't like Quidditch. Every flying class gave her a headache. The results of the defense against the dark arts class were unexpected, but Ethan didn't know the grading criteria. If he followed Quirrell's, all the practical exercises would be 0. Tusk. After reading the results, Cassandra gave Hermione a provocative look. She knew that Hermione had feelings for Ethan, which made Cassandra very unhappy, so she would target her from time to time. In addition, the two were in the same grade, which made Cassandra want to completely suppress Hermione. Hermione, who noticed Cassandra's eyes, instantly exploded. Cassandra, don't be complacent. There will be no flying class next year. I will catch up with defense against the dark arts. Really, just like there is a gap between O and 0, Ethan and I have the same grades, but I am not as good as him. Even if you get it, you are still not as good as me. R. Hermione stamped her feet anxiously, pouting her mouth high. Only the truth hurts the most. Both of them got O in charms, but Cassandra beat her. She was right. Even if I also got all O, I would still be ranked behind her. In the evening, all the students of Hogwarts gathered here. Today is the day to announce the ownership of the House Cup. The hall was decorated with blue and bronze representing Ravenclaw. On the wall behind the guest of honor, there was a huge banner with a Ravenclaw eagle. At the long table belonging to Ravenclaw, all the people were very excited at the moment. Especially the 7th-year graduates. Ethan saw several seniors hugging each other and crying. 7 years? Do you know how these 7 years have passed? Slytherin has won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, while Ravenclaw's House Cup only exists in legends. Now, before graduation, they finally won it. In fact, the reason why Ravenclaw was able to win the House Cup this year was mainly because Ethan fought well, injuring the enemy 250 and himself 50. Although Snape deducted points crazily later, Ravenclaw was caught the least, so there was no reason to deduct points without letting you find excuses. In the original book, Slytherin was the first on the surface, and then Dumbledore gave Gryffindor a crazy amount of points, which led to the change of the House Cup. But now, unless Dumbledore loses his face and gives Harry and Ronald 150 points each, Gryffindor will not be able to win the championship thanks to Professor Snape. Dumbledore walked in from the side door and the noise in the hall gradually subsided. "Another year has passed," Dumbledore said happily. "Before you enjoy these delicious dishes, I must bother you to listen to an old man's clichés. Now we must first hold the award ceremony for the College Cup. The specific scores of each college are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor Yinba. 3rd place, Hufflepuff 281 points. 2nd place, Slytherin 327 points. 1st place, Ravenclaw 396 points. Ravenclaw's table erupted in thunderous cheers, and the other colleges also responded with applause. Ethan looked at Hermione in particular. The little girl's eyes were red. No matter how much she added points, she could not get more than the deductions, and Professor McGonagall, her face was ashen. The college score was less than 100, which refreshed her historical record. "I thought that after the Weasley twins came in the past 2 years, it was already the low point of Gryffindor. This year, Harry and Ronald are no worse than them. Others are just the Dragon and Phoenix. The Dragon and Phoenix of our Gryffindor are buy one get one free. Either they don't come or they come in pairs." It can only be said that the scores of the 4 colleges this year are far below the normal level. Except for Gryffindor, the remaining 3 colleges have at least 50 to 100 points less. "Yes, Ravenclaw's performance is very good." Dumbledore paused for a while and said, "However, several recent events must also be taken into account. The eyes of the young wizards are already fixed on Dumbledore. This change is coming." The long table of Ravenclaw is even more silent. There was no such link in previous years. "Is it easy for us to win the College Cup?" "First of all, Mr. Ronald Weasley. He won the most exciting game of chess in Hogwarts in many years. I reward Gryffindor with 50 points for this." Ronald's face flushed red like a carrot dried by the sun. The Gryffindor table cheered, and Percy announced everywhere that this was his youngest brother who had successfully passed Professor McGonagall's self-made chessboard. The other 3 tables sneered at this and no one applauded. "When can you get house points for playing chess? It's still 50 points. No matter how good your performance is, you can only get 5 or 10 points. If you perform poorly, you can only get 1 or 2 points. Even Snape has never got more than 10 points. Is money good? If you win the whole school competition, it's fine. It's said that you have passed Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard. Why don't you let other houses try it? Maybe they can do it, just add points. Wait until Gryffindor calms down." In Harry Potter's, "He showed great courage, and I will reward Gryffindor with 50 points for this." Gryffindor cheered as well, and the other long tables of the colleges were silent. Finally, the little lions of Gryffindor stared at Dumbledore, Ethan Adrian. He faced danger with extraordinary wisdom and calmly dealt with it, avoiding the loss of Hogwarts. "I will reward Ravenclaw with 50 points." The little wizards of Ravenclaw put down their hearts and cheered deafeningly. "I thought Dumbledore didn't care about his old face and insisted on adding a few hundred points to Gryffindor." In the end, even with 100 points added, he was still at the bottom. This year's College Cup winner, Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick was so excited that he stood directly on the chair and cheered for his students. Ethan was also surrounded by many little eagles celebrating the great project of this year's College Cup, not to mention the last 50 points. Even if there was no fight, Slytherin would not be deducted 250 points. This year's College Cup is probably going to be Slytherin the day after the carnival. Hogwarts ushered in the summer vacation. Today, the little wizards will go to the platform, take the Hogwarts Express back to King's Cross Station, and then return to their respective homes. At the same time, Ethan also completed 2 achievements yesterday. After winning the House Cup yesterday, he was dragged to party. After the banquet, he celebrated again in the Ravenclaw common room. In particular, the 7th-year senior who was about to graduate directly put out the drinks bought in Hogsmeade. Ethan couldn't refuse that enthusiastic look. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, it would probably happen that something good would be seen, so that there was no chance to take a closer look yesterday. Until now, I have the opportunity to check it out. This achievement is still a direction that Ethan has never thought of, but in this case the House Cup must be fought for. Let's see if there is any way to win the House Cup next school year. Since Harry entered school, Dumbledore has been partial to him, and Snape is the same. When adding points, he is ruthless to his own house and other houses are stingy. 2 mountains are blocking the way. Outstanding student Hogwarts first year. Every question is an opportunity to challenge, and every answer is a display of wisdom. Every page of a book is a ladder for growth, and every line of text is a message of dreams. The glory of the future is waiting ahead, and a brilliant life is about to begin. Achievement goal: first in the grade in the final summary, 1/1. Achievement reward: Magic Power Improvement. College Cup Ravenclaw 1991 to 1992. Glory, like a bright star, shines in the dark and illuminates the way forward. It is the crystallization of sweat and tears, and the testimony of struggle and persistence. Achievement goal: help the college win the College Cup and personally get 50 points of the college score, 1/1. Achievement reward: choose a magic. The former is simple 553 rough and magic power is improved, which is always the best choice for wizards. The moment Ethan extracted the reward, it was like drinking a bottle of ice cola in the dog days of summer. A cool breeze rushed from the soles of his feet to his forehead. In one word, it was refreshing. More powerful magic can support you to release more powerful spells. Even simple spells can exert stronger power. Why is the Obscurus so powerful? It has extremely strong destructive power without any magic and is simply invincible in front of ordinary wizards. Isn't it because of its strong magic? And the Obscurus is no different from a child who has not grown up in front of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. It can be crushed to death at will. Isn't it because the magic power of the two is overwhelmingly stronger than the Obscurus? The second one, this must be chosen carefully. Ancient magic is not allowed, and potions and alchemy are also not allowed. But even so, there are still several spells that Ethan is interested in, but he still doesn't know it now. First of all, the God of Fire leads the way. The power is undoubtedly strong. The super strong burst directly kills all the corpses in the field, even those in the water. Cassandra was not found at home. Dumbledore knew it, but Ethan had no reason to ask him to teach him. Nocturne Alley did not have such high-end magic. Other pureblood families might have it, but Ethan could not ask them one by one, and there was no way to obtain it in a short period of time. The Patronus Charm, this spell is not rare. It is in the Hogwarts library, but Ethan probably can't learn it. The talent requirement is secondary. The main thing is to have positive and happy memories. If Ethan has opened the impart, he would be very happy, but now he hasn't opened it, so he can't be happy. Its function in the original book is only to deal with Dementors, and it cannot be used to record bats. Of course, Ethan does not need to deal with these two. First of all, animals are friendly. Even if they don't get close to him, they won't have any hostility. Secondly, the fiendish fire charm can burn them. But the advanced use of the Patronus Charm can transmit information and materialize the enemy, but the Patronus Charm itself is extremely difficult to learn, let alone reach a very high level. Animagus, this is a separate magic listed in Transfiguration. It has high requirements for Transfiguration and a series of tedious steps. It is risky to learn. If Ethan learns this directly, he should not need other conditions to get it right in one step, and he will not avoid risks. Rain and fog are misty, Dumbledore's magic in Fantastic Beasts, which can cover the whole of London in fog, blocking others peeping and tracking, and can also form a three-dimensional landscape picture later. Maybe there are more uses, a multi-purpose spell. In Hogwarts, Ethan did not find any records of this magic. After thinking about it, Ethan still chose Vulcan opening the way, who made Ethan have a phobia of insufficient firepower. Vulcan opening the way is different from Fiery Flame and Fire Escape Bodyguard. It is about bursting. It uses magic power to completely burst the flame in an instant. There will not be a process of flame growing from small to large. The larger the magic power, the larger the flame. The latter two have high temperature and strong characteristics, but they will be slower when starting. If he could integrate the fire god's path into the fierce fire, as long as he had enough magic power, Ethan could turn the entire Hogwarts into a sea of fire in a breath. After making a good choice, Ethan began to pack up. After having breakfast in the hall with his roommate, Ethan went directly to the Forbidden Forest. Yesterday, Hagrid sent an owl to ask him to visit him before leaving. "Ethan, you're here." Hagrid stood in front of his cabin and greeted Ethan enthusiastically. He still lives in the Forbidden Forest most of the time, accompanying Norbert, and only comes here when there is something. "Hagrid, what are you doing?" Ethan noticed the package in Hagrid's hand. It looked quite small under his 3-meter-tall body, but compared to Ethan's 1.7-meter-tall height, it was almost as tall as a person. "This is a gift for you. You can't come to the Forbidden Forest this holiday. I picked them up in the Forbidden Forest these past few months. They are not worth much." Hagrid handed the package to Ethan. CHCD. If Hagrid became friends with Harry because of his father and the title of Savior, Ethan became friends purely because of personal relationships. One brings only trouble to himself, and the other can have common topics and help himself. Let's not talk about the unreasonable animal affinity. It's good that during this period of time, Aragog has recovered a lot of conditions. Although his lifespan has not been extended, his eyes can see, which makes Hagrid very happy. In fact, Ethan mainly wants the venom of the Acromanthus, so he brings some energy cubes as gifts every week when he goes to the Forbidden Forest. In return, the Acromanthus will give Ethan several pints of venom every time. Aragog's lifespan has come to an end. Ethan took out the energy cube, which can't do anything, but it can make his mental and physical state better. And Norbert also, thanks to Ethan's help. There is no Ethan died a long time ago. Later, he gave Norbert a powdery thing called Fire Dragon Tonic, which he added to chicken blood brandy and fed to Norbert. After eating this, Norbert began to slowly become stronger. Needless to say, this is also a precious thing. Later, it solved the problem of Malfoy's betrayal and saved himself from Azkaban. It was because of gratitude that Hagrid gave these things. "I will accept it. When Norbert finishes the tonic, write to me and I will send it to you." Ethan was not polite. He knew Hagrid's rich personality. If you refuse to accept it, he will be unhappy. Ethan gave him the Fire Dragon Energy Cube. At that time, he said it was the Fire Dragon Tonic, and he didn't mention the money. The main reason was that Hagrid was too generous and he couldn't be stingy. A lot of unicorn hair was given directly for Christmas. After saving Norbert, he was given a unicorn horn directly. It was so big that it was rubbed into powder and sold for nearly 25,000 gold galleons. "Okay, I got it. You go back first. The car will leave soon." "Alas, I came here empty-handed. Now I am going back with a big bag on my back. The main reason is that it is full of magical materials and the types are too diverse. The shrinking spell is not very effective, so I can only carry it on my back. As for what is inside, it will not be too late to check it after returning. Anyway, it will not run away. The things Hagrid sold are not bad. Ethan, do you want to come to my house during the summer vacation? My house is very big." After putting the package into the box with the Traceless expansion spell, Ethan met Fred, George, and Cedric at the gate of Hogwarts. I seem to have heard this somewhere. Write to contact during the summer vacation. I don't know if I have time. Dumbledore, this old B*******D has not given me a definite message on when to go to see Ni Flamel even though it is vacation time. But he should not default on his debt. Then write to me when the time comes. To be honest, you should come to a wizard family to experience it. It will definitely surprise you. And Cedric's house is nearby. When you are tired, you can stay at whoever's house you want. Without a pretty senior sister, I don't want to stay at any of your houses. Ethan spread his hands and looked at the few people with disgust. My sister is cute, but she worships Harry very much. I guess she won't like you. George raised his eyebrows at Ethan. He thought his sister was definitely cuter than all the witches in Hogwarts. When I go back this summer, I must tell my sister to stay away from Ethan. He is not a good person. He likes to flirt with seniors and juniors, and he is not responsible. He doesn't want his little sister, who is loved by the whole family, to cry every time he goes home. That's really a pity. Ethan doesn't care. He looks like an old lady in the movie, but he is described as a beautiful woman in the book. But Ethan doesn't lack girls, and Ginny worships Harry and is quite obsessed with him. It's better not to touch other people's little fans. Cedric interrupted. You forgot the girl from Lovegood's family is not bad, but her personality is a little weird. Fred glanced at Ethan. She's crazy. I'm afraid you can't control her. Is there anything I can't control? Ethan gave a few people a contemptuous look. Although the crazy girl Luna's personality is a little weird, Ethan still admires her. When they arrived at the place where the Thestrals were to be ridden, Ethan separated from Fred and the others. Last time, since it was the first time for the first grade to ride in a Thestral carriage, they needed the guidance of the prefect, but now no one cared about that, and the Thestrals set off at the appointed time. Ethan found Cassandra's carriage directly and told them to go to the carriage first yesterday, so as to avoid not being able to find a suitable empty carriage in the end. I have taken Onyxia in, and now I am giving it to you, Tilda. Cassandra handed the suitcase in her hand to Ethan. Ethan went to the Forbidden Forest early in the morning, so Onyxia could only be given to them. Now that she is nearly 3 weeks old, her body length is already 1.5 meters and her growth rate is quite fast. According to this situation, Onyxia will definitely exceed the average body length of the Hebrides black dragon by 30 feet. Ethan, what is your home phone number? Can I call you to play during the summer vacation? Both of them are from Muggle families, which gives Cassandra an advantage that they can contact more conveniently and quickly. Ethan immediately reported a series of numbers. I also wrote it down. Although my family is also a wizard family, we have Muggle items and naturally we have a phone. If it weren't for the fact that Hogwarts cannot use electrical appliances, I would have bought a mobile phone. Qiu Zhang also took out a piece of parchment and wrote it down with a feather pen. According to her, in Daxia, wizards are not called wizards but Taoist priests, and they have quite a lot of contact with Muggles and they know all the Muggle technology. Phone, what is this? Only Cassandra looked confused. In the end, Ethan and Qiu Zhang explained it to her and told her that it might be a bit difficult to install a phone with his family's conditions. After all, this thing needs to be connected to a telephone line. It's impossible to connect a phone in Gang's manner. They directly suggested that she buy a mobile phone which can be used in various cities and towns, but it needs to be charged. Cassandra frowned when she heard it, feeling that it was too troublesome and not as convenient as an owl. While they were chatting, the night Thestral carriage also arrived at the station, and Ethan took Cassandra and the other girls to find an empty carriage. Not long after the train started, Penelope, who had finished patrolling, came over and sat down between Mi Zhang and Hermione. The sofa in this compartment is quite large, and it is completely no problem to sit 3 people in a row, but most of them are defaulted to 2 seats. You're not going to patrol and manage discipline. Ethan looked at Penelope with some surprise. She had been sitting in the prefect's box after patrolling the last few times. No, I've made an agreement with Doris Crest, the 6th-year female prefect of Ravenclaw. She will be in the 7th year after school starts again. She has a very good relationship with Penelope. By the way, what were you talking about just now? Do you want your sister to take you out to play during the summer vacation? Penelope leaned on the sofa with one hand on a girl and showed Ethan a provocative look. Hermione and the Qiu family are both in London. They have agreed to go shopping during the summer vacation. Are you interested? Ethan glanced at Penelope and was unmoved. You just hugged her shoulders. What else can you do? I want to too. But my family is in Plymouth, Devonshire. Every time I come to London, I have to take a train and I have to come early for school." Penelope spread her hands and said helplessly, "Every holiday and the start of school are troublesome. I have to rush to buy a train ticket after getting off the Hogwarts Express. I don't know if there is still a train to Plymouth today. This is the bad thing about the school. No matter where your home is, you will get off at King's Cross Station." Cassandra looked at Penelope with some surprise. She didn't expect that the two of them lived not far away. "My home is also in Devon, but it's in Exeter. You can come to my house as a guest." Although Cassandra is arrogant, she is not stupid. She is a little unhappy with Penelope, the senior who also covets Ethan, but she needs teammates. It's only been a year and look at how many girls Ethan has provoked. If things continue like this, what will happen to Hogwarts in 7 years? Let's not talk about the rest for now. Let Penelope squeeze out her big front teeth. "Haha, I'll go when I have time." Penelope laughed awkwardly twice. Going to the residence of a pure-blood family would be a pain for herself, and she is a pure-blood born in Slytherin. Even though Penelope was in Ravenclaw, she knew that Cassandra's family was quite powerful, and her father was a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic. In such a family, discrimination against half-bloods or muggles is quite common. "Penelope, how are your OWLS exam results?" Ethan also saw her embarrassment. Not everyone can face purebloods without pressure like him. "I got 10 certificates, which is a pretty good result. This year, only Percy Weasley from Gryffindor was better than her, getting 12 certificates, and the rest were not as good as her." It's not that Penelope can't get it, but it's meaningless. There are 7 compulsory courses and 5 elective courses. Penelope gave up 2 electives, one is divination and the other is Muggle studies. Divination is useless even if you get a certificate, and this course is also quite easy to get, so it's not difficult to get a certificate. The Muggle Studies certificate is only useful for interviewing for a Muggle liaison officer, and Penelope was born a Muggle, so she could pass the exam with just some study, but she didn't want to be a Muggle researcher. In fact, she had no idea whether she could get a job at the Ministry of Magic after getting 10 certificates. With this result, the whole Hogwarts may not produce one in a year. "Don't worry, you will definitely get what you want," Ethan comforted. "There are 10 certificates and there are only 3 people who have obtained 2 certificates. Barty Crouch Jr., if he had no problem with his thinking, his father would be the Minister of Magic and he would naturally have a bright future. It's a pity that he let his father down." Bill Weasley went to work at Gringotts after graduation, which is the only financial institution in the wizarding world. Percy Weasley also joined the Ministry of Magic right after graduation, and his position was also quite good. In the original book, even Hermione only took 10 exams but only got 9 certificates. Defense against the dark arts is good. Ronald didn't get any, and Harry only got the defense against the dark arts class. It can be seen that the gold content of these OWLS exams is still there. "I hope so. Don't worry, as you wish." Ethan is quite sure of this. Excellent students can earn rewards to become the Minister of Magic. There are definitely rewards to earn and the grade can't be low. So, after seeing these 2 achievements this morning, Ethan also had the idea of becoming a minister. In the original book, after Dumbledore and Voldemort died, there were only a few people in Britain and who could stop him. Even if they didn't die, they could force their way to the top after a while. As the saying goes, "The one with the strongest troops and horses is the king." No matter what Muggle, pure blood, or half-blood, the one who can fight is the Minister of Magic. After getting the reward, Ethan didn't want to be the Minister of Magic. He could just give the position to Penelope. As for Hermione, although she became the Minister of Magic in the original book, she was actually not suitable for this position. It's not just about being smart. Dong, dong, dong. Harry's voice rang out as the carriage door was knocked from the outside. "Ethan, are you in there?" After asking a few classmates, he found Ethan here. "Well, just open the door." Harry pushed the door open, smiled shyly at the few people, and then said, "Ethan, can you come out for a moment? I have something to tell you." In front of so many girls, he couldn't say this. 15. After that, Ethan left with Harry and came to an empty corridor. Harry took a deep breath and said to Ethan sincerely, "I'm here to apologize. I misunderstood you last time." "Sorry." After waking up in the school hospital, Harry and Dumbledore talked for a long time, including Ethan taking the Philosopher's Stone and mixing with Voldemort, using himself to resist the curse. Dumbledore also gave an explanation and fooled Harry, and the result Harry got in the end was Ethan was arranged by Dumbledore to protect the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone has now been destroyed by Dumbledore. He is not afraid of Voldemort's magic because of his mother's protection. Ethan can defeat Voldemort with this help, so Ethan is on his side and he is the best weapon to deal with Voldemort. Harry, who was fooled, felt regretful at the time. He shouldn't have said that about Ethan. Obviously, Ethan prevented Voldemort from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Although he was a little painful in the process, the result was good. Good people should not be framed. It's not your fault. I shouldn't have used you to deal with the you-know-who, but there was no better way at the time. No, I don't mind you using me to attack Voldemort. He killed my parents. As long as I can destroy his conspiracy, I can do anything. When saying this, Harry's expression was quite serious. Knowing that Voldemort killed his parents and that he had destroyed Voldemort's plot and turned his body into ashes, Harry was very grateful to Ethan. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been able to do this. As for the physical pain compared to the hatred of killing his father and mother, what was it? Then Ethan and Harry chatted for a few words and waited until someone came over before they separated. Voldemort was the mysterious man in the mouths of the two. This matter could not be discussed publicly. Back in the carriage, Ethan continued to accompany the four girls and Harry could only chat with his good friend Ronald. In the evening, the speed of the train slowed down until it stopped at platform 9 3/4. Like last time, Ethan, who had just got off the train, saw a large number of parents coming to pick up their children. Ethan saw Fred and George talking to a middle-aged fat witch, and then it was unknown whether Fred or George's ears were grabbed. Maybe Professor McGonagall sent the Weasleys a letter about the good deeds they did this semester. There was also a little girl with red hair, freckles, and a round face next to them. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be their sister Ginny. Belinda Wally walked towards Ethan. "Mr. Adrian, we meet again. When will you come to visit us this summer?" Looking at the expression on Ethan's face, she added, "We agreed last time." "Did you say that?" Ethan felt that this big Cassandra was a bit difficult to deal with. "Next time I will, didn't you say that?" Mrs. Wally looked at Ethan with a smile on her face. After scanning the witches present, she gave Cassandra a look that said, "Mom will help you." One more, "Yes. I will definitely do it next time." "I will definitely do it this time. I will contact Cassandra." There is no other way. Playing with Lolita has its price. I must admit defeat now. I cannot offend my future mother-in-law. That's settled. Ethan was relieved when he saw Mrs. Waller leaving. It seems that he will have to take time to go there this summer. Next, Ethan faced Qiu Zhang's father, who was on guard against Ethan like a wolf, and the Granger couple who invited Ethan to visit their home. "Penelope, where your family?" She was the only one left. "I will buy a train ticket back to Plymouth later. I have been going home alone since the 3rd grade. Penelope's parents are ordinary workers. They have to ask for leave to pick her up. As a wizard, Penelo, even if she is still a student, is not comparable to ordinary people. Therefore, there is no need to worry about Penelo encountering any danger. She has been going back and forth alone since she was 14 years old. How about you go to my house and rest for a night? I'll book you a flight for tomorrow. What do you think?" It was already past 6 in the summer evening. When Penelope queued up to buy a ticket, even if she bought it, the waiting time plus the ride time would make her arrive at Plymouth, all the late Ming Dynasty Royal Hall. If she's unlucky, she'll have to spend the night at the train station tonight. I don't know how long she waited here during the last Christmas holiday. Okay. But I have to call home first so they don't worry. Early morning. Ethan had just come down from the 2nd floor when he saw Penelope stretching in the courtyard. Her perfect body curves facing the morning light were beautiful and lovely to look at. Ethan couldn't help but take a few more glances. "Ethan, you're up." Penelope turned around and greeted Ethan. When she came yesterday, she was a little worried about how to answer after seeing Ethan's parents. After all, she was 4 years older than Ethan and she didn't know if they would mind. As a result, she didn't see Ethan's parents at all and she was really worried for nothing. "Well, good morning." Penelope looked pretty in Muggle clothes. Her long brown hair fell straight to her waist, and her delicate face was beautiful in the morning light. Her white printed t-shirt was even more bulging, and she was wearing a pair of denim shorts underneath. Her two long legs were white and reflected in the morning light. This was the clothes she wore in the Muggle world. She couldn't go home on the train later and still wear wizard robes. That would be too eye-catching. In the past, they changed in the carriage when they were about to get off the train. At that time, there were a few girlfriends there, so it was natural. But yesterday, she went to Ethan's carriage and could only come out in wizard robes. It was not until this morning that she changed back into Muggle clothes. "How about it, senior sister? This outfit looks good, right?" Penelope glanced at Ethan's part and then her face turned red. "Very good. If 023 with black stockings is even better." Ethan gave a thumbs up. As for Ethan himself, there is nothing to say. A 12-year-old boy is a little angry when he wakes up in the morning. What's wrong with that? Penelope rolled her eyes. "Go to hell, I just gave some suggestions." Ethan spread his hands, looking quite innocent. "I think it's your habit. Everyone in Hogwarts knows you now." Ethan entered Ravenclaw as a hat embarrassment, and he targeted us seniors. Ethan immediately retorted, "Slander, absolutely slander. This can never be admitted. Who said it? Don't let yourself find it." Penelope rolled her eyes at Ethan. "Whether it is slander or not, you know it yourself. Just yesterday, a man took 4 girls to sit in a carriage. Do you see if there are other such Hogwarts Express? There are many men and women staying in the same carriage, but Ethan's is definitely unique. It's time for breakfast." Ethan turned and walked towards the dining table. "This question cannot be discussed in detail." "Haha." Penelope sneered and followed Ethan but did not say anything. If Ethan was so devoted that he really had nothing to do, besides being older than the other 3, Penelope really didn't know what advantages she had. "The plane takes off at 2:30 p.m. Call home later. It will arrive at about 4 o'clock. It will be just in time for you to take a rest and then have dinner." After breakfast, Ethan also told them about booking the plane ticket. "When we get to the airport, someone will deliver the prepared tickets. In 1953, the ID card was abolished. Now it is quite convenient to take trains and planes." "Okay, but it's just past 8 o'clock now. How about we go out for a walk?" "Now that there are only Ethan and I, we must seize the opportunity. Where do you want to go?" Ethan had a headache. Going shopping with girls is both expensive and tiring. But he doesn't seem to be short of money now. His physical fitness has been improved. He seems to be able to go shopping better than girls. Thinking of this, Ethan's headache was gone, and he even made a condition. "You have to wear black stockings." "No problem. Do you have it?" Penelo glanced at Ethan. Unless Ethan took it from his mother, Penelope really didn't believe that Ethan had it. "Just go buy it, let's go," Ethan said as he pulled Penelope out the door. Although Penelope's outfit looked good, there was still a lot of room for improvement. 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the airport parking lot. "Thank you for today, I had a lot of fun." After saying that, Penelope kissed Ethan on the cheek and walked into the crowd with the ticket. Looking at Penelope, who was wearing a white chiffon shirt on her upper body, a black pleated skirt and black stockings, and a pair of black stiletto high heels on her feet, Ethan touched the place where he was kissed just now and sighed. "I was so G tired today. I can only say that I overestimated myself and underestimated women. After that, I only changed one kiss and posted it on the same day. It was okay for the first 1 or 2 hours, but I couldn't walk around anymore." But Penelope didn't know where she got such good energy. Oxford Street, the largest commercial street in London, was visited by her in a few hours. "I felt that I was not so tired when I fought Voldemort outside Hogsmeade last time. I called the driver back home and lay on the sofa to watch TV for a while. It was evening. Ethan left home again. He had to get some money and go to Dennis to see how Nagini was. He hadn't seen this beautiful snake yet. Bruno's magic enhancement potion was also successfully made, but Ethan didn't have time to check it out. He could go and test the effect today. Passing through the backyard of the Leaky Cauldron, we came to Diagon Alley. Ethan had changed a lot at this moment. He was wearing a dark cape, a hood on his head, and his face was completely covered in black mist. This was the effect of the bat. After walking forward for about 100 meters, he turned another corner and entered the alley. The contrast is too great. The front is a strange-looking commercial street, but this is a dirty and messy slum. I don't know if Ethan and Nocturne Alley are in conflict. Every time I enter Nocturne Alley, someone will stare at me. Now I am dressed like a standard dark wizard, how can I be targeted? And the one who is targeting me is a hunchbacked old man with gray hair. Avada Kedavra. The cold voice without any emotion sounded in this dirty and barren alley, and the dark wizards around who were paying attention to all this couldn't help but shudder. Is this man a lunatic, using the Kedavra curse openly? When everyone uses the unforgivable curse, don't they always use it in an empty alley or a remote place, fearing that they will be discovered? But this guy is so bold. Who does he think he is, the Dark Lord? Under the dim green light, the hunchbacked old man with obvious malice towards Ethan fell silently. Soul out of the body. The bald man on the left froze the moment he pulled out his wand, and then suddenly inserted the wand in his hand into his throat. After pulling out and inserting it several times, the middle-aged man fell directly into a pool of blood with a trace of happiness and yearning on his face. Now, the few people who were originally planning to make some small moves immediately wrapped their wizard robes. This man was not only a lunatic but also a powerful lunatic. He immediately jumped into the dark alley. I thought a big fish with a hidden identity came, but it turned out to be a F***G shark. Fortunately, I still wanted to wait and see. The surrounding shops were already cleaning up and closing, and the stall owners also began to pack their goods. Using the unforgivable curse is still fair and square. Even if this is Nocturne Alley, the Aurors will soon arrive. I don't know why I am so unlucky today. Such a lunatic came. Nocturne Alley will have a hard time in the future. Wait. Ethan stretched out his hand to stop the owner of Borgin and Burke's from closing the shop. Welcome, my dear guest. What do you need to buy? Mr. Borgin hurriedly stopped closing the door and respectfully invited Ethan in. Ethan's action just now was definitely not something he could handle. He didn't want to be like the two people just now, so he could only go along with them. This was the experience he had learned from years of living in Nocturne Alley, and he should bow his head when he should. There is never a shortage of lunatics here, and lunatics won't reason with you. I have a batch of Acromanthus venom. Do you want it? Acromanthus venom has a wide range of uses. It can be used in potions and alchemy, and it is quite rare, but Ethan has too much. Every week, if you go to the Forbidden Forest and give some energy cubes as gifts, you can receive 7 or 8 pints of Acromanthus venom. There are really too many Acromanthus venom there, especially Aragog, who doesn't need venom now, and he alone contributes a lot, resulting in the venom being inexhaustible. So far, Ethan has accumulated 127 pints, and this is when Ethan has used a lot. Yes, of course I will. How much do you have? Acromantula venom is a rare commodity, and how can I refuse it? Ethan directly put the bag of Acromantula venom on the counter. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. Mr. Borgin was so annoyed that he couldn't put any more on the counter. How many Acromantulas did he kill? These things appear in groups, which is not easy to deal with. Moreover, if you want to extract the venom, you can't use fire magic. High temperature will destroy the properties of the venom and make it completely worthless. How did he get so much? And it was quite normal Acromantula venom. Even though he felt like a cat's claw was scratching in his heart, he really wanted to figure out what was going on, but he didn't dare to ask. Until the table was completely full, Mr. Borgin counted it and found that there were exactly 100 bottles, each of which was a standard pint. Have you finished counting? Ethan glanced at Mr. Borkin impatiently. It's finished counting. Mr. Borkin was startled and immediately took out a bulging bag from under the counter and put it on the counter. This is 15,000 gold galleons. You can count it. 15,000 gold galleons. Ethan was stunned for a moment, and then he recovered immediately. At first, Ethan thought that 5.4 was the highest price, which was about 7,000 to 8,000. After all, the market price of a pint is 100 gold galleons, and the purchase price must be lower. Merchants also need to make money. Your quality is good. I'll add another 5,000 gold galleons. Seeing that Ethan didn't take it, Mr. Borkin got anxious. He quickly took out another bag from under the counter, but this time it was smaller. He originally planned not to make money this time and spend some gold galleons to buy a life. After all, no one knew whether he would give him a big melon to eat and then buy it for free, but who knew that his appetite was so big? As a last resort, he could only take out the last bit of money in the store. Dear guest, this is all the money I have in my store. How about you take some back? I can't afford so much. Seeing that Ethan still didn't move, Mr. Borgin's forehead began to sweat. That's it. I believe Mr. Borgin is a smart man, so I won't count it. With that, Ethan took the 2 money bags filled with gold galleons and turned away. Since he couldn't squeeze out more gold galleons, forget it this time. I'll come to him again when I have a batch of acromantula venom in the future. After all, the price Mr. Borgin offered was really high. Until Ethan left the door, Mr. Borgin closed the door cleanly. It was a bloody loss today. Even if he found a channel to sell it at a high price, he would at least lose 7,000 gold galleons. Just as I walked down the stairs, 5 wizards with wands in hand suddenly rushed out from Diagon Alley. Aurors, they came fast. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! The 2 Aurors in the front suddenly turned against us, and the moment they turned around, they pointed their wands at their colleagues. Quickly imprison. The remaining one also reacted quickly, and immediately wanted to use the imprisonment spell to tie up the 2 teammates who turned against us. But how could this be successful when there was no intention to do so? The 2 who turned against us cooperated tacitly. One used the armor spell and the other used the petrification spell, and they instantly completed the achievement of wiping out their teammates. Aurors, is this all you can do now? A cold voice sounded from under the hood covered by black mist. Then Ethan walked into the depths of Nocturne Alley. The 2 Aurors who turned against him were stunned in place, and the one who was knocked away by the disarming curse and fell to the ground with his hands on his chest after losing his wand did not dare to move. Since when did such a vicious person appear in Nocturne Alley? Facing such a guy, how to charge? If you charge, are you still yourself? Is your teammate a teammate? You can't even be sure of this, what the hell? I thought it was some fool who used the unforgivable curse openly, and I came here to pick up the performance, but I didn't expect almost sent away by this performance. The eyes of the dark wizards who were hiding in the dark and watching all this flashed. Aurors are the elite among wizards. Each of them has at least 5 certificates of O, W, L, and S, and they are 5 compulsory courses. After passing the interview, they have to undergo 3 years of training. It can be said that all of them are very good at fighting. Any Auror is a tough guy in Nocturne Alley. And this unknown dark wizard, 1 against 5, treated the Aurors as nothing, which is simply incredible. The last one who was so awesome was Voldemort, but unfortunately he was defeated by a baby 27. Now, can this unknown strong man lead us to hack the Ministry of Magic again? One by one, the dark wizards began to fantasize, expecting Ethan to play a leading role just like Voldemort many years ago when it was the most glorious moment for the dark wizards. Now hiding in the dim Nocturne Alley is like a rat in the gutter. This should not be our life. And Ethan didn't care about these things at all. He had already come to the base of Dennis and others. The reason why he didn't kill these 5 Aurors was because his shop was still in Nocturne Alley. It was just that someone used the unforgivable curse here and taught the Aurors a lesson. They would at most perfunctorily investigate and give an explanation to the public because of fear. If the 5 Aurors died here, the Ministry of Magic would not give up. No matter what the useless Minister Fudge thought, the other Aurors would not give up. At that time, the shops in Nocturne Alley would probably not be able to open for a long time. And that alchemy potion shop can bring in hundreds of gold galleons every month, otherwise it would not give him more than half of the money when selling Nagini. Although Dennis and others lowered the price and the snake Nagini was indeed not easy to sell, it took a lot of time. After saying hello to Dennis, Ethan focused on the panel. Wealthy. Wealth rolls in like a tide, mountains of gold and silver are laid out, pearls and jades are all in the treasury. Achievement goal. 10,000 gold galleons, 1/1. Achievement reward, a random spell. On the list. The villains lurking in the dark with numerous crimes, notorious, deviating from justice and falling into the wrong path. The hideous face on the wanted list is a cancer to social peace. Achievement goal. Wanted 1/1. Achievement reward, a random black man. Seeing the latter, Ethan was stunned. Ethan had been prepared for the achievement of getting 10,000 gold galleons, or this was Ethan's goal. If he wants to brush this gold galleon achievement later, he doesn't know whether it will take hundreds of thousands of gold galleons or millions of gold galleons. But being wanted can also be an achievement Ethan did not expect. And it's wanted right now. I didn't show up. What can you tell from this black thing? There are not a few dark wizards dressed like me. 2 magics were quickly drawn. The spell drawn was Apparition, which Ethan had wanted to learn a long time ago. It was very convenient for traveling or running away. But in Hogwarts there were no books related to it, and the professors would not teach it. They were afraid that some little wizards would master the human body separation technique. There was only one way, that is, after you meet the requirements to learn it, go to the Apparition class. Dennis and the other 3 idiots knew how to use it, but they were not proficient in it, and they could only use it when no one interfered. Before entering school, Ethan also considered letting the 3 of them teach him, but he gave up quickly. If the 3 idiots taught him wrong, it would be over. Ethan didn't want to have a missing piece of his body. Pub. Accompanied by a unique sound, Ethan appeared directly on the 2nd floor. It is indeed quite convenient, but it is still a bit uncomfortable, but it is much better than the first time when Professor McGonagall took me to use it. Maybe it is related to the improvement of physical fitness and magic power. After a few more times, after getting familiar with this feeling, there should be no more squeezing feeling. The black magic extracted is the Crow Storm. Ethan has a strong sense of déjà vu about this magic. It is similar to energy absorption. They are all skills in a certain game, it just seems to be a bit similar to the wolf pack. They all use magic to summon this kind of magical creature, but the Crow Storm does not need to be born from the shadow. It can be generated at a location around Ethan. It cannot have the effect of splitting like the wolf pack. When the crows are killed, they will turn into magic and dissipate, but there are so many of them. It cannot switch between reality and illusion and can only maintain its physical form, but it is a flying unit. It can also resist the killing curse. Unlike wolves that attack purely with their claws and fangs, crows, in addition to their sharp beaks and claws, also have extremely strong curse effects. 2 more spells, and since Christmas, Ethan's training has been very effective. Many spells have been stacked to the maximum level, and there are even more that have been slightly improved. Name: Ethan Adrian. Age 12. Bloodline Wizard. Talents: Super Soul, Strong Body, Heart of Darkness, Focus, Animal Affinity, Fire Affinity, Snake Mouth, Lightning Affinity. Spells: Killing Curse 10, Cruciatus Curse 10, Imperious Curse 10, Fiery Flame Curse 10, Gulliver's Fire 10, Fiery Flame 10, Vulcan Clearance 1, Occlumency 8, Legilimency 6, Mjolnir 10, Gungnir 10. Armor 8, Traceless Reach 6, Siphon Energy 8, Shadow Steel 6, Pack of Wolves 7, Crowstorm 1, Apparition 1, Transfiguration 5, Petrification 4, Disillusionment 4, Invasion 4. Potions 4, Alchemy 4, Possession 1. Fire Guard. The new magic that appeared after the combined use of Fire Guard and Fire Guard was the White Flame at the beginning. Dennis. Boss, I'm here. Dennis immediately stepped forward respectfully. Where is the snake? Take me to see it. Come with me. Soon Ethan followed Dennis and came to a huge iron cage in which a 4-meter-long snake was coiled into a ball, with its head raised high and constantly spitting out its tongue. You go out first and then ask Bruno to bring the magic potion. After observing Nagini for a while, Ethan turned his head and instructed Dennis. Hiss, your name. Ethan made a snake-like sound. The talent of the snake-mouthed man can also play a role at this moment, and he can talk to snakes. Hiss! Nagini. Nagini's huge snake head stretched out in front of Ethan and spit out the snake tongue quickly against the iron cage, and the snake tail behind it shook from time to time. It seems that even if it has become a snake, it still remembers its previous name. Hiss! Crescent, don't you remember this name? Hiss! I don't know. The huge snake head shook twice. Hiss! Do you remember the past? Hiss! I ate mice and birds in the forest, and met a strange snake. It seems that except for the name, she has no memory of being a human. The strange snake she met is probably the snake possessed by Voldemort. Hiss! I will let you out now, don't bite me. I have an affinity with animals and I have a snake-speaking man, so I am naturally not afraid of being bitten by her, but others are not like that. A bite can be quite fatal. Hiss! I will be good and not bite me. It's so small here and uncomfortable. Even if she is a snake, Ethan can see the excitement she felt after hearing that he was going to let her out. Moreover, her mental ability is still relatively high, which may be the result of the change from a human to a snake. With an unlocking spell, Ethan quickly let her out. After coming out, Nagini was quite excited and swam around in this space where the traceless expansion spell was cast. It was obvious that she was suffocating. Looking at Nagini, who was having fun, Ethan had no idea how to start. The blood curse was a curse on the soul and maybe also on genes. After all, if you can turn into a snake without animagus, your genes are different from those of normal people. "Boss!" Bruno's voice sounded outside the door. "Come in." Bruno pushed the door open and saw the poisonous snake tightly wrapped around Ethan, and the snake's tongue was right next to Ethan's cheek. At this distance, if you attack by surprise, no one can escape and you will definitely die. He also studied Nagini's venom, which was extremely poisonous. A Mortra rat would be dead in less than 10 seconds. "This is the magic potion you want." Bruno reached into his pocket and took out a small bottle of azure liquid which was crystal clear and did not contain any impurities. Legilimency was used silently, and Ethan was sure that there was no problem. It was never too careful when it came to your own safety. After drinking it in one gulp, the feeling of getting magic power increased was similar to the last time, and the whole process lasted about 10 minutes. It was slower than last time, which felt fast coming and going. The amount of increase was only about 1/3 of the last time. "This is 4,000 gold galleons. Can you make 4 more bottles before Christmas?" Ethan threw a bag in front of Bruno. "The materials for one portion are about 1,200 gold galleons. Now the store can divert more than 1,000 gold galleons, so it is not a problem to add 800 gold galleons. Besides, this store was bought by Ethan and some alchemical gadgets were put on sale, but Ethan did not collect the money. Bruno is just an employee and Ethan is the boss. It is reasonable to use this money. No problem, it will be completed before Christmas. The magic potion needs 3 months and you only need to watch it at the critical moment. You can leave during the rest of the time, so you can brew multiple portions of magic potion at the same time, just keep a good interval. Just like the Polyjuice potion takes 21 days and the Felix decoction takes half a year, it is impossible for a person to watch the crucible all the time, otherwise who can persist? July 1st. Ethan was sitting on the sofa, checking the time from time to time, and the servants in the house had all gone out. A week ago, Ethan received a letter from Dumbledore sent by Phoenix, which said that on July 1st, the original agreement would be fulfilled and Ethan would be introduced to Nicholas Flamel to study. So Ethan was waiting here at this moment, but it was already afternoon. Where was Dumbledore? Just when Ethan was about to scold Dumbledore, a flash of fire appeared and the Phoenix appeared in front of Ethan out of thin air with Dumbledore. The words that were originally blurted out were swallowed immediately. "Principal, good afternoon. How about having afternoon tea first?" Ethan immediately asked Dumbledore to sit down, showing a very enthusiastic look. "It's not shameful to bow your head when you need help from others. Then I won't be polite." Dumbledore smiled and sat in front of Ethan. He couldn't refuse the dessert on the coffee table in front of him. The sweet elements he consumed today were far from enough, so it was just right to replenish them. Ethan also poured sweetened black tea for Dumbledore. Needless to say, he likes sweet and he is not afraid of diabetes anyway. So, Ethan prepared Napoleon pastry, macarons, cream puffs, fruit mousse, caramel pudding, and so on today. All of them were super high sugar versions that Ethan ordered from the dessert shop yesterday, made and delivered today, and Ethan dared not touch them at all. "Ethan, how was your summer vacation?" Dumbledore wiped his mouth after eating almost 1/3 of it and looked at Ethan with satisfaction. What a good boy, but he is still old after all. If he was 30 years younger, he could eat all of these. It's quite fulfilling, but it's not easy to practice magic. Ethan was telling the truth. Although he had acquired the ability to cast spells without being seen by others, he still had no suitable place to practice Vulcan opening. This magic makes too much noise unless you find an uninhabited island, but apparition can only go to places Ethan has been to, and his current proficiency is not as high as Suheng, so he can't go too far. And the traceless expansion space is not enough to train the magic of the fire god's way. Whether it is the fierce fire or the fire escape body protection, Ethan has tried it a long time ago. The powerful magic burst can collapse the space inside. I really miss the 18th day of the Room of Requirement. Without the Room of Requirement, the improvement of strength is really slow. However, in this way, Ethan also has time to study the alchemical technology construct obtained after obtaining the Philosopher's Stone and practice it, and has a work. I can't do anything about this. Dumbledore thought Ethan was troubled by the inability to use magic because of the trace thread. But in the next few days, I think you don't have to worry about this. You can use magic at will with Nicholas Flamel. After all, how can you learn alchemy without magic? Many alchemy techniques require the assistance of magic. You can't wait any longer. Hold my hand now and don't let go. Letter 3005. Group. Ethan nodded to show his understanding and grabbed Dumbledore's hand. Fox also swooped down with flames all over his body, looking like a ball of fire. The moment he approached Dumbledore, he grabbed his shoulder. Then the flames spread to Dumbledore and Ethan. Ethan did not feel the burning of the flames, only a little warmth. After the flames completely covered the two of them, Ethan and Dumbledore disappeared directly on the spot. Only the empty villa was left, and there were unfinished desserts and half a pot of black tea. Onyxia, Ethan had handed it over to Dennis to take care of yesterday. They have been familiar with each other during this period of time. Although she occasionally loses her temper, she will not burn Dennis and others. Similarly, I called my parents and told them that I would be away from home for a while and the servants would come back to pack up the things at home tomorrow. Hermione, Q Zhang, and Penelope all called. Cassandra sent a letter by owl expressing that she could not contact them during this period. It was more comfortable than apparition, which was Ethan's first feeling after getting off the car. If it weren't for the fact that there were too few phoenixes and Ethan felt that he couldn't hook Fawkes, he would have to get one high or low. Observing the surrounding environment, lush forests, dense weeds, and mountains not far away, it should be in a valley. I just don't know if it is the Pyrenees or the Alps. There is a stone path under my feet and the end is a small courtyard that looks ordinary. I have written to Nico and he knows we will come today. After that, Dumbledore led the way in front, and Ethan followed behind him and didn't dare to move. It is quite dangerous if you are not familiar with this place. Only God knows what an alchemist who has lived for more than 600 years will make his home, especially when there are still many people coveting his Philosopher's Stone. If it is a simple wizard fight, Nicholas Flamel may not be strong after all. His body is too fragile and this is not his forte. But if he is given time to set up the venue and fight him in his place, few in this wizarding world are sure of winning. Walking all the way to the door of the courtyard, nothing happened, just like an ordinary family hidden in the mountains. It was not until Ethan and Dumbledore entered the house that they discovered its difference. The interior was cast with a traceless expansion spell and the space was quite large. The main structure of the hall was white marble, the ceiling was nearly 10 meters high and the columns were also carved with exquisite stone carvings. There are 5 scrolls on the wall on the side showing 2 particularly old men, a man and a woman. In each painting, a blood-red gem was held, which was the Philosopher's Stone obtained by Ethan. In the painting, the 2 old men were thinner and the last painting seemed to be blown away by a gust of wind. In addition, Ethan also saw some things that only Muggles use, such as stereos, televisions, and refrigerators. Song, can the television here receive programs? You too welcome. Just as Ethan was looking around, a voice sounded, and 2 old men came out from behind the curtain. Pale hair, loose robes, wrinkled faces, and extremely thin bodies gave people an extremely unhealthy gray-white color. The other lady was in a very similar state except for the different clothes. If he hadn't been prepared, Khan would have thought he had seen a ghost. It can only be said that the effect of the Philosopher's Stone is not as great as imagined. Although it can maintain human life, the body is becoming more and more fragile. Ethan has no doubt that if he falls down, it will not be as simple as a fracture. Nico, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. I'll leave the child to you. The 4 of them simply exchanged greeting spells, and Dumbledore left in a burst of fire. Ethan, I heard from Albus that you are a talented little wizard and you are very interested in alchemy. Can you show me your work? How to understand the level of an alchemist, that is definitely to look at his work. As he got older, Nicholas Flamel also wanted to pass on his alchemy. Over the years, for the development of alchemy in Beauxbatons, he donated money and books, but no one could stand up. "Okay, Nico. Let the guests sit down first. How can you be so embarrassed?" Perenelle interrupted Nico's actions directly. No host would do things like this. Of course, she could understand Nicholas Flamel's feelings. It was not easy to get a talented little wizard who was interested in alchemy. Can be Dumbledore praised the talent, which was not easy. The last one was Tom, and he is amazing now. Looking at the two people sitting on the sofa and still talking about alchemy, Perenelle sighed. She didn't like alchemy very much, or she was past the age of liking alchemy, and she couldn't stand studying alchemy day after day for many years. She fell in love with vocal art by chance, and then when opera flourished in France, she became fascinated by opera again. These are not comparable to the boring alchemy. Here Nico was asking Ethan about the knowledge related to alchemy and ancient magic words. The two are closely related. To learn alchemy well, you must have a lot of knowledge accumulation, which is much more complicated than spells, and ancient magic words are extremely difficult to understand. Not to mention understanding, even memorizing them by rote requires hard work. If Ethan only had a half understanding of these, he would be very disappointed. A talented little wizard who is unwilling to work hard on alchemy will have extremely limited achievements in the end. Fortunately, Ethan has a good grasp of the basic and advanced knowledge of alchemy and ancient magic words. This is also thanks to the fact that he has enough buffs, a flexible mind, and a photographic memory, which allows him to learn so quickly. Otherwise, for a normal little wizard at the end of the first grade, it would be extremely difficult for you to ask him to recite the characters, glyphs, words, and meanings of ancient magic words. Then, Nico asked several more in-depth questions. Ethan naturally spoke out everything he knew and talked about all the aspects he was involved in. Because Nico Flamel would correct some of his own problems in this process, Ethan would certainly not miss such an opportunity to verify his knowledge. And the more Nico Flamel was tested, the more frightened he was. Ethan's knowledge reserve was quite rich, and now many of his knowledge was acquired at 10 o'clock. At this moment, Nico finally realized that what Dumbledore sent to him was no longer a genius but a demon. To go further on the path of alchemy, one needs the sharp imagination and creativity of a genius, as well as the meticulousness and rigor of a machine. It is rare to find someone who can possess one of these conditions, and he has only met one person who possesses both and is interested in alchemy, Ethan. Dumbledore also possesses these two conditions and is also interested in alchemy, which is one of the reasons why the two of them were able to make friends when Dumbledore was a student. But there are really not many who can quickly become friends with Dumbledore. These are the two alchemical works I brought. One is a ruby necklace with an armor spell attached, which has the same effect as the ring that Cassandra gave Ethan at Christmas. After inputting magic power, even wizards who don't know the armor spell can automatically generate an armor spell to protect themselves. It is very practical for wizards. After all, most adult wizards don't know how to use the armor spell, and their protection means are just simple dodge or counterattack. The other is a construct which is 3 meters high and made of all metal. The lower body is a huge steel spider, and the 8 long legs are like 8 sharp spears flashing with a cold light. This design is because it can adapt to any environment to fight, except that it can't fly. Ethan tried to climb the building easily, but it caused some damage to the building he climbed. The upper body is a burly man with a total of 8 arms, each holding an extremely sharp sword. And the upper body can rotate 360 degrees so it can face enemies from many directions. This big guy was just finished 2 days ago. The metal on the outside is titanium alloy, which has the characteristics of high strength, high corrosion resistance, high heat resistance, and good weight. It can be said to be a very excellent metal. The output of titanium alloy is relatively high now, but it is still difficult to get a large amount. Many of them are used in military industry, such as aircraft. Ethan also got it after asking his father and found that he actually had a lot of titanium alloy. It seems that he got it from the disintegrated Eastern European hegemony. This time he and a few friends got a lot of good things, but Ethan didn't ask for details. If there is any more, just let Dennis and the other 3 go to the Muggle world to get it. It is also very convenient to use the Imperious Curse and Compound 840 decoction. The inside of the titanium alloy uses fairy mithril to outline the operation veins. The core is made of bird snake eggshells selected from the gift given by Hagrid, combined with gold 10. The core must be made of magical materials to store magic. In this regard, bird snake eggshells were chosen. This thing has a great advantage in storing magic. Gold was chosen for conductivity and goblin mithril is naturally the best, but goblin mithril is too expensive. Even to outline the veins, it costs a lot. Ethan has not tried the specific combat power, but it has strong resistance to impact. It is much stronger than the statues and armor of Hogwarts in the original book. After all, when facing the army of Death Eaters, the giant swept through thousands of troops and was shattered by thousands. As for Ethan's construct, Dennis and others only left a little white mark when they hit it with a spell, and it can be repaired. Ethan also used magic to drop a half-ton steel piece from a height of 10 meters to test its physical resistance. The result was not bad. Although it was flattened and several legs were broken, it could still move. After it was connected and repaired, it looked like a new one. After all, this half-ton steel piece at a height of 10 meters has a terrifying impact force. Even a giant would smash you into a meat patty in one blow. The fire spell is useless to it. Ethan attached a waterproof and fireproof spell to it. Even the fierce fire can't burn it for a while. Ethan tried it with a finger of the construct. It resisted for a minute before it showed signs of melting. But the battery life is still a little short. If the core automatically absorbs the magic power in the air to recover, it can only work for 5 minutes after charging for a day. But the magic power cannot be fully charged in a day. According to the proportion, it takes 5 days to reach full state CHDF and can fight for 15 minutes. Overall, it is qualified to match the magical beasts of the XXXXX level. Nicol Flamel looked at the big guy that Ethan took out and his eyes were almost shining. The genius's creative and excellent idea is definitely a killer for those wizards with short legs and slow running. His own magic puppet can completely beat this guy in terms of functionality, but it is his own magic puppet that is completely beaten in battle. Nicol Flamel still has this kind of vision. But let's take a look at Ethan's necklace first. Good food is not afraid of being late. There will be enough time to study it later. A standard alchemical item, the spell is solidified, the ancient magic runes are amplified and stabilized, and the magic power is also very good. It can be called a fine product. Although this necklace is very ordinary in Nicol Flamel's eyes, it is definitely a very popular item in the outside world and there will not be too many of them. The one who can make it is definitely the kind of alchemy master who can be called by name when walking outside. Ethan, who just finished the first grade, can make this protective necklace with the armor spell, which shows that he is not just talking about it on paper. Even if that big guy is not here, just looking at this can prove that Ethan really knows the alchemical knowledge in the previous test. As for the construct, Nico and Ethan communicated together. Alchemy is not a closed-door process. Ethan expressed his own ideas and thoughts, and Nico proposed improvement plans and some of his conjectures. Among them is the ability to load magic on the construct, and Nico's magic puppet can release simple magic. There is also the addition of logical thinking, just like the sorting hat at Hogwarts. Nico showed Ethan that his TV, refrigerator, and stereo were all transformed into smart ones. It can communicate with Ethan without any obstacles, but the construct is not like that. Ethan can only control its actions with the mark in its core. As for the transformation of the core, Nico proposed to strengthen it with some steps in making the Philosopher's Stone. The two chatted around the construct until it was dark and Perenelle stopped them. Dinner was prepared by a house elf, a female house elf named Lena. The Nicol couple's dinner was quite light with some vegetables and oatmeal porridge. Ethan understood this very well. His body was too fragile to digest many things, so he had to do this. But is such longevity really good? Ethan's diet was normal. In addition to vegetables, there was also beef stewed in red wine, lamb chops, sausages, and bread. After dinner, Nicol Flamel took Ethan to visit the mansion. The first floor was the living area, which was quite large. Because Nicol and his wife rarely went out, they had very high requirements in this regard. Nico's workshop and experimental site are in the basement, which is also surprisingly large. There are many magics attached to it to ensure that any experiment will not affect it. Of course, when experimenting with alchemical props, Nico always uses magic puppets. When he was young, he could still do it himself, but he couldn't do it since he was over 200 years old. The second floor is the living area. Nico pointed to a room on the right and introduced it to Ethan. This is my study. There are all kinds of books I collected, from spells to potions, alchemy, etc. In addition, there are my summary and experience of alchemy. I will take you to see it tomorrow, and you can freely choose what you are interested in the future. This is his hard work and pride. I dare say that in the entire wizarding world, no one will have more personal collections than him. This is the advantage of living a long life. Ethan's eyes flashed with excitement, and he nodded and thanked him immediately. Thank you, teacher. When he walked to the door of the innermost room, Ethan, you will live here for the time being. Although the room is not big, it is very tidy. The floor is covered with soft carpets. There is a small silver-white ball on the ceiling that emits light. There is also a desk near the window. After bringing Ethan to the room, Nico went back to his room. It was time to rest. Being able to live to the age of more than 600, in addition to the Philosopher's Stone, you also need to maintain a good mentality and living habits. Healthy diet and never staying up late are the rules that Nico and his wife set for themselves. The next day, after breakfast, it took Ethan to the study. Today, I will formally teach you alchemy. You have a good foundation and hands-on ability, so take a look at this first. Speaking of this, Nico handed a large roll of parchment to Ethan, which was what he sorted out over the years. It can be said that it includes all aspects of alchemy. After Ethan took it and looked at it, he thought it was some alchemy, but it turned out to be a catalog of books. It is divided into 10 parts in total. Part 1. Introduction. 1.1 The concept and background of alchemy. 1.2 The importance of alchemy in the wizarding world. 1.3 The purpose, organization and research methods of alchemy. Part 2. Alchemy manufacturing and theoretical basis. 2.1 Magic structure and properties. 2.2 Design of runes. 2.3 Magic conversion and storage. Part 3. Analysis of alchemy technology. 3.1 Drawing and activation of runes. 3.2 Imprinting and strengthening of runes. 3.3 Injection and stabilization of magic. Part 4. Materials and processes involved in alchemy. 4.1 Types and characteristics of materials. 4.2 Collection and processing of materials. 4.3 Application of special processes and technologies. Part 5. Classification of alchemical works. 5.1 Overview of categories of alchemical works. 5.2 Functions and designs of weapon alchemical items. 5.3 Functions and designs of protective alchemical items. 5.4 Functions and designs of auxiliary alchemical items. A total of 10 parts covering all aspects. Each section has 3 or 4 items, and each item is marked with a book title. There are 7 or 8 books at least, and as many as 20 or 30. You study first, and you can ask me anytime if you don't understand. What book do you need? Just say the name accurately to the summer vacation, and it will automatically come to you. Nico was very pleased with Ethan's surprised look. In a summer vacation, the knowledge that can be learned is limited by real hand-in-hand teaching. Let him study freely, and then he can answer the questions by himself. As long as Ethan's talent is high enough, the efficiency will naturally be higher. Got it, teacher. This summer vacation is going to be too busy. It's August now. Ethan, get ready. I'll take you to a friend's house today. How about that? There's a saying in the ancient East, combine work and rest. Ethan spent this time either in the study or in the basement. According to the house elves' report, he spent no more than 5 hours a day in his room. If this continues, she's afraid that Ethan's mental state will be in trouble. She still has a good impression of Ethan, a diligent, studious, and handsome little wizard. Over the years, she and Nico haven't had a child, so she pays special attention to her promising back. In her early years, she went to Beauxbatons to teach, but she was too old to take care of it, so she had to quit her job. Miss Perenelle, I've only read half of this book in my hand. Ethan doesn't really want to go out. Going out to play is not as interesting as these books. This summer vacation, Ethan is also planning to level up his alchemy. Moreover, most of the ancient magic texts and alchemy books here are not what Ethan can find in Hogwarts. This opportunity cannot be missed. Faced with Ethan's refusal, Perenelle was not angry. Instead, she slightly raised her lips and said in a bewitching voice, "My friend's children are two half-blood Velas. The older one is 15 years old and looks very beautiful. The younger one is 7 years old and is also very cute. Are you sure you don't want to go? In this world, apart from those glass, few men can resist the temptation of Velas. This creature has such amazing beauty and its skin is also as bright and soft as the moon. In addition, it exudes charm all the time. It is just that this thing will turn into a bird-like creature when it is angry. But the half-blood Vela, while inheriting the silver hair and beauty, has no disadvantage of turning into a bird. It can be said to be a very rare existence. As far as she knows, this little girl has quite a lot of suitors in Beauxbatons. Beauxbatons is not a girls' school and the male song seems to have a low status. Dumbledore told her and Nico what kind of person Ethan is. He flirted with a senior in Ravenclaw in his first year and hooked up with a little snake in Slytherin and a little lion in Gryffindor, and he didn't fail. A smart, hardworking, and extremely talented little wizard who likes to make friends and is willing to share, but is also promiscuous and cruel. After all, if they didn't know him, the Tonk couple would not have let Ethan in. There are really many people in the entire wizarding world who are paying attention to them. As for Ethan's shortcomings, it doesn't matter, no one is perfect. Dumbledore was ambitious at the time and he became friends with Nico. I think it's better to accompany you, Madame Perenelle. Going out is certainly not as interesting as these books, but the girl is different. She is much more interesting than the books. At most, I can stay up a little more late. I am still young and can bear it. If I don't fight now, when will I fight? And the half-Vela mentioned by Miss Perenelle are Fleur de Lacre and Gabrielle de Lacre, who are 1/4 Vela. After all, there are only 3 half-Vela in the original book and one is their mother. Apart from this family, Ethan can't think of anyone else. Fleur de Lacre is portrayed as the most beautiful woman and Gabrielle is a smaller Fleur. Beautiful sisters and they look very similar. Who can refuse this? I just don't know if my animal affinity will work on mixed blood Velas. Pure bloods will definitely work. By the way, should I contact Dennis and ask him to bring some Velas back to raise? Ethan still remembered that during the Quidditch World Cup, the mascot of a country was a Vela and performed on stage. Okay, go get ready now, change your clothes and don't be charmed by the Vela and become a fool. Perenelle reminded with a smile, then returned to the room. She also wanted to change her clothes. Unlike Nicholas Flamel, an old otaku who was obsessed with alchemy and could stay at home for many years, Perenelle would go out from time to attend small gatherings or visit friends' homes and discuss art with a few elderly witches. Of course, she would go to the homes of people with whom she had a good relationship and could be trusted. Ethan casually changed into summer casual clothes in the room. If he went to visit, wizard robes were not suitable and formal dresses were too formal. Casual clothes were better. As for what Perenelle said about being enchanted, Ethan thought it was impossible. He was not Ronald, that idiot. He had seen all kinds of girls. How could he be enchanted by a half-blooded Vela? If his animal affinity could work, who knows who would enchant whom? The two met in the lobby on the first floor. Not bad, quite handsome. Perenelle looked at Ethan with satisfaction and brought a shot. Miss Perenelle, you are dressed quite beautifully now. You are good at talking. Come hold my hand. No matter how old she is, there is no queen who doesn't like others to praise her beauty. Ethan carefully grabbed Perenelle's hand and really didn't dare to use more strength. Her and Nico's bodies were too fragile. If he didn't know where the place was, Ethan would have wanted to apparate himself. A familiar feeling came over him and Ethan was quite used to it at this moment. Recovering his vision, Ethan felt that he had come to the world of flowers and the whole person was enveloped by the fragrance of flowers. Irises, roses, daisies, red camellias, lilacs, and tulips are all available, and they are all in full bloom, contrary to the natural growth rules. As expected of a pure-blood family, the garden alone is so high-end. Following the path through the garden, we came to an old castle. The walls were covered with ivy and there were some traces of erosion, making it very old. Compared with the castle of Hogwarts, this one is small, but for a family, it is absolutely remarkable to own such a castle. Ethan didn't know when he could afford such a house. Some time ago, he was still complacent about getting 20,000 gold galleons, but now compared to it, it is really nothing. Before Ethan and Perenelle walked to the gate of the castle, they saw the gate open automatically. An old lady who was nearly 70 years old but quite energetic came out from inside. "Long time no see, Perenelle." The two ladies hugged each other gently when they met, and it was obvious that the relationship between the two sides was quite good. After they separated, Perenelle introduced Ethan and the old lady to each other. Then the two ladies walked hand in hand and took Ethan to the interior of the castle. The interior is decorated very delicately and artistically, as expected of the romantic French. Both sides are also hung with portraits of wizards in accordance with the tradition of the wizard family. At this time, footsteps were heard on the stairs on the left. Ethan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a witch with a delicate face, tall figure, and long silver hair that fell to her waist. She was also a big nipple. When the pair of eyebrows looked over, it was really quite tempting. Is this a half-blooded Vila? Silver hair, blue eyes, irresistible. Ethan's mind unconsciously came up with Cao Zi's words, "Madam, are you willing to share the same bed with me tonight?" There was also a young girl and a little girl next to them, who looked like a smaller version of this silver-haired young woman. It really brought together a combination of wives, girls, and Lolita at once. No wonder Fleur was not liked by Molly and Ginny in the original book. Ginny even gave her the nickname Spitto. With this appearance, how many girls would not be jealous when they saw it? The mother-daughter trio also felt a sense of intimacy the moment they saw Ethan. Apolline, Fleur, little Gabrielle, long time no see. Perenelle greeted the girls on the stairs. "Long time no see, Grandma Perenelle." Fleur led Gabrielle down to greet them, and Apolline happily hugged Perenelle. And Gabrielle would occasionally glance at Ethan, then quickly lower her head. Irina Delacour, who was watching all this quietly, smiled and said to the few people, "This is Ethan Adrian, a guest from Great Britain. Fleur, take Ethan and Gabrielle out to play, don't disturb our party." She didn't mind Ethan's contact with her granddaughter. She could learn alchemy from Nicholas Flamel and was sent there by Dumbledore himself. What kind of gold content is this? To put it bluntly, it's still that their Delacour family is marrying up. This is still my son's fault. If he hadn't married a half-blood Vila, the family wouldn't be in this situation. They are still the pure-blooded nobles at the top of France. Although I have accepted this daughter-in-law after all these years of getting along and I like my two granddaughters very much, it is true that the family has a hard time. In the wizarding world, no matter which country, mixed bloods are discriminated against. This is not the kind of mixed blood between wizards and muggles. This kind of mixed blood is nothing. The mixed blood of magical animals and wizards is the real bottom of the contempt chain. Giants, trolls, mermaids, centaurs, and Vila, even if they have human forms and no reproductive isolation from humans, are also classified as magical animals. The word animal shows their status. Madame Maxime did not dare to reveal her identity as a giant half-blood, and she dared to say it only after she went to find the giant tribe with Hagrid. Anyway, my son lost his position in the Ministry of Magic, and some of the partners in the family's industries also cut off their relationship with the Delacour family. These are all obvious losses, and I don't know how they will be ridiculed in secret. Furong turned her head and looked at Ethan, her face flushed. "Ethan, come with me." She wanted to talk to him and even get close to him. She had never felt this way about a boy before, and she didn't know what to do for a moment. Ethan followed Furong and sighed, "Animal-friendly and awesome. Brother, hold me." The little girl with long silver hair and delicate figure pulled Ethan's clothes around his waist and looked at him cutely. Ethan told himself more than once that the child was still young and that he liked a queen, but he couldn't control himself. He. Gabrielle, who was buried in Ethan's shoulder in Ethan's arms, smiled happily. "Badgie. Gabrielle, what are you doing? Come down, you still need someone to hold you at the age of 7. Furong was almost furious when she saw this scene. How could her sister be so ignorant? Not only did she let someone hold her, but she also made such a frivolous move. "No, I want my brother to hold me." Gabrielle hugged Ethan's neck and gave Fleur a provocative look. "You." Fleur's chest swelled with anger, which made Ethan admire her. Children nowadays are only in their teens and they have developed so well. Shall we go sit over there? Fleur ignored Gabrielle and turned to look at Ethan. She didn't care about the 7-year-old child, so she just went straight to the source. Okay. Soon, the three of them came to a stone pavilion in the garden. According to Fleur, this is where their family has afternoon tea. Ethan, can you tell me about Hogwarts? I haven't seen other magic schools. This is Fleur's strategy to turn Ethan's attention to herself. Feed the tiger with your own body, let go of the child, and see what you can do. There are many interesting things in Hogwarts, such as the cursed defense against the dark arts class, the potions professor who seems to owe everyone money, the transfiguration professor who likes to turn into a cat, the divination professor who likes to drink and make jokes, the flying professor who is actually a Quidditch referee, Madame Hooch, the forbidden forest with a variety of magical animals of XXXXX levels, the room of requirement, etc. Fleur laughed from beginning to end when she heard these and felt that Hogwarts was much more interesting than Beauxbatons, but the students there might have a hard time. How is your Beauxbatons? I've heard that Beauxbatons is the most beautiful magic school in Europe. Our Beauxbatons is really nice. It's a huge estate located in the Pyrenees, surrounded by vast grasslands and mountains outlined by magic. Madame Maxime raises many magic horses on the grasslands. They like to drink single malt whiskey. These horses run around Beauxbatons every morning. There is also a huge magic fountain in the school. It was Nicolas Flamel. Looking at Fleur and Ethan, who were getting more and more excited as they talked, Gabrielle pouted. I was here first. How could my sister do this? August 20th, only 11 days until the start of the Hogwarts school. Today is the day Ethan is supposed to leave. Nico told me about this more than a week ago. Ethan's study during this period has greatly improved his alchemy skills. If he makes constructs again, he will definitely make them more sophisticated. From level 4 to level 7 in alchemy, it seems that there are only 3 levels of improvement, but these are 2 different concepts. The rest still needs time to learn and understand. This kind of knowledge is too vast and cannot be easily mastered like spells. In the study, Key is explaining something to Ethan. Ethan, your learning speed is far beyond my imagination. I originally thought that this knowledge would be enough for you to study for a long time. It seems that I should give you some of the best things now. Originally, Nico did not think that Ethan could learn all the knowledge. He was going to use the copy spell to copy some of the knowledge that Ethan had not learned yet and take it away when he left. But Ethan really learns too fast. He already knows a lot, but it's too messy. After his own explanation and integration, his speed is like flying in the sky, and he is very hardworking. So he has learned most of these things and only needs to take a few books. Teacher's teaching is good. Without your teaching, I can't learn so fast. This is the truth. Nicole answers all the places he doesn't understand. Otherwise, those difficult places need to be thought for a long time. With Nicole's teaching, as long as Ethan has a strong understanding ability, he can digest and absorb this part of the knowledge. And Ethan happened to have so many buffs, so he has no lack of learning and thinking ability. Don't be modest. If someone else comes, even if I teach them, they won't be as good as you are now. I'll give you the Book of Abraham of the J*WS and the Emerald Record. They have given me a lot of inspiration in my alchemy career. Nico pushed this strange book and a huge parchment scroll in front of Ethan. Looking at the Book of Abraham of the J*WS, Nico's eyes were full of reluctance. It can be said that this book made him. At the beginning, he had just graduated from Beauxbatons. Although he had good alchemy talent and skills, he was just an ordinary member of the crowd. Until he found a job as a scribe and came into contact with the Book of Abraham of the J*WS. His fate changed and he became the most famous alchemist at that time. But to this day, Nico has not fully understood this book. What exactly does the 7 pages represent and what does it mean? He still can't figure it out. I am already this age. Even if I can continue to live, my thinking is not as good as when I was young. In the past 200 years, I have not made any progress on the Book of Abraham of the J*WS. Now I'm going to give it to Ethan. In the hands of Ethan, a very talented and young wizard, maybe one day he will be able to interpret all the contents of the Book of Abraham the J*WS. Teacher, is this appropriate? Ethan felt a little hot. The gift was too expensive. Who doesn't know the names of the Book of Abraham of the J*WS and the Emerald Record? The former made Nicholas Flamel the greatest alchemist of our time, and the latter was created by the god Hermes in Egyptian legend, condensing the knowledge of alchemy into 13 sentences and engraved on an emerald stone slab. This parchment scroll should be a rubbing of the Emerald Record. Do you think I still have the energy to study them now? He can't let go of alchemy now because of his hobbies and habits and do some research and innovation, but this kind of thing that requires too much brain power, he has no brain power to burn. Seeing this, Ethan did not refuse and accepted the Book of Abraham of the J*WS and the Emerald Record. Then he couldn't wait to flip through it, wanting to see what was recorded in it. As soon as he got started, Ethan knew that the material of this book was neither animal skin nor paper, but something similar to tree bark, and the text and illustrations in it were branded by metal. The book is not thick, only 7 pages, a total of 21 pages. The most eye-catching are the 7 illustrations, and there are no written records of these illustrations. The first 7 pages show a staff with 2 snakes wrapped around it, one of which is devouring the other. The second 7 pages, which is page 14, show a cross, but it is not Jesus who is nailed to the cross, but a snake. The third 7 pages, which is page 21, show several clear springs emerging from a desert, and many snakes emerge from the springs. In addition, the 4th and 5th pages are each accompanied by 2 pictures. The first picture on the 4th page shows 2 people, a man with a hat holding a double snake staff in his hand, and he is fighting against an old man with wings who is flying in the air with an hourglass on his head and a sickle in his hand, about to cut off his feet. The second picture on the 4th page is in color with a beautiful flower growing on the top of a high mountain. The flower stem is blue, the flowers are white and red, and the leaves are golden. Below the picture is a griffin and a dragon building a nest on the hillside. The first picture on page 5 is a garden with a strange oak tree in the center. It is strange because it is hollow. A rose tree full of roses grows in the hollow part. There is also a fountain under the tree. The spring water is white liquid. The white spring water flows to the distance. A group of blind people squat on the ground and grope around, but they can't see or touch anything. The second picture on page 5 shows a king who is holding a big knife and ordering soldiers to kill many babies. The mothers of the babies kneel in front of them and beg for mercy. There are some containers similar to buckets and crucibles next to them. The blood of the babies is collected in them, and the sun and the moon bathe in the blood. In addition, there are some illustrations of flasks and crucibles similar to alchemical instruments in other parts, as well as a lot of text. Ethan was confused and didn't know what it was saying for a while. Nico was just watching from the side, not explaining anything. It was up to Ethan to figure it out. He taught Ethan to learn the Book of Abraham. The initial progress would be fast, but if he followed his own train of thought, Ethan would get stuck. Putting the Book of Abraham aside, Ethan opened the copy of the Emerald Record and found that it was full of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, which were mainly used in religion. He couldn't understand it at all and had to look up information. After having lunch with Nico and Perenelle, Ethan reluctantly said goodbye to them. The 2 old men really regarded Ethan as their junior. Fortunately, according to Nico, although the Philosopher's Stone is difficult to make, they still have one in their hands. The news that the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed as bait to catch Voldemort was actually released by Dumbledore to prevent people from fighting Nico and his wife. What you're leaving today? Fleur looked at Ethan in surprise, and the joy she had just felt because of Ethan's arrival suddenly disappeared. Well, Hogwarts will start school on September 1st. After returning, I dare to rush to Cassandra's appointment. As for the Malfoy family, it depends on the situation. During this period, Ethan also came to Delacour Manor every few days. In Renard's words, combining work and rest, going out more often can improve efficiency. Beauxbatons is also on September 1st, but can't you stay at my house for 2 days? Yes, brother, there is still so much time, just stay with me at my house for 2 days, okay? Gabrielle hugged Ethan's thigh and refused to let go. Then leave tomorrow. It's been nearly 2 months since I came here and there are still some things to deal with there. Ethan picked up Gabrielle, who was too soft-hearted. Give me your home address and I'll send you a letter when the time comes. You must reply. Don't worry, I will definitely reply. Just send it to Hogwarts on school days. Can Song Owl send letters across the sea? Ethan was not sure. If there was a plane crash, the owl would be dead. Sure, my father also used an owl to send letters to Northern Europe, and Great Britain is closer than Northern Europe. It should be said that this owl is really awesome. Okay, as long as it's a letter from you, Fleur, I will definitely reply. Ethan also made a promise. And Gabrielle will also send a letter to her brother. Okay. Another smack. Fleur ignored it directly. Ethan came several times and there was no time when he didn't see Gabrielle being honest. Now I'm used to it. I've prepared gifts for you. Ethan put the ruby necklace and the brooch inlaid with sapphires on Dulu and Gabriel. The necklace is an alchemical item with armor engraved on it. You can use it by inputting magic power. You should have it at home, but I strengthened it with ancient magic words. It is also an application of Eolx, representing the horns of an elk, symbolizing the hand that offsets danger and can greatly increase the performance of defense. Of course, it is still unable to resist the spell that can ignore the armor curse. This brooch has the word apparition engraved on it. If you encounter something that you can't solve, find a chance to leave. Fleur probably can't apparate now. You need to be 17 to learn it in Great Britain. The French Ministry of Magic should be similar. Both are defensive props. I like it very much. Delighted, Fleur imitated Gabrielle and tapped Ethan's cheek. We will be separated soon and it will be difficult to see each other in a short time. Why do you still suppress yourself, sister? Gabrielle was furious, staring at her sister with big eyes in disbelief. Next summer vacation I will travel to your place. Ethan, you will receive me, right? Fleur didn't even look at her sister, her eyes were fixed on Yilin. Of course, no problem. In fact, I have learned how to make a door key. When it is made, I will send it to you. This is also what Ethan has gained from Nicole during this period. As for apparate, Ethan can't move from Paris to London. He still needs to take a plane to go home. Okay. We can meet each other during the holidays. Sister, take me with you when the time comes. Gabrielle, who was standing by, was anxious. She didn't even study and couldn't use the necklace and brooch Ethan gave her. Even if the door key didn't have a threshold, he definitely wouldn't let her take it. Furong glanced at her. Why take her with you? Is it a joke? She was about to be in the 5th grade and there were still 3 years to graduate. She would go directly to Great Britain to find Ethan. Gabrielle, you just wait in Beauxbatons. August 21st, evening. Ethan, who had just arrived home, was faced with a pile of letters handed over by the servants. Ethan had told the servants at home when he went to Hogwarts to go to school that all the letters sent by owls should be kept. So even if the servants were absolutely weird, they still carefully kept them. Ethan flipped through a few letters, including those from the twins Cedric, Harry, his roommate, Draco, and some other young assassins with whom he had a good relationship. The twins and Cedric invited Ethan to stay at their house for a while and introduced their inventions this summer. The roommate complained about not being able to cast spells and then introduced the interesting things this summer, and when he had time to make an appointment to play. Draco sent several letters asking if Ethan was at home and when to visit him. Harry was thanking Ethan because Ethan helped him reconcile with his aunt's family and had a good summer, so he wanted to invite Ethan to visit the Dursleys. His uncle's family was also quite welcoming at this time. But Harry, why do you have to deliver mail even though it's so close? They are all in Surrey and it only takes 10 minutes to ride a bike. The next step is to reply to letters. All those who sent letters to Ethan received a reply. The owls were busy these days and then I called Hermione and the others to inform them that I had returned from France. For the next 3 days, Ethan was mainly at home with his parents. School was about to start again and he wouldn't see them for several months. He took half a day off to go to London. I sat in a cafe outside with Hermione and Qiu Zhang for an afternoon, mainly talking about the time of this summer vacation. Of course, Ethan was the main person asked by the 2 girls. At the same time, I went to Nocturne Alley and picked up Onyxia. As soon as they met, Onyxia seemed particularly excited and spit on Ethan's face as an achievement. When he left, it was still a little guy with a body length of just over 2 meters. I didn't expect that in these 50 days it would expand to 5 meters. According to the fact that it takes 2 years for a fire dragon to become an adult, it is still a baby of more than 3 months. In the future, it may have the opportunity to exceed 20 meters. Under normal circumstances, the body length of the Hebde Island's black dragon is 30 feet, which is just a little short of 10 meters. As the largest fire dragon, Ulenk Ironbelly is only 15 or 16 meters, and it can already fly stably. When Ethan left, Onyxia could only flap its wings and could not fly at all. Ethan tried riding on its back and flew well and stably, but it was a pity that he did not unlock the achievement of Dragon Rider. After saying hello to Dennis and others, Ethan put Onyxia and Nagini into the box together. When they parted, Ethan saw Dennis and the other two with tears of reluctance. It was not until he received the letter sent by Cassandra that Ethan prepared to go out. After all, he had promised it at the beginning. The Phantom team naturally could not go to a place that had never been there before. Either go to the black market to find a merchant who specializes in teleportation or use the Muggle way of travel. In the end, Ethan chose the Muggle way of travel, taking a plane to Exeter in Devonshire and then find a place to meet up there. It only takes an hour to get there by plane, which is quite convenient, and you can still know where you are. Fireplace plus Floo powder. If you are not familiar with the local area, you don't even know where you are when you go out. There seem to be many famous wizards living in Devonshire. Nico said that he also has a residence here and lived here for a while, but eventually he went to France. After Newt Scamander retired, he also lived here with his wife and pets, but it is estimated that the British Ministry of Magic does not welcome him very much. By the way, whether I want to build a whole house here, a manor, a castle, etc., I can't afford it, but it should be okay for ordinary ones, but I spend most of my time in Hogwarts. There are no other wizards at home, which is a bit of a waste. Beside the X River, according to the location provided by Cassandra, Ethan successfully met her. Cassandra, you're beautiful again. Ethan gave her a hug when they met. She's still so flat. When will she grow up to your mother's size? But she's a little taller and her long legs are great. HMPH, you don't need me to tell you. Cassandra snorted arrogantly, but didn't push Ethan away. She missed Ethan very much after not seeing him for so long and not even contacting him. After a while, the two separated and walked hand in hand along the banks of the X River towards Cassandra's manor. Her manor is not far from here, but there is a Muggle-repelling spell around it, so Muggles can't see it. I'm telling you, my mother is angry. She said she would come to my house as a guest, but she made her wait for so long and the summer vacation is almost over. Also, my mother also knew that I took the fire escape bodyguard and the Gubbler fairy fire at home last time, and she knew that you wanted them. Really? Of course, but she forgave you after my persuasion. This is all thanks to you. This is my gift to you. Fleur and Gabrielle had the same necklace and brooch. Of course, Hermione and Cho Chang also gave them to Ethan when they met. For Ethan, it was a wholesale product. As long as he had time, the success rate was 100%. Cassandra put it on with great excitement, and the smile on her face could not be concealed. Although it is a wholesale product, the effect is not bad, isn't it? It's just that Hogwarts has set up anti-apparition, so the effect of the brooch is greatly reduced. Next, Ethan introduced Cassandra's experience in France during this period, focusing on Nico's alchemy hut and his own studies, and other things were briefly mentioned. But Cassandra still grasped the key points. Halfway through, Cassandra's face, which was just smiling like a flower, suddenly became cold. So is Fleur de Lacre, the half-blood Vila, very beautiful. As a pure blood, she naturally knew about Vilas. Some families even kept Vilas in captivity, and she had also seen them at pure blood banquets. It was displayed by the host family to show off. This creature is quite beautiful and has amazing charm. Even his father was attracted to it at the beginning but was suppressed by his mother. As for the half-blood Vila, Cassandra didn't know, but she knew Ethan's aesthetics. He didn't like ugly girls at all. And it was too much that he could hook up with foreign girls just to learn alchemy. Very beautiful. Ethan nodded honestly. Like Hermione and the others, he was very good at grasping the key points. The first person he asked was not Nicholas Flamel and his alchemy hut, but Fleur. But I, Ethan, should be open and fearless in my life. There is no point in hiding. Sooner or later you will meet the doctor. Humphy. Cassandra snorted coldly, and the hand she had just held had reached Ethan's waist and turned 180 degrees. Now he is not satisfied with Hogwarts and he has found Beauxbatons to find girls. He is really promising. If he doesn't restrain himself, will there be girls in Durmstrang and Ilvermorny in the future? Africa, Asia, all races gathered together. It's scary to think about it. It seems that I should have a good talk with them after school starts and I can't let them go anymore. Arriving at the gate of the manor, Cassandra took Ethan's hand and walked into it again. She didn't need to hide anything at home. After all, her mother had clearly said that she would support her. As for her father, her mother suppressed him and said, "There is nothing to leak." "You are not lying. This manor is really big." Unlike the Delacour family's manor, which is full of flowers and has various decorations, Cassandra's manor is simple and elegant, but it covers a large area. "Of course I am not lying. I invited you to come, but you didn't come." Cassandra also remembered that she had invited Ethan during Christmas but was rejected. It still took her mother's help. "Isn't it here?" Walking along the stone floor, she walked all the way to the front door where Cassandra's parents, Amos and Belinda, were waiting. Cassandra's mother was particularly enthusiastic and she didn't even care about her daughter and pulled Ethan inside. She was very satisfied with everything about Ethan except that he liked to mess with girls. He was good enough to narrow the gap between pure blood and muggles, and maybe he would be the next Dumbledore or Voldemort. One reason was that Cassandra liked it. Once the child's character was confirmed, he would not listen to her at all and she could not persuade him. For this reason, she could only choose to help Cassandra become the final winner. With Ethan's looks, talents, and future achievements, as long as Cassandra can secure her position as a wife, she can't control what happens next as long as Cassandra doesn't care. This kind of thing is not uncommon among purebloods, but her husband is so dominated by her that she doesn't have the courage. Anyway, she feels that her daughter has a great chance of winning. With this family and her looks, how can she lose? Not a perfect candidate for the first wife. Ethan gave Cassandra a look for help. He was too enthusiastic and couldn't bear it. Who knew that Cassandra turned a blind eye and seemed quite happy to follow her mother? Mr. Wally stood alone at the door in a petrified state. His daughter was taken away and now even his wife ignored him. What a life. "Amos, what are you doing?" "I'm coming." Hearing his wife's voice, the petrified Amos Wally shuddered instantly and hurried to the banquet hall. The family banquet of Cassandra's family was quite sumptuous. Except for Mr. Amos's silence, the laughter of Ethan, Cassandra, and Belinda lasted throughout the dinner. In the middle, there was a talk about Ethan's experience in France, things in the Muggle world, and some interesting things about Cassandra's childhood. August 28th. There are still 3 days until the first day of school. Ethan and Cassandra stand at the gate of the manor together. Yesterday, Ethan and Cassandra went to Diagon Alley together to buy textbooks for the new school year and then had ice cream at Florin's ice cream shop, sitting in the same place where they first met. In fact, Ethan had already bought them a long time ago and he just bought them when he passed by Diagon Alley on his way to the alley. It was mainly Cassandra who said she hadn't bought the textbooks yet and she didn't say the specific reason. Ethan had no choice but to accompany her to Diagon Alley and then stayed in her manor for another day. Originally, the two of them didn't need to buy extra textbooks. Before they entered school, they had almost bought all the textbooks for the required courses. But the textbooks for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course required this semester are different from the previous ones. They are novels written by Gilderoy Lockhart himself, which contain his experiences of fighting against dark wizards, magical creatures, etc. Although these are the experiences and adventures of others that he stole, the stories are true, and other people don't know that there is still some truth in them, otherwise it wouldn't be popular. It's just that the price is a bit expensive, costing more than 30 gold galleons in total. He has calculated the money of the little wizards from Muggle families, and it just happens that buying these this year can spend it all, right? A voice came from the sky. "Ethan, this way." Ethan looked up and a green car was flying in the sky. It didn't look very stable and there was a risk of falling at any time. George leaned out half of his body and shouted loudly at Ethan. On the day Ethan came back, when he wrote back to the Weasley twin brothers, he said that he was going to Cassandra's house. It wasn't long before school started, so he didn't have time to visit them. He would go next summer vacation, but he soon received a reply, the village of Ottery sent. Catchpole, where their family was located, was also in Devonshire, dozens of miles away from the Weasley family's manor. After Ethan finished visiting Cassandra's house, they could come directly to pick Ethan up and take him to their house. As purebloods, they naturally knew the location of the Weasley manor. Even though they had not been invited to the Weasley family's banquet for many years, the location of the Weasley manor had not changed, and the Weasley family had also been glorious in the past. How about it? This is cool. If this car could not be driven out, they would have gone to Hogwarts to show off. This thing is much more exciting than a flying broom. Ethan gave a thumbs up below. He immediately had the idea of getting a flying car. Even if it would not be used too often, it would be cool. Have fun, see you at Hogwarts. After Cassandra saw the car stop, she straightened Ethan's collar and turned to leave. What Ethan did not see was that her face turned red the moment she turned around. I don't know if what my mother taught me is useful, Cassandra muttered in her heart. After Ethan got in the car, the twin brothers sang in unison. Oh, are you meeting the parents? What about Penelope Clearwater? What about Q Zhang? And our Gryffindor Miss Know-It-All Hermione Granger? I just came here to stay for a day or two at the invitation of Mrs. Waller. Don't think too much. Really? The two brothers looked at Ethan as if you were taking us for idiots. Is the door of the Waller family so easy to enter? Is it really okay for you to turn your head and chat with passengers while driving? Well, there is nothing wrong with driving without looking at the road. There is no danger of a car accident when driving in the sky, it is just more bumpy. What's wrong with this car? Ethan didn't want to dwell on this topic and couldn't explain it to the two single dogs. My father remodeled it. He is very interested in everything about Muggles. He works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts department of the Ministry of Magic and is now the office director. So your father really abused his power. He was in charge of misusing Muggle artifacts, but he used it himself. Ethan looked at the twins with a teasing look on his face. It can only be said that pureblood families have advantages. This department is actually most suitable for Muggle-born wizards, but it is still controlled by purebloods. In the original book, this flying car was discovered by Muggles and published in the newspaper, but their father was still fine. It can be seen that this ban is not aimed at purebloods. Muggles are still targeted. With a few exceptions, only Muggle-born wizards will use Muggle items and modify these items. The original book mainly prohibits the modification of Muggle items. George refuted on the spot, you can't say that. If you don't get caught, it doesn't count as a violation of the regulations, right? It's a good old tradition of Hogwarts. Arthur Weasley doesn't seem to be a quiet person. I remember that he was caught by the administrator before Filch and was severely punished. That's right, otherwise we will all be expelled. The three looked at each other and laughed. By the way, Ethan, what is Nicholas Flamel's home like? Do you know how to make the Philosopher's Stone? They admire Nicholas Flamel very much. If they have his skills, the quantity and quality of prank products will rise sharply, especially the Philosopher's Stone, which can turn stone into gold. With it, there will be no shortage of longs in the future. After Ethan came back from France, he wrote to a few people and told them that he went to Nicholas Flamel to learn alchemy. Now there is no need to hide anything. Do you think I can do it? I really can. Nico taught me this, I just haven't experimented with it. The refining requirements of this thing are very high. There are two ways to make it. The first one is to use a large number of creatures with magic power to generate the Philosopher's Stone in the alchemy array. They must be alive, and the higher the magic power in their bodies, the better. It doesn't matter if they are wizards or magical animals. Nico had experimented with a large number of magical animals at the beginning, but found that the number was still not enough and only semi-finished products could be produced. Later, he found a place with abundant magic power and used extremely rich magic power to refine the Philosopher's Stone, which was successful. However, such a place is not easy to find, and after using it once, it takes a lot of time to recover, which seriously limits the output of the Philosopher's Stone. Hogwarts should be a place with abundant magic power that the four founders found together at the beginning, which may be the reason why it has been able to operate for so many years. That's the Philosopher's Stone? How can you not do it? The twins' faces fell as if they had lost something. Then Ethan introduced Nicholas Flamel's home to them. The brothers were very excited to hear it, and they all started to complain about Dumbledore. Why didn't they send their brothers to learn? As they chatted, the car flew over the village of Otterecent. Catchpole, the Weasley family lived on the outskirts of the village. The house was built with wizard characteristics. Like Diagon Alley, it was a crooked and weird building with several chimneys. There was a pigsty built with stones in front of the house with several big white pigs in it and a pond and a vegetable garden on the side. If the house was normal, Ethan would think it was a farmyard in the countryside of England. Which pure-blood wizard feeds pigs and grows vegetables by himself? It's too low class. The Weasley family members who heard the roar of the car ran out to greet Ethan. Mr. Weasley was not there because of work. Harry was also seen among them, which was not surprising to Ethan. In the letter he received, he said that he had visited Ronald's house. If Ethan replied, he would send it directly there. "Kid, welcome to the burrow." Molly came forward and gave Ethan a hug. He had heard his twin sons say Ethan's name many times. Harry was also quite familiar with him, but they had not met officially until today. "Ethan, what does Nicholas Flamel look like? I heard he is 600 years old." After saying hello, Harry came over. He was quite curious about Nicholas Flamel. After all, because of his Philosopher's Stone, he had experienced an adventure that almost cost him his life. Very old, the elixir of life cannot prevent the aging of the body. Several people came to the burrow while chatting and laughing. Molly was in a hurry to prepare lunch while Ethan and others sat in the living room and chatted. There were fudge and juice prepared in advance on the table. Ethan threw one into his mouth. It tasted quite good, not so sweet, full of frankincense. It should be made by Molly herself. "Look over there, this is the dwarf puff we bred, what do you think?" Following Fred's finger, Ethan saw a furry ball on the windowsill. "Is this Puff?" Ethan really didn't notice it. There is a book about where the magical beasts are. It is a very common animal distributed all over the world. A magical animal of level XX that is harmless, has a spherical body covered with soft fur and a gentle personality. It will not get angry even if it is thrown around. It's just that this thing has a very long and thin tongue which will stick into the wizard's nostrils to eat the wizard's boogers when the wizard is sleeping, which Ethan can't accept. If you can breed a large number of them, there should be a market for them in Hogwarts. Ethan couldn't accept it, but the kids in the wizarding world liked it. And the size of this, if it was an adult, was only 1/3 of the size of a normal puff, and it could be carried in a pocket. Those little witches probably couldn't refuse it. "We thought so too. This will definitely make a lot of money. Ethan, are you interested in investing?" Fred rubbed his hands and looked at Ethan with a mercenary look. "No, don't you two have hundreds of gold galleons together?" Ethan looked at the two brothers in disbelief. Just relying on his own brain-stimulating agent, the two of them earned more than 400 gold galleons in more than a month before the exam. Even if some of it was spent on experiments this summer, it's impossible to use it up. Their small props cost very little and didn't use any precious materials. It's all Gilderoy Lockhart's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be like this. Speaking of this, the two brothers wanted to cry but had no tears. They bought a lot of raw materials just after the holiday and planned to do a big job this summer vacation. After all, they were not short of money. They also promised to buy a new set of textbooks, wizard robes, wands, etc. for their favorite sister Ginny, and they would cover the expenses. I thought it was only 70 gold galleons, which was nothing. They earned it in less than a week during the final period. But when they received the letter from Hogwarts at the end of July, they were stunned. The new professor of defense against the dark arts, Ma Zhao Yuk, designated textbooks, and a set cost more than 30 gold galleons, which was almost the price of all other subject textbooks added together. If it was just that, the two would not be like this. The key is that the Weasley family is poor and they don't save money, they spend as much as they have. Going on a trip after winning the lottery shows that they are not used to saving money. In previous years, Bill and Charlie's old books could be used as textbooks, but this year it's not possible. The Weasley family had a lot of expenses as all 5 children needed it. The pressure now fell on the twins. If they had no money, the pressure would be on Arthur. In the end, the twins paid for the textbooks for 5 people, and Ginny alone spent nearly 100 gold galleons. The twins went bankrupt on the spot, and they were so angry that they almost scolded Gilderoy Lockhart in front of him. "You came to Hogwarts to take classes just to boost sales for your own books, right?" Bang. "Okay, how many galleons do you need?" Ethan couldn't help laughing after knowing the reason. 30 gold galleons will be enough. This is because the twins have been used to spending lavishly recently. In the past, they had to be cautious when asking for 10 gold galleons. The school has just started, and this Buffet Brain Wakena is not easy to sell. In addition, the breeding speed of this dwarf puff is not fast. If you want to form a scale of sales, you must start quickly, that's why. I want Ethan to invest. Ethan directly took out 30 gold galleons and handed them to them, indicating that they could deduct the amount from their sales in the future. This touched the twins so much that they almost called for their father. At lunchtime, the Weasleys' dishes were not rich, but they were quite sufficient. Each person had 7 or 8 sausages, fried eggs, ham and potatoes, and they were quite full. In the afternoon, the Weasley family's garden was a bit noisy. The twins and Ronald were sent by Molly to clean up the goblins, and Ethan and Harry followed. Harry introduced the goblins on the side. He had seen them when he first came and was bitten. "Look, this is a goblin." Fred, George, and Ronald dug out a goblin from the hole, and immediately each of them had a goblin in their hands. The little thing was still kicking their hands with its short legs. "Let me go, let me go." The small body, rough and tough skin, and bald big head looked like a potato. Wouldn't my animal affinity work on this thing? This thing looked even more disgusting than the Mortra rat. Mom asked us to learn the methods in Gilderoy Lockhart's book to deal with them. To be honest, it's not as good as our own methods. Fred was unhappy with Gilderoy Lockhart now. "I think he's a liar." Ronald hated him the first time he saw him. Of course, he wouldn't admit that it was because he was jealous of Gilderoy Lockhart's popularity. Then the three people's movements were quite unified. They lifted the goblin's ankles and spun their hands like a pendulum. The last one was far away. "You can't hurt it like this." Ethan was a little confused about their operation. The goblins were thick-skinned and could not be killed by this little force. It can't hurt them, but it can make them dizzy and unable to find the way back to the goblin cave. "That means they will come back." "Yes, but they will be quiet today." George nodded affirmatively. "They have been treating goblins like this since they were young. It can be said that they have a clear understanding of the behavior patterns of these ugly little guys. This is a pest like the fox, and it will harm the garden. Why not just kill them?" When dealing with pests, normal people's thinking should be to eradicate them. This behavior of catching and letting go is puzzling. Ethan also took out a goblin from the cave and looked at it in his hand. But after hearing what Ethan said, this guy shrank into a ball and trembled. This person wanted to get close to him. He seemed to be a good person, so he didn't struggle and let Ethan grab him. However, his words were so scary that the goblin was almost scared to death. And Ethan also noticed this. Is he so smart? Being able to speak and understand what humans say is already better than most magical animals, and he also has a certain amount of wisdom. A distant poor relative of the goblins? Not really, not really. Although they are quite noisy, they just steal some food or something. My dad likes them very much and thinks they are very interesting. Harry, how do we treat pests there? Interesting. This thing, no matter how you look at it, has nothing to do with interesting. Kill the pests with medicine, and there are special pest control companies. Ever since Harry was bitten by the goblins, he no longer felt sorry for them. George and the other two didn't know what to say. Maybe they were too tolerant of these goblins. Otherwise, the other wizard families in Otterecent. Catchpole Village only had occasional flies, but their own home was almost a goblin base. Can you walk by yourself? Ethan threw the goblin to the ground. It was someone else's home, so it was not easy for Lynn to make decisions on his own. If this was his home, he would dig 3 feet deep to drive out these ugly things. Yeah. The goblin that fell to the ground got up and nodded frantically. It could feel that Ethan really wanted to kill it. It immediately ran outside frantically and soon disappeared without a trace after climbing over the fence. It decided that as long as this demon was still here, it would not come back. Let me try. Ronald stared at the scene with wide eyes. Just one sentence could make the goblin go away quickly. If he could do the same, he would be great. As expected, he was bitten and couldn't pull it off no matter how hard he tried. In the end, it was Harry who helped. The two of them pulled it down together. Ronald immediately ran back to the burrow with a dark face, embarrassed. The goblins are flying. Originally, Ethan just wanted to try it, but he didn't expect it to work. A series of more than 10 goblins were pulled out from several caves, lined up in a long line and struggled in the air until they were thrown into the pond in the distance. Magical animals generally have quite good magic resistance, and wizards also have it, but not as high as magical animals. This goblin seems to have extremely low magic resistance among magical animals. Harry looked at this familiar scene and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Although he said that he could accept anything to deal with Voldemort, it was still painful to recall this scene. Ethan, sometimes I really wonder if you are the old wizard who drank the potion of rejuvenation. It was so depressing. I had just learned the flying spell and had already surpassed my peers by a large margin. This was not the magic I should learn at this age. And I was already a genius in my father's words, the best among my peers, but Ethan used the flying spell to pull out a bunch of goblins. If I read it correctly, he didn't even use a magic wand. Sometimes the gap between people is greater than that between people and trolls. Cedric, you are here too. Ethan stretched out his hand and said hello. My house is over there. I want to invite you to visit me tonight. Cedric pointed in a direction and said to Ethan, Cedric, are you here to rob someone? Yes, the Lovegood family is not far from my home. The girl is very cute and has very fair skin. Ethan, don't you want to meet her? Cedric raised his eyebrows at Ethan and showed a look that you know. I didn't expect that you, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be such a Cedric. Don't worry, I will definitely come. Of course, it must be a joke to say that I will go to find the girl. If I go to meet her, I am afraid that her father will treat her as a pervert and kick her out. Then write the names of several people in their magazine and their reputation will be ruined. Even if this may spread Ethan's name and brush an achievement, Ethan doesn't want it. I don't know which college she will be assigned to. I don't think she will go to Gryffindor. Fred sighed. They still feel sorry for Luna, a little girl. She used to be quite normal. Since her mother died accidentally during an experiment 2 years ago, both Luna and her father have changed. Hufflepuff probably won't work either. She's too independent and eccentric, most likely Ravenclaw. Cedric also interrupted Datch. Hufflepuff is very tolerant, but Luna is too weird and lonely, not quite in line with Hufflepuff standards. Are you saying Ravenclaw is independent and eccentric, or is she as weird and crazy as that girl? It seems necessary to talk to a few seniors after returning to school. You don't have to think about finding a girlfriend during your Hogwarts life. Even if you find one secretly, they can mess it up for you. Ethan looked at the few people with a smirk on his face. Not to mention that Ravenclaw occupies the highest quality group of girls in the school. They also have a lot of girlfriends. The most feared thing about dating is that the girlfriends mess it up. I was wrong. Cedric was the first to apologize. This holiday he thought about it. Ethan is already cultivating a girlfriend, from seniors to people of the same age, and the juniors will depend on the freshmen who enroll this year. If nothing goes wrong, his future wife will also graduate from Hogwarts. The British wizarding world has only this small population and there is only this school. When the time comes, it will be either the same age or seniors or juniors. There is no other choice. If I don't act in advance now, everyone will be someone's ex-girlfriend in the future. Who knows how many times they have been together. Are you talking about me just now? The few people who were talking and laughing and about to enter the burrow were stunned in place, turning their heads stiffly. Dark golden brown hair, slightly protruding eyes, pale skin, very light eyebrows, a pair of carrot-shaped earrings, and a necklace made of butter beer bottle corks. Dressed quite strangely. Ethan gave Cedric a look. Did you bring it? Cedric replied to Ethan, I'm not here. Even Fred and George were stunned. Only Harry didn't care because he didn't say anything and couldn't get a word in. Ginny invited me here. Yeah. And there are disturbances in your ears a lot. After saying that, he called Ginny's name and then the two girls left together. I said it was crazy. Ethan, don't worry about it. The disturbance is just her imagination. It doesn't exist. Ethan didn't care about these. He was a natural legilimency, just like Newt Scamander's sister-in-law. One look and you can tell what Ethan and others want to ask, and the so-called disturbance, if nothing unexpected happens, is a series of negative emotions such as confusion, distress, irritability, etc. in the minds of several people. Back at the burrow, George took out a piece of custard biscuits from somewhere which looked good. "Ethan, you should try them, they taste good." "No, just eat it yourself." Ethan shook his head and refused. "It is best not to put the things handed over by the twins into your mouth. I told you that Ethan would not be fooled." "Then I will eat it myself," George said indifferently, and then chewed and swallowed it directly. Originally, this matter was asked to Ronald, but after the twin brothers went bankrupt, they could not pay the medicine man, so Ronald naturally refused to do it. Soon, George began to grow feathers and wings under Ethan's nose until he completely turned into an oversized canary. How did he do this? In the human body deformation in transfiguration, Ethan can also turn other people into animals, but this is strictly prohibited. Does the potion have this effect? After about a minute, the feathers on George's body began to fall off until he completely turned back to human form. "Ethan, this minute is too short. Do you know how to improve it?" George and Fred knew that Ethan's level was above them in both potions and alchemy. "1 minute is really short." Ethan nodded affirmatively. Then the three began to discuss this thing. Ethan thinks this is still very promising, an animal version of Polyjuice potion. After adding animal hair to Polyjuice potion, it does not turn into an animal but into a half-human, half-animal form. This is different, a pure animal, but the time is too short and the body is too large. If it can be improved, everyone can use the animagus form. It must be remembered in the history of potions. Until Arthur came back from get off work, Ethan was pulled out by the excited Arthur, and this was not discussed at all. Since Arthur learned from his two sons that Ethan, who was going to visit, had studied with Nicholas Flamel, he was more excited than the twins. The twins like to make prank products, while Arthur likes to transform Muggle items. Nicholas Flamel happened to be the most skilled among them. September 1st. In front of King's Cross Station, Ethan took Penelope out of the car, still holding a suitcase in his hand. Ethan came back from Otterycent. Catchpole Village yesterday, and this time he used apparition to go directly to Nocturne Alley. These 2 days, I talked a lot with the twins' father about car modification. He has taken a big step in this regard and the results are quite good. This car doesn't look good, but it is actually intelligent, can move by itself, has its own ideas, does not need to burn oil, has a stealth mode to prevent being discovered, etc. Ethan has so much communication, naturally he also has ideas. For this reason, Ethan directly drove his father's beloved car McLaren F1 in the garage into the box of the Traceless expansion spell, and transformed it after going to Hogwarts. This is the McLaren F1 he just bought this year, and it is also the latest model of this year. The model is quite handsome and is a well-deserved top sports car of this era. It also took a lot of effort to buy it. Normally, Ethan was treated like a treasure by his father. Naturally, he didn't tell him that he wanted this car. He just acted first and asked for permission later. Only this type of car is worth modifying. If you just get a sedan or off-road, wouldn't it be a waste of materials? If you want to modify it well, it not only takes time but also consumes a lot of materials. Penelope also came from Plymouth by train yesterday. She used to arrive a day earlier, but she always stayed in a hotel. Now, of course, she lives directly at Ethan's house. I feel like I lost this summer vacation. What's wrong? Penelope, who was wearing a plaid shirt, jeans, and Martin boots, turned her head and looked at Ethan in confusion. She was going to school, so she naturally couldn't wear black silk high-heeled short skirts. Besides, it was a bit cold in London in September. You promised to be my maid in the summer vacation, so I taught you a lot. You're not at home this summer vacation. Where can I be a maid? Penelope rolled her eyes. Can I blame her? Continue next year. Ethan looked at Penelope expectantly, still looking forward to her maid outfit. When Penelope agreed to him, Dumbledore hadn't talked to him yet, so he could only say that plans can't keep up with changes. The real time for the summer vacation is only the first half of the month, and he can't let her not go home and be a maid in his house first. Think about it and talk about it next year. What are you still thinking about? Just take it over next year. Haha. She was also quite bored at home this summer vacation, so she might as well be a maid at Ethan's house, provided that Ethan is at home. She can't practice magic at home and she hasn't been in touch with the Muggle world for several years. She has no common topics at all and she can't even find someone to go shopping with. Song Ninglai reads books at home. Soon the two of them came to the stone pillar on platform 9 3/4, surrounded by many young wizards looking around. The two workers I saw last year are still here. Unknowingly, a year has passed. After passing through the stone pillar, Ethan said goodbye to Penelope. As a class leader, she was very busy at this time. At the end of the year, even first-year wizards have experienced the Hogwarts Express at least once, but freshmen at the beginning of the school year have no such experience. After getting on the train, Ethan began to look for a seat and soon found Cassandra. She was still the only one in her compartment. Opening the compartment door, Ethan walked in and sat next to her. "Cassandra, take out your summer homework and let me learn from it." As he said that, Ethan also moved, and 4 parchments and 4 quills were placed on the table one by one. There are 8 courses this year and there is no homework for flying class because it is not in the 2nd grade. There was no homework in the defense against the dark arts class because the professor failed before the homework was assigned. It was the fake Quirrell, and Ethan didn't know what was going on with the real Quirrell. He didn't ask Dumbledore and didn't care about it. Ethan was too good at charms and transfiguration, so there was no need to waste time on these 2 subjects. Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall exempted Ethan from these 2 homeworks. So now there are only 4 subjects left, namely potions, astronomy, history of magic, and herbology. And this quill was also specially made, based on the transformation of the shorthand quill and the automatic quill. The shorthand quill is a strange thing that can make simple sentences become fancy. The automatic quill is the kind that is banned in exams and can automatically answer questions. And Ethan's quill has a similar function, not to become fancy nor to automatically answer questions but to rewrite and expand based on the original materials. As long as he has it, when someone does homework in the future, Ethan doesn't need to write it himself. How convenient. Ethan had the idea to invent this at Nico's place and spent some time to make it. As far as the young wizards at Hogwarts are concerned, the whole school together is not enough to beat Ethan, and he still needs to do homework at this level. "Ethan, you don't do homework again." As soon as Hermione entered the carriage, she saw Ethan fiddling with a quill and Cassandra's homework and immediately knew what was going on. Last time in the cafe, she asked him if he had finished his homework and he said he had done it. So he had done it? I originally said that I wanted to help him with his homework. Keep your voice down. Do you want to attract everyone here? Go and see how many people are doing homework at this time, and most of them are from your Gryffindor. Although there are many people who make up homework, Ethan still has to be a little older. It's not good to say that a genius from Ravenclaw copied homework, but you are Ravenclaw. Hermione was indignant. She had no way to deal with the learning atmosphere in Gryffindor and she couldn't control it. It was already rotten and it was the same from the 1st grade to the 7th grade. However, he didn't want to see Ethan fall like this. "Do you think these assignments are of any use to Ethan?" Cassandra glanced at Hermione, then turned her head and glared at Ethan fiercely and turned her head after a long time. She just wanted to find fault with Hermione. Now she was very unhappy and wanted to vent her anger. "I thought that only I had this gift, but I didn't expect Hermione also had it, since Hermione had it. Then Qiu Zhang and Penelope must have it too. Maybe all the half-blooded Villas in France have it. The thing that made me happy for so long turned out to be a mass-produced product. This is assigned by the professors to verify our learning and expand our knowledge." Hermione frowned and looked at Cassandra. "What is the ultimate purpose of the homework?" "It is to improve the strength and knowledge reserve of wizards, but these first-year contents are of no help to Ethan. You let him do his homework by himself, which is just a waste of his time. Or have you followed all the rules and regulations of Hogwarts, Miss Gryffindor the know-it-all?" At this moment Cassandra was very blunt and Hermione was speechless. Same S *X repulsion, especially when they are the same age and in opposing colleges, which makes them even more unhappy with each other. In addition, Cassandra is still angry at the moment, so she will be even less polite. What's going on?" Qiu Zhang looked at this strange atmosphere, put away the salute and asked Ethan. Ethan did not speak but just gave her a look. Qiu Zhang nodded immediately. Ethan naturally knew the reason why Cassandra said that, and he understood it the moment she turned her head and glared at him. Cassandra's possessiveness is quite strong. If Ethan hadn't been able to suppress her, would he have had a harem? I'm afraid her legs would have to be broken and she would have to live in a wheelchair in the future. But now that Qiu Zhang is mediating, the atmosphere is not so stiff. She is the kind of person who doesn't fight or compete and has a good emotional intelligence. With her in the middle, Hermione and Cassandra can't quarrel. In the future, we should do more to improve our physical fitness. Not only should we suppress them in strength, but we should also win in bed, and it must be an overwhelming victory. Otherwise, this situation will probably not be rare in the future. I envy the brothers who have harmonious harems. Bang, 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 a rapid knocking sound sounded. Is it on fire or something? Why are you panicking? Ethan waved his hand and the door of the carriage was directly opened. Ethan, what is this? George forgot what he was going to say when he entered the door and looked at the feather pen on the table with surprise. Automatic quill pen can automatically answer questions, but it can't write papers, and the answers of the quill pen are the same. Not a single word will be changed. Except for Professor Spence, other professors can see it at a glance, and it is not easy to use for homework. Ethan's quill pen is obviously not an automatic quill pen. Is there a new model? How come I don't know? As a member of Gryffindor, like most people, he doesn't want to do homework and urgently needs a new quill pen to help him. I'm researching a little gadget. What's wrong with you? Get out of the way. Pulling George away, Ginny walked in anxiously. It's Harry and Ronald. We searched the entire train and found no trace of them. Did you see them? She was worried about Harry, of course. As for Ronald, this could only be incidental. Didn't you come together? Ethan remembered that Harry said that he would go to Hogwarts with several teachers from the Weasley family on the 1st of the month. Before entering the pillar, we were together and we haven't seen them since then. Ginny's face was a little depressed. She should have been more careful, but they had already experienced it once last year, so how could they get lost again? I think you should look over there. Qiu Zhang pointed out the car window and said to the few people. Ginny and George and Fred behind her were stunned when they heard the words, looking out the car window. What does this mean? But they still looked in the direction of Qiu Zhang's finger. Ethan, Hermione, and Cassandra were also attracted. The endless wilderness and the mountains that rise and fall one after another, this is nothing. Suddenly, a green thing jumped into the sky. A closer look showed that it was a car. The driver was a red-haired child. In addition, there was another unlucky guy hanging on the car door and was about to fall off. Fortunately, the boy had amazing arm strength, and with the help of the driver, he was pulled up safely. But you two, where is your magic? Really use the magic wand as a fire stick. Originally, Ethan remembered that there was a Voldemort's Horcrux notebook. Now I remembered there is also a house elf pit. Harry's face is bloody. Harry and Ronald and a car flying in the sky. Hermione rubbed her eyes and confirmed again. Only then she realized that she was not dazzled. There was really a car flying. Ronald, he actually drove out the car. Fred was a little unbelievable. Something was going to happen, whether they went to pick up Harry and Ethan or circled over the village of Otterisant. Catchpole, they all turned on the invisible mode and only appeared when they picked up people. Ronald drove out in a swagger. Isn't this causing trouble for the family? And take Harry with you. Ginny's face was also extremely ugly. Especially when Harry was hanging on the car door just now, he wanted to hammer Ronald to death. What is Ronald thinking? George was full of doubts. He knew Ronald wanted to be in the limelight and wanted to attract attention. But this is not the way. If he implicated his father, he might even be expelled, and Harry was there. Listening to the words of these three people, they probably sentenced Ronald to death in their hearts. And there is such speculation. Dad was expelled from the Ministry of Magic. Harry and Ronald were expelled. This is definitely a result like the collapse of the sky. But the premise of all this is that the Weasley family is not pure blood and Dumbledore will not interfere. Ronald is the son of his loyal younger brother and Harry is the savior he trained. Dumbledore will definitely make a big deal out of a small matter, and it will only be a matter of deducting points. Gryffindor is not 100 and will deduct points before the start of school. Hermione's focus is a little different. She still attaches great importance to honor. Last year, because of Snape plus Gryffindor itself has many stubborn people dragging their feet. This school year is still ready to work hard, but before the start of school, this year's college cup is over. Don't worry, it will definitely be deducted. Do you think Professor Snape will let go of this opportunity? Ethan hit mercilessly. At this time, Ronald and Harry outside also noticed the situation in this carriage and slowly approached. Ethan, Ginny, Harry waved frantically in this direction, but his hand froze after noticing the expressions of the people inside. These people were looking at him with pity. Why? Harry didn't quite understand, but Ronald knew and immediately sped up and rushed to the school, wanting to enter Hogwarts in advance, and then hide the car which might be concealed. But just now, when they approached, everyone in the Hogwarts Express discovered them. Let's go find Percy and ask him to inform Professor McGonagall about the quill pen. We'll come back to you when we get to Hogwarts. Fred said as he pulled Ginny away quickly. This matter could not be concealed. He was not as optimistic as Ronald. The car was not invisible. It might be exposed to the eyes of Muggles. Even if the Muggles did not see it, it would be a big problem if so many young wizards saw it. I wonder if Professor McGonagall can save it. There is naturally a way to contact Hogwarts on the train, but it can only be used by the prefects. They will not be expelled. To be honest, Hermione really had this idea. Although it was a bit inappropriate, they knew each other after all, but they were too troublesome. Last year, they were the main force of Gryffindor's deduction of points. Although they were inexplicably added 50 points, it was not enough to offset their deduction. Without them, there is no hope this year. Maybe they can compete for the ownership of the College Cup next year. No, he is the savior. We were all expelled and he will not be expelled. Ethan said affirmatively. Hermione frowned, not knowing what she was thinking. Qiu Zhang and Cassandra nodded thoughtfully, obviously agreeing with Ethan's opinion. Cassandra knew that Voldemort was back and was still entangled with Harry. What did Qiu Zhang think of? Soon, the matter of Harry and Ronald was forgotten by everyone. Under Qiu Zhang's leadership, Cassandra and Hermione also began to talk about their interesting stories this summer vacation. As the sky darkened, the speed of the Hogwarts Express gradually slowed down. Ethan and others also changed into wizard robes. At the moment the train stopped, they followed the flow of people to the center of the platform. This year's freshman guide was still Hagrid, who was waiting by the side with a lamp and waiting for everyone to get off the train. But this had nothing to do with Ethan, who was already in the second year. After saying hello to Hagrid, he went to the location of the Thestral carriage. They arrived at the Hogwarts Quidditch venue smoothly along the way. After Ethan and the others got off the bus here, they separated and headed for their respective college teams. In front of them, there was an old man with many alchemical limbs who was collecting the Thestrals. He was the one who did this every year. Before the young wizards got on the bus, he put the reins on the Thestrals, and after the young wizards got off the bus, he had to untie the reins. I heard that this is Professor Kettleburn's last year. Qiu Zhang took the care of magical creatures class, but at that time a senior student told her that Professor Kettleburn had decided to retire, and the senior student was quite excited. The reason was also explained later. Professor Kettleburn liked to use dangerous magical animals in class, and accidents happened from time to time so that they had to be nervous every time they had the care of magical creatures class. Well, Professor Kettleburn is probably 100 years old, and it's time for him to retire. Ethan also remembered that Hagrid was the professor of care of magical creatures when Harry was in the third year. When he patrolled with Hagrid before, he heard Hagrid say that the two had a good relationship, and Kettleburn also helped him a lot. Ethan felt that the reason why the two could get along well was because they both liked extremely dangerous magical animals, but because Hagrid was a half-giant, he had good physical fitness and nothing happened, while Kettleburn only had one hand and half a leg left. So old? Qiu Zhang was a little surprised. When the previous headmaster Armando Dippet was in office, Professor Kettle Potter had already taught at Hogwarts. But Ethan didn't say that this professor had caused a lot of trouble and had a very stiff relationship with the then headmaster Armando Dippet. Senior sister Avana said that the magical creature protection class. The two of them chatted all the way to the auditorium, but this year's auditorium was a little strange. There was no problem with the scene arrangement, but Professor McGonagall, who was responsible for the reception of freshmen and presided over the sorting ceremony in previous years, was nowhere to be seen. Snape, the big bat on the teacher's seat, was not there, and Dumbledore, who was in the center position, did not come either. Not long after, Professor Sprout stood up and walked out of the auditorium. In other words, this year's reception was Professor Sprout. Because of Harry and Ronald's matter, this year's opening dinner omitted quite a few steps. Professor Sprout brought the freshmen directly over without letting them wait. Ethan saw Luna standing out from the crowd at a glance. She was still wearing carrot-shaped earrings and a necklace made of butter beer bottle corks. She really attracted attention wherever she went. Next to her was Ginny, but she looked quite depressed. After the new wizard stood up, the Sorting Hat began to sing Once a Year. This was a song that had been thought of for a year. Even if Dumbledore was not there, he had to sing it. As the song that had been thought of for a year but was still lousy ended, the sorting ceremony began. As Professor Sprout read out the names, the wizards came forward and led their houses for sorting. Just like when Ethan and others were sorted in the first year, every time a wizard put on the hat, the house that was sorted by the sorting hat would applaud and cheer for him. Luna Lovegood. Soon it was Luna's turn. She jumped forward, and with carrot-shaped earrings and a necklace made of butter beer bottle corks, she really looked like a crazy girl. Point 0. However, after Luna picked up the sorting hat, she did not sit on the stool and put on the hat immediately but kept flipping through it in her hand. It seemed that she had other ideas. Suddenly, the sorting hat cried out in a panic. This was the first time many people heard the sorting hat say anything other than singing and the names of the 4 major colleges. Pomona, stop her quickly, she wants to clean me, and then. I'm not shabby or dirty at all, this is a symbol of honor. Every year, many little wizards have such ideas. They dislike their own dirtiness and want to mend and clean themselves, but they just think about it in their minds and will not put it into action. Only this little witch is really brave. It can sense that if no one stops it, it will definitely be cleaned and mended. As a hat with 1,000 years of history and also the hat of Gryffindor, the founder of Hogwarts, it is also blessed with the ideas of the 4 founders, and it also has its own persistence and pride. The dirt and traces on it are all symbols of honor, representing that it has accompanied the Hogwarts Kayinku. Miss Lovegood. Professor Sprout had to come forward, and there could be no accidents in the sorting ceremony. If the sorting hat was annoyed, it would go on strike, which would be a mess. Retracting her gaze with regret, Luna sat on the stool helplessly and put the hat on. Ravenclaw. Although Luna's dress and behavior were a bit weird, Ravenclaw still gave her fierce applause. Ginny Weasley. When Ginny came on stage, there were not many freshmen. But before the sorting began, Gryffindor burst into amazing cheers, especially Fred and George had stood up. They had already determined that Weasley belonged to Gryffindor, but after Ginny put on the hat, there was still no result for 3 full minutes. Gryffindor. Ethan was relieved to see Ginny, and it was obvious that she was also discussing with the sorting hat and insisted on going to Grantham. If it weren't for her family and Harry, it might not be Gryffindor. Just like Percy, he was ambitious, excellent, and pure blood, so Slytherin was his home. He chose Gryffindor just because the Weasleys were all Gryffindors. The people in the Weasley family are actually quite excellent and absolutely worthy of the name of purebloods. 5.7. Dad Arthur, he is quite strong and good at alchemy. Mom Molly killed Bellatrix alone. Bill, with 12 certificates, went to work at Gringotts. Charlie went to the Dragon Sanctuary. If he didn't have enough strength, he would be looking for death. Percy, he had 12 certificates last school year and had a bright future. Twins, not fond of studying but talented in spells, alchemy, and potions, the best among their peers. Ginny, like her mother, is good at playing the game of Shattered Bones, and later she was invited to join the Slug Club, which proved her potential. Harry, Hermione, and Ginny were all invited. Guess who was left out? Ginny got the desired result, and her expression was also a little excited, and she ran to the Gryffindor table. Until the end of the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore led Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall back, and Harry and Thorn followed behind. Snape's face was dark, probably because his goal was not achieved again. Harry was definitely the first one who could make a headmaster, and 2 professors missed the opening dinner by himself. After Dumbledore spoke a few words, he asked the prefect to lead everyone back to the common room. Apparently, he was not in the mood to talk nonsense like he did last year. The matter of Harry and Ronald was enough to give him a headache. The dinner ended. The heads of all levels led the students of the academy to the common room, but most of them were freshmen or people who wanted to watch the fun. As for the rest of the class, it can only be said that this restless grade of youth is not so quiet. There are Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, the three outer houses, and Ravenclaw's own students. Ethan saw more than one boy coming to find the seniors of Ravenclaw. Basically all of them were above the third year. Of course, not all of them succeeded and many failed. Ethan also left at this moment. But he did not go to the room of requirement but went to the lawn outside Hogwarts. The target was the Whomping Willow. The Whomping Willow is a very precious plant. There is no such thing in the Forbidden Forest. In addition to the one in Hogwarts, no one knows where else there is in the British wizarding world. This was specially obtained by Dumbledore for Lupin. It was not easy to start before. This thing is more precious and it is also very aggressive. It is easy to be discovered if it is missing branches or stems, but today Ronald and Harry hit it with their car and a lot of branches fell off. I went to pick up some unwanted garbage. Isn't that too much? The Whomping Willow is also a willow. If it is a willow, it should be able to be planted by cutting branches. Planting it in a space like the room of requirement that can meet any requirements, the survival rate is quite high. There will be no shortage of this kind of material in the future. Before getting close, Ethan saw the abnormally manic Whomping Willow with countless branches waving in the air, making bursts of air-breaking sounds. Relax. A series of flames hit the trunk of the Whomping Willow directly. Under the effect of magic, the Whomping Willow withered at a speed visible to the naked eye and the branches drooped and could not be lifted. The magic of relax is useful for any creature and can make it weak and powerless. Using a wand is also to exert greater power. What if such a big tree cannot be controlled by a wandless spell? Without the interference of the Whomping Willow, Ethan directly picked up all the broken branches around, leaving no leaves behind. It must be said that the car crashed hard enough that he picked up a lot of branches as thick as a bowl. Not only the fallen ones but also those broken ones with a little bark hanging on them. Ethan did not let go of them. He swung the magic sword and cut them off and took them away. After finishing, he ran directly to the room of requirement. I asked for a room suitable for cuttings and planting as soon as possible. The space that appeared had 5 acres of fertile land and a warm winter. Follow the steps in the book. Finally, apply dragon manure fertilizer. There is no shortage of this stuff with fire dragons. The best fertilizer in the wizarding world is the feces of a month-long crazy beast and the feces of a fire dragon. Both are the styles that Professor Sprout likes to use. Field work. In spring, sow seeds of hope. In summer, remove lush weeds. In autumn, welcome the golden wheat waves, and in winter, store the joy of harvest. Achievement goal. Have your own land again. Cultivate the garden with your own hands. 1/1. Achievement reward. Immediate magic potion. An unexpected surprise. The result of the lottery was also very good, a potion that was not available on the market at all. Purification potion cleans the soul, purifies the body, and removes filth. This is the effect, almost like contact with negative status. It should be effective for Nagini's curse. It's just that the brewing time is too long. It takes a full half-year, the same level as the Felicity potion, and the materials required are even more precious, all of which have the effect of removing curses and healing. Unicorn tears and unicorn horn powder. This is easy for Ethan to get. The powder is available, and the tears can be obtained by going to the Forbidden Forest. Phoenix tail feathers. This Ethan also has. It was a Christmas gift from Dumbledore last Christmas, but Phoenix tears, this is difficult. I will find another opportunity later to see if I can get a little more from old Dumbledore. Then I asked for a space suitable for the dragon to live. Now Onyxia is only more than 5 meters. If no one takes care of her, it is still not very suitable for the Forbidden Forest. There are tribes of centaurs, werewolves, giant spiders, chimeras, poisonous leopards, winged demons, and 5-legged monsters, all of which can pose a threat to Onyxia. The werewolves in the Forbidden Forest are wolf cubs formed after mating with werewolves, not in human form. Not to mention that after being exposed, it is easy to attract the attention of poachers. So, it can only be released when it grows to 10 meters. At that time, it will be the size of an adult Hebridean black dragon. Under normal circumstances, there is no way to deal with it without more than a dozen wizards working together, let alone Ethan's gene mutation. And I don't know what happened, the flames spewed by Onyxia are not the normal orange now but black. This is also what Ethan discovered after returning from Nico. Maybe the fire-breathing organ is gradually developing, which reveals its specialness. It takes 6 months for a dragon cub to breathe fire. Before that, it can only breathe out sparks. It takes 1 year to fly. Ethan is growing fast and is already the size of a normal adult Welsh green dragon. After calming Onyxia down, Ethan opened the magic training room for the first time in a long time. He hadn't practiced the fire god's way. As for Nagini, as long as the space is not too small like an iron cage and can satisfy her wandering around, she will continue to live in the box with the traceless stretching spell. On the first day of school, the class schedule has been sent. Except that the flying class was cancelled, the rest is no different from the first grade, that is, the time of the course is changed. Sure enough, this Madam Hooch is just a referee of the Quidditch game. She only teaches 1 grade and 1 class a week. There is no one who has an easier job than her, she is just a salary slacker. I came to the hall with my roommate and met Harry and Ronald, who also came from the direction of the Gryffindor common room. What happened to you yesterday? Mainly concerned that Gryffindor didn't lose points. Such a big thing happened, Muggles saw the flying car and the matter was reported to the Ministry of Magic. It is definitely not something that can be solved within Hogwarts. In the end, only Turtledoe can take action. But today, the hourglass representing the score of Gryffindor's house did not decrease. Snape actually did not seize the opportunity and deducted 100 or 200 points. Can you believe it? According to Dumbledore's partiality to Harry, if he did not bleed Gryffindor's house points, he would definitely be a bigger competitor than Sterling in Ravenclaw's process of winning the House Cup. I don't know what happened yesterday. We couldn't get into the platform 9 3/4. In order to avoid being late, Ronald drove out of the family car, but he didn't expect to crash the Whomping Willow. Harry sighed here. It was just a matter of sending a letter to the school, but now it has become so big. Didn't Snape make things difficult for you? He didn't even attend the opening dinner yesterday. Actually, this matter has nothing to do with Snape. Professor McGonagall is the headmaster of Gryffindor. The little wizard in her school is in trouble. If she doesn't go, who will? And Dumbledore is the headmaster. If this matter becomes a big deal, he will have to communicate with the Ministry of Magic. Snape, who has nothing to do with him, ran away faster than Kshung. He said he wanted to expel us, but fortunately Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall stopped him. Moreover, Professor McGonagall said that the school hadn't started yet yesterday, so the school points would not be deducted. We just need to do detention. Speaking of this, Harry was quite happy. His headmaster finally showed his strength. In the past, he would watch Snape scold him and Ronald, and he would not say a word for him when points were deducted, and he would even take the initiative to deduct points. Now things have finally changed. Is that so? By the way, you can't enter platform 9 3/4. It must be that the pillars are enchanted. Think about it, who doesn't want you to come to Hogwarts? Be prepared since you are here. He will definitely not give up. After saying that, Ethan fulfilled the long-cherished wish of Ragnarok. It seems that Professor McGonagall was scared by the college points last school year, so he is now saving a hand. Otherwise, he would have deducted 100 or 200 points now. You are no longer the fair and just cat professor. Ronald, remember the house elf I mentioned when I went to your house just now? Well, you said he made your birthday terrible. He said there was a big conspiracy in Hogwarts this year and something terrible happened, so I shouldn't go to Hogwarts. I suspect it was him. After Ethan's reminder, Harry quickly found the target, but the house elf this. The owls are coming. Ethan, who was eating breakfast, was gently pushed by Terry. Turning around, at least hundreds of owls rushed in at the moment the windows of the auditorium opened, and feathers rained down wherever they passed. Ethan casually cast a defensive magic to cover the surrounding area to avoid being contaminated by feathers and owl feces. Ethan knew that birds don't have bladders and short rectums, so it's normal to poop while flying. 2 owls flew to Ethan's side and dropped 2 packages. Ethan tore it open directly and there were magazines inside. Today's Transfiguration, this is recommended by Professor McGonagall. Ethan has subscribed for a long time and has not missed any issue. Singing a different tune, this is what Ethan subscribed to with an owl when he met Luna, wanting to see how big his father's imagination is. I didn't expect this issue to come so quickly. Just as Ethan was about to flip through it, a scream came from the Gryffindor long table. Oh no. This scream attracted a lot of attention. Ronald was holding a wet owl and a wet red envelope was in its mouth. You'd better open it, huh? Neville whispered to the side. He had experience in this matter. It's worse if you don't open it. My grandma sent it to me once and I ignored it. The result was terrible, 620. At this point, Neville was a little scared. Harry looked at all this with some horror and his feet were quietly moving away from here. Yesterday, Professor McGonagall said that he would give himself and Ronald sent a letter home and now it's obvious who the letter is from. Open it quickly, Neville urged hurriedly. It's too late. Ronald stretched out his shaking hand, but a lot of white smoke was coming out of the envelope at this moment. Bang! The huge noise filled the entire hall and the dust on the ceiling fell down. If they fire you for stealing the car, I won't be surprised at all. Just wait and see how I deal with you. You probably never thought about how your father and I felt when we found out that the car was gone. Mrs. Weasley's voice was much louder than usual. She definitely used an enhanced version of the loud spell, and it was echoed by the surrounding stone walls. Ronald and his group, who had already attracted a lot of attention, became the focus at this moment, and even the professors were looking at this place. It can be said that Ronald has already died socially at this moment, and of course he should be used to it. Until the roar ended, the whole letter turned into ashes, but Ronald and Harry were still stunned in the same place, as if they had not come back to their senses. The twin brothers and Percy, Ethan had seen their backs sneaking out of the hall, probably because they thought it was too embarrassing. Howler letters, this thing may not come once a year. Ronald, why did the Weasley family produce such a jerk like you? After breakfast, Ethan and others prepared to go to class. The first class today was herbology. The herbology class was in the greenhouse outside Hogwarts. In the past, Professor Sprout always came early and he would tell the little wizards which greenhouse to go to for class. But today, Professor Sprout was not seen. When the class was about to start, Ethan saw Professor Sprout walking on the lawn with a very ugly face. There were still many bandages on his arms and the new defense against the dark arts Professor Lockhart followed behind him. Ethan didn't know whether Professor Sprout was annoyed by Lockhart or because he found that the fallen branches of the Whomping Willow were missing. Look, the bandage on Sprout's arm showed that he was trying to connect Jikian to it. But all these preparations were useless at this moment. This morning there were 2 full classes. After Professor Sprout sent Harold away, he took the little wizards to the 3rd greenhouse and collected the homework immediately before starting the class. There were not many homework assignments for herbalism, and the content was all in the textbook, which was considered very simple. Today's class content was to introduce mandrakes and repot them. The mandrakes that needed to be repotted today were not yet mature. When mature, mandrakes can kill people with sound and look like extremely ugly babies. According to Professor Sprout's explanation, this was not difficult. It was just that this thing didn't want to be pulled out of the soil, nor did it want to go back, and it was not very quiet throughout the whole process. This made it a little difficult to operate. Helplessly, Ethan could only throw a silent and wandless force release to make it quiet. There is no doubt that Ethan's 4-person team was the first group to complete the repotting, so they added a discharge for Ravenclaw. The second class was Transfiguration. The homework was collected first, but the Transfiguration homework was a thesis, which was more difficult than the potions homework. This led to many students with obvious worries on their faces. Some students wrote randomly, borrowed from classmates and borrowed from other Transfiguration books. After collecting the homework, Professor McGonagall entered the topic of today, beetles into buttons. After Professor McGonagall demonstrated it, he displayed the principle on the blackboard. Then everyone was given a beetle, which was today's prop. Ethan really didn't know how to complain about the education level of Hogwarts. Textbooks and other things also need to be reviewed. Hogwarts can't teach them as they give them. They don't know how to proceed step by step. Most of these students can't even perfectly transform dead things now. Just like the final exam of the previous school year, there were very few who could get an O and they couldn't even walk steadily, but they wanted to run away. Now when a living thing is transformed, it must be guaranteed that after the transformation is removed, the thing is still alive. But isn't this embarrassing? Michael, Ethan's deskmate, looked at the exquisite golden button that Ethan was tossing up and down, his eyes full of envy. Ethan, how do you do this? The talent gap is really too big. I have no idea at all, but Ethan can do it with just a flick of the wand. It still transformed into a golden button which was full of fine lines and looked quite high-end. I just took the wand and prepared to transform according to what Professor McGonagall said, but found that I couldn't construct the details of the beetle in my mind and turn it into a button. I first learned how to transform a button into a beetle. If the beetle is not required to track the beetle or it is still alive, it is also relatively simple to transform the beetle into a button. First, analyze the body structure of the beetle and observe it carefully. Outline the transformation between the two in your mind. Magic is idealistic and there is no specific formula for you to apply, so Ethan can only explain it this way. Last year, Ethan's transformation was completed with the help of Professor McGonagall. Ethan turned his head to look at other tables and found that the situation was basically the same as Michael's. Everyone was holding a wand and muttering something to the beetle. Some directly killed the beetle and some even exploded it. From time to time, someone went to Professor McGonagall to apply for a new beetle. Mr. Adrian, you are the first to complete the transfiguration, and you get 10 extra points for Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall also noticed Ethan. She didn't even come to see him and announced the result directly. Ethan had been to her office several times in the last school year, so how could she not know what level of transfiguration he was at? Hermione on the Gryffindor side looked up at Ethan, and then went to compete with the beetle again. Yesterday, Harry and Ronald didn't get deducted points, which encouraged her to work hard. It's not impossible this year. In the last class, she raised her hand to answer the mandrake question asked by Professor Sprout and got 10 extra points for Gryffindor. As for the other students, this was no surprise. In the Transfiguration and Charms class, Ethan didn't give them any extra points, which made them feel something was wrong. It wasn't until the bell rang that many young wizards breathed a sigh of relief. They had been busy fighting with beetles for the whole class and had made no progress. It was even worse than the matchstick needle in the first Transfiguration class. Only a few made some progress. Transfiguration classroom on the way to the auditorium. Ethan, lend me your quill. George and Fred were waiting here for Ethan. They were originally going to find Ethan this morning, but because of the Howler letter, they had to flee the scene. Although Ronald was the most socially dead, followed by Ginny because she was also mentioned at the end. But as members of the Weasley family, they were not much better. The matter of borrowing the quill could only be postponed. In the dormitory, I'll get it for you after dinner. Ethan would not refuse. For others it would be a harm to them, but the twins are different. They don't have any other big pursuits and ambitions, just being normal is fine. Anyway, as long as you don't violate any rules and get expelled from Hogwarts, you can graduate with poor grades, not to mention that the twins' grades are not bad, especially in some subjects. Their goal is to open a prank merchandise store and they work hard for it, involving spells, potions, alchemy, ancient magic words, etc., which are better than ordinary good students. Become a boss after graduation, no need to take any certificates, just be a superior person. The twins' QW is got 3 O's in the exam. Ethan, we can help you sell this. It will definitely be more popular than the BAFE Brain Refresher. They are crazy about poverty, and now they still owe Ethan gold galleons. Not many people buy the BAFE Brain Refresher at the beginning of the school year. They are in urgent need of new sources of income. The dwarf puffs have just given birth to 2 litters and they can't buy them before they grow up. Other prank products don't sell well, so they don't dare to charge too high a price, otherwise they won't make much money. Now they are just doing it for love. Take the quill pen for example. They also invented one that looks exactly like an ordinary quill pen, but it will spray ink all over your face when you use it. This is only bought when you want to play a prank and it has no other use, so the sales are destined not to be too high. Ethan's quill pen is different. Any little wizard who doesn't want to do homework needs it. Gryffindor alone occupies at least 7 floors, Slytherin and Hufflepuff are estimated to be no less than 3 floors, Ravenclaw definitely has one, but they probably can't bring themselves to buy it. Ethan is an exception, and the quill pen has a lifespan. Depending on the intensity of writing, 2 to 3 quills need to be replaced in a month. The professors at Hogwarts will not allow this kind of thing to appear. It's equivalent to cheating and it doesn't improve ourselves at all. We can just use it ourselves. Ethan naturally thought about this but quickly rejected it. Some money can be earned, some can't, especially Ethan is not in Hogwarts. If he graduated, he could earn this money if he was a bit more ruthless. But Ethan is still in school, a student. You dare to disrupt the order openly and bring a large number of students with you. Let's see if Dumbledore and the professor will cause trouble for you. Don't think that many things can be hidden from them, they just don't want to care. Okay, let us use it later, there are still a few homeworks to do. Seeing Ethan say this, Fred didn't insist. Anyway, his brain can't compare with Ethan, just listen to him. Can he still make money without making money? They originally planned to make up for today's homework in the car yesterday. It's enough to make up a little bit every day. They have been familiar with this process for a few years. Unfortunately, Ronald directly broke their plan. After what happened yesterday, he didn't have the heart to write in the car at all. Letter 3005, how is Mr. Weasley? He yelled in the letter this morning that he was detained by the Ministry of Magic for investigation. Ethan saw that the two were in good spirits. Was the problem solved? It's all right now. Dumbledore went to the Ministry of Magic last night. He was the one who intervened. My father was released this morning and fined 3 months' salary. Percy's owl just brought the news back. 3 months' salary and a damaged car. Mr. Weasley must be heartbroken. Ethan knew how much Arthur treasured this car. In order to modify it, he spent a lot of time on it every day after get off work. Who said it wasn't? My mother almost came to school. George shuddered when he said this. By the way, this year's defense against the dark arts professor is Gilderoy Lockhart. He is also a bad teacher. He only brags about his experience and introduces his books, but he is popular with the girls. He was also embarrassed by Lee in class. He said that he was a fake like Quirrell last year. Their first class this year is Defense Against the Dark Arts. After taking his class, I became more and more convinced that Gilderoy Lockhart came to Hogwarts just to sell books, and he was actually not qualified at all. We also have Defense Against the Dark Arts class in the afternoon. We will know then. Ethan didn't care about it anyway. He didn't expect the school's defense against the dark arts professor to teach anything. Arriving at the Ravenclaw table, Ethan sat directly between Q Zhang and Penelope. They had already reserved seats. Q, what's wrong with you? Looking at Q Zhang, who was worried, Ethan asked curiously. Malfoy, he donated 7 Nimbus 2001s to the Slytherin Quidditch team today. Ethan, do you want to join the Quidditch team? Originally, Ravenclaw was at the bottom of the 4 houses, and now that Slytherin has updated its equipment, the gap is even bigger. If Ethan could be brought over, perhaps the results would be better. He was the best in the first-year flying class, and Cassandra was about the same as Harry, whose flying class performance improved dramatically later, and Malfoy was behind. As a member of the Quidditch team, they were all very concerned about the first-year students' flying class performance. Every year, the 7th-year students graduate and quit the Quidditch team, and the talented second-year students make up for it. This is an old tradition. I can't do it, I don't have time, maybe Jean will join. Ethan refused without hesitation. This Malfoy is such a fool, he has money but no place to spend it. Registration will start next week and he will run normally. Cassandra will not compete with him, so it is really unnecessary. Even if he wants to compete, Malfoy may not be richer than Cassandra in terms of spending money. That's right, Q Zhang was just talking. She also guessed that Ethan would most likely refuse. In the afternoon, there was only one defense against the dark arts class. The young wizards were quite looking forward to this class, especially the young witches, who gathered in groups of 2 or 3 to discuss the new Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. From appearance to clothing and works, these were the topics they discussed. Ethan walked to Cassandra. Why don't you go and talk to them? She was the only one who seemed out of tune with these girls. Even Hermione would talk to her roommate from time to time. Hermione didn't worship Lockhart like in the original book, but she just thought that his book was well written and interesting. What's there to talk about? He's just a show-off. Cassandra said disdainfully. This sentence caused several little witches in front to turn their heads to see who was talking nonsense. As a result, they found that it was Cassandra and they turned their heads away at a faster speed. This one can't be offended. Why do you say that? Could it be that Cassandra knows something inside? Ethan also knew that he was not good from the movie. Just reading his book, this legendary experience is very bluffing. Who would dress up like a clown to attract the attention of others if he is a real strong man? If it is true as he said in his book, Lockhart is already a guest of honor in all major pureblood families. Does he need to write books and dress up fancy to attract those middle-aged and elderly women? In fact, my father never mentioned Lockhart's name and he has no status and honor among purebloods except for the so-called main-level Merlin 10th Regiment badge. Well, this is very Cassandra. The once venomous and arrogant Cassandra is back. Very insightful, in fact. Fred told me that if you have taken his class, you will know that he is an embroidered pillow. After Ethan finished speaking, he returned to his seat. As for the little wizards around who heard Ethan's words, who dared to jump out and refute, as the bell rang, Lockhart and Harry walked into the classroom together, holding a cage covered with velvet in his hand. At this moment, he was saying something to Harry, but Harry seemed a little impatient. He was ridiculed by the fourth-year Nego in the first class. This Lockhart could endure it, so he immediately prepared this thing to prove himself. The strength is not strong, the number is large, and the appearance is scary. It is just right to be his target. I jibed Lockhart. As he said this, Lockhart took the book Walking with Trolls on Neville's desk in the front row. On the cover was a photo of him blinking. Winner of the 3rd Class Medal of the Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and 5-time winner of the Wizard Weekly Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't keep that in mind. I didn't drive away the female ghost of Wanlon with a smile. Ethan turned his head and saw Cassandra winking at him. Ethan understood. I'm right, showing off like a clown to attract attention. After the next operation, Ethan knew why Fred's roommate Lee Jordan wanted to argue with him. Outrageous. In the first class, everyone was given a test paper to do, and it had nothing to do with defense against the dark arts. It was all Lockhart's personal questions. For example, 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you think is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement so far? 4. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? What is his ideal birthday gift? There were 3 pages of questions like this. Ethan had read his book, which was indeed well written. Because of his excellent memory, he also remembered these questions. The book more or less involved some of them, but Ethan didn't want to answer such questions. D. Dumbledore should really be pulled over to do this test. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the test papers and Ethan handed in a blank paper as a matter of course. And Hermione got full marks and received a reward of 10 Gryffindor house points. Well, let's get back to the topic. Lockhart rushed to the podium, picked up the cage he had just brought over and placed it on the table. Now be careful, my job is to teach you how to defend yourself against the most evil things known to the wizarding world. You will face the most horrible things in this classroom, but remember, as long as I am here, you will not be harmed. I ask you to remain calm. His words aroused everyone's curiosity, a long-lost practical class. Since the end of the few weeks when Snape was teaching, there has been no opportunity for practice in the defense against the dark arts class. Lockhart was very satisfied with the look of the little wizards below. It seems that he really made the right decision to use his meal time to go to Hogsmeade to buy these things. Let's see who will say that he is just a show-off like that Nico, just like last year's dead-end Quirrell. Speaking of Quirrell, although the two are not in the same class, they have been classmates for several years and are both Ravenclaws. I remember that his level is not bad. Seeing that the atmosphere is almost right, he started the next step. I must ask you not to scream. Lockhart lowered his voice and said to the little wizards in front of him, that will anger them. Ethan was speechless. A Cornish elf was praised so much. If I borrowed a vomitory from you, you would be very lucky, but most of the young wizards were moved by Lockhart's words. They held their breath and looked at the flannel in Lockhart's hand nervously. Lockhart lifted the cover. Good! He showed an exaggerated expression, just caught the Cornish elf. The classroom fell silent for a moment until Seamus, who was sitting in the front row, couldn't help but sneer. This thing can be called the most dangerous and the most evil. Indeed, it is a little more dangerous than the puffy, at least it can fly. At his grandfather's house there are so many of these things and they are useless except for pranks. It is the same level as the vixen that Professor Snape took out at the beginning, but Professor Snape didn't say it was dangerous. It just used the vixen as a target for practicing magic. Lockhart's forehead was throbbing with veins. He naturally heard the meaning of the laughter and immediately smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" "They are not very dangerous, right?" Seamus laughed so hard that he was almost out of breath. "Don't be so sure. Lockhart's defense has been broken. They may also be cunning little destroyers like the devil. Here comes another troublemaker and he's from Gryffindor. Could he be in the same group as that Nego in the morning?" The more he thought about it, the angrier Lockhart became, looking at the serious suspicion, contempt, and ridicule of the young wizards below. His rationality was broken. "Okay," Lockhart said loudly. "See how you deal with them." Then he ripped open the cage door. Originally, these Cornish elves were jumping up and down in the cage trying to get out. Now that the cage door was opened and the restraints were released, the classroom was in chaos in an instant. Ink was splashed everywhere, books and parchment were torn to pieces, and the paintings on the wall were torn into a ball. The unlucky Neville was caught and hung on the chandelier. The young wizards hid under the table one by one, and no one wanted to be the next Neville. At this time, Lockhart also regretted it. This had become a teaching accident. Just when he was about to clean up the mess and recite a string of highly confusing spells, the wand was snatched away by the flying Cornish elf. It also brought down the dinosaur bones hanging from the ceiling and almost hit Lockhart himself. Ethan, on the other hand, was still sitting steadily in the same place, but there were a few more small things on the ground around him whose lives and deaths were unknown. Whenever a Cornish elf flew over, Ethan tapped the table with his fingers and the Cornish elf fell down. A very simple coma spell. Ethan didn't care whether these Cornish elves came to play pranks or stick around, he didn't like them anyway. At this time, the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class and the little wizards rushed out one after another. "I assign you to catch these Cornish elves in the cage." Harold, who had already escaped to the stairs and was about to escape to another exit, noticed the situation on Ethan's side and immediately gave Ethan an order. Ethan waved his hand and the door behind Harold was closed. "Let's go." Ethan took Cassandra and Hermione out of the classroom one by one and gave Harry and Ronald a look and took Neville away. There were only a few people in the classroom at the moment, and the others ran away like being chased by dogs when the bell rang. After Ethan left, the door closed instantly, and then the Cornish elves who were stunned by Ethan's coma spell woke up instantly and rushed towards Lockhart with red eyes. "You said you wanted to add points, didn't I help you deal with it? This won't cost you a piece of meat or move your mouth. The requirements are not high. A Cornish elf is enough for 10 points, but Lockhart not only didn't add points but also assigned it as a matter of course. "Who the hell spoils you? Nothing will happen." Hermione was a little worried. She also saw that Professor Lockhart was a fake. Even his wand was taken away. How could he pretend? This is the second life of a wizard. What can happen? "It's just a few pieces of meat." Ethan didn't want to pay attention to these and immediately prepared to leave with a few people. He is a professor. This is the teaching prop he prepared. If there is any problem, it is his own fault. Cassandra didn't care about it. Everything that happened just now confirmed her thoughts. Ronald and Harry on the side didn't like him either. They walked faster than Ethan. Neville also jogged all the way. He was really scared to death just now. Finally, I don't know who notified Professor McGonagall. When she came, Lockhart's clothes had been torn into strips and there was not much good meat on his body. Now Lockhart is famous. It has created the history of Hogwarts. On the first day of class, the professor was injured by his own teaching props and was sent to the school infirmary. Many students think that Lockhart is even worse than Quirrell. He is definitely the worst defense against the dark arts professor in history, but some of Lockhart's fans do not agree with this statement. They still think that Lockhart did it on purpose to give the little wizards more opportunities to practice, and put out Lockhart's books such as Traveling with Trolls, Traveling with Vampires, Wandering with Werewolves to prove Lockhart has such strong strength and rich experience. How could he not be able to deal with the Cornish elves? The two sides even started a debate. At night, on the stairs of Hogwarts, Qiu Zhang and Penelope were on their way to the room of requirement discussing what happened with Lockhart this afternoon. This is the hottest topic in Hogwarts right now. Many young wizards who hate Lockhart are arguing with Lockhart's fans, and there are also many such cases in Ravenclaw. Even if they didn't experience it themselves, they knew a lot about it from other people. During dinner, there was news that Lockhart had taken a week off due to illness. This also made the arguing more intense, and the sound of arguments could really be heard everywhere. Senior, why is this happening to an outstanding graduate of Ravenclaw? Qiu Zhang felt a little unbelievable. When she learned that Lockhart was going to come to Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts, she still had a little expectation. Lockhart was once a member of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. There is also a photo of him in the group photo of past players. The comments of the Ravenclaw students of that year were also quite good. He was an excellent wizard no matter how you looked at him. Combined with the books he published, his achievements were quite remarkable. As a result, it was exposed on the first day. Who knows what he went through after graduation? His novels might be plagiarized. After this incident, Penelope had a deeper understanding of the wizarding world. An excellent graduate could degenerate into this state in just 10 years. It is conceivable that he had been beaten by society and had to choose the path of fraud in the end. Moreover, he has degenerated into this state and even the Cornish elves can't solve it. Penelope dared to be sure that if a young wizard who had passed the OWLS exams was replaced, no matter what the results were, he would not be treated like that by the Cornish elves. There are many spells to deal with them. Even if he was born of mixed blood, he had fallen to this state. If he was born of Muggle, he would probably have no way to survive in this world. Fortunately, I met Ethan, otherwise I would not have ended up well. But if he doesn't have real skills, why would he dare to come to Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts? Qiu Zhangjiu couldn't understand this. Lockhart is also a Hogwarts graduate. He has experienced 7 defense against the dark arts professors in Hogwarts for 7 years. If he knows the curse clearly, it would be fine if he is confident. But he doesn't have this ability, so is he rushing to die? Who gave him the confidence? Maybe he brought himself into the world of the book and thought he had the power like the book, maybe. Penelope shrugged and said casually that it was just a guess, but she was right. Those who have attended classes at Hogwarts for a few weeks, no matter how poor their qualifications are, have learned more magic than Lockhart, and he was once an excellent graduate. To fall to this point is to lose the recognition of oneself, whether it is the appearance or the inner image, a number. Magic is idealistic, it is the power of the mind. Emotions, cognition, and thinking can all affect the success or failure of the release of a spell, as well as the power of the spell. He stole too many things from others, but they were not his own. In order to fully express them, he could only bring himself into it and slowly lost himself. He had no cognition of himself, and his memory and thinking were all led astray. How could he release magic? He needed to rely on the spell of oblivion to make a living, and he also knew that he had to use this magic on others so that it would not be lost. Ethan, what are you doing? After Penelope and Qiu Zhang entered the room of requirement, they looked at Ethan's operation and didn't understand it. He didn't study alchemy, read books, or practice magic. Instead, he was playing with a handful of flue powder and there were live maps and some parchments on the garden. Cassandra and Hermione were talking to him. No one studied hard today. Prepare to make a communication tool for the wizarding world. Ethan turned his head and explained. The communication tool of the wizarding world? Isn't it just an owl? You want to prepare for biological alchemy. Qiu Zhang looked at Ethan in surprise. Is it so much progress after studying with Nicholas Flamel for a summer? Biological alchemy, this is quite advanced knowledge. Among the magical animals, there are those born in nature, and some hybrids are artificially intervened, such as Hagrid. Some are the products of the failed transformation of animagus, such as the XXXXX level 5-legged monster. Alchemy has also made a lot of contributions to the diversification of magical animals. The most typical ones are the basilisk and the sphinx. The former was made by the despicable Herpo using rooster eggs and special techniques, and the latter was made by ancient Egypt using alchemy to transform human bodies and animals to protect treasures. It's not biological alchemy, it's a communication device. It's similar to the fax and email in Muggle families. SMS has not come out yet, at least Ethan's mobile phone does not have this function. Can alchemy do it? Penelope was a little confused. She had used fax and email before, but they were pure technological means and had nothing to do with magic. She didn't understand the principle. After all, her education level was only elementary school, but it was definitely quite complicated, and it also needed electricity as energy. It depends on how you understand it. Just like this Marauder's map, before you saw it, you didn't believe that there was such a thing. In fact, it uses marking magic, dynamic development, trace revelation, true form revelation, concealment spell, and elimination spell, so he can mark the traces of everyone on the grounds of Hogwarts. As for the Marauder's map, how could Ethan not study it after getting it for so long? The principle has long been understood. The four plunderers were indeed geniuses. It is not easy to perfectly fuse these spells together. Now Ethan can already reproduce it. There is also the use of flue powder and fireplace transmission. I don't know if you have experienced it. You only need to say the name to reach the exact location. This is because there is a magic network between the fireplaces, linking these special fireplaces together. When you go to a Muggle family, it's useless to throw flue powder. It is precisely because of the magic network that accurate transmission can be performed when using flue powder. Each name is a code, just like the current mobile phone number. If there is a slight mistake, it will go to another place. Of course, this network is different from the Muggle world. It is just a connection between fireplaces because of magic. As early as the second semester of the first grade, Ethan actually had this idea, wanting to make a wizard version of the mobile phone to bring some Muggle shock to the wizards. But the alchemy technology was not up to standard and there was no clue, so it was thrown behind. The reason why I want to try it today is also because of Voldemort's notebook. Voldemort's residual soul has its own wisdom and can communicate with the person holding the notebook through writing. Written communication is much simpler than voice. Alchemy mobile phones are not easy to make, but two notebooks that can connect to each other for real-time communication should still be possible. As for Voldemort's Horcrux notebook, Ethan was going to find a way to steal it at first, but he came back too late from Nico and the thing was already in Ginny's place. If it was in the hands of the twins, Ethan would have taken it directly. But Ethan couldn't go through a little girl's room, let alone directly point out that there was a problem with the notebook and said, "I can help you deal with it." Ugh. Point 00. As for the situation later, we'll see. The fireplace transmission is indeed the same as Ethan said. If you succeed, it will be much more convenient to contact in the future, but the owl will be out of work. Cassandra heard Hermione and the others talk about mobile phones and telephones last time, and she was also interested in them, but they were too complicated, so she had no choice but to give up. If Ethan really made it, even if she didn't use Muggle things, she wouldn't fall behind them. That won't happen. They can still be couriers and only some of them will be unemployed. Who made them unable to keep up with the times? The owls in the wizarding world are really awesome. They can cross the sea and their flying speed and endurance are both unique, but they are still not as good as instant messaging. However, since they don't want to be paid and only eat nuts, no one can beat them when delivering express mail. I'll make a simple version first, you guys try it. Ethan started to act, first using mercury to solidify the parchment, and engraved ancient magic words to improve its stability. This step is necessary, otherwise the parchment can't carry so much magic. Of course, if other magical animal materials are used, this step may be omitted, but parchment is the cheapest. Unlike the industrial parchment in the Muggle world, the parchment of wizards is a thin sheet of material called sheepskin, goat skin, or calfskin, and then cut into small pieces for sale. After this step is done, it is necessary to engrave the magic circuit and the association spell is necessary. Without the association spell, it cannot be connected. Elimination spell after use, all information is deleted, just like the Marauder's map. Marking spell, transformation spell, revealing spell. Is it successful? Hermione looked at Ethan's stopped action and asked curiously. Although she had read several books on alchemy, she did not understand it and it was too complicated, so she gave up. We'll know when we get back to the dormitory. Ethan made 4 more pieces in the same way. and let these 4 pieces of parchment establish a connection with each other through the association spell. Ethan has not figured out how to connect with other parchments by searching for names or codes. Nicola's Flame. It's a very good idea, more universal than the two-way mirror, and it integrates alchemy into life. Great job, Ethan. Ethan Adrian, I just borrowed the Muggle communication method and changed it to the Wizard's method. This is also thanks to your summer teaching, otherwise I don't have this technology. Nicola's Flame. I also know that Muggles have this technology. In fact, I have a mobile phone, but I have never thought about it. Knowing and having ideas and putting them into practice are 2 different things. Nicola's Flame. I told you about imagination and creation at the beginning. This is an important part of the development of alchemy. I hope you can keep it up. Ethan Adrian, I understand, teacher. Nicola's Flame, go to Dumbledore. He can apply for a patent for you. My current identity is not suitable for me to come forward. I will communicate with him about this. Fleur de Lacre, school has started. Brenda is still so annoying, I miss you. Ethan Adrian. I miss you too. Fleur de Lacre, I will spend this summer at your house. I have already talked to my parents. Ethan Adrian, welcome, but my house is in the Muggle world. Do you prohibit spellcasting outside of school in Beauxbatons? 430. Gabrielle de Lacre. My sister has gone to school. There are only my mother, grandmother, and I at home. I am so bored. I want to go and play with my brother. Ethan Adrian, be good. Your sister said she will come to my house during the summer vacation. Then we will meet. Gabrielle de Lacre, that's after Christmas. There is still a long time and my sister didn't agree to take me. Ethan Adrian, I will prepare a Christmas gift for Gabrielle and I will help you talk to her later. How can I not take the lovely Gabrielle? Gabrielle de Lacre, yes. I don't want to go to Beauxbatons to study. I want to go to Hogwarts. Philemon Adrian, where's my car? Return it soon. Ethan Adrian. Hello, I can't reply to your message now. Please leave a message if you have anything and I will reply later, thank you. Philemon Adrian, car, my car, return it soon. Nisha Adrian, how are you doing at school? Ethan Adrian, everything is going well. Nydia Adrian, that's good. What do you want that car for? When your father learned from the servants that one car was missing, he almost flew back home overnight. Ethan Adrian. I'm going to transform it into a car that wizards can use. The flying broom is not easy to use. Nydia Adrian, that broom is really not good. It's not safe. What if it falls? We should take a few more. If we fail, we can continue. I'll make the decision on this matter. Ethan Adrian, got it. I'll empty the garage when I go home for Christmas. Ethan Adrian, add another bottle of magic potion. Can it be completed before Christmas? Bruno Langman, sure, in time. Ethan Adrian, then buy the materials and start as soon as possible. Bruno Langman, got it. After replying to the message, Ethan put away the address book in his hand. He could chat in real time with almost no gaps in the field. It was already a fairly mature version. It would be even better if he could record images and communicate them in the future. This point needs to be studied after getting a two-way mirror. This was invented by the wizard family in Italy and registered a patent. Although Nico had studied it, he did not teach Ethan about it. Due to the weakening of the family, the technology was getting worse and worse, resulting in too little production, but they just held on to this patent tightly, resulting in almost no production in recent years. Now those on the market are decades old. Ethan also decided on the name of the address book, which is called Wizard Mailbox, which translates to Wizard Mailbox. Ethan spent more than a week adding search spells and several other small spells to it and finally perfected it. The name written on the cover is a code name which cannot be changed once it is confirmed. To search for other people through the cover, you need to enter the name, that is, the code name, so that you can establish a connection with them. If you want to communicate, you need the parchment inside. The code name of the other party must be written on the parchment of both parties so that the communication can be successful. You can add the number of parchments by yourself. Ethan has more than 10 pieces here and each one is marked with the name of the person being communicated. After completion, Ethan and Cassandra tested it in school and the effect was good. Then Ethan sent a few copies to Nico and his wife, Fleur, and others who were far away in France. Parents, Bruno and Dennis in Nocturne Alley, also received it. But do you need to register a patent? Ethan has never registered a patent for the BAFE Brain Refresher. This thing is not complicated. It is easy to find a potion master to reverse the use of those raw materials. After repeated experiments, perhaps the precise formula can be obtained. Let's not talk about the outside. Snape must have studied it thoroughly, but for a potion master it is not worth it to sacrifice his reputation for 10 potions. They already have their own potions that they have researched or improved, so having one more or one less potion under their name won't make much difference. As for money, there is no shortage of it. No potion master lacks money. For example, the selling price of Felix Felicis is at least 10 times the cost of materials. It is those poor families with no ability and the pure bloods who are too greedy who want it, but they don't have the technology to analyze it. So now there is no BAFE brain refresher on the market, and only Ethan and a few people in Hogwarts are making it. Of course, there is another important reason. BAFE brain refresher has not been spread. When you go abroad, especially to a small country, if they know that you have not applied for a patent, they will definitely apply for it faster than a dog throwing shit. As for reputation, they don't want a reputation. After thinking this through, Ethan decided to apply for the patent and apply for BAFE brain refresher. With Dumbledore's presence, Ethan is not afraid of someone coming out to pick peaches. Ethan can't ask Dumbledore for help directly, but with Nico's involvement, there will be no problem. Dumbledore owes Nico a lot of favors. Not to mention the matter of fishing for Voldemort with the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore asked Nico a lot of questions when he was in school, and later when he was dealing with Grindelwald, he also got Nico's help. As for the favor owed to Nico, it doesn't matter. Ethan will naturally help Nico if he needs it. Ethan, who was walking towards the principal's office, suddenly heard a shout from behind him and turned his head in confusion. He immediately saw Ronald holding a wooden barrel. He was not in a good condition now. His face was pale and his body was weak. He needed Harry's support to stand firmly. What happened to Ronald? What happened? Ronald was hit by his own spell. Look at him now. Ethan looked in the direction Harry pointed. Ugh tilde. Ronald lowered his head and opened his mouth very wide. A fat and sticky slug was spit out of Ronald's mouth. And there was already half a barrel of slugs in this wooden barrel at this moment, which gave people goosebumps. Ethan couldn't help but take a step back. To be honest, this thing is much scarier than Lockhart's Cornish elf. Ronald failed when he used the spell and the magic wand bounced it back. We went Hagrid, but he had no way, saying that he needed someone to remove the spell, so we returned to the castle to see who could help. Seeing Ethan retreating in disgust, Harry could only repeat it again. He was his good friend, so he could only bear it. At first, Harry wanted to find the twins or Percy. They were seniors and might have a way. Now that he had met Ethan, he would naturally not go far away. In terms of strength alone, Harry thought that Ethan might be stronger than Percy, the class leader. This person could use himself as a weapon and shield to fight Voldemort. Would he dare stop the curse? A red light hit Ronald. After more than 10 seconds, Ronald vomited another fat slug. Failed. Harry frowned. Ethan couldn't be solved either. Was he going to find the professor? No, it succeeded. The spell was lifted, but the slug that had already grown in his stomach was still there. Ethan could feel that his spell was effective. Even without a wand, it was easy to remove Ronald's magic. Thank you. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, helped Ronald to sit on the ground and hold the wooden bucket to vomit. Who did you have a conflict with again? You actually used this magic. To be honest, if anyone used this magic on me outside of Hogwarts, he would be 2.0 ashes scattered. Even if it was inside Hogwarts, Ethan had to use the curse-type black magic germination spell he had drawn before and give him a few shots. Even if the professor could remove it, I can't stop the curse and see if you can die. Anyway, just do it secretly. I have the ability not to be discovered unless I see it with my own eyes. It was Malfoy. Just now when we were fighting with Slytherin for the Quidditch field, Ronald and Malfoy had a conflict. He said that he wanted his father to go to the Ministry of Magic with other pureblood families, and he must expel Mr. Weasley and drive Ronald and me out of Hogwarts, so Ronald took action. Although he was delayed by Ethan for a year, Harry still successfully joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team. And didn't Ronald get a new wand? How come there is still a problem? Last year, he made a little money using Peter Pettigrew at Ethan's place, and made a little more money working as a potion man at the twins' place. So Ronald used a new wand at the beginning of this semester, so there should be no problem of the wand breaking and backfiring. Now there is still a problem. It can only be said that this is his fate. The problem has been solved. I'll leave first. I have something else to do. Ethan said hello and left, not interested in watching Ronald spitting snot here. Cream muffins. The stone sculpture had no reaction. Lemon sherbet. Is it really okay to change passwords so frequently? Honey fizzy candy. Licorice wand. Milk fudge. Pear hard candy. Caramel pudding. Chocolate frog. Cockroach pile. As soon as the words fell, the stone statue in front of him immediately split into two halves, revealing a spiral staircase. I really guessed it right. Who let Dumbledore have this hobby? The worst thing is to report desserts. Knocked on the door, no response. Ethan didn't want to wait any longer, so he simply opened the door of the principal's office, and sure enough, Dumbledore was not inside. Can I take this opportunity to copy some books and take them away? This is half a wall of books, and they are all books that Dumbledore selected from the restricted area and thought were not suitable for young wizards to study. Only these books are the real treasures of the Hogwarts library. However, feeling the gaze lingering on him, he gave up the idea. Is that a pensive on the table? Nico doesn't have it. I want it. It would be great if I could pack up the principal's office and take it away. Boy, who told you to break into the principal's office without permission? A sharp voice came from the wall covered with portraits. Ethan turned his head, and the portrait of the old man in a silver-green robe and a goatee suddenly came alive and came out of the painting into the real world. When Ethan came here before, these paintings were motionless. Why are they not pretending today? Principal Black, I remember that Hogwarts doesn't have a rule that students are not allowed to come to the principal's office, right? His name is on the portrait, Phineas Nigellys Black, who is recorded in a section of Hogwarts school history as the most unpopular principal in history. You came to the principal's office without permission, without the principal's notice. If I were in office, you would have been expelled. Phineas shook his head, looking very disappointed with the young people nowadays. You expel students according to your own rules and preferences, so you are the most unpopular headmaster in history, aren't you? That's right, little wizard of Ravenclaw. That's right, you still talk so much even after you die. No wonder you are not liked. The headmaster portraits that were motionless just now came to life and laughed at the somewhat exasperated Phineas. It seems that this headmaster Black is also not popular among these portraits. This time Phineas couldn't stand it anymore and turned and rushed into the portrait and then disappeared, leaving only a blank chess piece. Autistically ran to the old house of Black. An old witch with long silver curly hair floated down from the picture frame. Little guy, you came to the headmaster's office. What do you want to see, Boo-see? Deli's de Winter, also a part of Hogwarts school history, is also recorded, but it is two extremes from Phineas just now. Principal Deli's de Winter is quite popular and has a high reputation. Before becoming the principal, she was a healer at St. Mungo's and graduated from Ravenclaw. I'm here to ask Principal Dumbledore to help me apply for a patent. Ethan had nothing to hide about this. Nothing could be hidden from them in this principal's office. If I remember correctly, you are only in the second year, right? Principal de Winter was stunned and looked at Ilan in disbelief. Ethan is also a regular customer of the principal's office. He has come twice a year. Other young wizards don't have this treatment, and both times he came were not ordinary. Although Dumbledore didn't introduce them, he was able to beat 5 fourth-year students in the first year, won the fight, and went to the principal's office. The second time, he made a deal with Dumbledore as a student, which all showed his excellence. But being good enough is one thing, and inventing and creating items that are enough to apply for patents is another. Without sufficient knowledge accumulation, strong enough practical skills, and constant trial and error, it is impossible to achieve this step. Yes, sophomore this year. I hope you can sit in this office one day and work together. Principal of Hogwarts, I'm interested too. I don't know if becoming the principal of Hogwarts can earn you achievements, but it is probably possible. It's just that the position of principal of Hogwarts is more difficult than that of minister of law. You can't become a principal by force. Umbridge, the pink toad, has been a principal, but Hogwarts Castle doesn't recognize her, and she can't even enter the principal's office. I don't know whether this recognition requires the consent of the previous principal or is based on the will of teachers and students or the vote of the board of directors. Just when Ethan wanted to talk more about Hogwarts with Principal De Winter, the door of the principal's office was pushed open. Dumbledore looked at Ethan, who appeared in the office, and didn't feel the slightest bit of surprise. And these portraits returned to their own frames and continued to play dead. Sit down and eat something first. Dumbledore poured Ethan a cup of black tea very skillfully and took out a plate from the drawer. The plate was full of moving cockroaches, densely packed. Headmaster, black tea is enough for me. Ethan didn't even eat chocolate frogs, so how could he eat this thing? It tastes quite good, why don't you try it? Dumbledore pinched one and put it in his mouth to chew. Ethan even saw 2 cockroaches moving outside Dumbledore's mouth. Fortunately, these were not cockroaches from the south, otherwise if they could fly, Dumbledore would have to use magic to catch them. Maybe it's not that there are no flying cockroaches, but they have been eliminated. A flying cockroach pile is flying everywhere in the room. If the wizard casts a flying spell and there are a few real cockroaches in the corner of the room, imagine what the consequences will be. Thinking of this, Ethan immediately asked, Principal, if someone plays a prank and mixes a few real cockroaches into the cockroach pile you bought, what will you do? Dumbledore stopped chewing. Dumbledore put down the pile of cockroaches in his hand. These desserts were bought outside. If you are willing, it may not be impossible to succeed. Think about those Gryffindor children, they may not be without the courage. You've already told me your purpose. Dumbledore put down the dessert and went straight to the point. So, is that okay? Ethan placed 5 sets of wizard mailboxes and the Buffy brain refresher on Dumbledore's desk. This set includes a cover and 10 sheets of parchment. To apply for a patent, it must be tested and qualified. Leave it to me, Dumbledore smiled and nodded in agreement. The appearance of this thing has 2 sides. It speeds up the communication between wizards. Even if a family is separated from each other, they can communicate and greet each other at all times and feel the warmth of family affection at all times. It can also provide convenience at work, especially for those engaged in dangerous work. Intelligence is always the most important. Similarly, this may make dark wizards more difficult to deal with. But compared to the latter, Dumbledore is more interested in the former. As for the Buffy brain refresher, there is nothing much to say about it. It is a kind of potion that assists learning. He can let Ethan and others sell it in Hogwarts, which represents his attitude. Sorry to bother the principal. Whether as the headmaster of Hogwarts or Nico's friend, I have no reason to refuse, right? Dumbledore smiled and looked at Ethan. Okay, now Ethan knew that Dumbledore had already figured out why he didn't give him the formula of the BAFE brain refresher to apply for a patent last year. In the final analysis, this was still because he didn't trust Dumbledore to help him. Then, Headmaster, can you give me some Phoenix Tears? Ethan was like this. As the headmaster, he should help the students. The purification potion is likely to cure Nagini's blood curse. As long as he gets the Phoenix Tears, Ethan can start preparing other materials. According to the effect, the curse is also a negative state, and Dumbledore should also be effective because of the curse in the Resurrection Stone. Dumbledore didn't say anything but directly opened the drawer and took out a small glass bottle with a little transparent liquid in it. Thank you, Headmaster. Ethan took it happily. Then he walked out of the principal's office with a bag of cockroaches which Dumbledore stuffed in before he left. I don't know if he was influenced by those words, but he was really just talking nonsense. He took out a cockroach pile from the bag and it was still moving in his hand. Thinking about Dumbledore's love for it, it tasted really good. It's not impossible to try it. Put it in your mouth and chew it. It's quite silky and rich. The bitterness of cocoa beans and milk and honey are combined quite well. If it were a different look, Ethan really wouldn't recommend eating it, but it was made into this ghost look. After putting the cockroach pile away, Ethan planned to use transfiguration to change their appearance after returning, so that there would be no psychological pressure to eat them at that time. Using the wizard mailbox, Ethan successfully asked Cassandra out of the common room, "Does your family have a factory?" There are also companies and factories in the wizarding world, and the number is not small. But most of them are small workshops because wizards' productivity is much better than muggles and the wizarding world is not populated, so they don't need much production capacity. Yes, what's the matter? My family has a dragon farm and a corresponding processing plant which produces potions and tents. When asked about this suddenly, Cassandra was a little confused, but she answered Ethan's questions honestly. So, I just applied for a patent with Dumbledore and I applied for the wizard mailbox and the BAFE brain-stimulating agent. Isn't this looking for someone to cooperate with? Her family also has a dragon farm. No wonder she dared to say that she could give Ethan opened a certificate for raising a dragon. Although Bruno did not have a wanted order, he would definitely be recognized by the wizards in his hometown if he showed up in public, and he would not be able to take charge of the overall situation at all. Not to mention Dennis and the other two, they could only hide in Nocturne Alley and could not even sit at the table. To be able to produce products and sell them to various countries, you must have strong capabilities and the power behind you must not be small. Now the only one who can meet the requirements is Cassandra's family. You want to cooperate with my family, that's no problem. Cassandra agreed without thinking. Well, then I'll leave it to you to talk to your father about this matter. How about it? It's much better for a little girl to talk to her father than for Ethan to get involved. Ethan believes that Cassandra, this little girl, will never let him down. Ethan doesn't know whether opening a factory can get achievements, but enough gold galleons can definitely get it. The Potter family made a fortune from shampoo and Ethan's is not bad, 2 flagship products. Just leave it to me, I will definitely satisfy you. The next morning, before the sun rose, Ethan went to the Forbidden Forest alone. Holding a beaker in his hand, he was collecting dew bit by bit in the grass. This is also one of the materials needed to purify the potion. It is not precious but troublesome to collect. It must be collected freshly, not overnight, and cannot be exposed to sunlight, so you can only do it yourself. In the process of collecting, magic cannot be used. After all, it is difficult to use magic to collect only the dew on the leaves of the grass. If a little water droplet on the ground is mixed in, the whole bottle will be ruined. The remaining oozing grass, white fresh, moonstone, and sunlight orchid root are all very common potion materials. Ethan had sent an owl to Bruce's pet shop in Hogsmeade Village yesterday, asking the owner to help buy these materials, and flew back on the same day. A vague and ethereal voice sounded behind Ethan. Are you looking for the Scimitar Snorlax? No, I'm collecting water. Ethan knew who was coming without looking back. Do you need my help? Can I? Ethan straightened up and turned his head. Luna was still dressed the same way with carrot-shaped earrings and a necklace made of butterbeer bottle corks, but now she had to add a wand to her ear. Of course. Luna stretched out a hand to Ethan. After handing an empty beaker to Luna, Luna quickly took action. To be honest, Ethan should have pulled up the 3 suns in the dormitory to collect dew. It was too slow for one person and it would be too late when the sun rose. Do you know the scimitar-horned snorkeler? Except for his father, everyone thought that the scimitar-horned snorkeler did not exist, and Ethan was not surprised by this just now. I have seen its introduction in the Quibbler magazine. They are shy and friendly creatures that hate light and heat and like cold and humid places. To be honest, the Quibbler is well written. Of course, this can only be read as an interesting story. The whole book has no authenticity. My father thinks they may be in Sweden and there may be some in the Forbidden Forest. It is just as cold and humid here. Luna still said in that ethereal voice, I didn't see any harassers around you this time, not even one. Isn't that a good thing? Ethan knew that harassers didn't exist, but represented a series of negative emotions such as troubles and irritability. Only Luna, an unborn psychic, could sense them. The last time they met, Ethan arrived at the Weasleys' house. At that time, he was still thinking about how to get Voldemort's Horcrux notebook. The best solution was the Imperious Curse plus the Oblivion Curse, but Ethan gave up this idea. Anyway, Ethan just wanted to try to destroy the Horcrux to get the achievement reward. Now it doesn't matter. Just wait for an opportunity to do it. What's the hurry? Although Ethan has the crown of Ravenclaw in his hand, which is also a Horcrux, and a fierce fire can burn it, but the crown is also broken. If nothing unexpected happens, getting the crown of Ravenclaw that is not contaminated by Horcruxes will be an achievement. This is the symbol of Ravenclaw, but now it has been Voldemort had contaminated it, and the effect of the Horcrux had overwritten the effect of the crown itself. It's a good thing. Luna nodded affirmatively. She hated harassment, it always messed up her mind. "Luna, what are you doing in the Forbidden Forest?" Another little wizard who didn't follow the rules came to Hogwarts and ran to the Forbidden Forest in his first year. As for Ethan, Hagrid didn't care about Ethan entering the Forbidden Forest now and would go up to say hello. The main reason was that Ethan was safer in the Forbidden Forest than Hagrid, just like returning home. As the overlord of the Acromanthus, Hagrid only had a good relationship with Aragog, and Ethan could command the entire Acromanthus tribe at any time. Other magical animals also had a good relationship with Ethan, even the centaurs with strange tempers. Ethan could say hello to them. "I'm here to find the Scimitar Snorlax and then visit the Thestrals." Ethan turned his head and glanced at her. Thestrals are not good-tempered guys. Although they are domesticated by Hogwarts and will not harm young wizards, not everyone can get in touch with them. Ethan has seen Thestrals hunting in the Forbidden Forest more than once, and the process is quite brutal and bloody. Aren't you curious? On the day of enrollment, Luna saw Thestrals, but when it was mentioned, everyone was curious why they could see it. Everyone has their own secrets, don't they? Ethan naturally knew the reason. Luna's mother died because of a magic experiment and she witnessed the process. This is not a good memory and she will never really want to talk about it. Bang. A blue-green figure quickly passed by Ethan, dropping a huge dark brown object and hitting Ethan's feet. "Senior, hurry up, this is a harpy eagle." Noticing this movement, Luna quickly put away the beaker and ran away, and did not forget to remind Ethan. Due to the influence of her father while believing in all kinds of strange and magical animals, Luna also has a deep understanding of other well-known magical animals. The winged demon is an extremely dangerous and evil magical animal. It is very fast and likes to eat brains. It is difficult for wizards who are targeted by it to escape. "I raised this, no need to run." Ethan comforted and then collected the corpse of the European red deer on the ground. During the summer vacation at home, Ethan bought a lot of deer at the farm, froze them and gave them to Dennis and others to feed Onyxia. I also brought a lot of frozen food to Hogwarts. However, with the Forbidden Forest as a natural hunting ground, Ethan naturally gave Onyxia something fresh from time to time, and every time he came, he would let the winged demon go hunting. Anyway, the winged demon only eats brains and it is not interested in the rest. Under Ethan's order, just bring back the corpses after the brains are eaten. There are indeed many European red deer in the Forbidden Forest, otherwise it can't afford to raise so many magical animals. As for the Voldemort, it was still eating the corpse of the Mortra rat. It was not picky and would eat anything it could. Even if it was a corpse of a wizard, it would still eat it happily. Luna stopped and watched Ethan put away the corpse of the European red deer and the figure of the winged demon that quickly went away. She took a deep breath and continued to collect dew. She really didn't know what to say. It's very cruel to raise a winged demon in Hogwarts. As the sun began to rise, Ethan also put away the beaker. With Luna's, it must be enough. "Senior, I'll take you to see the unicorns." "Do you want to go?" Ethan certainly couldn't just kick him away after using him. For the little witch, no one would dislike unicorns, even Luna. "Go, Senior, you know unicorns." Luna stood up and handed the beaker to Ethan, looking at him strangely. She remembered that the book said that unicorns only like pure women and are not very friendly to men. "There is a tribe of unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. I can take you to see it. Now all we need is the tears of unicorns, and all the materials for the purification potion will be complete." Swish, swish, Ethan bent his middle and index fingers and put them to his mouth, blowing hard. Soon, a rustling sound came from the woods not far away and many arrogant black figures with 8 long legs came to Ethan. Luna has already recognized what this black, furry spider with a pair of huge claws is. It is another dangerous magical animal of the XXXXX level, the Acromantula. The king could not help but lean towards Ethan. Although he knew that this might be the spider that Ethan had just called with the whistle, he knew that facing this spider that was as small as a calf, no master could face it calmly. Is this Forbidden Forest so dangerous? "This is my friend I met in the Forbidden Forest. Don't be afraid, sit on them and they will take me there later." Ethan helped Luna get on an A-tide giant spider the size of a small car and then he got on one of them. Sitting on the spider's back, Ethan commanded the A-tide giant spider to move forward. Ethan learned this ability not long after he came to the Forbidden Forest and met the eight-eyed giant spider. Hagrid was quite envious, but unfortunately his large-bodied eight-eyed giant spider could not carry it. Aragog might be able to, but it was too old. He wanted a mount, but he had to wait until Norbert grew up. The eight-eyed giant spider stopped when it came to a place a little distance away from a lake deep in the Forbidden Forest. After Ethan turned over, he helped Luna down. This is the territory of unicorns and they won't get close like the giant spiders. With Luna, the two soon arrived at the lake. The clear lake water reflected the lush forest. 20 or 30 silver-white Pegasus were scattered around. They had spiral horns on their foreheads and their bodies were emitting silver-white light, giving people a sense of sacredness. "Leah, I'm here to see you." Ethan waved his arms and greeted an exceptionally beautiful unicorn. It was the leader of this tribe and it was a female. Unicorns are a matriarchal society. Leah ran over happily. Zhao Hao Zhao lowered her head and rubbed her side face against Ethan's chest several times before raising her head. Ethan skillfully took out the energy cube and put it in his palm while the other hand was stroking Leah's subjects. After Leah finished eating the energy cube, Ethan also withdrew his hand. Now Lee doesn't shed hair anymore and there are only a few of them. Unicorn tail hair and mane hair are both good materials for alchemy, but tail hair is more suitable for making wand beds. The unicorn tribe, which has not experienced Voldemort's hunting, is still so peaceful and harmonious at this moment. At this time, two little guys with golden fur all over their bodies ran over and jumped at Ethan's feet. They had only a small bump on their foreheads before they grew up. These were two little lives added to the unicorn tribe during the summer vacation. After Ethan came here twice this semester, he got familiar with them. Bending down, he took out the energy cube, crushed it and handed it to Luna, motioning her to feed them. Ethan could see that Luna was seriously envious, but if there was no opportunity, she would never get close to the unicorn in her life. And young unicorns are the least wary. After playing with the two unicorn cubs for a while, Ethan started to do his business, using energy cubes to remove unicorn hair and collecting some tears by the way. Their fur is more valuable than energy cubes. In the defense against the dark arts class. Ethan ran directly to the Slytherin side and sat in the corner of the back row with Cassandra, reading his palm, playing with her golden hair and bragging to kill time. In the front was a stage play performed by several young wizards. Lockhart was explaining it and correcting some problems from time to time. He seemed very excited. This was what he was good at. He also gave extra points to fans who performed well from time to time. Since Lockhart came back from leave, the class has been like this. From grade 1 to grade 7, all students were treated equally. They were asked to perform stage plays and the script was a passage from his book. Some of the young wizards below were quite interested and participated in it with great enthusiasm and were proud to be on the stage. But more of them were like Ethan and Cassandra, who started the show and did not regard it as a class at all, doing their own things to kill time. Over at Gryffindor next door, several groups were already playing wizard chess, so they didn't bring poker cards, otherwise it would be even more lively. Hagrid is the dragon who won the card game, and wizards also play cards. Now this is not a defense against the dark arts class but more like a fan meeting for Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart didn't want to care about it. Anyway, the students are in the classroom. I am the defense against the dark arts professor. I can teach whatever I want. If it doesn't work, you can change the defense against the dark arts professor. Besides, who said it's useless? Wouldn't it also allow the participating wizards to learn some experience in fighting against evil? Even if Dumbledore came, he could still go over. As the bell rang, Ethan and others quickly stood up and prepared to leave the classroom, while the wizards on the stage were still a little reluctant to leave. It can only be said that fans are a very scary group. Adrian, stay for a while, the teacher has something to talk to you about. Lockhart always paid attention to the situation below and stopped Ethan when he was about to leave. He thought about this for a long time and finally made up his mind. Ethan turned his head and looked at Lockhart in confusion. He changed the professor of the defense against the dark arts class, but he still liked to call him at the end of the class. You go out first, I have something else to talk to Adrian. Seeing Ethan stopped, Lockhart also dismissed the students who were not on the stage. Adrian, this is not a place to talk, follow me. After everyone left, Lockhart took Ethan to the defense against the dark arts classroom. Professor, what do you want? Ethan frowned and looked at Lockhart, who was silent and didn't know what he was thinking. He called him here but didn't say anything. What the hell was he trying to do? Where do you have it? It's the alchemy that can improve your strength. After Lockhart finished speaking, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't know how to say this sentence just now. He should have some shame. Hart had a bad impression of Ethan. He had the ability to deal with the Cornish elves that day, but he ended up getting himself into the school infirmary. He was definitely careful, but he couldn't do anything about him. Although he was unhappy with him, he had to bow to reality. Yes, I can make alchemical items with armor or offensive properties. The fact that Ethan had good alchemy skills was almost known in the wizarding world, and there was no need to deny it. It had been 2 weeks since Dumbledore helped Ethan apply for a patent, and the news had spread throughout the wizarding world. It was also revealed that Ethan had studied alchemy at Nicholas Flamel and that his alchemy skills were extremely strong. This was also a repetition of the book. In addition, Cassandra was on the line with her own father, and Cassandra won. The original net profit was 2-8 with Ethan on the 2nd floor and the Volley family on the 8th floor. Cassandra negotiated a 6-4 ratio with Ethan at 6 and the Wally family at 4. The Wally family lost a lot of money. After deducting all the labor and costs, they didn't make much money at all. It also took a lot of effort. Not only that, the Wally family also promoted it, appearing in the Daily Prophet twice and other magazines to promote the Buffy Brain Refresher and Wizard Mailbox. They even found the Ministry of Magic and applied for a 2nd-level badge of the Order of Merlin for Ethan on the grounds that Ethan changed the way of communication in the wizarding world and made outstanding contributions to the development of the wizarding world. It's just that it hasn't been awarded yet. It can be said that during this period, the name Ethan was absolutely known in the wizarding world. Everyone knew that Ethan Adrian was a little wizard born in Muggle, but with extraordinary talent. He was spotted by Dumbledore and learned alchemy from Nicholas Flamel. His future achievements were limitless. He also completed an achievement at that time, the Light of the World. In the center of the noisy world stage, the flame of glory is burning, the name is floating in the wind, and the story is sung by the people. Achievement goal. The deeds are widely spread in the wizarding world, 1/1. Achievement reward spell, Ultimate Flash. Use magic power to condense into a beam of light with high temperature and penetrating properties to attack. The speed is quite fast and the power is not bad, but it cannot turn. It is a very familiar skill. I am more interested in alchemy recently and I want to customize a few props from you for research. It is impossible to directly say that your strength is not enough and want to take alchemy props to enhance your strength. You can only find this lame interface. Anyway, it is good to convince those fans. In the past, after finding that many of his spells could not be used, Lockhart went to see a special doctor, and the result was that he had forgotten how to cast spells because he had not practiced for too long. Lockhart did not care about this. It was not until the last teaching accident that he could not even deal with a group of Cornish elves that he realized the seriousness of the matter. It seems that he can't do anything except the forgetfulness spell. Even if he goes to learn, he can't learn it. His level is not as good as the little wizards randomly pulled out of Hogwarts. Lockhart was also panicked about this. Not to mention whether he would be exposed as a fake, but with such weak strength it was uncertain whether he could survive this year. He went to the school clinic on the first day of class. What should he do next? So during this period, Lockhart was thinking of ways while teaching badly, until he learned from the report that Ethan had a superb level of alchemy, and then he found a way. If you don't have enough strength, you can make up for it with equipment. Over the years, although you have lost your strength, you have gained gold, a calf money. Now that money has been exchanged for strength, although you are a little reluctant, there is nothing you can do. If a person is gone, no matter how much money you have, it will be useless. Of course it's no problem. I don't know how much you need, Professor, and what type you need. I definitely need armor and a few powerful spells. Lockhart said his requirements without hesitation. One is to protect yourself, which is a must, and the rest is to improve your strength. No problem, armor protection items are 2,000 galleons each. This is the market price and it is not easy to buy, you know this. The rest are priced differently according to different spells. This is not a blind offer from Ethan. There are not many people who are good at alchemy. If you want to study alchemy in Hogwarts, forget it. You start learning the basics in the 6th grade and graduate in the 7th grade. In the 7th grade, you have to prepare for the advanced wizard exam. How much time do you have to study, especially since the threshold of alchemy is the highest? Real alchemy is inherited in the wizard's family. There are not many people who can be called alchemy masters now. This also led to the increasing scarcity of alchemical tools in this era, and most of them were in the hands of pure-blood wizard families. The protective Daekankang was the most expensive among them. Can you show me the alchemical tools you have made now? 2,000 gold galleons is indeed the market price, but it is still too expensive. Although it was boasted so much outside, Harold was still a little unsure of Ethan's level. The alchemy of a young wizard of this age.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.